Action and win. Details on Ontario's Stage 2 plan coming today. Premier warning it won't begin immediately.
In response to the anti-racism protests across the country, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau plans to push premiers to officers with body cameras and says he's proposing the same for the RCMP.
Thousands are expected at a public memorial for George Floyd in Houston, Texas today.
In the wake of anti-black racism protests, 2 city councilors are asking for the Toronto police budget to be defunded by 10%, with a plan to reallocate that money to different community programs.
Baseball owners make a new pitch to the players, and the NHL opens Phase 2 sports at 45.
The NASDAQ hits an all-time high. We've got Bay Street higher for a second day. It's up 33, and a pullback in the price for oil. Business at 56.
680 News Time, 12:31.
And that is time for 680 News. Traffic and weather together on the ones. We say good afternoon.
Listen to your fuzzy red
This
flag.
traffic report is brought to you by OntarioCars.ca. We have a few delays on
What I tell you, don't fucking do it. I did what I tell you, don't.
That's heavy from approach to bench up to the 407.
Shut up, you
Before the 407, the left lane is closed. That's because of construction. Heading westbound on the
I want to hear like there's a mailbox in the right-hand lane of the express, and a phone booth in the left-hand lane of the collector.
On the eastbound 401, it's moving quite well as you travel across the GTA. Heads up though, if you're heading towards Port
Oh, nobody get hurt because they would see his big, they'd see it.
The
They'd see
two left lanes are closed for paving work. So traffic is
I mean, like standing up, like 8 foot tall, over
mailbox. And there's still this cross northbound on the Red Hill Valley Parkway ramp down to lanes of that ramp are blocked because of this collision. One of the vehicles still is partially in the ditch here. Emergency crews on the scene. Not much of a delay, so just watch out for that problem as you take that ramp. Just got word from Toronto Transportation. Westbound Lawrence has reopened west of Black Creek. All lanes getting through between Brookhaven and Duckworth after a crash investigation. Heads up on construction, northbound Highway 50 at Major Mackenzie. The right lane is closed. A heavy backup from Rutherford. Looking for that pickup, minivan, or sports car? OntarioCars.ca. One site, thousands of vehicles. Trusted dealers. OntarioCars.ca. Find yours. And now with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
I get up to my coffee.
Guaranteed high 22 degrees for tonight, clear, and 14. For today, the guaranteed high 22.
Downtown right now, we're almost there. 20 degrees, plenty of sunshine. Similar conditions at Pearson Airport. 680 News Time, 12:33.
In about 3 weeks since Ontario entered stage 1 of reopening after the COVID-19 shutdown, and in about half an hour, we will be getting more details on what the next stage of reopening will include.
It comes as Ontario did see a spike in cases this weekend, but it's a different story today. 680's Caitlin Lee joins us live. Caitlin.
Kim, according to the Ontario government's website, stage 2 will include opening more workplaces, including some service industries and additional office and retail businesses. At this point, it's unclear when restaurants and bars may reopen, but the Attorney General is set to talk about the expansion of patios to make physical distancing easier when they do get back in business. Licensing fees for those expansions have been dropped until January 1st, 2021 to allow for that. Meanwhile, opposition leader Andrea Horvath says phase 2 of Ontario's reopening must come with paid sick days and more contact tracing. She tweets, "We cannot let the second phase create a second wave." When asked on Friday, Doug Ford was resistant to the idea of paid sick leave.
I'd rather put those funds to long-term care. I'd rather give money back to municipalities, the 444 municipalities.
Are you saying the province just paid to sick days?
The Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Angela Bella, says she's expecting details on the possibility of
you already got welfare in the
stage reopening. The GTA continues to make up 2/3 of the province's COVID-19 cases. Of yesterday's 415, 362 were in Toronto, although a chunk of those cases are being attributed to a reporting delay. Today, the numbers have dropped with 243 new cases reported in Ontario. No specifics yet on Toronto cases. 24 new deaths have also been reported. Doug Ford set to speak at 1 o'clock. You can listen to it all right here on 680 News. Reporting live, I'm Caitlin Lee. The COVID-19 outbreak at Participation House in Markham has officially been declared over. 6 residents of the group home for developmentally disabled adults died of the virus. At the height of the outbreak, 95% of the residents were infected. Markham Mayor Frank Scarpitti is calling on the province to include all supportive housing facilities like Participation House in its review of long-term care homes.
Yeah, you see these little things. Oh, that's a
Consumer
long
confidence in
barrel.
Canada continues to show
Oh,
signs of
so
improvement.
got all
680
these
business
different
editor Chris
labels.
McCusker explains.
For 6 straight
It's not
weeks,
just us, we don't know what we're talking about. They keep
confidence
changing
index showed a
names.
slight uptick to 41 last week from 39.5 a week
Ontario.
earlier. And even with the improvement, the index still remains near its worst ever readings recorded in April. But it might also represent a light at the end of the tunnel, with economic activity resuming as the country gradually reopens from COVID-19 restrictions. And it could also suggest we are buying into the idea the impact of the pandemic has peaked. Now, this latest survey of 250 Canadians comes on the heels of the latest jobs report, which showed the creation of 290,000 jobs in May. At the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker. Protests against anti-Black racism and police brutality are leading to action. In Minneapolis, the city council voted to dismantle the police force. Now in Toronto, 2 city councillors are calling to defund Toronto police. 680's Moment Qureshi joins us live with more. Moment.
Irene, Councillor Josh Matlow says he's bringing forward a motion to City Council when it meets later this month to call for a 10% defunding of the Toronto police budget. That is being seconded by Councillor Kristen Wong-Tam. Matlow says that the people from the Black community, as well as people from the Indigenous community,
Black people,
do face systemic racism issues as built into the Toronto police. So he wants to see 10% of that money taken out and put into different community supports. Now, Toronto Police Chief Mark Saunders on the Roz and Mocha show this morning on Kiss 92.5 says he's open to having that conversation.
Why can't he be a person first? Because we're not speaking French. That's the only reason why.
Whether defunding should or should not happen. It's
You
about
didn't get that.
understanding that
You don't know enough about
in
Black
order
history.
to defund, there have to be certain things put in place before.
He says other things have to be done before.
What? Arming the public?
About
That
defunding.
seems to
Saunders
happen.
holding a news
8 million
conference
guns.
at 2:30 this afternoon. Reporting live, I'm Alvin
What?
Qureshi.
People figuring
This
out
is
the cops
680
aren't there
News,
to
a
help you no
report
more?
commissioned
Yeah,
by
we knew that.
province's
What happened?
education minister has found that the Peel
Cell
District
phone's
School
your best
Board
friend. Your cell phone
continues to
camera's
struggle
your
with
best friend.
systemic racism. Steve Lecce asked for an expedited review of the PDSP to address concerns about anti-Black racism and systemic inequities back in November. In April, Lecce commissioned an investigation to see if the school board had followed through on the directives from the November report. That report determined systemic racism in the board is still an issue.
The Prime Minister will push provinces and the RCMP to make sure police officers wear body cameras. It comes amid anti-racism rallies across Canada and the U.S. 680's Parliament Hill reporter Cormac McSweeney joins us with more.
We know
As for the
we
police,
need
what do
to
they tell
do
you? Yeah.
much more.
Sorry.
And we need to do it.
Sure, there's not a fire.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says he has heard the calls for
Yeah,
action
no,
from Canadians,
so,
and in a conversation this morning with the RCMP commissioner, they discussed equipping officers with body cameras.
Oh,
Trudeau notes the federal police force is his jurisdiction, and for officers of municipal and provincial forces, he'll be pushing the premiers to follow suit in his weekly call later this week.
I think
all they do
these
is
are
just
discussions we need to go forward.
All the
on
videos are
logistics,
absurd,
on the
people, right?
cost, on the
And you will start, if you watch those videos, you understand why I didn't realize
contract policing in place.
supposedly white people are the majority.
The challenges that I've heard are more logistical and
still don't see that right.
economic.
You can
Trudeau
talk shit
says
all
this
day
is
about
just
this
one
war.
action his
I don't believe
government
that.
will take, and fixing centuries of
Africa's got
racial injustice
way more
won't happen
countries
overnight. Some
than white
opposition
people
leaders
do.
criticized Trudeau for attending an anti-racism rally in Ottawa on Friday, saying it was just symbolic or he broke physical distancing advice. The Prime Minister says it was important for him to attend to show minority communities
You could have
he
got
stands
some
with
from
them.
those black people.
Meanwhile, the Prime Minister also announcing a
Spread it to us
relaxation of border
pure
restrictions through the
fucking
COVID-19 pandemic,
That
so
have
that
no
immediate
black
family
blood
members of
whatsoever,
Canadian citizens and
whatsoever.
permanent residents will be allowed to enter the country. However, they'll have to follow 2-week quarantine rules. The feds clarified this is not for weekend trips or recreation. This is only to help unite families during this pandemic. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill. In a church not far from the neighborhood where George Floyd grew up, friends, family, and strangers are paying their respects to the man who died in Minneapolis police custody just 2 weeks ago. ABC's Jim Ryan is outside that church in Houston, Texas.
Hours before the visitation began, people were waiting to walk past George Floyd's casket. Victor Pratt came 250 miles from Dallas. not as a curiosity seeker, but because he felt
Just an obligation to be here and show support. Because if it were me laying in that casket, I would want the same support.
under COVID-19 restrictions, only a few people at a time are being allowed into the church during the visitation, and all of them are wearing masks. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Houston.
What the
Now, the
motherfucker said,
680 News gas price update, Emperor predicting the price will not change at midnight, staying at just over $1 a liter at most GTA stations.
680 News Time, 1240.
Scott Weller, General Manager at Volvo of Toronto, invites you to make this summer the summer of Volvo. Great news. Volvo of Toronto is waiving the first 3 payments when you lease select in-stock 2020 models, including the XC90, the perfect blend of beauty, performance, and technology. Or save an additional $1,000 when you finance or pay cash. And remember, Volvo of Toronto is here for you with exceptional service even in difficult times. Visit Volvo of Toronto, downtown, near Cherry and Front, or volvooftoronto.com.
680 News Time, 1241.
And that is time for 680 News, traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Carrie Prenskus. This traffic report is brought to you by Mr. Lube. Heading northbound on the 427, it's busy approaching Finch up to the 407, just before the 407. That's where the left lane is closed, all for construction. Also some construction eastbound on the 407. The ramp to Bronte is shut down, and no access to the eastbound 407 from southbound Bronte. That ramp also closed for that road work. Eastbound on the 401, a heads up if you're heading east of the city at Wesleyville, that's heading into Port Hope. The 2 left lanes are closed for paving work, so traffic is jammed from the Port Hope en route. About a 3-kilometer stretch of delays. So plan on an alternate route. You can use Highway 2 or Lakeshore. Both are moving along at a much better rate. Westbound on the 401, that's busy into Mississauga from here, Ontario, on the collectors to west of Mavis. Other than that, it's moving well. Heading out of the city on the westbound Gardner, that's in great shape from the DVP to the 427. And no delays on the westbound QEW. There is a partial ramp closure. The northbound Red Hill Valley Parkway ramp to the 40 rebound QEW. 2 left lanes of that ramp are shut down because of this crash. A vehicle still partially in the ditch here. So motorists are just getting by using mostly the right shoulder here. Northbound on Highway 50 at Major Mackenzie, the right lane is closed for construction. Traffic is jammed solid from Rutherford. Drive into Mr. Lube, sit back and relax with their stay in your car services. From oil changes to tires, no appointment needed. Mr. Lube, proudly Canadian since 1976. And now with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
Very pleasant conditions today, lots of sunshine, comfortable, guaranteed high 22 degrees for tonight, clear and 14, and then sunny, hot, humid tomorrow. Tuesday's high 29 will feel like 36. For today, the guaranteed high 22.
Downtown
said
right now, 40 degrees,
39.
plenty of sunshine is saying at Pearson Airport. 680 News Time, 1243.
Time now for the Scotia iTrade Market Minute, live from the Business Center, and Chris McCusker. Chris, Irene, we've got a fair bit of green on the screen to start the week with the TSX higher for a second day. It's up 52 points, 15,906. Now that's a gain of just 1/3%. The Dow right now, the big winner, it's up by 0.8% or 220 points. The S&P is higher by 12 points, and the NASDAQ, which hit an all-time high today, is up by 36. Gold is higher by $17, back at $1,700. Oil is down $1.28, 38.27 a barrel, and the Canadian dollar up by 16/100, 74.67 cents U.S. At the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker.
Direct invest with Scotia iTrade. Get started in 3 easy steps and begin your investing journey from home today. Learn more at
I expected you actually, but the bread is dry, so
Similar
we're gonna
experience
die.
these days. Spending more of our time online, listening to the radio, podcasts, and watching TV. If your business is working hard to serve your customers, you should let them know. You have their attention. You know where they are. You know what they're doing. You kind of even know how they're feeling because you're feeling it all too. You have the opportunity to speak directly to them. Let us help you find your company's voice. Visit RogersSportsAndMedia.com today. That's RogersSportsAndMedia.com.
Even if you love renovating, sometimes it helps
I
to
was gonna
hire
get
a
away. It
professional.
landed on the
Just like
fucking
I did
thing
for
here.
this
Tried to
radio
get
ad.
under the
Dennis,
edge.
could you read the next bit?
Certainly. Until July 1st at Rona and Lowe's, it's the Installation Services Blitz. Get 10% back on a Rona or Lowe's gift card for any air conditioning, roofing, or kitchen installation project. Plus, our certified installers are duly trained to apply strict health and safety measures.
Wow. Thank you. That was amazing.
Anytime. Conditions apply. Details online. This is All News Radio, 680 News.
It's 20 degrees and sunny. Good afternoon from the 680 News Broadcast Center in downtown Toronto. I'm Irene Franklin.
And I'm Ken Dorgan. The top stories this hour.
Premier Doug Ford set to announce details today about Ontario's Stage 2 of reopening. He will lay out the plan at a news conference this afternoon, set to take place in about 15 minutes' time. The Ministers of Health, Finance, Economic Development, and Labour will also be there. Ontario entered its first stage of reopening on May 19th. A Houston church hosting a 6-hour public viewing of George Floyd's casket today, with thousands expected to pay their respects to the man whose death in police custody has sparked a global anti-racism movement. And a Toronto City Councillor has submitted a motion to defund the Toronto police budget. It will be up for discussion at the next council meeting. And it is time now for 680 Sports from Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Good afternoon, Andrew and I.
Hey, Irene. MLB owners have proposed a 76-game season to the players that includes 75% of their prorated salaries. Only 50% guaranteed, though, in the event there's no playoffs. The players' initial reaction is reportedly not a positive one because they remain consistent that they want no more cuts. Ken Rosenthal of the
You guys are not working on the line building fucking
season. But if it's going to start in mid-July, it means a deal has to get done this week. The NHL has begun phase 2 of its return-to-play plan. Clubs now allowed to open their practice facilities to players for small group on-ice sessions and workouts. It's all voluntary. The Oilers and Islanders among the teams we know to have opened up today. NHL and pro hockey minorities, Evander Kane, Akeem Aliu, Wayne Simmons, Matt Dumba, Trevor Daley, Chris Stewart, and Joel Ward have formed the Hockey Diversity Alliance. The HDA's mission is to eradicate racism and intolerance in both hockey and within society. The group is committed to promoting diversity in all levels of the game and will endeavor to make the game more affordable and accessible. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590. I'm here with Bill Coy of Coy Brothers, and we're talking about jolly old chaps.
Yes, the jolly old chaps made by Stihl.
What are these said chaps, good sir?
They're chainsaw cutters chaps in orange or camel. Or we have the Stihl cutters kits, which include a helmet,
making fun of me again,
glasses, and
motherfuckers?
chaps for only $119.95.
I bet dads would love Stihl chaps or a cutters kit this Father's Day.
I'm sure they would.
Jolly old chaps like that deserve a gift from Stihl at Coy Brothers.
KOOYBROS.com.
The impact of COVID-19 is being felt in many ways, especially by kids who no longer have school, sports, or after-school programs for support. That's why Kids Help Phone is there, offering free, non-judgmental 24/7 support by phone, chat, and text. During the pandemic, the need is greater than ever. Please donate at kidshelpphone.ca to make sure they're always there. A message from Quality Allied Elevator, experts in vertical passenger and freight transportation, proud supporters of Kids Help Phone.
680 News Time, 12:48. The federal government is giving foreign nationals who've been separated from family in Canada during the COVID-19 pandemic a break. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says the government is bringing in a limited exemption to allow immediate family members of citizens or permanent residents to come to Canada.
I want to be clear, though. Anyone entering the country will be required to quarantine for 14 days. If you don't follow these rules, you could face serious penalties.
It goes into effect at 11:59 tonight. The change does not include relatives of temporary residents, such as anyone on a work or student visa. The Canada-U.S. border has been closed to non-essential travel since March 31st and will remain closed until at least the 21st of this month. 680 News Time, 12:49. Satellite data suggests the novel coronavirus may have hit China earlier than first thought.
Dramatic spikes in auto traffic around hospitals in Wuhan last fall suggest the novel coronavirus may have been present and spreading through central China before the outbreak was first reported to the World Health Organization. A team at Harvard studied satellite imagery and noticed the traffic pattern at a time that coincided with elevated internet searches for symptoms that would later become associated with the virus. The evidence is circumstantial, but epidemiologists said it's clear something was happening well before China first reported the virus in late December. Aaron Katursky, ABC News, New York.
U.S. President Donald Trump is once again weighing in on national anthem protests after the commissioner of the NFL said the league is condemning racism and the systematic oppression of black people.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell said in a video Friday the league believes Black Lives Matter.
We, the National Football League, admit we were wrong for not listening to NFL players earlier and encourage all to speak out and peacefully protest.
2 nights later on Twitter, President Trump asked if the commissioner was intimating it would be okay for players to kneel during the national anthem, and in his words, thereby disrespecting our country and flag. Players who have taken a knee say they're doing it to protest racial injustice and police brutality. Brian Clark, ABC News.
This is 680 News. The remnants of Tropical Storm Cristobal is heading north towards Canada, bringing heavy rain and storm surges along the U.S. coast on its way. The storm has weakened to a tropical depression after drenching parts of Mississippi and Alabama and sparking tornadoes in Florida. The western Great Lakes could see what's left of Cristobal by Wednesday, with as much as 152 millimeters of rain. 680 News Time, 12:51. Time for 680 News, traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Carrie Prenskus. Well, we still have this problem. It's the northbound Red Hill Valley Parkway ramp to the Fort Erie bound QEW that's partially blocked because of a crash. They finally pulled out that car that was in the ditch here. So a little bit of progress, but we still have that ramp partially blocked. The 2 left lanes are closed, so drivers are getting by mostly on the right shoulder here. Again, that's northbound Red Hill Valley Parkway to the Fort Erie bound QEW. It's towards the end of that ramp. Eastbound on the 401, it's moving well as you travel across the city, but a heads up if you're heading towards Port Hope. Eastbound 401 is jammed from the Port Hope en route to Wesleyville. That's where the 2 left lanes are closed for paving work. So plan an alternate route right now. Highway 2 and Lakeshore are both moving along much better. Again, that's about a 3-kilometer stretch getting into Port Hope on the eastbound side of the 401. Westbound 401 moving well through that area and not too bad across the city, but it is slow going as you approach here Ontario and the collectors to west of Mavis. Looks good beyond that point. Southbound on the 400, keep in mind the ramp going to Aurora Road is still shut down. That's long-term construction. It's scheduled to reopen in a few days. If you're heading northbound on the 427, approaching the 407, the left lane is closed for construction. A heavy backup from north of Rexdale. And last we heard from traffic spotters, northbound Highway 50 at Major Mackenzie, the right lane closed for construction. Traffic is jammed solid northbound Highway 50 from Rutherford up to Major Mac. Your next traffic report is at 1:01. Now with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
Comfortable temperatures for us today and then quite muggy for Tuesday and Wednesday. Lots of sunshine today, the guaranteed high 22 degrees. For tonight, clear and 14 and then up to 29 tomorrow. Feeling like 36, so sunny, hot, humid, and very tropical for Wednesday as well. Humidex near 39 with the possibility of scattered showers and thunderstorms. With the remnants of tropical disturbance Cristobal. Watch that for Wednesday.
I don't live at 1101. What the fuck? What the fuck?
20 degrees right now downtown. Plenty of sunshine. Summer conditions at Pearson.
That means he wrote it up. What the fuck?
Forecast is brought to you by Pizza.
Pizza is delivering the new tamper-proof pizza box. Order any size pizza and receive it in a locked box. That can only
No, I don't like
be by
vegetables, but I need some sort of vitamin.
That's Pizza.
Coming up at the top of the hour, will you be able to get that haircut or your nails done? We'll know soon enough where that will be happening. Premier Doug Ford set to announce details at 1 o'clock about Ontario's stage 2 of reopening. He will lay out the plan with the ministers of health, finance, economic development, as well as labor.
680 News Time, 12:54.
You got hopes for me, eh,
During the
motherfucker?
pandemic, obtaining authentic
You think
personal
the
protective
Poutine was a
equipment
whole
can be
meal
a
for
serious
somebody?
challenge. Protect yourself, your employees, and customers with PPE from SteriPro.ca. SteriPro.ca is proudly Canadian-owned and operated and offers
Poutine,
masks,
is
gloves,
that really a whole
face
meal
shields,
for
and more
somebody?
for you and your business.
I'm just sorry for
With
you people.
stock available now, it's never been easier to protect your business. Order today, ship today.
Yeah, I think so, because you don't need the fucking...
SteriPro.ca.
Keeping your family safe is our first priority.
Trust 680
Oh, that
News
looks
for the
sweet.
latest on the coronavirus.
Listen 3, 4, 5 times a day on your radio,
680news.com
the Radio Player
That's all you
Canada
get.
app,
or ask to play 680 News on your smart speaker.
The Toronto Public Library now accepting online appointments for curbside pickup at 67 of its locations across the city. Today is the first day that the ability to make appointments has been available, with the first pickup spots open for tomorrow. The library began accepting returns last week at 70 branches. Well, still to come, Bay Street is looking at back-to-back gains. Chris McCusker will have the business report.
680 News Time, 12:55.
Good morning, good workout, good coffee, good meetings, good game, good friends. There's a lot of good to get back to. It all starts with a good sleep. The Good Sleep sale is on now, and our stores are now open. Or shop our amazing deals online. Sleep well, stay well. Sleep Country. Your roof sprung a leak. Water came through, shorted out the furnace, the radiator too.
When emergencies happen, get a loan that's way cheaper than a payday loan, with approval in minutes.
If you need money in a hurry, Prudence
Mafia would probably be
Whether you want to consolidate bills, emergency repairs, it's up to you. Get approval in minutes. When you own your car or home, get a loan. Borrow up to 50.
I gotta get the Mafia knows you can't get blood from
a
its loan.
from Prudent Financial. Click for details today.
Prudence Financial's up next.
680 News Time, 12:56.
And now the 680 News Business Report, live to the Business Center, and Chris McCusker. And back-to-back gains, Chris? The TSX is higher for a second straight day, Irene. It's up by 58 points, 15,913. Now, as far as the high of the day goes, that is about 70 points away. But nonetheless, we do have this modest advance after that big gain on Friday. Price for gold right now up by $19, $17.02. Oil is down $1.19, $38.36. And this pullback comes after OPEC Plus agreed to extend a production cut of nearly 10 million barrels a day through the end of June. Carl Shimada is Chief Market Strategist at Cambridge Global Payments.
The big thing here was that we expected an extension of this cut agreement, and that is helping to stabilize the market. But the problem is it's only for a month. And OPEC is a less effective cartel than FIFA at this point. They very rarely agree with themselves.
Hey, whoa, be careful what you say. That's not saying much. Hey, whoa.
You're going to markets are at this point going to have to be relatively skeptical about how long those cuts are going to extend past July.
So U.S. oil right now is down by about 3%. The Canadian crude index is up by almost 7%. And Western Canadian Select is down by 4%. The Canadian dollar higher by 14,100, 74.65 cents U.S. Now, stateside, we've got a winning session there, with the Dow higher for a sixth straight day. It's up by 233, and it's getting a huge lift today from shares in Boeing. That stock up by about 11% to 227.31. The stock is adding more than 100 points to the Dow after an analyst said the worst for this company is already priced in. The Seaport analysts have set a price target of 277. Again, right now it's trading at about 227. The S&P is higher by 14 points, and the NASDAQ is up by 34. It hit a record today, just like it did on Friday. I'm Chris McCusker. Business continues at 26 and 56, or anytime at 680news.com.
Johanna has joined the call.
Hey guys, how's everyone doing today?
Oh, hey Johanna, how are you in your backyard? Is that
an outdoor rug from Area Rug Shop? Yes. Isn't it perfect?
I didn't even know there were outdoor rugs.
It really brings my patio together beautifully, and I got it at Area Rug Shop.
Nobody knew.
Andy has joined the call.
Johanna was the first one ever.
For a limited time, all outdoor rugs are 50% off at Area Rug Shop. Showrooms now open 7 days a week. Visit arearugshop.ca.
First, your disability insurer denies your long-term disability claim, and then your employer threatens to fire you if you don't return to work. Sound familiar? My name is Aaron Waxman, and if your disability insurer denies your disability claim for any reason, or if your employer threatens to fire you because you're too sick to work, call me at 416-661-4878. And don't worry about for legal fees, because there are none. At my law firm, we only get paid when you get paid. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 416-661-4878, or on your cell phone at # LTD.
Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for kidneycar.ca. Help a neighbor. Donate your car. KidneyCar will tow it away for free, contact-free, and give you a minimum $300 tax receipt.
You're not going to totally dispose of it, right? Gone, right?
We got lots of gorgeous sunshine right across southern Ontario this hour.
Lots
in terms
of
of temperatures,
stuff, right?
it's 21 in Vaughan, 20 in Peterborough, and 20 in Niagara Falls. 680 News time, 1 o'clock.
Number one for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News, Toronto.
Good afternoon. This is Monday, the 8th of June. I'm Cam Doris.
And good afternoon. I'm Irene Precklett. Here's what's making news this hour. Stage 2 specifics. The Ford government set to lay out what the next steps to reopening Ontario will look like and when certain workplaces can get back to business.
And the Premier is set to speak in just minutes. We'll carry it live right here on 680 News as soon as it happens.
2 city councillors are now making the push to defund the Toronto police budget by 10%. Chief Saunders says that's a conversation he's willing to have, but other things have to happen first.
The Prime Minister will push the RCMP and provinces to equip body cameras on police officers in the wake of anti-racism movements across Canada and the U.S.
MLB makes a 76-game offer to the players, but they don't like it. NHL players allowed to put on the skates again. Sports at 15.
An all-time high for the NASDAQ. The TSX higher for a second straight day, and the price for oil drops by a little more than $1. Business at 26. 680 News time, 101.
Time out for traffic and weather together on the lines. Here's Kerry Francis.
Ongoing construction northbound on the 427, approaching the 407. The left lane is closed. Traffic is heavy northbound 427 from just north of Rexdale up to the 407. It's a little bit better once you're north of Finch. And we still have this crash. It's northbound on the Red Hill Valley Parkway ramp to the Fort Erie bound QEW. Towards the end of that ramp, the 2 left lanes are blocked. Emergency crews on the scene. So mostly just the right shoulder getting around this crash. Good news is there's no delay. Heading westbound on the 401, that's busy into Mississauga. Approaching here Ontario on the collectors to west of Mavis. Eastbound on the 401, moving pretty well, at least across the GTA. But if you're heading into the Port Hope area, be warned, eastbound 401 at Wesleyville. The 2 left lanes are closed for paving work, so traffic is jammed from the Port Hope en route about a 3-kilometer stretch. So take Highway 2 or Lakeshore instead to avoid those delays. Eastbound 407, the ramp to Bronte, that's shut down for construction, and you can't get to the eastbound 407 from southbound Bronte. And construction northbound on Highway 50 at Major Mackenzie. The right lane is closed. It's jammed solid from Rutherford. Your next traffic report at 111. Now with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor. The average high of 23 degrees will be close to that today. The guaranteed high 22. Lots of sunshine for tonight, clear and 14. For today, the guaranteed high 22. Right now, downtown, sunny and 19 degrees. It's 20 and sunny at Pearson. 680 News time, 103.
We've got the latest snapshot of COVID-19 numbers for the province, and they are heading in the right direction.
Shut up,
his inner circle announcing the next step in scaling back restrictions any minute now.
680's Caitlin Lee joins us live with the latest on stage 2. Caitlin. Irene, the Premier will be joined by several ministers for his update in just minutes, including the Labour Minister, Monty McNaughton. The next steps will include opening additional office and retail businesses and more service industries. However, Premier Doug Ford said Friday stage 2 will not begin immediately. With the warm weather, here's some good news for those itching to have a beer with a few friends. We'll hear details from the Attorney General on expanded patios for bars and restaurants to increase physical distancing. The Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario will no longer require licensees to apply or pay a fee for temporary extensions. The measures will be in effect until January 1st, 2021. We're also expecting details about a possible regional approach to reopening. The GTA is still making up 2/3 of Ontario's COVID-19 cases. 415 were reported Sunday, 362 in Toronto. Today, 243 new cases have been reported, but there are no specifics yet on Toronto cases. Your details coming, as I said, in any minute now. Listen live on 680 News. Reporting live, I'm Caitlin Lee.
680 News on 104. 3 groups are suffering less during the pandemic, according to a new report from Statistics Canada. 680 Business Editor Chris McCusker has the details.
The report on income inequality shows women, people with higher earnings,
and those with more education are more likely to be able to work from home and are therefore less likely to suffer a loss of income because of COVID-19. The document says about 40% of Canadians are in jobs that can be done from home, but about 50% of single women are able to work from home compared to only a third of single men. So in other words, the report finds the risk of experiencing a work interruption during the pandemic might fall disproportionately on financially vulnerable families. At the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker. 680 News Time 105. New York City gradually began reopening today, a turning point in the 3-month-long crisis and a life and death test of the city's discipline. With the virus in check, at least for now, stores previously deemed non-essential were cleared to reopen for delivery and curbside pickup, so customers cannot yet browse inside. At a news conference, New York Mayor Bill de Blasio says New York is the place where it is going to be the hardest to make a safe comeback, with the coronavirus still out there.
We were the epicenter. Only because New Yorkers went the extra mile did we get here. Now, we've gotten all this way. Let's hold on to it. Let's keep building on it.
New York became the epicenter of the U.S. coronavirus outbreak, with more than 21,000 people citywide confirmed or probable cases. At its peak, the scourge killed more than 500 people a day in New York City in early to mid-April. At the end of last week, the number of deaths per day had dropped into the single digits.
680 News Time 106. The recent calls for change in policing started in the U.S. in the wake of George Floyd's death. And now 2 Toronto councillors are also calling to defund Toronto's police budget. It comes to the Board of Health approves actions to address anti-black racism. 680's Moma Qureshi joins us live with those details.
Again, that last one happened just in the last few minutes. The Toronto Board of Health voting unanimously to recognize anti-black racism as a public health crisis. That was a motion brought forward by the chair, Joe Cressy, just added to the agenda this morning before as the meeting got underway. Now, this also comes as Councillor Josh Matlow says he's bringing a motion to the City Council meeting at the end of this month, calling for a 10% defunding of the Toronto police budget so that money that can then be used for community supports, saying that the Black community, as well as the Indigenous community, face issues of built-in systemic racism in Toronto Police, so there need to be changes that are made. Toronto Police Chief Mark Saunders on KISS 92.5 this morning saying he is open to having that discussion, but certain things need to happen first.
When we talk about anti-Black racism, it's not just about policing, it's about the justice system, it's about housing, it's about education, it's about health. It's about so many other aspects. And without those other mechanisms put in place, the absence of police or the reduction of police will not create community safety. In fact, it will deter from community safety.
Saunders himself will be holding a news conference at 2:30 this afternoon to talk about this issue. Reporting live, I'm Moma Qureshi.
680 News Time 107. The Prime Minister says he believes all police officers should be equipped with body cameras, that he will push provinces and the RCMP to do just that. It comes amid anti-racism rallies across Canada and the U.S. 680's Parliament Hill reporter Cormac McSweeney joins us with more.
Many people in this country simply do not feel protected by the police. In fact, they're afraid of them.
After attending an anti-racism rally on Friday on Parliament Hill, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is promising action to answer the calls of minority communities. He says today he spoke with RCMP Commissioner about equipping all police officers with body cameras and plans to do the same in calls with the premiers who have jurisdiction over provincial and municipal forces. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says body cameras is just one measure that they're taking to try and deal with racial issues with policing.
We're also going to move forward on looking at various review structures and oversight commissions at the policing level to make sure that they have the powers and the abilities to do what needs to be done.
He says the discussions still have to be had around logistics and funding for these measures. Meanwhile, the Fed's also announcing border restrictions being slightly relaxed so that immediate family members of Canadian citizens and permanent residents will be allowed to enter the country. Immigration Minister Marco Mendicino says this is not for weekend travelers or day trips,
but rather to help Canadian families
reunite during this unprecedented time.
The minister says the family members need to stay for a minimum of 15 days and will have to practice 2 weeks of quarantine.
This is 680 News. In Washington, Democratic lawmakers have introduced comprehensive police reform legislation in the wake of George Floyd's death.
House and Senate Democrats unveiling a sweeping package of police reforms in response to the death of George Floyd and other troubling encounters between African Americans and the police. The Justice in Policing Act of 2020 would, in part, include mandatory racial and implicit bias training programs, demilitarized police, ban chokeholds, and create a national police misconduct registry. It's expected to face challenges by the law enforcement community, and it's still unclear how many Republicans would support the measure. Andrew Dimber, ABC News, Washington.
Prince Andrew hitting back against the news that federal prosecutors in New York sought to compel his testimony through a legal treaty with Britain.
Lawyers for Prince Andrew said the Duke of York has offered to assist federal prosecutors on at least 3 occasions this year with their investigation into alleged accomplices of Jeffrey Epstein. The U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York said Prince Andrew has provided zero cooperation and completely shut the door on investigators. But the royals' lawyers insist otherwise. They said prosecutors are perhaps seeking publicity rather than accepting the assistance offered. Prosecutors sought to compel Prince Andrew's testimony through a legal treaty with the UK. Alan Kaczorski, ABC News, New York.
Now, they're not required to gas price update and pro predicts the price will not change at midnight, staying at $8.49 a liter at most GTA stations.
680 News Time 110.
You're seen as a roll column.
Now more than ever.
Listen 3, 4, 5 times a day.
This is 680 News.
Ask to play us on your
Country's
smart speaker.
400-some years old. Their country's 800-some years old.
Keep people safe from COVID-19, and we all need to continue our efforts to protect each other. Get tested if you're worried you may have COVID-19 or have been exposed to the virus. Practice physical distancing. Stay 2 meters apart. Wear a face covering when physical distancing is a challenge, and continue to wash hands frequently, inside or out. Stay safe. Save lives. Learn more at ontario.ca/coronavirus. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
Weekday News Time 111 time for traffic and weather. Together on the lines, here's Carrie Brunskis.
This report is brought to you by 407 ETR. Watch out on the 404 southbound, south of Mulock. We have reports of tire debris in the 2 right lanes. That just came in from a traffic spotter, so I'll give MTO a call right after this report. Again, that's the southbound 404 south of Mulock. In the 2 right lanes.
These tires are exploding and they just drive home on the rim.
On the 401, that's busy into Mississauga from here, Ontario, and the collectors.
They never say there's tire debris and a car pulled over on the side. No, never.
Jammed into Port Hope.
Never saw, oh, there's some poor bastard changing his rim because his tire is never.
To Wesleyville, that's where the 2 left lanes are closed for paving work. Alternate routes in the area are moving much better. Watch out for this problem northbound on the Red Hill Valley Parkway ramp to the Fort Erie bound QEW. Towards the end of that ramp, the 2 left lanes are blocked, and this is because of a crash. So motorists are just using mostly the right shoulder to get around this issue, but thankfully no delay here. Northbound on the 427, that's backed up from north of Rexdale to the 407. There's construction northbound 427 approaching the 407, and the left lane is closed. Northbound Highway 50 at Major Mackenzie, the right lane closed for roadwork, a heavy backup from Rutherford. 407 ETR is helping communities and hospitals with a $5.2 million donation to United Way and GTHA hospitals. Learn more at 407etr.com. And now with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
High pressure in charge, lots of sunshine today. The guaranteed high 22 degrees, the average high about 23. For tonight, clear and 14, and then sunny, hot, humid tomorrow. 29 will feel like 36 for Tuesday. For today, the guaranteed high 22.
Right now downtown, 20 degrees, plenty of sunshine, summer conditions at Pearson Airport. 680 News Time 113. Now the Scotia High Trade Market Minute, live from the Business Center. Here's Chris McCusker.
Well, Cam, we've already seen a record on the NASDAQ today. We saw that Friday as well, and it's right now up by 36 points. The S&P is up by 14. The Dow is higher for a 6th day. It's up 259. And the TSX higher for a 2nd day. It's up by 53 to 15,907. About 70 or so points off its high for the day. Gold is up by $19, $17.01. Oil is down $1.13, $38.43 a barrel. And the Canadian dollar up by 1/5 of a cent, 74.71 cents U.S. At the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker.
Direct invest with Scotia iTrade. Get started in 3 easy steps and begin your investing journey from home today. Learn more at ScotiaITrade.com.
Every Toyota is built to keep you and your family safe. And every Toyota is sold in a way that keeps you and our staff safe. Our showrooms and service departments are open and sanitized regularly. We're following physical distancing guidelines and offer remote or contactless service. And right now, you can lease a 2020 Corolla L for $61 weekly for 60 months at 2.69% APR. So if you're in the market for a Toyota, contact your local dealer or visit shoptoyota.ca. We're ready when you are.
We all love well-groomed lawns, but did you know they're harmful to pollinators? By naturalizing our grass-covered landscapes, we can help declining bee and butterfly populations recover. So invite life back into our yards. Make gardens beautiful and beneficial by adding native plants. Encourage your municipality to do the same, mowing less and adding native vegetation to roadsides, power corridors, and other rights-of-way. Join the Canadian Wildlife Federation in saying, grow it, don't mow it. Together, we can be part of positive change for pollinators. Learn more at helpthepollinators.ca.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
20 degrees, plenty of sunshine. Good afternoon from the 680 News Broadcast Center in downtown Toronto. I'm Cam Dorrit.
And I'm Irene Precklett. Here at the top stories this hour.
234 cases of COVID-19 being reported by the province today. A significant drop.
That's how long it would take me to get to the storm back.
Testing, but also fewer hospital visits. We're hearing more about stage 2 of the reopening
there's
plan.
no over 30% fucking fee. How do you get a German name?
Any second now. Protests against police brutality and anti-black racism continue.
One base in Germany, the other one.
Minneapolis City Council voting to dismantle the police. Here in Toronto, 2 city councillors are now calling to defund the Toronto police by 10%. And coming up,
that is 10%. 10% is money, right?
New Zealand's Prime Minister says the country is free of COVID-19. 680 News Time, 1:15. So now for 680 Sports and from Sportsnet 590, The Fan, here's Andrew Nye.
Cam, Major League Baseball has made another proposal to the players. This time they've offered 75% prorated salaries over a 76-game season and playoff pool money. However, the MLBPA considers it a step backwards because only 50% of the salaries are guaranteed. They feel the owners are just reworking the numbers to end up at the same place. NHL teams can now begin limited workouts with small groups at their team facilities today, marking the start of Phase 2 of the Return to Play plan. The Maple Leafs expected to open soon, if not today. A group of 7 active and retired pro hockey players have created a new coalition, the Hockey Diversity Alliance. Former NHLer Akeem Aliu and current Sharks forward Evander Kane are the co-leads of the group. Their goal is to eradicate racism and intolerance in hockey and within society. This is independent of the NHL, but the group hopes to work with the league to create positive change. The NBA has reinstated Charlotte Hornets guard Malik Monk, who was suspended in February for violating the league's anti-drug program. And filmmakers Bobby Mason and Charles Officer in conversation with Ron McLean tonight at 7 on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and Sportsnet YouTube and Facebook. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
Oh, wow. For years, they say these companies should all have all the different accounts. It's a fan. All year long, they're going to say, all the companies are prepared.
Having a responsible plan. It means taking the best scientific advice and working together with our partners. It means recognizing that the situation is different in different parts of Ontario. It means moving cautiously but decisively. And most importantly, it means doing everything necessary to keep people safe as we reopen. And today, we're taking the next step. It starts this Friday, June the 12th at 12:01 a.m. with increasing the limits on social gatherings from 5 to 10 people. I know that staying apart from our friends and loved ones has been one of the hardest parts of the last few months. And hopefully today's announcement will bring some relief. I also know that for so many of us, the restrictions around places of worship can be extremely hard. During these uncertain times, our faith has never been more important. That's why I've asked that places of worship across the province be able to reopen as of June the 12th at 12:01 a.m. at 30% building capacity. These are important steps to getting life back to normal. But we also need to get people back to work. We need to get the economy going, and to do this as quickly as possible. We're moving forward with a regional approach, and we're moving forward with an approach that lets us make decisions for specific parts of Ontario based on what's happening on the ground. Based on the advice of the Chief Medical Officer of Health, our command table, and our local public health experts. Most regions in Ontario will be allowed to proceed to stage 2 this Friday, June the 12th. We will continue to keep a close eye on regions that will not open this Friday, and we need just a little more time. We will continue talking to local officials who are playing a critical role in determining what areas can open, and I am confident that the rest of the province will get to stage 2 very, very soon. And the good news is stage 2 will allow people to resume many parts of their daily life. Wedding venues and religious places of worship will be able to host wedding ceremonies with a 10-person limit. Drive-in and drive-through venues for theaters, concerts, animal attractions, and art installations. Beauty salons, hairdressers, barbershops, day spas, and other personal care services, with the exception of facial services. Indoor shopping malls, with the food courts restricted to takeout. Restaurants and bars will be allowed to open their patios. Summer day camps will be able to open as well. More camping at Ontario parks and private campgrounds, as well as beach access. Libraries, community centers, museums, and galleries with physical distancing and capacity limits. Tour and guide services, including bike, walking, and bus tours. Recreational amenities, including splash pads, wading pools, and swimming pools. And training for outdoor team sports. And tomorrow, we'll release our plan to reopen childcare to support parents returning to work. And for the regions that must wait a little longer, I ask you please remain patient. We will get there soon.
But what about castles,
We're making progress. It's a sign we're on the right track. And for many small business owners, today's announcement is good news because our small businesses are struggling right now. And for them, making rent is top of mind. That's why we worked to get $900 million to help businesses with commercial rent relief. And as I was clear with commercial landlords, you have to be fair and help out everyone. But we still heard about some landlords who just didn't get the message. Well, I'm here for the little guy. That's why I've ordered legislation to ban commercial evictions for those who qualify for the commercial rent relief program. The ban would take effect for evictions on or after June the 3rd and last until August 31st. Our small business owners are the backbone of our communities. And now, more than ever, we all need to support them. So please,
creditors aren't required to take partial payments. You try to give them 25%, and they don't take your money either.
We all need to support others right now.
I would say you don't even need to offer the 25%
stronger than ever before. Thank you, and God bless the people of Ontario. I'll pass it over to Minister Elliott.
Now, this is different. It's a hugely different situation. Not required to take it on, but they're not even applying.
Because of the considerable and ongoing efforts of all Ontarians to stop the spread of COVID-19, many regions of the province have met the criteria to move to the next stage of reopening, including an improvement in public health trends as testing has been significantly scaled up, as well as maintaining hospital capacity to respond to any spikes in cases or outbreaks. As we know, different regions of Ontario have experienced COVID-19 differently. In response, we are taking a regional approach that recognizes that in many areas of the province, it is safe to ease restrictions and reopen more businesses. Indeed, in some areas, there have been fewer or no new cases of this virus in recent days and weeks. That is why most of the province's 34 public health units will transition to stage 2 this Friday. However, where we haven't seen our public health criteria met, and in consultation with local medical officers of health, certain public health units will remain in the first stage. That includes those that make up the Golden Horseshoe: Durham, York, Toronto, Peel, Halton, Hamilton, and Niagara, as well as border regions, Windsor, Essex, and Lambton, as we continue to keep a close eye on essential travelers. Haldeman Norfolk will also remain in stage 1 until we are confident that the impacts of an outbreak are contained and don't extend into the broader community.
Hold on. What up here?
I recognize the desire for more communities to move forward, for more families to get back to work. That is why our government will make more resources available to support the extensive efforts already underway to stop the spread of COVID-19. In doing so, we will ensure that every region of Ontario continues to gradually reopen. As we continue to monitor local trends, every Monday the province will provide a progress report on the public health units remaining in the first stage. If public health indicators improve at a local level, regions will be given a green light to enter stage 2 that following Friday. This includes lower rates of transmission in local communities, increased capacity in hospitals, and continued progress in testing. Our gradual regional approach will help ensure we build on our successes as a province while ensuring we continue to protect the health and safety of all Ontarians. Thank you. And now to you, Minister Todd.
No, where are we going now? Do we have to hear all these idiots?
Thank you very much, Minister Elliott, and good afternoon.
No, idiots. Oh.
Stage 2 of the second phase is another stop on the journey set out in a framework to reopen our province. The roadmap we outlined on April the 27th to safely get the people of Ontario back to work. The journey isn't over. In fact, as restrictions are lifted, personal responsibility will be more important than ever to avoid a step backwards. But we have every reason to be confident and to trust each other. Since the essential business list was announced in March, people and employers have demonstrated incredible patience and leadership by following the public health advice and guidance
recognizing that there's
necessary to
nothing
keep each
here
other safe.
economics.
This has continued since we entered stage 1 of the second phase and has made me confident that we're on the right course. No plan is perfect, but this is new terrain for all of us, and we're in it together.
It's not a new terrain for us.
You have trusted your government to do what is necessary to contain this global pandemic. But the trust is a two-way street. We trust you to continue acting responsibly, look out for each other, and do your part to stop the spread. This has saved lives, and keeping it up will get more people back to work sooner. Stage 2 of the second phase means we'll be able to dine safely on the patio of our favorite restaurant or go to the shopping mall. Since announcing a framework to reopen our province, Ontario's Jobs and Recovery Committee has been working with the health and scientific experts to reopen the province as soon as it's safe to do so. Our regional approach to stage 2 is going to safely get more people back to work as soon as possible. We've been talking to business and labor leaders, nonprofits, municipalities, and members of cultural and faith communities to understand their unique needs. We are grateful for their input. It has informed every step we've taken on our reopening plan. And we are grateful for people's patience. I know that anxiety remains, and these unprecedented times can be confusing. The people of Ontario have every reason to be confident as we step into stage 2 of the second phase. The health and long-term well-being of our province will continue to guide every decision we make and every step in our plan. The people of Ontario acted responsibly throughout the global pandemic. I'm confident that will continue in stage 2 and beyond. Our collective health and the economic recovery depends on it. And now I'll hand it over to Minister Fedeli.
Good afternoon to the business leaders and service providers who have shouldered the responsibility of reopening their business responsibly to protect both employees and customers. Thank you. Our government will continue to be there for you as we have with targeted tax relief, WSIB payment deferrals, and more affordable electricity bills. Through the Ontario Together portal and the Ontario Together Fund, we've mobilized our manufacturing innovation might to develop made in Ontario solutions to ensure we're prepared now
and in the future. We provided workplace safety guidelines to protect workers and customers. Through the Workplace PPE Supplier Directory, businesses can find over 400 companies that are offering items such as face shields, sanitizer, plexiglass guards, and more of what they need to reopen safely. This continued Ontario spirit will be vital as we move towards a safe Stage 2 reopening. We have a solid foundation on which to build our future, a thoughtful, responsible approach that will ensure Ontario emerges stronger than ever and remains the economic engine of Canada. Thank you, and now I'll pass it over to Minister McNaught.
Thank you, Minister Fidelli. Good afternoon, everyone. As workplaces across Ontario begin to open, we want everyone in the province to know there is a wealth of resources available to them. This includes safety guidelines. It also includes graphics and explainers. It includes posters, videos, and tip sheets. These resources will give you the tools you need to stay safe at work and keep your customers and clients safe as well. You can find them at ontario.ca/COVID safety. This page has gotten 560,000 page views since it was launched. There are 105 guidance documents currently posted there. By week's end, every workplace allowed to reopen in the province will be covered. Businesses know that our government is committed to working with you, because we know that we can only be successful when all of us, business, labor, and government, work together. Before I go, I'd like to acknowledge all of the everyday heroes who got us through the past
what
several
about
months.
citizens and
Those on the front lines keeping food on the shelves and important services available. Thank you to all
there were
of
no
you.
people in that
We earn the
state,
gratitude and respect of our entire province. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the phone line for questions. First question. First question comes from Rob Ferguson from the Toronto Star. Please go ahead.
I actually had a business.
Hey, hi, Premier. Wanted to
How'd you get in
check if there are going to be any travel restrictions in the province in areas where things are open, like could people go to Brantford or London to get a haircut? I asked this last week, and you have been concerned previously about people, violating the spirit of these guidelines.
Well, before I pass it over to Minister McNaught on that, I've heard from a lot of cottage country mayors that are saying, come up north. And before I said bring your own supplies, now they're saying, come and shop in the local stores. But that's one example, and I guess more people are going to be heading up there July 1st. But I'll pass it over to the minister.
Well, thank you, Rob, for that question. Look, my role in this as Minister of Labour, Training and Skills Development is to ensure that workers are safe. And what we've done as a ministry is provided over 105 guidelines to businesses across the province, to organizations, to places of worship, to ensure that workers are safe and their customers are safe who are traveling to those businesses. Furthermore, we've also enhanced health and safety inspections across the province. We now have about 500 inspectors communicating health and safety guidelines to businesses in Brantford and London and all across the province. I'm proud to say that during the COVID-19 outbreak, we've done nearly 10,000 workplace investigations, issued 5,500 orders to ensure that workplaces improve their conditions for workers, and we've shut down 22 job sites, so those job sites and workplaces can improve. But we'll continue to monitor the situation and ensure that health and safety of every worker and customer is protected in Ontario.
Okay, thanks for that. So no travel restrictions. Next question is the document on page 2 also says no concerts or major sports for the foreseeable future. Good. So what does that portend for the CFL? What does that portend for Major League Baseball if it wants to come back.
Tell them to pay back the money they stole from the Skydome.
Well, we're going to have to sit down and work with the MLB and CFL. We've been in conversations, as I've mentioned before, Rob, with the NHL on being the list when they're going to restart the NHL on August the 1st. But there's discussions that we need to have with the other two. So once we have those, I'll come out and tell you
minimum wage.
How those went.
That would be voluntary.
Next question.
Minimum wage.
Next question comes from Allison Jones from the Canadian Press. Please go ahead.
Hi, Allison.
Hi, Premier. First, just to follow up on Rob's first question, I just want to be clear about what the advice is to Ontarians about leaving their region. Are you telling people from the GTHA that they can, say, go to Prince Edward County for a wine tour or go camping up north?
Yeah, that's fine. We opened up the camping grounds.
Rob Porter said, no, PEI is a different province.
And private campgrounds, so they can travel. But I'm, when it comes to haircuts, I'm hanging in here right to the last minute until people within the approved, until we change over to stage 2, I should say, in Toronto, GTA, and some other regions. Unfortunately, the hair salons and barbers won't be able to stay open. And I just want to explain
that guy
this real
I need you right now.
Our health table, our chief medical officer, doesn't make these decisions by himself. He consults with the regions, the chief medical officers in the regions, and through consultation with the local chief medical officers, that's what determines who stays open and who has to stay closed just for a little bit longer.
Yes, and I wanted to also ask about the concept of 2 household bubbles. I know it's something you and the health minister have talked a little bit about in the past, and even though the province is moving to restrictions on gatherings from 5 to 10, it still says your contact of getting within 2 meters of somebody else should be limited to people within your direct household. So is the concept of family and household bubbling not coming even for those regions covered in stage 2?
Yeah, well, I'll pass this over to the Minister of Health.
Well, the increase in numbers from 5 to 10 really will include social distancing or physical distancing as well. But we have talked about the concept of bubbling, putting people together without being concerned with physical distancing. It's something that we're still discussing, but not something that Dr. Williams feels that we are ready to do in Ontario just yet. But that is something that we're looking at the best way to do it and the appropriate time in which to do it. But for now, there is the increase from 5 to 10 people with physical distancing.
Next question. Next question comes from Travis Danraj from Global News.
Hey, Travis.
Hey, that's very good stuff again. So I guess, the big question is, what about Toronto, and when could we see restrictions eased on Toronto? I know that there's some reporting out there that's saying you're looking at a target date of the 19th. Can you confirm that? And what factors are going to go into the decision for Toronto, Windsor, and general kind of area?
Yeah, so our chief medical officer is in contact with all other chief medical officers, including the one in Toronto. I'm in close contact. I had a good conversation with Mayor Tory. We don't make a move in any region without the full consent of the local chief medical officer and most times the local mayor. So Travis, we would be able to answer that probably a little better in the next few days. And that'll probably be a good question for Mayor Tory to answer and the Chief Medical Officer of Toronto to answer.
So, you were against this regional reopening plan for months, and now that is what is happening. Do you think you could have moved to open some of these areas sooner and done a better job of protecting the economy earlier had you been open and more flexible to this approach as some regional leaders were encouraging?
Well, not really. That was a little too early. If I look back in hindsight, I think we made the right move. And then, as I always say, if you look at smaller provinces or smaller states, a geographical area, we wouldn't make this move. But when we have a province larger than Texas and California, it really, we have to differentiate between large urban centers and rural areas.
It's real close to the same size as South Africa.
In the North Bay or up in Kenora or other regions, very rural areas, which we didn't see many cases at all. It just we realized that this isn't fair to punish people in rural areas because of big urban centers.
Because of the dirty city
dwellers. So we're going to take this approach. We're going to see how it works out with a lot of consultation with local chief medical officers. And that's what we're going to continue doing, being collaborative with local mayors and chief medical officers. And if everyone agrees, then they go to stage 2, the ones that have
electric lights
closed.
and telephones.
Next question.
Mark my words, it's lights and telephones.
Please go ahead.
The downfall.
Good afternoon, Premier. Aside from what Minister Fideli has outlined about WSIB and electricity rates, is there any other financial assistance coming or available to help these regional businesses in these areas reopen and be competitive?
Well, I'm going to pass it over to Minister Fideli.
See, that's good. Hold on. Well, these places don't have many employees,
I think right from the beginning, when you saw the first thing that our government did was put $17 billion into a package, $3.3 billion into health, and $3.7 billion into families and jobs, and a further $10 billion was available. About $6 billion was in deferrals that are still coming, WSIB deferrals, tax deferrals, employee health tax deferrals. There are quite a menu right now of programs that are available for the business community. You heard also today about the rent assistance that the Premier announced.
The commercial rent assistance program of Ontario, the crap on, or the crap mood, if you will.
We make sure that there are no gaps.
Not to be confused with Justin Trudeau's Canadian emergency crap
for the taxpayer. Now, Minister Phillips is heading up the Jobs and Recovery group right now, and we're looking at all of what will be required to complete the reopenings and get on with the recovery of the province of Ontario.
Follow-up? Thank you. Premier, or perhaps Minister Elliott, we've heard you say that you're allowing people to move freely across the province. But are you concerned that areas of cottage country in northern Ontario will see an even bigger influx of people from the GTA because more is now open? And so I guess that begs the question of what metrics will be used to measure success or failure that may see it.
I think you just got to. Well, I'll pass this over.
You got most of the question. You had the gist.
I don't know the end of the question there. I'll pass it over.
Well, we can say those out there, please. I just want to know myself now because some of the barriers have been lifted, but we're going to continue to use the same metrics that we always have to determine success, which is going to be a decrease in the overall number of cases. Today was a very good day, only 243 new cases, but remember we're at 400 and 500 only a few weeks ago. That is the smallest increase we've had yet, which is a very good sign. But we can't sit back and expect that every day. We're going to have to continue to follow it very closely. And we also need to take a look at our hospital capacity. If we see more cases of people with COVID-19 being admitted to our hospitals, especially into intensive care and on ventilators, that's not a good sign. So all of those things are issues and metrics that we're going to be taking into consideration to measure the success. If we're moving too fast, we may need to slow down a little bit. Or if things continue to look good, then we'll be able to move forward and hopefully move those areas they're not into, moving into phase 2 yet, into the next phase. So all of these things are important concerns that we are following very closely at the Health Command table. Next question. Next question comes from Randy Rath from Stage TV. Please go ahead.
Hi, Randy.
I did that. I'm wondering why the opening has taken place strictly on a regional basis. I'm asking particularly about the wine industry in Niagara.
You assholes asked for this.
Operate on giant estates. They could easily move their operations outside, have tastings outside, have sales outside. Isn't that something that should be taken into consideration? Should it be done more on
We're gonna drive up wine
business by
fields,
business as opposed to a region by region basis?
Well, that's a good question, Randy. You always give me good questions. But really, we have to look at the whole region, who's going into these wineries and who's going out, who's working there, who's visiting them.
How come we don't have, what kind of buses will take me out there for a wine
disagree,
tour?
but let me pass this over to the Minister of Finance. He's on the committee. He actually chairs the committee on what proposals we send to the health table.
Thanks, Premier, and thank you, Randy. So the regional focus is because, as the Premier said, we are obviously concerned about the health in various regions, and what the health table, in consultation with the local public health officials, looks to do is look at the cumulative effect of anything. So what the plan does allow, as I'm sure you know, is in stage 2, those kinds of outdoor activities for wineries and others would be possible. And what you may have seen, the Attorney General made an announcement earlier about making sure that the AGCO was working closely, so that whether it was the expansion of restaurant patios or even maybe the expansion into a parking lot, if that was possible, for a winery as well as for a bar or restaurant, was done more easily. But
I don't
the regional
think you
focus
understand.
Is the focus we need to manage, because the health table and the local public health officials have to look at the cumulative effect. Of course, we're all very hopeful that we'll be able to move those regions, including Niagara and others, to stage 2, but we'll do that when it's safe, and we'll do that based on that consensus from the central health table, our chief medical officer, and the local health officials.
No, but you have people all the way around the road and shit. You don't already.
Some industries, some businesses, like restaurants and patios, I think we'll just practice civil disobedience and start operating regardless of what the government says they should do.
I don't think that's going to go that way, Randy. We're here in this position because of the 14 million people in Ontario following the protocol, the chief medical officer, and their local chief medical officer, and the confidence in the world.
Don't ask
and
questions.
the people in our province, they're going to follow proper protocols as they have from day one. That's the only reason we're able to get here, because of the cooperation of the people and the businesses. And I'm so grateful, and I know our whole team's grateful. It makes things a lot easier when everyone's pulling in the same direction, and you're dealing with 444 municipalities, and with the collaboration and consultation. That's the way we're able to do this.
Next question.
It's like a Sesame Street bumper song about this. We all have to work together, so we don't all die together.
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. In terms of the businesses that are either in the regions that will open at the very end, or the businesses that are in stage 3 that will open at the very end, will there be any extra financial help for them?
So we're looking at financial help for everyone. We can't really just target on people on stage 3 versus stage 2. But if you don't mind, I'm going to hand it over to Minister of Finance.
Thanks, Cynthia. So as Minister Fedeli had mentioned, one of the things that we are doing with the Jobs and Recovery Committee is working very closely with all sectors. And of course, their input has been critical in terms of looking at how we can safely make the choices we made, and the great announcement today about the ability to move to stage 2. But we're also talking to them about the needs of those sectors. Obviously, some, because of the nature of the business, are more delayed in coming online, and we're making sure that they have, through Minister McNaughton, they have the information they need to prepare. But as the Premier mentioned, what we're trying to do is support all businesses, whether it's through the rent program, whether it's through the various other subsidy programs, whether it's through the work we're doing in partnership with the federal government. And we'll continue to do what's necessary. And as we look to the recovery, right now we're in the reopening phase. Remember, the first phase was a reaction to COVID, the reopening phase. And as we look to that recovery phase, we'll of course look to what's necessary to support businesses across the province.
Thank you, Minister. My follow-up is for the Premier. Premier Ford, you have been threatening commercial landlords for some time that not push you. Now you're coming down with the ban on commercial eviction.
Yes.
What was the tipping point for you? Because people have been calling for this for a long time. So what made you actually take this move? And do you have any numbers on how many evictions were taking place?
Well, you know, our first approach was let's work together. It's still my approach.
Right back in the places.
Please, the landlords and the tenants, if you can, work together. I've talked to a couple very large landlords over the weekend, and they said, Doug, you know, we have a better package, and you, well, God bless you. If you can support the little business owner, that's fantastic. This is really geared for the landlords that are coming down heavy on the little business, kind of the mom and pop shop, the smaller businesses
shit out somehow.
That they were going after. You could never understand that. We wanted to give them. It's been about a week and a half, close to 2 weeks, to see the uptick of the offer that we gave, and found out there was only 7,000 people that really took us up on the offer, and it was a very generous offer from ourselves and the federal government. And they you know, some people weren't playing ball. But again, I want to stress this. You know, not all landlords are bad. There's some really, really good landlords. They understand it's in their best interest to help these businesses get through these tough times until they can be good tenants for a number of years and grow their business. It's common sense. People aren't lining up. If one business goes under, there's not 10 people lining up to get into that building. It's just not happening. So, in the best interest of everyone,
well, everybody's got
just
a
support
different
them.
situation.
It's not a long period of time, and you're getting compensated. So I thought it was a great deal. But I'll always protect the little guy, these little businesses all the time. That's the backbone of our economy, the backbone of Ontario. True entrepreneurs getting out there and trying to put food on their table. And then these people struggle at the best of times, not to mention through this pandemic.
Next question. Next question comes from Brian Lilly from the Toronto Sun. Please go ahead.
Hi, Brian.
Oh, it's great.
Hi, Premier. You just mentioned the people trying to work hard to put food on their table, and following up on Randy's question, what's to say that they wouldn't or shouldn't just start ignoring emergency messages? We saw over the weekend protests throughout the province, massive protests in Toronto over 2 days. We've seen the Trinity Bellwoods Park before. We've seen weeks of protests outside Queen's Park with no enforcement. The Prime Minister even took part in a protest with no social distancing. Not everyone was
wearing masks. Listen, little dude, shut the fuck up before we come down and put festive. He can't say those things.
Gets fined for letting people eat on their patio. So
that's why I don't have apologies.
If there's not
enforcement, yeah, that'll last 1 week.
Why should business owners say, you know what, I'm going to keep listening to the Premier, to the province, and sacrifice my livelihood when others aren't?
Well, I understand the question, and for the most part, vast majority of the people are listening. And as for the protests, people are hurting. Certain communities are hurting.
These little cocksuckers don't have a spleen.
I understand the protests, and I understand a lot of them were social distancing, and some weren't. But they're in pain right now, and collectively as a province, we're all going to work together to fix that. As for the Prime Minister being out there, you're going to have to ask him that question. But I truly believe in the people of Ontario, and the people of Ontario have stuck with us. We're on the same team, and yes, there's been a few incidents, but the vast majority of the people across this province have been working well together with us. And as I always say, we're all in this together. So we'll get through it together too.
Well, I understand your comment that part for the province, certain communities are hurting. I understand that the reason for the protest, but throughout this, you've had how many thousands of people that have not been able to say goodbye to a loved one as they passed. Funerals, watching businesses and livelihoods fall apart. So I put it to you again: why, if the rules don't apply to everyone, should they apply to anyone?
Well, we put out the rules, and most people have focused on, self-isolation at the time when we needed it, social distancing. The vast majority of the people have listened, Brian, and I just want to continue down that road. We're very close to reopening the rest of the province to stage 2, just working with the chief medical officers and getting their input. But I understand what you're saying. I really do. but I think for the most part, everyone's doing a great job out there. Everyone's helping out, pitching in. So, but I understand where you're going on that.
Next question.
Next question comes from Mike Abeling from Acadia News. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Premier. Thanks a lot for taking our question.
Thank you.
Most camps in the Dryden and Kenora area, tourist camps, they really rely on U.S. customers. Most of our clients, 90 to 98%, come from the States. I know you have no control over the border, but what supports are in place or being looked at to help operators to say they may go out of business tomorrow?
Yeah, well, first of all, let's address the border. I know the Fed's renewed until June the 21st. This date's coming very, very soon. My biggest concern is, again, this is a federal decision, that if they decide to open it up, we got to pick up big time at the borders on screening and assessing people when they come across, and making sure that we're able to track these folks. Once they come here, they self-isolate for 2 weeks. It's absolutely critical we tighten up the borders, and that's no criticism to the federal government, but borders were pretty well wide open during a part of this pandemic. So we're going to work closely with them, and if we need to assist them on everything from testing to more people at the border screening, so be it. We'll pitch in. We'll help any way we can on that aspect.
down on
as
the border.
For your question, it'd be great.
Stop the police officers.
Represents a tremendous amount of people. Vic Fideli, he understands the needs of a lot of these fishing camps and hunting camps. So, Victor, do you have a...
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Premier. Mike, Minister Greg Rickford in the Kenora Rainy River area continue to fight very hard for his constituents and his stakeholders in making sure that the case for opening the hunting and fishing lodges and the camps, as we call them up home, opened in a timely manner. So, in Sault Ste. Marie, it was Minister Ross Romano, and throughout all of southeastern and southwestern Ontario, the MPPs and the ministers presented a great case on why the hunting and fishing lodges should be open when they were more than a week ago. And now, of course, the announcement today that in the areas, primarily the areas you're talking about, stage 2 will open, so we'll see camping and we'll see many, many more outdoor activities.
Follow-up?
Would compensation for tourist outfitters be something that can be considered? Again, some of these business owners, camp owners, are saying they might not have a business at the end of the summer.
Well, everything's on the table, and I know Minister of Tourism, Lisa MacLeod, is just, shouting and screaming every day at the table saying, hey, I need more, I need to help these people, I get it. But what I really encourage people throughout the province is, we're used to maybe taking a trip down south, across the border in the summer. Why don't we look at our province? Why don't we travel around? Why don't we go to because I know a lot of my pals they love fishing. So why don't we go up north and rent one of these cabins? And I'll tell you, until you've traveled Ontario, it's such a beautiful, beautiful province. And I'm first to admit, before I was Premier, I covered a lot of Ontario, but nothing compared to when I traveled on the election and going way up in Kenora and just beautiful places. And by the way, so many friends in the Indigenous community up there saying they're going to bring me fishing. I can't wait. I'm going to take you up on that offer. And so let's support our own.
Yeah, we don't need no license, Dougie.
Let's buy local. Let's buy Ontario.
No, not because you're with us.
That's what we need to do. Start supporting each other. There's 14.5 million people. We're an economic powerhouse. Let's stick together. And we'll get the economy going. But go up to the local fishing lodge, go camping, support our local people. We'll get through this.
This will be the last question.
Last question comes from Sneh Dougal from Queen's Park Briefing. Please go ahead.
How you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Hi, thank you.
Good. Thanks for taking our questions. I know a lot of the focus today is on stage 2. But I wanted to ask you about the final report on the national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls that was released a year ago. When you met with Chief Perry Belgrade at the time, you called the findings the reported national shame and promised to do more.
It's a huge number
I've
two.
spoken with an Indigenous chief with Anishinaabe Nation recently who said he doesn't think your government has done full justice to addressing this report. I'm just wondering, how would you respond to that, and what progress do you think your government has made during the past year to address this report?
Well, it's all about, first of all, understanding communities and relating to their concerns and feeling the pain that they've gone through. And if you ask, first of all, the regional chief, Archibald, which is an incredible leader and is doing incredible work, and all the other chiefs that I've met, we've built up an incredibly strong relationship right across this province. And I give all the credit to Minister Greg Rickford. Greg Rickford was a nurse and lived with First Nations communities for 7 to 8 years. As I've talked to a lot of chiefs, it's like part of their family. He was in there helping these communities when they needed help most, and no one was listening to him. And as far as I'm concerned, he's the best minister for Indigenous affairs. So we're going to continue working with him and supporting him every which way we can. We have a phenomenal relationship with First Nations, and I appreciate their support and the great work that they do on a daily basis.
Hey, can you tell your tobacco inspectors we're not breaking the goddamn law?
Thank you.
You'll shoot it, I swear to God. I'm not playing. That's the RCMP. We'll fuck you up. You're going to get into a chase down the road with me. Watch how far that gets.
The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People into law. British Columbia took that step last year, and the NDP has introduced such a bill here at Queen's Park on that. It's been sitting in committee for more than a year now. I'm wondering if you see this bill as a step towards reconciliation, and will you commit today to getting this bill
You see the inside of the trunk, sure.
Well, there's never one step to
You see the inside of the trunk.
And you've been listening to Premier Doug Ford, who has announced Ontario will move to Stage 2 of reopening this Friday, but it won't be province-wide. Stage 2 is regional. The GTHA, including Toronto, York, Peel, and Durham, as well as border regions, will stay in Stage 1. Among the changes for those moving to Stage 2, hair salons will be allowed to reopen, as well as malls. As of this Friday, increasing the limits of social gatherings from 5 to 10. Places of worship can reopen at 30% capacity. Ford says he hopes the GTHA will be in Stage 2 shortly. 680 News Time 201.
Talking about the traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Carrie Prunskis.
This report is brought to you by Mr. Lube. Heading westbound on the 401, we had some earlier problems at Victoria Park and the Express, so it's still a little bit busy westbound 401 as you head through Kennedy, but in the collectors, and then jammed into Mississauga, westbound 401 from the 410 in the collectors to approaching Mississauga Road. That's where we also had an earlier problem. Northbound on the 427, approaching the 407, the left lane is closed. It's because of construction, so it's jammed on the northbound 427.
Pas pourquoi ça prend tellement de temps pour construire une nouvelle école secondaire. Ça me dépasse.
Pour l'avocat Ronald Casa, ce genre de délai contribue directement à l'assimilation des francophones dans un milieu majoritairement anglophone.
Stretch, so use Lakeshore or Highway 2 to avoid that backup. Eastbound 407, the ramp to Bronte is shut down for construction, and the southbound Bronte ramp to the eastbound 407, that's closed off as well. Last we heard from traffic spotters, northbound on Highway 50 at Major Mackenzie, the right lane was blocked for construction, causing a heavy delay from Rutherford. Also, a problem to watch out for, it's a minor issue, but northbound on the Red Hill Valley Parkway ramp to the Prairie-bound QEW, that ramp is partially blocked because of a collision. Drive into Mr. Lube, sit back and relax with their stay in your car services. From oil changes to tires, no appointment needed. Mr. Lube, proudly Canadian since 1976. And now with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
The average high about 23 degrees. We'll be close to that today. The guaranteed high 22. Lots of sunshine for tonight. Clear and 14. For today, the guaranteed high 22.
Right now, downtown and at Pearson, sunny skies and 20 degrees. 680 News Time 203.
We begin with breaking news from the Ford government. Restaurants, barbershops, nail salons, all set to reopen.
I knew you were going to do that.
Like we were just listening. A regional plan to reopen the economy. 680's Caitlin Lee joins us live with the latest. Yes, Irene, a staged regional reopening in store for Ontario, grouped by public health units. The first list will be able to begin at stage 2 this Friday, June 12th. But Doug Ford says a list that includes the entire GTA will have to wait until a yet-to-be-determined later date.
We will continue to keep a close eye on regions that will not open this Friday, and we need just a little more time.
These services able to welcome back customers include hair services, beauty salons, hair removal services, day spas, and tattoo studios. There will be
but they don't do like what I need.
No, where that can't be followed. Workers need to wear face coverings and gloves at all times. And good news for those craving a beer on the patio, restaurants and bars can resume business in outdoor areas only. Water parks remain closed, but swimming pools will reopen with some strict guidelines in place. And while Toronto will have to wait for all of that, there is one thing that does apply to us. As of Friday, June 12th, gatherings of 10 people are now allowed with physical distancing required for people not living in your household. And all places of worship will be able to open their doors with a 30% building occupancy in place and physical distancing. Health Minister Christine Elliott says they are watching things closely.
As we continue to monitor local trends, every Monday the province will provide a progress report on the public health units remaining in the first stage.
If trends change, a region could be greenlit to move into stage 2 by the following Friday after those updates. Reporting live, I'm Caitlin Lee.
680 News Time 2:05. Here, Doug Ford says he warned commercial landlords to stop evicting their tenants. And today, he announced a moratorium on the evictions effective from now through August 31st.
And as is clear with commercial landlords, you have to be fair and help out everyone. But we still heard about some landlords who just didn't get the message. Well, I'm here for the little guy. That's why I've ordered legislation to ban commercial evictions for those who qualify for the commercial rent relief program.
The Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses is applauding the move since it's been calling for a commercial eviction ban since the start of the pandemic.
You're listening to All News Radio 680 News. The COVID-19 outbreak at Participation House in Markham has officially been declared over. 6 residents of the group home for developmentally disabled adults died of the virus. At the height of the outbreak, 95% of the residents were infected. Markham Mayor Frank Scarpitti is calling on the province to include all supportive housing facilities like Participation House in its review of long-term care homes.
This is 680 News at 2:06. Protests against anti-Black racism and police brutality leading to action. In Minneapolis, the city council voted to dismantle the police force, and now in Toronto, 2 city councillors are calling to defund the Toronto police. 680's Roman Qureshi joins us live with more. Moment.
Those calls are coming from Josh Matlow and Kristen Wong-Tam Canada, the 2 councillors who will be bringing forward a motion to the next city council meeting on June 29th, calling for a 10% defunding of the Toronto police, wanting to see that money then taken and put into community supports that they say can help to try to resolve some of the issues built in by systemic racism against the Black community, as well as the Indigenous community and some communities of color. Now, Chief Mark Saunders was on the Roz and Mocha show this morning on Kiss 92.5, and he says that's something he's willing to talk about, but other things have to happen first.
When we talk about anti-Black racism, it's not just about policing, it's about the justice system. It's about housing. It's about education.
You're going to need the commercial registration program and the way it starts to
other aspects. And without those other mechanisms put in place, the absence of police or the reduction of police will not create community safety. In fact, it will deter from community safety.
Now, this comes as the Board of Health just voted unanimously to declare anti-Black racism as a crisis, a public health crisis here. We're expecting to hear from Mark Saunders in a live news conference coming up at 2:30. Reporting live, I'm Roman Qureshi.
A report commissioned by the province's education minister has found the Peel District School Board continues to struggle with systemic racism. Stephen Lecce asked for an expedited review of the PTSB to address concerns about anti-Black racism and systemic inequities in November. In April, Lecce commissioned an investigation to see if the school board had followed through on the directives from the report. The report determined systemic racism in the board is still an issue.
680 News Time, 2:08. The Prime Minister says he will push provinces and the RCMP to make sure police officers are equipped with body cameras. It comes amid anti-racism rallies right across Canada and the United States. 680 Parliament Hill reporter Cormac McSweeney reports.
We need to do much more. And we need to do it now.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says, in his opinion, all officers should be wearing body cameras, something he stressed in a call with the RCMP commissioner. Later this week, he plans to raise the issue with premiers
more of our money. They turn them up.
And provincial forces. But Trudeau notes there are a lot of details that need to be worked out before anything is official.
These are discussions we need to go forward on the logistics,
wow,
on the cost, on the cost of the provinces where there is contract policing in place. But the challenges that I've heard are more logistical and economic.
The Prime Minister says fixing centuries of racial injustice won't happen overnight, and there will be more measures to address inequality. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister also announcing a relaxation of border restrictions so that immediate family members of Canadian citizens and permanent residents will be allowed to enter the country. However, they'll have to follow the 2-week quarantine rule. The feds clarified this is not for weekend trips or for recreation. It's only to help unite families during this pandemic. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill.
South of the border, in a church not far from the neighborhood where George Floyd grew up, friends, family, and strangers paying their respects to the man who died in Minneapolis police custody 2 weeks ago today. ABC's Jim Ryan is outside that church in Houston, Texas.
First thing
before the visitation began, people were waiting to walk past George Floyd's casket. Victor Pratt came 250 miles from Dallas. Not as a curiosity seeker, but because he felt
he should have the mission to be here and show support. Because if it were me laying in that casket, I would want the same support.
Under COVID-19 restrictions, only a few people at a time are being allowed into the church during the visitation, and all of them are wearing masks. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Houston.
This
is 680 News.
Time now for the 680 News gas
price. You want to be like a rock concert.
No, that's not the not going anywhere at midnight, staying at 100.9 cents a liter at most GTA stations. Coming up, traffic and weather together on the ones.
680 News Time, 2:10. COVID-19 continues to be a serious health risk, so we have to continue to protect ourselves and others to limit the spread of the disease. That means wearing a non-medical mask or face covering in places like grocery stores and public transit, washing our hands often, and staying home if sick. That's how we'll help keep our loved ones safe. Let's protect each other. Learn more at canada.ca/coronavirus or 1-833-784-4397. A message from the Government of Canada. 680 News Time, 2:11.
Traffic and weather together on the roads. Here's Carrie Prunskis.
This report is brought to you by Roto-Rooter Emergency Services. Watch out for a crash on the northbound Red Hill Valley Parkway ramp to the Fort Erie bound QEW. Towards the end of that ramp, the 2 left lanes are blocked because of a collision, so drivers have to mostly use the right shoulder to get around this issue. No delays, though, as a result of that ramp problem. Eastbound on the 401, a little bit busy from Kipling to the 400 Express and Collectors, and then it's jammed heading into Port Hope. About a 3-kilometer stretch of delays eastbound 401 from the Port Hope en route to Wesleyville. That's where the 2 left lanes are closed. Some paving work going on there. So not sure how long those crews are going to be setting up that construction, but it is a slow drive getting into Port Hope on the eastbound 401. So use Highway 2 or even Lakeshore to get around those delays. Westbound 401 moving well across the city, but it's jammed into Mississauga from the 410 and the Collectors to west of Mavis. Then things improve. Northbound on the 427, approaching the 407, the left lane is closed for road work and heavy backup from just north of Rexdale up to the 407. If you're taking the northbound 400, it's moving well from the 401 up to the Barrie area. Northbound Highway 50, that's jammed from Rutherford to Major Mackenzie.
Yeah, we also have retarded trying to say where we're from. Hey, that's not our fault. It's
With Roto-Rooter's new contact-free service, there's no need to delay calling for help with your basement drain or water cleanup problem. Call 1-800-GET-ROTO or visit rotorooter.com. And now
we need to wear a mask. We all wear masks. No. You don't understand. It stinks in here.
Sunshine today, the guaranteed high 22 degrees, the average high about 23. For tonight, clear and 14, and then sunny.
You really started that just before I started going there? Really? You opened that up for me?
For Tuesday.
Really?
For today, the guaranteed high 22.
Right now, downtown and at Pearson, we've got 20 degrees with lots of sunshine. 680 News Time, 2:13.
And now the Scotia iTrade Market Minute live from the Business Center. Chris McCusker.
Well, Cam, it's still looking good on Bay and Wall Street, and the Dow continues to lead the way on a percentage basis. It's up by 313 points, a jump of 1.1%. The S&P is higher by 23, and the NASDAQ, which hit a record today, is up by 73, while the TSX is higher by 77, 15,930. A little off the high for the day by about 40 points or so. Right now, gold is higher by $20, $17.02. Oil is down $1.30, $38.27 a barrel. And the Canadian dollar up by 28 100, 74.79 cents US.
I don't want to see the church disappear and the strip club get fucking millions from the fucking
Direct
tax.
invest with Scotia iTrade. Get started in 3 easy steps and begin your investing journey from home today. Learn more at scotiaitrade.com.
After a night out with your friends, not having a plan for a safe ride home can have dire consequences. You could end up riding in a police car, an ambulance, or even a hearse. These unplanned choices for transportation are costly and do not take you home. I'm Chuck Cox with the Highway Safety Division of the Ontario Provincial Police, asking you to choose your ride and always have a plan for a safe ride home.
Visit arrivalive.org to find out more.
And thanks for driving sober.
If you tell me credit cards only, I'm going to be very
isn't easy. But hugging's easy. Loving's easy. And baby D-drops are easy too. Simply apply just one drop per baby feeds. There's no taste, so it doesn't interfere with feeding. Pediatricians recommend vitamin D daily for breastfed infants. Baby D-drops, the sunshine vitamin in just one drop.
There's no photos. Thank you. This is what I'm looking for at all. Big full site. What the fuck?
Plenty of sunshine. Good afternoon from the 680 News Broadcast Center in downtown Toronto. I'm Cam Dorfitz.
And I'm Irene Franklin. Here are the top stories this hour.
Barbershops, nail salons, restaurants, and bars can start to reopen in several regions across the province. But what about here in Toronto?
We need just a little more time.
Provincial health officials say if conditions continue to improve, the GTA could enter stage 2 by June 19th. The Prime Minister says more work needs to be done to fight systemic racism in our country, starting with police. Justin Trudeau is pushing premiers to enforce body cameras on more officers. And here, 2 city councillors are calling to defund the Toronto police force by 10%. And coming up after sports, some new satellite data shows COVID-19 may have hit China earlier than first reported. 680 News Time, 2:15. And time now for 680 Sports, and from Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Here's Alex Sixero.
I feel getting bad.
Hey guys, good afternoon. MLB has tabled a 76-game season to the players where they would make 50% of their prorated salaries, a number that would jump to 75% if the postseason is played. Now, the MLBPA reportedly considers this offer a step backwards, as they maintain they don't want to take further pay cuts. The offer also removes draft pick compensation for free agency, and the season would end no later than October 31st. About 2/3 of NHL teams heading to the 2014 tournament are expected to be at their team facilities this week. Phase 2 of the return to play plan is kicked off, where the Oilers and the Leafs are reportedly among the teams that will open its doors at some point today. Meantime, in an effort to eradicate racism in hockey, Evander Kane, Akeem Alou, Wayne Simmons, Matt Dumba, Trevor Daley, Chris Stewart, and Joel Ward have all formed the Hockey Diversity Alliance. They are an independent body, but have hopes of one day working with the NHL. And Xavier Gutierrez has been named president and CEO of the Arizona Coyotes, becoming the league's first Latino to hold both of those positions. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour, or anytime at sportsnet.ca.
Hold on, what did you mean by Latino, though?
This is 680 News.
Ontario, you're making a difference to keep people
Latino, there you go.
from COVID-19. And we all need to continue
Are you happy
as
a Latino? Yeah,
Get
sort of.
tested if you're worried you may have COVID-19 or have been exposed to the virus. Practice physical distancing. Stay 2 meters apart. Wear a face covering when physical distancing is a challenge, and continue to wash hands frequently, inside or out. Stay safe. Save lives. Learn more at ontario.ca/coronavirus. paid for by the Government of Ontario.
During the pandemic, obtaining authentic personal protective equipment can be a serious challenge. Protect yourself, your employees, and customers with PPE from SteriPro.ca. SteriPro.ca is proudly Canadian-owned and operated and offers masks, gloves, face shields, and more for you and your business needs. With stock available now, it's never been easier to protect your business. Order today, shipped today. Visit SteriPro.ca. That's STERI Pro.ca.
680 News Time 2:18. The city of Brampton is reopening all of its more than 500 parks as of Thursday. That includes leash-free dog parks, picnic shelters, and skate parks.
$100,000
The parks
fine.
will close at 10 every night. Also, all playgrounds, sports fields, outdoor swimming pools, splash pads, and washrooms are still closed. This is 680 News. The federal government is giving foreign nationals who have been separated from family in Canada during the COVID-19 pandemic a break. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says the government is bringing in a limited exemption to allow immediate family members of citizens or permanent residents to come to Canada.
I want to be clear, though. Anyone entering the country will be required to quarantine for 14 days. And if you don't follow these rules, you could face serious penalties.
It goes into effect at 11:59 tonight. The change does not include relatives of temporary residents, such as anyone on a work or student visa. The Canada-U.S. border has been closed to non-essential travel since March 31st and will remain closed until at least the 21st of this month. Satellite data suggests the novel coronavirus may have hit China earlier than the first thought.
Dramatic spikes in auto traffic around hospitals in Wuhan last fall suggest the novel coronavirus may have been present and spreading through central China before the outbreak was first reported to the World Health Organization.
Well, yeah, it has to before
satellite imagery and noticed the traffic pattern at a time that coincided with elevated internet searches for symptoms that would later become associated with the virus. The evidence is circumstantial.
Knows everything. Didn't I say that?
Said it's clear something was happening well before China first reported the virus.
It don't matter if somebody call. I don't want you going right now. No. But the computer will figure out later
borders are still closed to international travelers unless they receive special permission. Like director James Cameron, the American and his crew are now working on Avatar 2 inside the country.
What is this?
The first Avatar is the highest grossing film of all time, netting $2.8 billion at the box office back in 2009. Now Avatar 2 is expected to be released just in time for Christmas. No, not this one. 2021.
$250 million in U.S. currency. $250 million, $250 million, cash. 1 little cubic meter brick.
Well, we have a few delays on the major routes. If you're heading northbound on the 427, it's jammed solid from just north of Rexdale to the 407. Approaching the 407, that's where the left lane is closed for construction. Heading westbound on the 401, that's very slow into Mississauga from approaching Pure Ontario and the collectors to west of Mavis. Eastbound on the 401, just a minor delay from Kipling to the 400 express and collectors, but it's packed heading into Port Hope. Eastbound 401 is jammed from the Port Hope en route to Wesleyville. That's where the two left lanes are closed for paving work. So plan an alternate route. Looks like Highway 2 or Lakeshore are both moving along much better. Eastbound 407, the ramp to Bronte, that's shut down for construction, and the southbound Bronte ramp to the eastbound 407 is closed off as well. There's problem northbound on the Red Hill Valley Parkway ramp to the Fort Erie bound QEW. Looks like it's just about to clear. MTO crews are still in the left lane of that ramp towards the end of it. So again, this is northbound Red Hill Valley Parkway. It's the ramp to the Fort Erie bound QEW. Just watch out for that MTO vehicle in the left lane. That's the last of what's left of a crash. Northbound on Highway 50 at Major Mackenzie, the right lane is closed for construction. A heavy delay northbound Highway 50 from Rutherford up to Major Mac. Your next traffic report is at 2:31. Now with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
Comfortable today, and then it's back to the summer-like heat and humidity for Tuesday and Wednesday. Lots of sunshine today. The guaranteed
come
high,
on to me, all that you labor and are heavy laden,
14 and sunny, hot,
and I will give you rest.
29.
Take my yoke upon you, all that. And learn from me. I ain't got to learn from you. For I am meek and lowly in heart. When you are carrying that yoke, you shall find rest unto your souls.
Right now, downtown and at Pearson, sunny skies and 20 degrees.
For my yoke is
The province is
easy and my
starting to enter
burden is
stage
light.
2 of its reopening efforts.
What?
Not everywhere. The
You
GTA
carry.
left off the list for good behavior, meaning restaurants, bars, and barbershops will all stay closed for now. 680's Caitlin Lee has the details.
680 News Time 2:23.
As a homeowner, you have built up equity value in your home. With Capital Direct, equity equals flexibility for homeowners. Flexibility to finance your business.
As long as
Flexibility
everybody
to
else
renovate
for
your
at
home.
least as much
Or
money as you did,
flexibility to pay off other bills like credit
and
cards
as
or
high of an
property
interest rate as you
taxes.
did, you'll come out
If
ahead.
you've got something you would like to take care of, call Capital Direct today at 1-800-NEW-CAPITAL and see what's available for you. CapitalDirect.ca.
Heading to the cottage while being safe. It'll be different this year. All right, got the masks and hand sanitizer?
Check.
Our own groceries and supplies?
Check.
What about gloves?
Check.
680 News, cottage country traffic?
Duh. Don't we always?
Starting Friday, before leaving or returning from the cottage, check 680 News, cottage country traffic on the 9s. We're here for you, before, during, and after. This is 680 News.
I can tell Mark's getting ready for his press conference because my leg ulcers
Just
are going
into
on.
680 News, Toronto Police Chief Mark Saunders is stepping down. City News reports Saunders' decision is effective July 31st. He has a news conference scheduled for 2:30 this afternoon. Stay with 680 News for more on this developing story. Again, Toronto Police Chief Mark Saunders is stepping down. This is 680 News at 2:24. Sports leagues around the world are trying to make their venues look full in the absence of any fans in attendance.
Of course, for the sports that are back, no fans in the building yet. Some teams are thinking outside the box to improve the visual aesthetic. The German Bundesliga has tried cardboard cutouts of real people. Baseball in South Korea tried something else. Stuffed
Is he
animals.
going to be applying for the serve?
It's adorable. Toy stuffies all over the stands, and it actually looks better on TV than fake people. Lots of teddy bears. SpongeBob clearly has great tickets. Anything to make the place look full until fans come back. If they keep it going, here's what you do play-by-play.
35,000. This is Toronto.
I'm Simon Bennett.
GTA Mississauga.
Coming up in
How did
60
we get the
seconds,
deal?
a
You
winning
don't know
day
what
on
the fuck
Bay
I
and Wall
am.
Street. Chris McCusker has that and more in the
This
680
car
News
happens
Business
to be in
Report.
Toronto.
680 News Time, 2:25.
Home has never been more
I
important.
can walk
and
to
now
where the car
you
is.
rely
I can
on
push
home
it back.
appliances
It's
more than ever. That's why, just like you,
wasn't a
Appliance
big heavy
Canada is
fucking
soldiering
real
on.
drive.
They've adjusted their services, so all their expertise and products are still available online, by email, or by phone. Right now, you need your appliances to
What
be
is a
dependable, and the
KN95
professionals
Max?
supplying them even more so. That's why
What's the
Appliance
difference between an
Canada is doing
N95
what
and a
they can to keep
KN95? Let
home
me see this.
feeling like home. With free delivery in the
Is that like a
GTA,
KNN?
get
Are you trying
started
to
at
trick people?
ApplianceCanada.com.
Oh,
Appliance Canada,
dear.
for your home,
News.
for your life.
First, your disability insurance denies your long-term disability claim, and then your employer threatens to fire you if you don't return to work. Sound familiar? My name is Aaron Waxman, and if your disability insured denies your disability claim for any reason, or if your employer threatens to fire you because you're too sick to work, call me at 416-661-4878. And don't worry about upfront legal fees, because there are none. At my law firm, we only get paid when you get paid. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 416-661-4878, or on your cell phone at pound LTD.
680 News Time, 2:26. And
By
time now for the
Tangney
680 Business Report. Live in the
KN95,
Business Center, Chris McCusker.
self-priming
Well, Cam,
milk.
we've got a winning session on both sides of the border. And the
Executive
NASDAQ
standard.
hit
What the fuck
a
is this
record. We saw this on Friday as well. Right now, it's up by 76 points. The S&P is higher by 24, and the Dow is higher by 303, potentially a sixth straight winning day. Now, at the same time, with everything going on, it would seem to many there might be a disconnect between Main Street and Wall Street. Carl Shimada is Chief Market Strategist at Cambridge Global Payments.
There's very, very few stocks that are driving the bulk of the rally, right? Your big tech companies are way ahead of the rest. U.S. Stock indices are way ahead of the rest. And so ultimately what's happening here is sort of a collective bet on a very small number of companies and businesses coming out of this crisis really intact, and if anything, kind of growing more rapidly than they did before. So it's not so much a disconnect between Main Street and Wall Street, but a disconnect between Wall Street and the tech sector in particular.
Now, there are reports today that AstraZeneca approached Gilead Sciences last month about a merger, and if it happens, it would be the largest merger in healthcare history, with a combined value of nearly $140 billion. Shares in Gilead Sciences right now up by 0.8%. 77.37 a share. The TSX higher by 69, 15,923. It's still looking at a year-to-date loss of close to 7%. It is worth noting that a couple of stocks have been doing kind of most of the heavy lifting on Bay Street this year, with shares in Shopify. The best performer on Bay Street today up by about 90% year-to-date, while Ballard Power Systems, this is a hydrogen fuel cell company, is in second spot, looking at a year-to-date gain of 77%. The price for gold right now by $21, $17.03. Oil is down $1.53 to $38.02, and the Canadian dollar by 27/100, 74.78 US. I'm Chris McCusker. This is 680 News.
I'm cardiologist Dr. Sharon Rambahar on behalf of Heart and Stroke. During the pandemic, people with heart conditions or stroke are suffering at home, too afraid to seek help, risking irreversible harm and causing complications not seen for decades. Hospitals have taken extra precautions to treat patients safely. Call 911 if you or someone you know is experiencing signs of heart attack, stroke, or cardiac arrest. Do not let COVID-19 destroy our lives. Learn more at
We're in cars for sale.
General Manager at Volvo of Toronto invites you to make this summer the summer of Volvo. Great news. Volvo of Toronto is waiving the first 3 payments when you lease select in-stock 2020 models, including the XC90, the perfect blend of beauty, performance, and technology. Or save an additional $1,000 when you finance or pay cash. And remember, Volvo of Toronto is here for you with exceptional service even in difficult times. Visit Volvo of Toronto, downtown, Ontario front, or volvooftoronto.com.
Taking a look at your short-term forecast. Today, high of 22, mainly sunny and a clear sky as well. It drops to a low near 14. At the double tones, it's 2:30.
Is he not doing his press conference? Is he stepping down? That's it? Motherfucker, I was sitting here waiting to hear what bullshit you were going to say.
Here are Sarah Barrett and Steve Roberts. Good afternoon. It's Monday, June 8th.
And good afternoon.
I smoked that joint, so I'm going to smoke that real joint. You talk bullshit. I can feel you coming because my leg all starts you stepping out.
We'll be able to get haircuts and drink
the
a beer
fuck?
on
That was
the
so
patio
close.
Friday. But we'll have to wait.
Question: if my region of Ontario does not reopen Friday as part of stage 2,
you can't go
what
shopping.
keeps me from simply traveling to a region that does? Answer:
nothing, stupid.
Nothing at all.
And the province is cracking down on commercial landlords by moving to ban
welcome to fucking Canada, Stu. It's been this way for fucking like hundreds of years. It's always been this way. I don't know what you people talk about. You're gonna need papers and a border check and a sniffer search for the dog. And, all that
season where players would not get 100% of their prorated salaries.
If you get sick, then way the fuck up when you shouldn't be fucking opening up.
Sports at 45.
Or whatever the fuck
No
the case
stopping
is.
the rally for stocks. More gains today.
You
Taking
will,
the
'cause you're
TSX up
stupid.
66, the Dow gaining 300.
All the people that
the
fucking
Nasdaq
argue with
at
me
a
are
record
dead, eh?
business at 56.
680 News
Treat me like it's my fault that
It's
the
time for
government
traffic
did
and
exactly what they told everybody they're going to do,
Here's
because all I
Carrie
did was
Prunskis.
tell them what was
This
coming.
report is brought to you by Canadian Blood Services.
Oh, you're a big piece of
Northbound
shit goof, eh?
427
You're in the
approaching the
hospital. You didn't get out of
407.
the
The left
hospital.
lane is closed for construction. It's
I
jammed
see.
solid northbound 427 from Rexdale to north of Finch. At that point, things
So
improve.
the body truck's taking
Northbound on the
people out
Don
of
Valley
here.
Parkway getting busy with volume, filling in
They're
from
not
Don
getting
Mills up
doctors,
to
they're going
York
straight
Mills.
funeral.
A slow drive on the westbound 401, heavy approaching here Ontario and the collectors to approaching Mississauga Road. And on the eastbound 401, expect delays approaching Kipling to the 400 express and collectors. If you're heading into the Port Hope area, eastbound 401, jammed. And happening now, let's go live to Toronto Police Headquarters, where Police Chief Mark Saunders is about to make an announcement.
He's stepping down, we know.
Here is serving what I believe to be the greatest law enforcement agency
You're
in
not
the world.
talking no more, right?
I've watched this organization
It's
from
not
start to
turning
finish
police officers.
grow, learn, listen, and serve the greatest, fourth largest city in the North American continent and the most diverse city in the world.
I've
also made some of the best partnerships and friendships while in office of the chief. Therefore, it is not with a heavy heart that effective July 31st of this year, I will relinquish my seat as chief of police of the Toronto Police Service. I want to thank the members of the Toronto Police Service Board, past and present, for working with me and giving me the opportunity to serve as chief. I want to thank my fantastic command. These executive officers are the best in the world, and I'm yet to see as diverse as this command has been right across the world, and I'm so proud of working with you and having the opportunity. I want to thank my wife and family for standing beside me each and every day of these 5 years plus. I couldn't have done it without you. And I want to thank the citizens and communities of Toronto for the partnerships you've created for us in keeping Toronto safe. You're responsible for solving most of the cases that were presented in this city. You're responsible for working us through the good, the bad, the
10% of gun homicides go to
You're the ones that came to the table to keep us in check.
Oh, makes the homicide statistics look different, don't it?
I also want to thank the media.
Yeah, not that many, but they
There's
don't
a
get
double-edged sword
prosecuted.
to this relationship, but no one ever can deny the power when put for the good that saved a whole lot of lives and prevented harm to many by delivering important, informative messages. And last but not least, I want to thank every member of the Toronto Police Service family. Many are called, but few are chosen to become a member of this organization. This is the big show. This is the last dance when it comes to policing in Canada. There is no denying it. We haven't been perfect, but we've always tried to move towards excellence. My advice is to never stop, always listen, and serve with compassion. Throughout my tenure as chief, my first appearance to every new recruit that joins this organization, I tell them,
I wouldn't fucking accept you as a slave, as a fucking bitch, bro, because you're too fucking
this is
small and
necessary
weak
if we're
and
going to
white-minded,
fully
bro.
grasp public value in today's policing environment. I've lived in the city as long as I've served it.
You're the type to
I've
need
never
a
switched
medium
jerseys.
rare
I've
back,
always
too,
remained
right?
Toronto. Loyalty is demanded, and it's necessary to serve the city. I've always given it 100%, and it's time to say thank you, Toronto. Thank you for your support. Thank you for continuing to work with us. But the utmost importance, I want to say thank you for giving us time, giving us those buffer moments whenever you thought that our actions were questionable.
So,
Again,
what happens now? All the court
transparency of
cases
the
get
fabric
put
of
off,
public trust.
Police are...
Public trust is a fabric that creates community safety. As this organization continues to move forward, I want to reassure you that we recognize that above all else, the Toronto Police Service will continue to do everything it can to ensure that public trust is at the forefront of every word and every deed.
Well, I tell you, I've assaulted a few civilians that don't argue with me, and nothing happens.
And a full-time husband that's not an exhausted byproduct that walks through the door at the end of the day.
Yeah.
In
All the
closing,
business owners and neighbors
thank
around
you,
here,
Toronto,
and
for working with
community
me during
members
my tenure
don't
as a
seem to give a fuck for your
chief of
police
police
officers. Doc. They ain't been around here
for the Toronto
ever
Police Service.
in months.
It's something I'll cherish forever.
Some of your informants called.
Thank you, Chief.
When they're
Our first
assaulting
question
people,
is from Austin Delaney with CTV. Austin, please go ahead.
Chief, congratulations on a career. I was wondering why now?
Yeah, you know, I had a feeling that was going to be the first question, Austin. And, you know, there are a lot of different ways of going about it. So as chief, it's the expiry date is when you retire, when your contract is up, or it's when you finish a project or mission. Or it takes when we've got COVID-19. There's no way that I was going to leave this organization unless I knew that I was satisfied that the men and women of this organization were in a safe spot, and we're there now for that. As
they got AR-15s in the car,
Saunders,
or did they take those away?
I can pick any time.
You take them away? They didn't take them away. Where'd they go?
In my 37 plus years, I've never had an August off. And this is going to be the first time that I'll have an August off with my family, and not sure what to do with it yet.
You'll be dead by
but I'm looking forward to it. And
you're so stupid.
You know,
there's no way you'll survive.
After this weekend,
you'll be something stupid. You'll try to do something around the house,
talking
like
about,
Carlin's.
Let's go for another 5 years. What do we need to do? And I had to put it to stop. I had to say, look, I knew that I was going to do the year. I wanted one major project, and by all accounts, I think we might have an opportunity to fulfill that. And I'll tell you, I'll be the happiest chief in the world if that does happen in July. But there are a whole host of reasons, and at the end of the day, it's a whole bunch of things, but it's going to be good to be dad.
Chief, as a supplementary question,
I know the Chief's already
during your
won,
tenure as chief, your health was an issue at one
one.
point. On the weekend, I heard you say the medication was making you shake a bit. Is your health an issue in this decision?
No, not at all. I'm as healthy a beast I ever will be. My wife's got a kidney inside me right now that's probably working better than any of the kidneys that I've ever had. So when I say retired, it doesn't mean that I'm done.
I'm not going to judge her.
I've got a lot to give. There are things I want to do for the city of Toronto for free. I think I come with a lot of knowledge that can help in keeping the city safe. But you know what? I'm a free agent now, and
are you going to go play CFL? Because the American guys can't seem to get across. This time it's not about their
we have a church and state rule, and having me in a church too long just might not work well. So I'll be a free agent, and hopefully, I get to work somewhere in the city.
What?
And what kind of work are you looking at, Chief?
Oh, I want to be a politician, Austin. No. Listen, the stuff that
I was totally prepared to say it.
Is that'll be near and dear to me. Working in homicide for the years that I've worked in, and having the opportunity
where
to
the
see
fucking solve rate drops to 10%, you fucking idiot.
Listen, I see a lot of young black boys getting killed by young black boys.
How do you know that when 9 out of 10 ain't getting fucking done?
And
how do you know some niggas is white or Chinese or so? Hey, fucking chin niggas fucking want to take shots at me. I'm black too. What the fuck? What black boys taking shots at me?
And do the right thing to make sure that we get it right.
You hear this shit?
There's hope from what has occurred over
they're
the
half-breed.
past
They're
history,
not
and there's opportunity.
Nobody likes
and I'm
Chinese
hoping
don't like
the good people step up to the plate. I think it's time for words to be done. It's time to move to action, and I'll be doing that.
Thank you.
Thanks, I'm gonna get my black boys. We're not catching nobody, but we know it's black boys. How the fuck do you know that?
Thank you so much, Chief, for taking my question.
Well, the kids put away say, no, we didn't do this, but they put me away because I'm black. And then this asshole says that. Oh, you must be telling the truth, these black boys. We're obviously not. There's 6 white guys behind him screaming at me. We're obviously not racist because he's black.
Yeah, I answered most of those.
You're holding these fucking
questions,
links,
Wendy. And the shock piece, listen, I'm still here for another 2 months. It's not like I'm
Did you get your KKK and Aryan Brotherhood membership cards in the mail, bro? They give them to you honorary, eh? You don't have to pay dues. No, because it's like the black-owned business.
I mean, with the shock value,
I guess. Watch the other. Because they love them barbecue wings.
Family is the most important thing to me right now, and I'm sorry if anyone is shocked in a bad way.
Redneck's got to try
this organization is a really strong organization. I see so many great things that are going to happen. I'm so glad that I had an opportunity to have the legacy footprint that the board allowed me to do. And when it comes to the city being safe, I am so happy with who we have as command officers right now, and I'm so happy with the men and women that serve this organization and the great things that they're doing.
Supposed to serve the public.
And you have been listening to Toronto Police Chief Mark Saunders, who said after 37 plus years of serving what he thinks is the greatest police service in the world, he's ready to step away. Saying effective July 31st, he is resigning as police chief. Although he did not fully specify why, he says there's a whole host of reasons. His health, though, not one of them. He says he's really just looking forward to being a full-time dad and a full-time husband. Saunders then thanked members of the Toronto Police Board, both past and present, while holding back tears. He also thanked the city and everyone in it for making his tenure as police chief the last 5 years so wonderful. Stay with 680 News for more on this story.
680 News time.
It's time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Carrie
racist fucking mayor.
This report is
Mayor
brought to you
doesn't know
by
if this guy's a
Mr.
fucking house nigger. Not because the mayor happens to be like, he's got a lot of cool black friends was. The real mayor, not the step mayor we got now because the real mayor died. You're only the mayor because the real mayor died. You might have won the election because they were pushing people out the fucking
eastbound on the 401, that's filling in from east of the 427 to the 400 Express and Collectors. And if you're heading into Port Hope, eastbound 401 is jammed solid from the Port Hope en route to Wesleyville.
I was running different
That's where the
bandanas.
two
The
left
cops
lanes are
stealing my
closed
change.
for paving, so that's about a 3-kilometer delay. Use Highway 2 or Lakeshore instead. And if you're heading southbound on the 404 Don Valley Parkway, that's filling in approaching Shepherd and the Collectors onto the 401 ramps. Looks good though on the southbound Don Valley Parkway, and no problems on the westbound Gardner. Westbound on the QEW, just a minor delay as you head past Winston Churchill. The left lane is closed for construction. And northbound on the 427, approaching the 407, the left lane closed there for road work. And still going northbound 427, approaching Finch up to the 407. On City Street, 10 o'clock from a traffic spotter at St. Clair and Deer Park Crescent.
Waited out. At least try to
west of
some
Young.
of the time.
Traffic lights are out, but police are there directing traffic. And last we heard from traffic spotters north of the city, northbound on Highway 50 at Major Mackenzie, the right lane was still closed for construction, and traffic was jammed solid from Rutherford. Drive into Mr. Lube, sit back and relax with their stay in your car services. From oil changes to tires, no appointment needed. Mr. Lube, proudly Canadian since 1976. And now with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
Pretty pleasant conditions today, lots of sunshine, comfortable, guaranteed high 22 degrees for tonight, clear and 14 and then sunny, hot, humid tomorrow. Tuesday's high 29 will feel like 36. For today, the guaranteed high 22.
Right now in downtown Toronto, we got plenty of sunshine and 20 degrees. It's also sunny and 20 at Pearson. 60 news time 2:43.
Now the Scotia Market Minute live from the Business Center. Good afternoon, Richard Southern.
Sarah, good afternoon to you, to Steve, to everyone. We got another winning afternoon for stocks. How resilient are these markets proving to be? The TSX is up 74 points, 15,930. So there's the TSX trying to make a run at 16K. The Dow is up 324 points to 27,435. S&P 500 picking up 0.8%. The NASDAQ, just trading at a record high, no biggie, up 75 points. Gold rockets up to $1,740 the ounce, and the Canadian dollar up to 74.78 cents US. This is 680 News.
Direct invest with Scotia iTrade. Get started in 3 easy steps and begin your investing journey from home today. Learn more at ScotiaITrade.com.
Hi, I'm Laura Pedone, Quality Control Manager at Monte Carlo Lens. At Monte Carlo Lens, we know it's not business as usual. In these unprecedented times, we are here for you, keeping you in office away from home, or just a comfortable night's sleep. We are taking additional measures to ensure your health and safety. By doing so,
Can you tell me how many fingers all your workers have? There's no offense. Anybody working in a meat factory, I want you all have 10 or more fingers.
For more information.
But not less.
The world. Wear a mask.
Well, how do we verify an audit if you didn't lose it in the damn plant?
Thank you for doing your part to protect yourself and
Discrimination
those
is legal in
around you by
Ontario.
wearing a face mask or face shield.
You cannot meet the requirements of the fucking health audit that there is no human meat in that.
And a commercial convenience pack that
How many
includes
fucking
masks,
indigenous people
hand
you got fucking
sanitizer, and face shields. Both value priced. Visit our website at canadamaskssupply.ca for all the details and to buy directly.
This is All News Radio.
All that money, see, I'm Dutch, and I know what happens to money.
Downtown Toronto,
Collect it all up, get all fucking paranoid, put it in the bank, and then die. And the bank just keeps it forever.
And I'm Steve Roberts. Here are the top stories on this Monday afternoon.
Well, as we're live here on 680 News, Toronto's police chief has announced he is stepping down. His retirement is effective July 31st.
They kill everybody off my reservation. They get to keep that reservation.
But health is not one of them.
You don't have a
He
claim,
says
so
he's
what
just
up?
really looking forward to being a full-time dad and a full-time husband. And the Ford government
I'll pay your
announcing
wages
today
years,
a
bro.
regional
Fuck off.
approach for stage 2
gonna back
of
off you,
reopening
too.
the province, which
I
begins
will hurt
this
your people.
Friday.
Watch. Which ones are your people?
Time now
Oh,
for
he's gonna
680
say, well, black
Sports
people,
from
you're not black,
Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
You're
Here's
dark-skinned,
Alex
you're
Cicero.
Well, the players are
That's one of
holding
the capital
firm on
B,
wanting
but you're not.
100% of their prorated salaries, which was something they did not see in MLB's
I got the
latest
ears,
offer.
but you got the skin
It came
color.
this
I'm
morning
fucking
where in a
up. Like I said, I said
76-game
my-
season,
I
players
said
would
my
earn
grandfather.
75% of their
How does he
prorated
come out so
cash if the
small looking?
postseason is played.
Smart
If
enough
not,
to
the
speak
number
with a
drops
fucking
down
white
to
boy
50.
accent.
According to
Only
Josh
job
Gordon,
interviews if you
16
fucking
teams
get
would
over
make the
the phone.
playoffs, 8 in each league, and based on seeding, a best of 3 3 series would be played in the opening round. The league wants to hear back from the union
The white guys
by
love
Wednesday.
hiring. It's called, look, we hired a black guy. We met our quota that we don't
the
officially
NHL's
have.
protocol as teams can reopen
He does
facilities for
everything we tell
small
him to.
voluntary
Yes, he
on-ice
does.
sessions.
Very
The
well
Maple Leafs
behaved
and the
color
Oilers
code.
are expected to open their doors today. Calgary Flames on Wednesday or Thursday. Meanwhile, the group consists of 7 active and retired players. The Hockey Diversity Alliance has been formed with hopes of eradicating racism and intolerance in the game. The group is led by Akima Lou, Evander Kane, Joel Ward, Chris Stewart, Matt Dumba, Trevor Daly,
I bet I'd get further kidnapping
and
John
6
Tory and
fall
Justin
national
Trudeau.
championships, including the Vanier
You know,
Cup,
what
have been
happened here is a
canceled by
slave,
U Sports because of the ongoing COVID-19 virus, along with football, soccer, cross-country running, and women's field hockey and rugby have been affected. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
10%. Every 10 people that get shot to death.
I know you're next, but I'm
Sorry, every 10 cases, because there could be multiple people shot to death. They could be shot by multiple people.
Everybody could use a little help, like
One person gets sent to court. I don't know how many different victims.
Don't you know, I fell in
Not all
love with
of
a
them.
beauty. See, look up OntarioCars.ca to find sellers you can trust.
They don't like to give us all those. I like to look at the numbers that way. They don't want to give us those numbers. Oh, it's skyrocketed up to 30. Yeah, because you arrested a bunch of people that didn't do shit. I know. You sent them to court. Great.
All the
That's
BT
useless.
antics you love. Maybe it's 102. Breakfast Television, weekday mornings, only on City TV and breakfasttelevision.ca.
I've been on bail for like almost a year.
This is your trusted source for local news.
If I killed somebody with a gun.
Reporters are out on the street where news happens. Get up
Like,
to
this
date on
is-
everything you need to stay safe and
This is their
informed.
this is their version of this is good policing.
And citynews.ca. If you've got conference calls,
I want to go
scheduled
into
between
custody to get
lunch,
healthcare.
teaching and working out, we get it. We can't help with everything, but we can make sure your family is protected.
Well, at this point,
RBC
why not? It makes
Insurance
sense.
is
It's
here to help
totally
you get it.
cellular,
Book an
isolated. They
insurance
can put me in
check-in at
segregation. I won't spread my COVID or B19 to anybody. Be a good spot for me. It's better than the hospital.
Breaking news when it happens on 680 News.
Then they just move 150 fucking assholes on the ground. Bunch of sex
Breaking news
offenders
from the
and shit with
province, the
COVID.
Ford government
No, it's
announcing
kinda
today
I
that
hope they
restaurants,
die.
malls, and hair
That's a
salons
shitty
will be
way to
allowed
die.
to
It's
reopen
a
this
bad fucking
Friday,
disease.
but not in every region, including the GTA. It comes as the province sees a major drop in the number of new coronavirus cases today.
And 680's Caitlin Lee has now more on stage 2 of reopening, which also includes larger social gatherings. Caitlin.
And Steve Dunford says many regions of Ontario will be able to roll out stage 2 as of Friday, June 12th, including the opening of beauty parlors, day spas, and tattoo services with strict PPE guidelines in place.
And the good news is, stage 2
They don't
will
already
allow
have it.
people to resume many
Oh,
parts
okay.
of their
I'll
daily
take the
life.
tattoo shops. My bad.
Wedding venues and religious
They even
places of
have
worship
salons. They
will
get
be able to host
inspected.
wedding
You have no idea.
ceremonies with a 10-person limit.
Restaurants and bars will
I've never seen a
also be
hair salon
able to
many people
serve
do.
on the patio only as they lift
Snip the black,
fees to allow these
barber shop,
establishments to
yes,
expand outdoor
yes,
eating
yes.
areas. But Toronto and the GTA are on a list of regions that will have to wait. Health Minister Christine Elliott explains case numbers of COVID-19 are just too high.
As we know, different regions of Ontario have experienced COVID-19 differently. In response, we are taking a regional approach that recognizes that in many areas of the province, it is safe to ease restrictions and reopen more businesses. Indeed, in some areas, there have been fewer or no new cases of this virus in recent days and weeks.
However, as of Friday, gatherings of 10 people will now be allowed province-wide, keeping in mind physical distancing for those who don't live in your household. The health minister explains there will be updates every Monday as to how the problem-spot regions are doing, and if trends improve, we could move into stage 2 by the following Friday. Reporting live, I'm Caitlin Lee.
The City News Time, 2:51.
Time for traffic and weather together all at once. Here's Carrie Pruskus. This report is brought to you by Roto-Rooter Emergency Services. Heading eastbound on the 401, it's busy from east of the 427 to the 400 express sand collectors. Beyond that, though, we're moving well across the remainder of the GTA. But if you're heading into Port Hope, a heads up, eastbound 401 is jammed solid. From the Port Hope en route to Wesleyville, that's where the 2 left lanes are closed. Well, for some paving work, not sure how long it's going to be in place for.
But just be prepared for those delays. Make sure that you plan an alternate Highway 2 or less. Lakeshore is moving along at a much better pace. Again, that's eastbound 401 jammed heading into Port Hope. Westbound on the 401, that's busy approaching here, Ontario, and the collectors to west of Mavis. Other than that, delay, we're doing pretty well. Northbound on the Don Valley Parkway, that continues to fill in from about Baby Bloor up to York Mills. Looks okay onto the northbound 404. Northbound 427, just got word from the MTO. The construction approaching the 407 has wrapped up. It looks like delays have quickly eased off on the northbound 427, so it's in good shape. Westbound on the QEW, just a minor delay through Winston Churchill. That's where the left lane is closed for construction. And it also looks like the construction is all done northbound on Highway 50 at Major Mackenzie. Those delays have eased. With Roto-Rooter's new contact-free service, there's no need to delay calling for help with your basement drain or water cleanup problem. Call 1-800-GET-ROTO or visit rotorooter.com. And now with the extended forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
Comfortable temperatures for us today and then quite muggy for Tuesday and Wednesday. Lots of sunshine today, the guaranteed high 22 degrees. For tonight, clear and 14. And then up to 29 tomorrow, feeling like 36, sunny, hot, humid, and very tropical for Wednesday as well. Humid near 39 with the possibility of scattered showers and thunderstorms with the remnants of tropical disturbance Cristobal. Watch that for Wednesday. For today, the guaranteed high, 22.
And right now in downtown Toronto,
I love my
same conditions at Pearson. This extended forecast is brought to you by Walmart.
Now at Walmart, save $2 on a large seedless watermelon.
And your reward will be great, and you will be children of the Most High. And you have to be high, because He is kind to the ungrateful and wicked. I thought the ungrateful and wicked were supposed to go to hell. You have to do good for the most, what it says here, Most High.
We'll also get you more details on stage 2 of Ontario's reopening.
680 News Time, 2:53. The Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation knows that all Canadians have been affected by COVID-19.
It says group 638. I don't know.
That's why Kids Help Phone is there, offering young people free, non-judgmental 24/7 support by phone, chat, and text. The need for Kids Help Phone is greater than ever. Please visit kidshelpphone.ca and make a donation so they can be there for our kids. A message from the Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation, proud supporters of Kids Help Phone.
Is that what it's like you're going to just lend them shit?
680 News Time, 2:54. With many U.S. states reopening over the past few days, there are reports that more and more people are taking to the sky to travel.
Well, numbers are nowhere near where they were last year. The TSA is reporting a sharp increase in travelers over the weekend. Among those who went through TSA airport checkpoints in the U.S., numbers were up 25% from last Sunday and up 65% from Memorial Day. Yesterday, the TSA screening over 441,000 passengers. That's the highest number since late March. Alex Stone, EBC News.
The Premier has been telling commercial landlords for weeks to give their tenants a break on rent or his government would get involved.
The more I tell them, the second I'm dying, the more they try to get in my face and demand
It would take effect for evictions on or after June the 3rd. And last until August 31st. Our small business owners are the backbone of our communities. And now, more than ever, we all need to support them.
Well, the opposition New Democrats say, unfortunately, it's already too late for many businesses. Coming up in 60 seconds, we'll get the business report with Richard Southern.
680 News Time, 2:55. The government says your workplace must be properly sanitized before your employees return to work. But how can you be sure your workplace passes the test? Call the professionals who can. Canway Cleaning's disinfection services are proven to kill all viruses, including COVID-19.
Yeah, well, how?
Commercial spaces and offices. Call Canway, the most effective way to properly sanitize your workplace. Buy one disinfection service and receive another free. Go to canwaycleaning.com.
Oh, sugar. Sonoma Beach. That's Bolshevik. Trying to do Google AdWords yourself can be bad for business and frustrating. Pretty soon you're not using AdWords. You're using bad words. Your mother would want you to use Search Kings instead.
He's not as bad as these Christians.
Google
I'll go to God for
Search
Jesus
Kings
for
as a
you.
Google
He'll go to God for me.
And to Canada. Want a do-it-yourself job? Fix the fence. You want to stand out where your customers are online? Switch to Search Kings.
680 News Time, 2:56.
Now the 680 News Business Report brought to you by Baby D Drops. Here's Richard Southern.
Hey, Sarah, very good afternoon to you, boy. Remember those dizzying COVID-related stock market sell-offs in late March and early April?
No, I remember you telling us it's all about COVID.
And memory now.
All the investors are thinking of COVID.
With yet more gains. In fact, the NASDAQ index hit an all-time high
like it wasn't real at that point.
Despite the civil unrest in the United States, despite the trade battles between the U.S. and China, and despite the COVID-19 economic fallout, investors have gone on an absolute buying spree the last 2 months, and that's continuing here today. We have the Dow Jones Industrial Average right now moving up 323 points, down to 27,434, and it's down only 3.8% on the year. The S&P doing even better. The S&P 500 is up another 0.8%.
We're actually doing
only
anything money.
a third of 1% for the year. So the S&P close to going positive for the year. And the NASDAQ and
all the airline does is
certainly the best performers here. NASDAQ's up another 81 points today, up an astounding 10.25% so far in the year 2020.
Every flight is overbooked. Because the hotel's booking every fucking room every fucking day.
By the bubble for oil the other month. But the TSX today is moving higher. It is up 74 points at 15,930. It's down now just 5.25% for the year. The TSX actually positive when you look at it on a 12-month basis. It's up 1.3% over the past 12 calendar months. And we're seeing now some of the stocks that were the hardest hit in March coming back the fastest. Carnival Cruise Lines up another 13.2% today. Norwegian Cruise Lines up 14%. Those are two stocks that have really come a long way back. Airline stocks are flying high as well. Air Canada gained another 10.6% this afternoon.
Airline stocks are
$22.45. And along the same vein, Boeing, the largest airplane maker,
black people won't get on a Boeing once they know they won't know which one's the 737. It's a Boeing, they won't get on it. Why?
Boeing's on a big 1 week surge.
Well, Boeing's are the only ones that have that stupid autopilot thing, so I don't know how else to explain it.
So it's been quite something. Again, a lot of green numbers here. Price for gold above $1,700 the ounce, and the Canadian dollar is strengthening too. It's up to 74.81 cents US. Tons of big news. Some regional reopenings.
The pilot tries to pull the stick up, the plane will point down.
The top stories are next on 680 News.
A little kid could tell you this bad.
Being a new mom isn't easy. But hugging's easy.
If the pilot tries to pull the stick up, the plane will go down. And they didn't tell the pilots about it. And there's no way to turn it off, and there's no indicator to say it's on or off, or working or not working.
So it doesn't interfere with feeding. Pediatricians
they patched it 3 times, and it still does not work. They patched the software 3 times.
Sunshine vitamin in just 1 drop.
Your phone is your sanctuary. Hot weather means your air conditioner needs to work. If you need repairs or replacements, Reliance Home Comfort answers your call 24/7. We're taking every precaution to keep you safe. We're ready to help with deferred payments and no interest for 18 months on featured air conditioners. And as always, you can count on our next day installation guarantee. When you need air conditioner help now.
You're encouraging people to hurt themselves. They're risky behavior.
Interest accrues from end of deferral period. Conditions apply. See website for details.
Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for Coy Brothers. This Father's Day, get down a Lawn Boy lawnmower like the Lawn Boy 17730.
On sale for $329.
Lawn Boy at Coy Brothers.
KOOYBROS.com.
Then your reward will be great. Yeah, that's what I want. My face and name.
19 in Hamilton, downtown Toronto, sunny and 20. This is CFTR 680 News. It's 3 o'clock.
Number 1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News, Toronto.
Here are Steve Roberts and Sarah Parrott.
Good afternoon. This is Monday, the 8th of June.
Good afternoon. Here's what's making news this hour.
Toronto's police chief, Mark Saunders, says he will call it quits July 31st. The city's top cop, though, says health is not an issue.
His topic was racial tension, yet the speaker remained calm and collected.
A list of other regions, including the GTA, with the most COVID-19 cases.
If you have anything to say about race, you're one of those hot-blooded Negroes. It's so crazy it has to be put under control.
What keeps me from simply traveling to a region that does?
No, there's videos of these white people with their kids sit like a happy sunny day in the park.
In the wake of anti-black racism protests, two counselors are pushing to have the Toronto police budget defunded by 10% because of anti-black racism is declared a public health crisis. The MLBPA doesn't seem too thrilled with baseball's latest offer on the 2020 season, and the Leafs and the Oilers are set to open their doors today. Sports at 15.
Uber Eats releasing some info about how much we're tipping and where Toronto ranks on that front. Investors hungry for stocks. The Dow's up more than 300 points. Business at 26.
680 News Time, 3:01.
All right, now time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Checking that drive this afternoon. Here's Kerry Prunskis.
This report is brought to you by Area Rug Shop. Be careful on the westbound Gardner as you're approaching the Humber Bridge. Just got off the phone with the traffic spotter. On the left shoulder, there's a family of geese. I did give Toronto Transportation a very quick call here, westbound on the Gardner, approaching the Humber Bridge, just to let them know. So they are checking out the cameras right now. A little bit of a slowdown here, westbound Gardner, as you approach the Humber Bridge. Again, use extra caution. That family of geese reportedly on the left shoulder. Westbound on the 401. That's heading well across Toronto, but it's very slow heading into Mississauga, approaching here Ontario and the collectors.
Where's going? Toronto, it's Canada. These people go, oh, fuck, geese, stop.
427 to the 400.
Smash up like 10 cars. Oh, are the geese okay? It's a fucking river. It's a bridge over a river, eh?
En route to Wesleyville. That's where the two left lanes are closed for paving work. That's easily a 3-kilometer backup. So use the eastbound Highway 2 or eastbound Lakeshore instead. Northbound on the Don Valley Parkway, that's filling in quickly. Delays now from just north of Bloor up to York Mills. And MTO's
we're all going to
reporting a new
squeeze you on the same
problem
fucking corner.
409 at Kipling. The right lane is blocked because of a stalled transport truck. So watch out for that. Not seeing any delays along the westbound 409. Again, that problem is at Kipling. Westbound on the QEW, a bit busy as you head past Winston Churchill, just west of Winston Churchill. The left lane is closed for construction. It's amazing what a difference a beautiful rug from Area Rug Shop can make in your space. Discover something unique at Area Rug Shop's showrooms.
If you don't pay me, you can't take off.
AreaRugShop.ca.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
And now with the forecast, Natasha, the heat and humidity making a comeback this week.
Yeah, and pools are closed. Yay, that's awesome. That's great. We have no way to cool down. We are going to be in for some short-lived heat and humidity. By Wednesday especially, it's going to feel close to 40. Tonight is still comfortable down to 13 degrees, mainly clear skies, and it's another mainly sunny day tomorrow. We do have a high of 29, so it's warmer than today. The humidity is still in check, though. Just a slight humidex of around 33. Overnight tonight, down to low 13 degrees. It is now 20 degrees at Pearson.
680 News Time, 3:04.
Well, breaking news from Toronto Police, where the city's police chief announcing he is leaving the job at the end of July, 8 months before his contract is up.
In my 37 plus years, I've never had an August
if you let the doorknob hit on the way out, we're going to have to fucking
that I'll have an August off with my family, and not sure what to do with it.
Oh, he wants to be black.
I'm looking forward to it.
He's not a cop now, he's black now.
And at the end of the day, you know, to hold a bunch of things, but it's going to be good to be Dad.
And Chief Mark Saunders saying, though, that health is not an issue.
He had a kidney transplant in 2017, and his contract had been extended until April of next year. He's been chief since April of 2015 and has been with Toronto Police for his entire 37-year career.
Really?
We're also following some breaking news from the province today, where it's good news for most regions.
When he became a cop, my brother's mother was also a cop.
The province, though, announcing today that many more businesses will be allowed to reopen by the end of the week. As for our region, well, not so fast, says the Premier. Our Caitlin Lee joins us with more on what the province announced today. Caitlin.
It's the Friday to 12 gatherings of 10 people will be allowed up from the previous 5 province-wide. However, physical distancing from those not living in your household is still advised. You'll also be able to get a haircut or drink on a patio, as long as your local public health unit is on the green light list. And Health Minister Christine Elliott says the GTA is among the regions being left hanging for a while, and in consultation
the guy that looks exactly like me is not my brother.
Certain public health units will remain in the first stage. That includes those that make up the Golden Horseshoe: Durham, York,
even his aunt thought I was him.
Peel,
no, not him.
Halton, Hamilton, and Niagara, as well as border regions Windsor, Essex,
Punch them
and
up, see what happens to
Lambton.
you. Nothing. 'Cause they don't
Restaurants and
know.
bars will only be able to serve in outdoor areas, and day spas,
Kill 'em.
salons, and
Make my
tattoo
life
parlors
fucking
are
easy.
subject to strict PPE guidelines. The government says it is watching the COVID-19 case numbers and will be providing updates on trends every Monday to see if the hotspots have cooled and are ready to move into stage 2. You can see a full guide to stage 2 on our website at 680news.com. Reporting live, I'm Kate Lumley. So, with the province taking a regional approach to reopening in stage 2, it begs the question, what's stopping people in the GTHA from traveling to those newly opened areas? 680's Mark Douglas is following that for us and joins us live with the details. Mark.
Yeah, that's right, Sarah. Here's the essential question. If you're desperate for a meal on the patio, or you really want to get your hair done, but you live in Toronto and Golden Horseshoe, and your region is not reopening with stage 2 on Friday, well, can you just drive over to one that is reopening and spend your money there? And simply, yes, you can. Neither Premier Doug Ford nor any of his cabinet ministers today could give an answer to the question of simply going from one region that still has very high COVID-19 numbers to one with very, very low numbers. In fact, when it comes to tourism,
you're like 4-year-olds. You said, you said. Because
I know a lot of my pals are, they love fishing. So why don't we go up north and rent one of these cabins?
Now, the Premier says for himself, though, and his own need for a haircut that he's joked about before, he says he's going to hang in there and wait for the Toronto area to open. However, there will be some safeguards in place for those who are going to travel from one region to the other. Services like hair salons need to consider operating by appointment and recording everybody's name and contact information just in case there needs to be some contact tracing. And the same goes for other services like wedding chapels and house-sitting services. But while restaurants' patios do need to take reservations, the province is not actually suggesting that those restaurants hold on to your name and number just in case contact tracing is required. Reporting live, I'm Mark Douglas.
You're listening to Toronto's only all-news radio station. This is 680 News. The COVID-19 outbreak at Participation House in Markham has officially been declared over. 6 residents of the group home for developmentally disabled adults died of the virus. Now, at the height of the outbreak, though, 95% of the residents were infected. Markham Mayor Frank Scarpitti calling on the province now to include all supportive housing facilities like Participation House in its review of long-term care homes.
This is 680 News. Details will be announced later today on the slight loosening of the ban of non-essential travel across the U.S.-Canada border to allow some
international boundary.
The border's been closed to all but goods in certain categories of essential workers since March in an effort to prevent the spread of COVID-19. While Canadians always have a right to return from abroad, some families have been divided because of the citizenship status of some members.
Well, several city councillors are pushing forward a motion now to defund the Toronto police budget. There have been calls to defund police budgets in cities all over North America.
You can't speak logic to any death in May. I want to do this.
Roman Qureshi is on the story for us, joining us live now with more details. Roman.
Steve, the motion being brought forward by Councillor Josh Madlow, seconded by Councillor Kristen Wong-Tam, the council meeting happened at the end of this month, calling for a 10% defunding of the Toronto police budget. This is in the wake of all the anti-racism protests. Madlow telling me that he believes that there is a systemic issue of racism in Toronto police that disproportionately affects the Black community as well as the Indigenous community and some people of color. So he says they should take that 10% saving, which is closer to $120 million.
It's not all simple
community supports to help address the issue of systemic racism. Toronto Police Chief Mark Saunders says he's willing to have that conversation. But a lot of things have to happen first.
When we talk about anti-Black racism,
how'd you feel with cop? Well, because I know where everything bad is at.
It's about justice. It's about housing. It's about education. It's about health. It's about so many other aspects. And without those other mechanisms put in place, the absence of police or the reduction of police will not create community safety. In fact, it will deter from community safety.
Meantime, the Board of Health today unanimously declaring anti-Black racism a public health crisis. Reporting live, I'm Alman Qureshi.
Now the 680 News gas price update, and Pro predicts the price will not change at midnight. It's going to stay at $1.09 a liter.
Don't rock without it. Don't roll without it. American Express is proud to partner with Budweiser Stage at Home. The iconic waterfront music venue will be transported from downtown Toronto into the homes of Canadians from coast to coast. Don't miss the Bare Naked Ladies with special guest Walk Off the Earth this Saturday night. Tune in to City TV at 8 p.m. to watch. When it comes to creating moments you'll never forget, we've got your back with American Express experiences. American Express. Don't live life without it.
680 News Time, 3:11.
Time now for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Carrie Prunskis.
This report is brought to you by 407 ETR. Heading westbound on the 409, watch out for a problem at Kipling. In the right lane, there's a stalled transport truck. A tow is on the scene. No delays, though. The westbound 409 is moving well, so use extra caution as you head past Kipling. Westbound on the 401, that's getting busy from Islington and the Express to Dixon. Then a slow go approaching here, Ontario, and the collectors to west of Mavis. Eastbound on the 401, backed up from the 427 to the 400 Express and collectors. And it's jammed solid heading into Port Hope. Eastbound 401 at Wesley. The two left lanes are closed for paving, so that backup starts around the Port Hope en route, and it's jammed all the way through about a 3-kilometer stretch. So plan ahead. Looks like Highway 2 is moving along at a much better pace. Heading out of downtown, westbound on the Gardner, be careful as you're approaching the Humber Bridge. We had reports of a family of geese on the left shoulder. I did notify Toronto Transportation. Again, that's westbound on the Gardner, approaching the Humber Bridge. Westbound on the Lakeshore, that's busy from Colborne Lodge to Windermere. We have a lane block there for some water main work. And on the westbound QEW, just west of Winston Churchill, the left lane is closed for road work. Just a minor delay getting through that area. Northbound on the Don Valley Parkway, that's heavy from Bloor up to York Mills, but traffic is moving well up onto the northbound 404. 407 ETR is proud to be United Way's first corporate partner in Canada to make a multi-year investment, sending $4 million to help the GTHA recover from COVID-19.
Are you going to implement free sickle cell testing?
All right, Carrie, it's getting hot and humid here as we head towards the middle of the week. So enjoy this comfortableness that's out there tonight as we continue with the clear skies down to 13 degrees. Now, it's warmer tomorrow, but the humidity is still low. It's getting up to about 29 degrees, mainly sunny, and we'll have a lake breeze just a bit stronger than today. Now, Wednesday is the hottest, most muggiest day here of the week with a humidex of near 40. That's what it's going to feel like. We'll have mainly cloudy skies. We'll also have to watch for on and off thunderstorms. Now, the ones on Wednesday could approach severe limits in terms of the rain and the wind. So we'll be keeping a close eye on the potential severe storms on Wednesday. Overnight tonight, down to low of 13 degrees. It is currently 22 degrees up here. 680 News Time, 3:13.
All right, now time for the Scotia iTrade Market Minute. And for that, we check in at the Business Center with Richard Southern. Richard?
Steve, thank you for that. TSX looking good here. All the markets are investors just doing nothing but buying these days. The TSX is up 86 points here, 15,940. The Dow gains 306 points, 27,417. The S&P 500 up 3/4, up 1%. Just about back to break even for the year. The NASDAQ hitting an all-time high today.
John, did you tell him he better fucking quit while he's ahead?
10% on a year-to-date basis.
Canadian dollar up 74.81 US.
This is 680 News.
Direct invest with Scotia iTrade. Get started in 3 easy steps and begin your investing journey from home today. Learn more at scotiaitrade.com. During the pandemic, obtaining authentic personal protective equipment can be a serious challenge. Protect yourself, your employees, and customers with PPE from SteriPro.ca. SteriPro.ca is proudly Canadian-owned and operated and offers masks, gloves, face shields, and more for you and your business needs. With stock available now, it's never been easier to protect your business. Order today, shipped today. Visit SteriPro.ca. That's STER.
What the fuck is a KN95?
Ontario,
is that Korean?
So
when I say we should make ON95, I'm not sure. I'm not wrong.
And we all need to continue our efforts to protect each other. Get tested if you're worried you may have COVID-19 or have been exposed to the virus. Practice physical distancing. Stay 2 meters apart. Wear a face covering when physical distancing is a challenge. And continue to wash hands frequently, inside or out. Stay safe. Save lives.
Learn more at ontario.ca/coronavirus. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
Plenty of sunshine right now and 20 degrees in downtown Toronto. Good afternoon from the 680 News Broadcast Center. I'm Steve Roberts.
And I'm Sarah Paris. Here are the top stories this hour.
Breaking news from Toronto's top cop today. Ontario Chiefs Mark Saunders announcing he is leaving the job at the end of July, 8 months before his contract is up, though he says health is not an issue and he still has plenty to do before he ends his tenure. It's good news for most regions outside Greater Toronto and Hamilton. The Premier announcing today that many more businesses will be able to
guns and
open up
gangs and arrest all your families and smash down your doors and kill your kitty cats.
Toronto and Hamilton area.
Message received, you fucking piece of shit.
So now, though, for 680 Sports and from Sportsnet 590 The Fan, here's Alex Sixero. Alex?
All right, Steve, MLB has made a new offer for playing out a shorter 2020 season. It is a 76-game schedule where players would earn 50% of their prorated salaries, 75% if the postseason is completed. Now, the proposal would see the players take another pay cut, which is something they don't want, and it's reported that those in the PA view this proposal as a step backwards. The offer also includes the removal of draft pick compensation, and the season would end Halloween at the latest. Meanwhile, NHL facilities are allowed to open today for Phase 2 of the return-to-play plan. The Oilers are opening their facilities today, perhaps the Leafs as well. Some Toronto players back on Friday were being tested for COVID-19. Physicals will be done first before the on-ice work begins. Well, the Hockey Diversity Alliance has been formed to help combat racism in the game. Akeem Alou,
because they're obviously all sharing hookers and all these idiots keep
on the executive committee is made up of Wayne Simmons, Matt Dumba, Trevor Daly, Chris Stewart, and Joel Ward. And Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer says the NFL has been looking at mid-July for opening training camps.
None of those people are popping positive.
Protocols for when players are allowed back in training facilities. Rookies and veterans who have signed with new teams could be back in the building later in the month. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
Every Toyota is built to keep you and your family safe. And every Toyota is sold in a way that keeps you and our staff safe. Our showrooms and service departments are open and sanitized regularly. We're following physical distancing guidelines and offer remote or contactless service.
You know, the used car dealers just leave the cars outside and the sun and rain takes care of it.
So if you're in the market for a Toyota, contact your local dealer or visit shoptoyota.ca. We're ready when you are.
Steel Dealer Days are back this spring with battery blowers and trimmers starting at $159.95, battery chainsaws at $399.95, and battery lawnmowers starting at only $599.95. Steel battery tools are easy to start, easy to run, and easy to maintain. And for a limited time, save 50% off your second battery when you purchase a new unit. See dealer for details. Steel battery products are sold at over 1,000 authorized Steel dealers across Canada. Find yours today at steel.ca.
680 News Time, 3:18.
The Prime Minister plans to push the RCMP and provinces to equip police officers with body cameras as the country looks to address systemic racism amid large protests across North America. The Prime Minister says he's heard the calls for action and recognizes more needs to be done.
No, so just all what he told you that means I'm following. No, you're following me with your goddamn camera. That is harassment and surveillance.
And plans to do the same with premiers when they speak later this week.
You're a police officer, stupid. The only person that does not have the adequate unstoppable right to kill the public
police forces that should be looking at greater transparency measures as well. And I will certainly be talking about with the provinces and premiers about the need to move forward on measures like body cameras.
Trudeau also wants to make sure police review and oversight bodies have the resources they need and says there will be more action to address racism because centuries of injustice will not be fixed overnight. The Prime Minister says they're always looking at budgets and funding for community supports, but does not commit to defunding the police, something Conservative leader Andrew Scheer opposes.
I don't believe that defunding the RCMP would make Canadians safer.
The NDP is calling on the feds to introduce legislation to ban racial profiling by the RCMP.
Who's going to keep all these Negroes and Eskimos in check?
Houston today, the first of 2 days of
who do they shoot at the most? Most number of dollars on bullets spent for killing people is spent on
George Floyd's casket. But many who have come here say Black Lives Matter isn't just a mantra of African Americans.
A lot of people of other diversities
that is standing up for us and saying, you know, I've seen this injustice and now I'm ready to speak out and say enough is enough.
Danielle Ray is from Missouri City. Others have traveled across the country for George Floyd's visitation and tomorrow's funeral. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Houston.
Well, meantime, former police officer Derek Chauvin, the one who pushed his knee onto the neck of George Floyd, has made his first court appearance this afternoon. A judge has now said his bail at $1 million mid-hearing. Chauvin is facing second-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter charges. ABC's Zachary Quiche in Minneapolis.
The prosecution will need to prove that use of force was unreasonable. Now, the original police report stated Mr. Floyd resisted arrest, although the video evidence we've seen doesn't seem to support that claim. Two officers representing rookie officers charged in the crime are pointing blame on Chauvin, the supervisor. And, you know, despite that graphic video showing former officer Chauvin on the neck of Floyd for nearly 9 minutes, Attorney General Keith Ellison says this won't be easy.
And the 3 other former officers involved in Floyd's death remain in the Hennepin County Jail, each on $750,000 bond.
680 News Time, 321.
Time now for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Gary Frunskis.
Traveling the northbound 427, we have a new problem approaching the 401 and the Express, a crash that just moved over to the right shoulder. It was temporarily blocking a central lane.
New problem, Cody's reading the keys. Tow truck drivers are shooting at them. The cops are shooting the tow truck drivers.
Again, watch out for that.
The old people got the guns off the soldiers. They're shooting at the cops.
Valley Parkway looks to be problem-free, but it's slow going from approaching Bloor up to York Mills. Westbound on the 401, that's filling in from Islington and the Express to Dixon. Also heavy westbound 401 approaching Ontario and the collectors to west of Mavis. Watch out for this problem westbound on the 409 at Kipling. The right lane is blocked because of a stalled transport truck. There is a tow truck on the scene. Eastbound on the 401, getting busy from Mississauga Road to Mavis. Delays again from the 427 to the 400 Express and collectors. A bit busy as you head through Yonge and the Express and through Leslie and the collectors. And keep in mind, eastbound 401 jams solid into Port Hope. At Wesleyville, the 2 left lanes are closed for paving. It's backed up very heavily from the Port Hope en route. We have a new problem on the southbound 404, just south of Steeles. The right lane is blocked with a collision, so watch out for this. This is right as you come around that bend on the southbound 404. Again, it's just south of Steeles where that right lane is blocked. Looks like there are no lane markings through this area because of ongoing overnight construction as well. Past this issue, southbound 404, it's bunching up from south of Finch onto the 401 ramps, but it's still...
How many lanes was it originally? Hey, you could have helped us out there.
Your next traffic report is at 3:31. Now with the forecast, here's Natasha Ramsey.
How wide is your car?
Hey, down to 13 degrees, low humidity, clear skies, and it is going to be mainly sunny on Tuesday. We've got 29 degrees, so the temperature goes up. The humidity is still fairly low tomorrow, so just a slight humidex of 33 with that sun. Slather on that sunscreen, because by Wednesday, this is when we're talking about heat and humidity. In fact, it looks like a warning has just been issued for Toronto from Environment Canada. So this is because humidex on Wednesday will be very near to 40. We also have on and off thunderstorms on Wednesday. This is from the remnants of Tropical Storm Cristobal. We'll be watching for very strong winds and heavy downpours on Wednesday. Thursday, we're back to 24 degrees. A slight chance of a morning shower, otherwise through the day. Tonight, we're down to 13 degrees for the low. It is currently 22 degrees at Pearson. 680 News Time, 323.
That's about as weird to me as body butter. So you know you got white blood too. Your skin that sensitive. You got a white guy in there somewhere, white girl in there somewhere.
Donate online at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll benefit a child and get a maximum tax credit.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car.
Also accepting boats, motorcycles, RVs, and truck donations.
We work for you.
From talking to the newsmakers
to getting the answers to what you need to know about COVID-19.
And answers about your job and finances.
If you have a question, ask it at 680news.com/answers.
680 News gets the answers.
We're in this together.
680 News, working for you.
Well, the city of Brampton is going to be reopening all of its more than 500 parks as of this Thursday.
500 parks? How did we get 300 fucking baseball guys?
The parks, though, will close at 10 o'clock every night. All playgrounds, sports fields, outdoor swimming pools, splash pads, and washrooms, however, will still remain closed. Well, coming up in 60 seconds, we have got Richard Southern. standing by with the
Don't go
latest
further,
business.
and you can
Time 325.
go.
Have you heard about direct lending? It's more flexible than bank lending without the bank. With tougher regulations after the financial crisis, traditional banks have cut back on lending to homeowners. With a home equity loan from Capital Direct, the money that you could use is a simple phone call away. Whether it's home renovations, college tuition, or you just want to pay down taxes, Capital Direct can help. Go direct. Call Capital Direct today at 1-800-NEW-CAPITAL to see what's available for you. CapitalDirect.ca.
Super fan with a super deal. Our biggest construction sale is on now. Don't pay for 6 months on all new cars. Your safety is our #1 priority. We have masks and gloves ready for you. Our offices are sanitized every hour. We maintain social distancing.
But brother, I must be there for more than an hour. We need at least 6 Hyundais. We cannot do one Hyundai in 10 minutes. It's too quickly. Must be at least 15 minutes per Hyundai.
Book your appointment today.
680 News Time 326.
Hey, it's time now for the 680 News Business Report. We're going to check in at the Business Center. How are things looking today, Richard?
Looking pretty good, Steve. I want to start off with some news I'm just learning here, just coming in here to 680. Tim Hortons is planning to expand its patios at 1,000 of its locations across the country. Of course, this move comes just as authorities here in Ontario detail how restaurants will be able to open so long as they have a patio in certain areas. So Tim Hortons tells me that they'll be looking at existing outdoor areas or underutilized parking spaces or even blocked off laneways next to its restaurants. It says it's going to talk to the local municipalities, and if they
I'm worried if I go hang on the lane with my car. I'm smoking my weed. Leave me alone.
your donut,
You motherfuckers going to be out there.
parking lot before long. So an interesting move there. As one of the largest
You're going to be
restaurants
serving us walking through the McDonald's is going to go down. Man. They won't serve you walking through
in store, or shall we say, slightly out of store dining. We'll keep an eye on that. Also, some interesting news on Uber Eats. We're tipping more at Uber Eats. New data shows that despite challenging times and lots of unemployment, people are being more generous than ever. The average tip on Uber Eats orders has increased more than 55% since early March. Toronto has seen tip growth of 54%. However, when you look at the cities that are most generous with tips, it's actually Quebec City that leads the way, followed by Victoria, Sherbrooke, Gatineau, Montreal, Edmonton. Toronto actually doesn't crack the top 10 list for most generous Uber Eats tippers. Investors doing a lot of buying here on the markets today. They have been for the last couple of weeks, and it's certainly continuing. We got the Dow at another 327 points to 27,438. The S&P 500 almost back positive on the year, up 0.8%. And it's those stocks that, hard to believe. I mean, the Carnival Cruise Lines, the Norwegian Cruise Lines, the airlines, these are the stocks that are doing the best right now. We got Air Canada up 10% on Bay Street, where the TSX is up 86 points. TSX up 86 at 15,940. Now the Canadian dollar on the move higher, up to 74.81 cents US. Lots of need-to-know news, including the police chief here in Toronto hanging it up. It's all next on 680 News.
How much money would you like to save just by doing something you're already doing? 15 or 25%? How about 30%? With Allstate, safe drivers can save 30% just by doing something they're already doing. So
you don't get your fucking pension.
Just by driving safe. This is Allstate.ca. Call local agents for a quote today.
I hope your fucking wife needs that kidney back. She dies too.
Search Save 30% with
My kids can
Allstate for
grow up
more
in the doctor's
information.
care being
Terms
told
and
how white
conditions
they are.
apply.
All the real black kids.
Good morning.
You piece of
Good
shit.
workouts. Good coffee. Good meetings. Good games.
Oh, it's funny what you're gonna do to my family. Oh, you shit talking piece of shit.
With a good sleep. The Good Sleep sale is on now, and our stores are now open. Or shop
Where's
our
your crew
amazing
gonna be
deals
with no
online.
paychecks? They all gonna scatter and just splatter one by one, eh? Oh, they won't think they will, but it's their natural instinct to run. They're gonna die tired.
So if our weather forecast is off by more than 3 degrees,
Unheard of, unidentified,
details at
not even reported missing.
All right, Natasha Ram's the highs
We're gonna
forecast
run
for
to
tonight,
where,
looking at
Mr.
clear conditions and
Officer?
17
Mr.
degrees
Policeman.
right now in downtown Toronto. We got sunshine.
You're not going to get far enough away from my family to make me feel safe. Oh, yeah, my safety's good. I'm terrified. I'm terrified. Yes.
680 News, Toronto.
Here are Sarah Barrett and
You are
Steve
making me
Roberts.
feel unsafe about my family's
Good
safety
afternoon. It's
and the
Monday,
safety of
June
others.
8th.
Well, good afternoon. Here's what's making news this hour.
Toronto's chief of police is stepping down. Mark Saunders says he'll be retiring July 31st. The announcement comes 8 months before his contract expires.
Hey, yeah,
Ontario will enter stage 2 of reopening by region. And bad news for the GTA. Spiking COVID-19 numbers will mean we have to wait longer.
Traveling
gone.
from an
I'm almost gonna
Ontario
smash
region
shit up
that
and
will
burn it
not
down now.
reopen in stage 2 on Friday to a region that will.
When it comes to haircuts, I'm hanging in here.
Premier Doug Ford can't stop it, and in fact, for tourism,
I'm
it'll
not
be
Black Lives
necessary.
Matter. I'm not BPP.
In the wake of anti-black races and protests, 2 city councillors are asking for the Toronto police budget to be defunded by 10%, with a plan to reallocate that money to different community programs.
MLB has offered up a 76-game season, but the Players Association deems it as a step backwards. And U Sports canceled 6 of their fall championships. Sports at 45.
Investors doing more buying. The Dow's up more than 300 and enjoying your coffee at Tim Hortons parking lot. It could soon happen. The company to expand its patio offerings. Business at 56.
680 News Time, 3:31.
Time for traffic and weather together all at once. Here's Carrie Pruskus. This report is brought to you by Area Rug Shop. Well, a lot has happened in the last 10 minutes on the eastbound 401. We have a new problem eastbound 401 at Mavis. The left lane is blocked because of a collision, so traffic is getting really jammed now on the eastbound 401 from east of Winston Churchill over to Mavis. And watch out on the eastbound 401 east of Dixie in the Express. We have reports of a large pothole. Not sure which specific lane it's affecting, but a couple of vehicles that have been pulled over to the right shoulder here eastbound 401. Pearson in the Express. So use extra caution through this stretch. I did notify NTO, so they're sending their patrols to check that out. Now, eastbound 401 after that, it's busy from the 427 to the 400 Express and collectors, also filling in from the Allen to Young in the Express and from Baby to Leslie in the collectors. Another new problem, eastbound 401 approaching Holt Road, the left lane block there with the crash. So it's getting really jammed eastbound 401 approaching the 418 over to Holt Road. And a heads up if you're heading into Port Hope, jam solid eastbound 401 from the Port Hope en route to Wesleyville. That's where the 2 left lanes are closed for paving work. Southbound on the 404, that problem south of Steeles has cleared. It's a busy drive, though, southbound 404 from Finch onto the 401 ramps. Heading out of downtown, westbound Gardner, that's getting busy from Cherry to west of Strawn. Northbound 427 is slow from Bloor to Rathburn in the Express. And a problem northbound 427 approaching the 401 in the Express. Now the right lane is blocked here again. It's because of a crash that's on the right shoulder. Discover what a beautiful rug can do for your outdoor space at Area Rug Shop. For a limited time, all outdoor rugs are now 50% off. Visit one of Area Rug Shop's showrooms or arearugshop.ca. And now with the forecast, here's Natasha Ramsahai.
You've got key warnings in place all the way from Windsor to Durham and Barrie, so it's a good chunk of southwestern Ontario. It's not for tonight. Tonight's comfortable down to 13 degrees. Clear skies, low humidity. Now tomorrow is mainly sunny again, but we're getting up to 30 degrees. The humidity is still fairly low to moderate. We'll have that humidex right around 34, but by Wednesday, 31 degrees will feel like 40. We're going to have mainly cloudy skies, and we're going to have to keep our eyes to the skies on Wednesday as well with the risk of severe thunderstorms. Tonight down to low of 13 degrees. It is currently 22 comfortable degrees at Pearson.
680 News Time, 3:34.
We have breaking news from Toronto Police, which is now beginning a search for a new chief after Mark Saunders announced his resignation today.
And 680's Michelle Mackey joining us live with more on the reason why.
What all bad shit happened while I was in
Toronto's
segregation?
police chief is calling it quits 8 months before his contract is up, Steve. With tears in his eyes, Mark Saunders announced he'll be retiring at the end of July. He had a kidney transplant 3 years ago, but says his departure decision has nothing to do with his health.
That don't
When I
last
say
long.
retired doesn't mean that I'm done.
He's
My
gonna
health
give
is
you
fine.
2?
I've got a lot
How old's
to
your
give.
kid?
There's
Your
things
kid's
I want
past
to
a
do
certain
for the
age.
city
I
of
don't know if you know
Toronto for
this.
free. I
Everybody's
think
got a
I come up
biological
with $100
clock.
that can
You
help
think it only
in
applies to
keeping
one
the city
thing.
safe.
Nope.
But you know what? I'm a free agent now, and
Yeah, you're gonna be saying that
after a
again
bit of time with family, I certainly am going to work.
In response to the announcement,
just stay
Mayor
with
Don
him. What's he
Tory
gonna
is
do for
thanking
money?
Chief Saunders for his
Work for a
exemplary
cannabis
service.
company?
Tory says He has led the women and men of the Toronto Police Service for the last 5 years, working to modernize the service and establishing community-focused policing. Reporting live, I'm Michelle Mackey.
This is 680 News. It's 3:35. Salons, bars, and malls outside the GTHA and Windsor area can resume normal operations as of this Friday. Now from the Ford government today, which announced details on stage 2 of reopening the economy. 680's Caitlin Lee joins us with the details of this regional approach.
$4 a head to
the first list will be able to begin stage 2 this Friday, June 12th, but Doug Ford says a list that includes the entire GTA will have to wait until a yet-to-be-determined date.
We need just a little more time.
The service is able to welcome back customers, include hair services, beauty salons, day spas, and tattoo studios. And good news for those craving a beer on the patio, restaurants and bars can resume business in outdoor areas only. While Toronto will have to wait for all of that, there is one thing that does apply to us. As of Friday, gatherings of 10 people are now allowed, with physical distancing required for those who do not live in your household. Health Minister Christine Elliott says they're watching things closely.
They're not part of your
Every Monday, the province will provide a progress report on the public health units remaining in the first stage.
I carry 10 people in my car.
Change a region could be greenlit to move into stage 2 by the following Friday. I'm Caitlin Lee.
So, of course, begs the question, how can you stop those in the GTA from traveling, say, an hour away to go shopping in a mall or dine on a patio? Well, Mark Douglas, he is trying to find out, and he joins us live now.
You have to wear a mask, stupid, you're not listening.
Steve, basically, you can't stop them. It's a near certainty that businesses in Toronto and the Golden Horseshoe are going to lose out on some customers.
Forced to do
when
anything
those
so
regions
far
do not reopen with stage 2 on Friday, while the region right next door does. Premier Doug Ford was asked a couple of times about people just getting in their car and going to the next nearest restaurant, patio, or hair salon.
They can travel, but I'm, when it comes to haircuts, I'm hanging in here right to the last minute until people within the approved until we change over to stage 2, I should say, in Toronto, GTA, and some other regions.
Now, how is that not a clear answer? Do you not understand how we speak out here?
Premier says yes, people will have to travel from stage 1 regions of the campgrounds and the stage 1 regions, so that the campgrounds and the fishing cabins up in stage 2 regions, they get to fill up and make some money. That's going to mean, however, that people will be traveling from a region with a higher rate of COVID-19 to one with a lower rate. All the usual physical distancing and hygiene precautions remain in place in Ontario, but while places like hair salons are encouraged to record the names and phone numbers of their patrons just in case contact tracing is required later on, the government's framework does not actually make that mandatory.
No,
Reporting live, I'm
regulated by the province.
As more businesses get ready to open in Ontario, the province's medical leaders are feeling optimistic about the future. Associate Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Barbara Yaffe, says the number of active outbreaks and active cases in long-term care settings have been decreasing.
While we tragically continue to see deaths in our long-term care homes, the rate of increase has been slowing down. And we are working very hard now to finalize a visitor policy for long-term care homes, which I think will be a very welcome thing for both for the residents and for their families.
Dr. Yaffe says we're also seeing favorable trends in Ontario retirement homes. She also says while that number of daily tests completed is increasing, we are not seeing the number of new cases rising at the same rate.
Well, to Ottawa now, where the federal government is going to be easing some of the COVID-19 travel restrictions for foreign nationals. Here's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
This is an incredibly difficult time to be apart from a spouse, a child, or mom and dad.
There's more people. Yeah,
that's why we're bringing in a limited exemption to allow immediate family members of citizens or permanent residents
over and over.
Well, anyone who qualifies for the exemption has to quarantine, though, for 14 days. It goes into effect at 11:59 tonight. Now, the change does not apply to immediate family members of temporary residents, such as those on a student or work visa.
680 News Time, 3:39. Well, there's a push by a pair of city councillors to take away a portion of the Toronto police budget. 680's Mohan Qureshi tells us they want that money to be put back into the community. He joins us live with more details.
Councillor Josh Matlow is the one bringing this forward to City Council when they meet at the end of this this month, saying that he wants to see the Toronto Police or the Toronto Police budget cut by 10%. That would equal actually more than $120 million, which he would like to see reinvested into community support. He believes that there is some systemic racism built into Toronto Police that directly affects people of the Black community as well as the Indigenous community. He says people have been saying for a long time that it's time for city councilors to listen and make the moves
hundreds of years back,
to make
might have fucking
those
been
changes.
from Congo that
Toronto
came
Police
in.
Chief Rob Saunders says he's willing to have those conversations, but said a lot of things need to change before Toronto Police can scale back and be defunded even by 10%. Therefore, he is speaking in about 20 minutes time. We'll see if he has any comments on this motion being brought forward next council meeting is on June 29th.
Because you're an AD member, I know. There's a gang member of the police
gas price update. Info says no change actually at midnight tonight. It will stay put at $1.19 a liter at most GTA stations.
680 News Time, 340.
This is 680
Toronto not like everywhere else. Mothers and children are off limits. Police and government officials are not. This is Canada, bro. They're saying we don't fucking count that. The government should do it. We don't have snitch yards here.
And
We don't have that.
PPP drops are easy too.
I have to tell people here what a snitch yard is. SNY, SNYTCH.
So it doesn't interfere with feeding. Pediatricians recommend vitamin D daily for breastfed infants. Baby P drops, the sunshine vitamin in just one drop.
Shit, we have none of that shit up here, dog.
680 News Time, 341.
Oh, yeah, grip, it says it does.
This report is brought to you by Sherwin-Williams. Eastbound on the 401 at Mavis. The left lane is blocked because of a collision. A heavy backup eastbound 401 from Winston Churchill to Mavis. After that, watch out for a pothole on the eastbound 401 south of Pearson.
Incarnation since I've been doing this.
Unfortunately, don't know which one it is. Just had that call in from a traffic
Anything
spotter.
selling the fucking drugs to the gang members and the guns to the gang members. Your drug squad sells the drugs. Your gun squad sells the guns. Who's doing the holdups? The holdup squad.
The Pearson and the Express on the right shoulder.
Catering companies. Banks, like for real.
Eastbound 401 east of the 427 to the 400 Express and Collectors. Also filling in from Young to Leslie Express and Collectors. A little bit heavier than the collector lanes through there. And it's jammed eastbound 401 from Curtis Road to Holt Road.
What allegations
just before Holt Road, the left lane is blocked because of a collision. Then heading into Port Hope, it's jammed solid eastbound 401 from approaching the Port Hope en route to Wesleyville. That's where the two left lanes are closed for paving work. So plan ahead, take eastbound Highway 2 instead. Westbound on the 401, that's filling in from the 400 and the Express to Dixon. Also pretty heavy westbound 401 from just past the 410 and the Collectors over to Mavis. Good news, westbound 409, that problem at Kipling has completely cleared away. If you're heading westbound on the Gardner, that's busy out of downtown from Cherry to west of Strawn. Westbound QEW is backed up from Winston Churchill to Trafalgar Road, just west of Winston Churchill. The left lane is closed for construction. And a problem northbound 427 approaching the 401 and the Express. The right lane blocked because of a crash. It's heavy from Motorfork and the Express. Northbound Don Valley Parkway busy with volume from Dundas to York Mills. Ask Sherwin-Williams.
Oh, no, we didn't get
your
convinced.
way.
Get the fuck
Call your
out of
local
here.
Sherwin-Williams store to get color chips,
We'll
paint,
get a new
and
job in the
supplies without
Caribbean
even
or
leaving your
some
car. And now with the forecast, here's Natasha Ramsahai.
And all the
It's
other
going to be an
Toronto
interesting week
cops.
by Wednesday for two reasons. Heat
Oh, they
and
post
potential
pictures.
severe
Of them with their
thunderstorms. So
family.
tonight,
They
very
drink
comfortable
all of it.
13
Like, oh, you're
degrees
safe.
clear
There's a guy
skies.
behind
Tomorrow
you
is
with like
sunny
a
and
50 caliber
30
machine
degrees
gun in the
with a
waves.
humidex
Then you're
creeping
safe
up to about
tomorrow.
34. We do have heat warnings in place for Tuesday and Wednesday. That Wednesday humidex will be
You
near
like Toronto
40,
cops.
and that's
We'll
going
have
to
to
help
take pictures
to
ever.
fuel, in
But
addition
we
to the
get those
heat, of course,
pictures
the
too.
risk of severe thunderstorms, especially late afternoon into the evening on Wednesday. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that for sure. Thursday, we're back into morning showers, but the sun will be back out in the afternoon and 24 degrees. So it is short-lived heat. Tonight down to low 13 degrees. It is currently 22 degrees at Pearson.
680 News Time, 343.
Now the Scotia iTrade Market Minute, live from the Business Center. Here's Richard Southern.
Hey, Sarah, here we are, just 15 minutes left of the trading day. It's going to be another winner. Markets are just going gangbusters. The NASDAQ.
Yeah, at least you got the options
would
to
you
go
believe?
down.
It's up 91 points above the 9,900 mark. The Dow
If you gambled it was going to go down, you lost. Why don't you tell them about options, bro?
And the
Futures
S&P
and options and all this shit. Why don't you tell them how it really works?
S&P's up another percent.
Brokerages make more money off gambling than anybody that actually makes money investing.
We enter the last couple of minutes. Canadian dollar's up as well at 74.83 cents US. You're listening to
everything they can to get rid of you if you're a real investor.
Scotia iTrade.
They don't want
Get started in
some
3
people
easy
that go
steps
for the
and
off,
begin your investing journey from home today. Learn more at scotiaitrade.com.
The need to protect your home or business is greater than ever. Don't leave it to the imitators or copycat rooters. Trust the original. Trust Roto-Rooter. Keeping health and safety a top priority since 1935.
Term deposits to things that have nothing to do with the money. They don't invest in the underlying thing. They just tie their term deposits to weird market indexes. You pick and choose what to gamble on. But they're not putting the money in the thing. Oh, you might get 0.1%, you might get 1%, you might get 10%.
Talking about it can help.
Hey, Joe, you've had a few
Based
drinks,
on what?
and I
The
know you've got a
underlying
lot on your
investment?
plate
Oh,
right
no.
now. Why don't you and the kids
We're
stay
gonna
for
do
dinner,
what we
and
want.
afterwards we can talk?
Drunk driving is a woman's issue
want
too.
some investment
Learn
I'm
how
not
to
invested
reduce
in?
the risk at changetheconversation.ca.
Banks do this. They don't want real investment.
News Radio, 680 News.
We have a sunny sky in downtown Toronto. It's 21 degrees. Good afternoon from the 680 News Broadcast Center. I'm Sarah Parrott.
And I'm Steve Roberts. Here are the top stories right now.
Well, after serving with Toronto Police for just over 37 years, Chief Mark Saunders is hanging up his badge, announcing today he will retire on July 31st. Even though the 58-year-old underwent a kidney transplant in 2017, Saunders says this move has nothing to do with his health. He says he just wants to spend more time with his family. Premier Doug Ford announcing a regional approach as Ontario moves to the next stage of reopening on Friday.
Did my dad like beat you up? Did he say he would son you need some time?
Will be allowed to reopen in most regions across the province.
You've been in
The
Toronto.
GTHA and
As a
Windsor
guy, I
area
don't fucking
not
follow
included.
these guys' careers. I must have heard that at some point.
Time now for 680 Sports from Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Here's Alex Sixero.
Sarah, a new playoff format has been included in Major League Baseball's latest proposal to the players. 16 teams would get into the postseason, where the first round would be a best-of-3 series, and the 1 seed would play the 8 seed, and the 2 seed would play the 7 seed. It all comes with a 76-game regular season schedule, where the players would make 75% of their prorated salaries if the postseason is played, 50% if it's not. The players do not seem to love the offer, and the union has been asked to give their response by Wednesday. We are learning a little bit more about the NBA's plan for their Orlando bubble. According to Shams Charania, if a player leaves the bubble, they will have to quarantine for 10 days before they come back in, and they'll have to give 2 negative COVID-19 tests, while performance-enhancing drug testing will continue in the bubble. Meantime, San Antonio Spurs center LaMarcus Aldridge underwent arthroscopic surgery on his shoulder, and he will miss the remainder of the season. The Spurs are one of the 22 teams that will will be to Disney World.
Doing some typical hood nigga, hood rat thug thinking shit. No, he's like 2 years too young, 2 years too late.
15 and 45 past every hour, or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
No, my brother's older than me. His mother is a black Toronto police officer.
Check out their massive showroom filled with an extensive inventory of industrial and safety supplies such as abrasives, adhesives, and lubricants, anchors, storage bins, paints and coatings, cutting tools, chain hooks, and wire ropes.
You call this baby? You know, to anybody that is related to cops, never mentions that to the cops when they stop them. Why? That's not how that works.
Many locations to serve you. Visit voltplus.ca.
Could be the worst thing to do sometimes.
And only want what's good for their patients. So if they say you can't work,
later.
I believe them, and so should your long-term disability insurer. My name is Aaron
Waxman,
and if your long-term disability claim has been denied, call me 416-661-4878. And don't worry about
whoever is, it could be anybody in these
at my law
goddamn
firm, we only get paid when you get paid. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 416-661-4878 or on your cell phone at pound LTD.
I mean, what is she
You're
thinking?
listening
My
to All
brother's
News Radio
mother.
680 News. It's 3:48. In Texas, hundreds of mourners lined up outside a church in George Floyd's native Houston for what's expected to be a 6-hour-long public viewing.
Not only is this visitation a chance to honor George Floyd, it's an opportunity to decry the police action that these people say cost Floyd his life. and to demand a shift in attitudes.
There will be permanent change because every time an incident such as this occurs, the bar gets moved a level. So I believe the bar was raised and more awareness has been put on this issue.
Sir Nemesis Truth is one of thousands expected to file back George Floyd's casket by the end of this day. Joey, ABC News, Houston.
Well, to Minneapolis now, where a judge has set bail at $1 million for former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. The man seen putting his knee on the neck of Floyd during the arrest 2 weeks ago today.
Former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin appeared via video link from a maximum security state prison 25 miles from Minneapolis. He was handcuffed and wearing a red and orange jumpsuit. He answered a few of the judge's questions, but remained mostly quiet during the 11-minute hearing. Bail was set at $1.25 million or $1 million with conditions. His attorney, Eric Nelson, did not contest the bail. Chauvin will be back in court June 29th. He's charged with second-degree murder in George Floyd's death. Brian Burrow, ABC News.
Forget to wash it in the toilet. If they let you have water, they probably won't.
And the RCMP to make sure
we'll get water to drink. They won't let them have running water in his fucking cell.
We need to do much more.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says, in his opinion, all officers should be wearing body cameras, something he stressed in a call with the RCMP commissioner.
And fucking they don't want nobody to kill him, so they know he'll try to make a weapon
over municipal and provincial forces. But Trudeau knows there are a lot of details that need to be worked out before anything is official.
These are discussions we need to go forward on the logistics, on the cost, on the cost of provinces where there is contract policing in place.
The Prime Minister says fixing centuries of racial injustice won't happen overnight, and there will be more measures to address inequality. Meanwhile, Conservative leader Andrew Scheer criticizing Trudeau for attending an anti-racism rally Friday, saying he broke health advice around physical distancing.
After all the hardship that people have gone through, to see the Prime Minister completely ignore those types of health guidelines and recommendations, I can understand why people are confused.
Trudeau defends himself, saying he attempted to follow the rules, but it was important for him to stand with minority communities at this time.
Cormac makes from the niggers, and Justin isn't getting it. Except everybody at the marches was wearing a mask. Everybody. That's what we keep hearing.
Here's Carrie Pruskus.
I don't know, it's
this report is brought to you by Operation Smile. We have a few issues on the eastbound 401 at Mavis. The left lane is blocked with a crash. Traffic is heavily backed up eastbound 401 from Winston Churchill to Mavis. Then watch out for a pothole eastbound 401 south of Pearson in the express lanes. That came in from a traffic spotter. I notified the MTO, not sure which lane specifically, but be careful across all lanes eastbound 401 as you head south of Pearson in the express. After that,
we have more money in our account than Canada owes.
Kipling to the 400 Express and collectors, filling in from the Allen to Bayview in the Express, and from Bayview to Leslie in the collectors. A delay through Salem Road as well. Then it's jam solid eastbound 401 from Curtis Road to Holt Road. That's where the left lane is blocked with a collision. We also have construction eastbound 401 at Wesleyville. That's heading into Port Hope. The two left lanes are closed. Some paving work here. So eastbound 401 is barely moving from approaching the Port Hope en route to Wesleyville. That's a 5-kilometer backup. So take an alternate route.
If
you're heading northbound on the 427, that problem approaching the 401 and the Express is clear, but it's still busy northbound 427 from Dundas to approaching the 401, mainly in those express lanes. Heading westbound on the 401, expect delays approaching the 400 Express and collectors to Dixon. Slows again from just past the 410 and the collectors over to Mavis. Heading out of downtown, westbound Gardner, it's backed up from Cherry to west of Strawn. Westbound Lakeshore at Windermere, the right lane is closed again for construction. So a heavy backup westbound Lakeshore from just west of Parkside to Windermere. Westbound on the QEW, west of Winston Churchill, the left lane is closed for construction. It's jammed from approaching Winston Churchill. Bit of an improvement, and then slows again from the Ford plant to Trafalgar. Every 3 minutes, a child is born with a cleft condition. This doesn't change even during a pandemic.
It says, what should I call and finish with my girlfriend?
Here's Natasha Ransahai.
I don't understand the question totally either.
Wednesday, so enjoy the comfortable temperatures tonight. Low humidity down to 13
like a
degrees.
pet name or something?
Sunny day tomorrow.
No, I'm thinking of weird creepy dudes on the internet coming up with these.
Creeping up to a 34. Then by Wednesday, this is
what I call my boyfriend.
Keep an eye on because we do have a chance of morning thunderstorms. Will get sun through the middle of the day.
What should I call my business? That would be a reasonable question. Hey.
Severe storms with damaging wind gusts, and that's going to again be late in the day on Wednesday. The high 31 degrees, feeling like 40. 40. By Thursday, we're back to 24 degrees. Could see a few morning showers, and the sun will be back out in the afternoon. Hey, Saturday and Sunday morning this weekend, we're going to be waking up to temperatures near 6 degrees. Tonight, we're down to a low of 13 degrees. It is currently 22 degrees.
What should I refer to?
This extended forecast is brought to you by Walmart.
Now at Walmart, save $1.50 on a jar of Miracle Whip or Heinz mayonnaise. Now only $2.47.
As Google.
Another reason why grocery bills are lower at Walmart. Coming up at the top of the hour, the latest on Toronto's police chief announcing
what should references look like
at the end of July. We'll also have details on stage 2 of reopening Ontario.
But then next is what should references look like on a resume? Because I think it probably came back well.
We can't fit them all in this ad. But this guy can try.
I think Google's giving him a hard time because it says, what should reference page look like? I think it's smart enough here. What should references say about you?
Over 30 ways to save on
none of this has anything to refer to as. I get more fun out of this. What should I refer to my half
different this year.
Half breed, half cocked, half past. Hold on a second.
Check.
680 News, Canada's country.
Half life of Earth, thanks. Half life of a radio isotope. Half past, half breed, half cocked. Brother, sibling, actually. That wasn't even the whole thing either.
This is 680 News.
Coming up in 60 seconds, Richard Southern has your business report.
680 News Time, 3:55.
My
General Manager at Volvo of Toronto invites you to make this summer the summer of Volvo. Great news. Volvo of Toronto is waiving the first repayments when you lease select in-stock 2020 models, including the XC90. The perfect blend of beauty, performance, and technology. Or save an additional $1,000 when you finance or pay cash. And remember, Volvo of Toronto is here for you with exceptional service, even in difficult times. Visit
no, there's an apostrophe. It's trying to correct me and say there's no apostrophe.
We're all sharing a similar experience these days. Spending more of our time online, listening to the radio, podcasts, and watching TV. If your business is working hard to serve your customers, you should let them know.
No, not as you. What should I refer to my half-sibling's mother as you? No, not as you.
Because you're feeling it all too. You have the opportunity to speak directly to them. Let us help you find your company's voice. Visit RogersSportsAndMedia.com today. That's RogersSportsAndMedia.com.
680 News Time, 3:56.
Now the 680 News Business Report.
Yeah, but sibling, what do you call your half-brother's mom? Thank you. 15-year-old.
And rentals are absolutely booming.
Brother's
mom. Many look for a safe way to get away this summer amid COVID-19. In the States, 46 million Americans plan to take an RV trip this year, according to new findings from Ipsos.
Yeah, but what is she?
Trump recently suggested he may ditch Air Force One for an RV trip to New York City. Here in Canada, those that rent RVs say they simply have not been able to keep up with demand in recent weeks. According to the Recreational Vehicle Dealers Association, the RV industry in Canada
only five in the fucking vehicle. Bring it back full. It's empty. I don't care. Bring it back full.
Some interesting news on the restaurant sector.
Did you argue with me in a jumpsuit?
At Chuck E. Cheese, the restaurant.
Can I date my half-sister's half-brother?
Oh, Jesus for a $200 million loan, as some of its quarterly debt repayments are coming due. Chuck E. Cheese has stopped making monthly rent payments and has furloughed most of its employees.
Chuck E. Cheese is a deadbeat, you fucking rat! Or mouse, what is he? He's a rat.
To its recreational buildings to play around and eat pizza. Even before the pandemic, Chuck E. Cheese was experiencing pressure from growing competition.
I'm not sure, but I think when I was a kid, you had to go to
story here on 680 News this afternoon. Tim Hortons planning to expand patios at 1,000 of its restaurants. Tim Hortons says it's going to look at utilizing.
I gotta this. What does the Bible say? What half-siblings you got, man? I see this.
Laneways, and said it's going to work with cities to do this. So interesting is
the two children born were directly Lot's sons, and indirectly his grandsons being his daughter's sons.
15,962. The Dow is up.
Likewise, their sons were also half brothers between them and with their mothers,
S&P up 1.1%.
having the same father, as well as cousins, having mothers that were sisters.
Canadian dollar up to 74.83 cents U.S. Toronto's police chief calling it quits. The top story is next on 680 News.
If you've got conference calls scheduled between
what's the word for the non-shared parent if you're half sibling? Thank you, Reddit. Thank you, Reddit.
RBC Insurance is here to help you get it. Book an insurance check-in at rbcinsurance.com/check-in.
Protect yourself.
Please don't hire a black guy in place of that guy. That guy did this, but no, you're gonna hire whatever first black guy you find.
Is your one source for personal protection.
You wouldn't hire me, would you? No, you were pretty right. South African. Oh, fuck, get out here. Yeah, I'm used to
SafetyMask.ca offers free shipping anywhere
what's the word?
Convenient family protection packages are now available. Order from home at SafetyMask.ca and have your shipment delivered straight to your door with free shipping within Canada. Order online, safetymasks.ca.
Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for Coy Brothers.
Cut to the chase this Father's Day. Get Dad the Stihl MS-170 chainsaw.
On sale for $199.95.
Stihl at Coy Brothers.
KOYBROS.com.
Where are your fucking
Newmarket, sunny 23 degrees. In Oshawa, a few clouds and 21. Downtown Toronto, it is sunny and 21. The News Watch never stops. 680 News is CFTR AM Toronto. It's 4 o'clock.
And happening right now, we are live to the City of Toronto briefing, and we'll join that live. And let's listen in on this.
Some of the events over the weekend, when a number of peaceful protests took place against anti-black racism and anti-Indigenous racism in our city. I want to thank people for coming together in the Toronto way to constructively call
demonstrating how to do anti-black
message loud and clear. We know that anti-black racism and anti-Indigenous racism exist, and other forms of racism as well. They exist in our city and in our country. And we are committed to confronting them and to ultimately ending all forms of racism. This is an absolute determination of mine, and it is shared, I know, by all of my colleagues.
That's what it is, a half-step and all.
I met last week with our Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit, the first of its kind in any city in North America, to see what we could do to speed up their work and to assist them in that regard. I'm also reaching out to community leaders to hear directly from them about how we can work together to stamp out systemic racism.
Kill the racism.
Today, the Board of Health, chaired by Councillor Joe Cressy, recognized anti-black racism as a public health crisis. As the board heard today, Black Toronto residents are more than twice as likely to be living in low-income households than residents who are not from a visible minority. And 44% of Black children live in poverty compared to 15% of non-racialized children. Black women in Ontario earn 57 cents for every dollar that a non-racialized man earns. Black people in our city experience racial profiling and anti-black discrimination within our institutions, along with higher rates of precarious unemployment and unemployment, significant poverty, and overrepresentation in the criminal justice, mental health, and child welfare systems.
You know why I went to
we know from Dr. Neville that COVID-19 is hitting harder in communities with higher percentages of visible minorities.
He's like 16. I just
These facts of life are unacceptable and need to change.
He hasn't got it yet.
I support the Board of Health's direction to ask Dr. Neville through the 2021 budget process and COVID-19 recovery planning to make recommendations to the Board of Health on reprioritizing City of Toronto resources to address better the social determinants of health, including specifically a focus on anti-black racism. This will go hand in hand with the establishment of and the work of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit within the city government. We are also committed to continuing to modernize our police service and ensure that it is the most accountable police service in Canada and free of bias when it comes to policing. That's why carding was ended. It is why we finally agreed after many years of debate to collect race-based statistics on policing. And that's why we approved the implementation of body-worn cameras 4 officers
So they got
last year.
TDM white. They just all decided to break down white.
Fast-track the rollout
Nigger, nigger,
of those
nigger, white,
cameras
nigger, nigger, nigger,
this
nigger,
year.
nigger, nigger, wigger, nigger, nigger, nigger. Right? So
Over the
I
last
don't
5
get called that
years,
because I'm not white.
I've been privileged
No
to
one's
work
ever
with
called me
Chief
that.
Mark Saunders on the modernization efforts of the Toronto Police Service.
You're the first and the last.
On our watch, these modernization efforts have significantly expanded community policing and the increased use of technology and civilians, all within an average budget increase of 1.6% per year, less than the rate of inflation. Today, Chief Saunders announced that he plans to retire on July 31st. About a week ago, Chief Saunders came to see me to let me know that he planned to retire this summer. This retirement comes after more than 37 years in the Toronto Police Service. So on behalf of all Toronto residents, and we'll have more chance to talk about this later, but I want to say a simple word of thanks to Chief Saunders for his exemplary service as Chief, but also over all of those years of service to us and to our city. He has led the men and women of the Toronto Police Service, and this is a very difficult and challenging job anytime. But he has led those men and women for the last 5 years, working to modernize the police service and to establish community-focused policing. Prior to that, he held just about every leadership position available in the Toronto Police Service. He has been a dedicated and responsible chief of police who has always worked to protect the well-being of the residents of the
down to 10%.
He cares deeply about the people of the city and its neighborhoods, and about the men and women who served him.
Unless they're black.
I know that Mark is looking forward to spending more time with his wife Stacy and his children. I wish him all the best in his retirement from the Toronto Police Service.
Let the women get shot at all the fucking time.
See the work, benefits of his pioneering work for many years to come, and the change in culture that he's begun to bring about in the Toronto Police Service. This afternoon, the province of Ontario announced the next phase of its reopening plans. City staff have been working non-stop to get ready to support this reopening and to support the people who will be affected by it, people and businesses out there across the city. We appreciate the province's sensitivity to regional concerns. These concerns were raised by me, by our medical officer of health, and by the region's mayors and medical officers of health together. This will mean some businesses could reopen here as early as June 19th, just a week after businesses in other parts of the province, but reflecting our paramount concern for public health. This is a responsible decision from provincial officials and recognizes that we must continue with this reopening in a safe manner based on principle of public health. I want businesses to open as soon as it is safe for them to do so. And we are doing everything we can to make sure the city government supports the reopening. Since April, the City of Toronto has been hard at work planning for the eventual restart of our services and the reopening of the economy. The Toronto Office of Recovery and Restart was created, led by Saad Rafi, to ensure that we can safely reopen as the provincial orders are lifted. Last month, the Emergency Operations Centre, led by Chief Pay, created a restart roadmap to help guide the restarting of city operations so that those operations could continue to serve people but also support businesses in the safe reopening of their operations, and for residents as well to make sure that they are able to take advantage of those returns of city services in a safe way. The Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild is working directly with each city division and agency to make sure that they are ready to restart any and all services. Over the past month, the city has already implemented the reopening of some sectors, such as curbside retail pickup at the Toronto Public Library, and the reopening of some parks amenities.
Why are you restarting the library anymore? How many books you got?
Public health guidance for the reopening of dine-in restaurants and personal care services. I want to thank Attorney General Doug Downey, the Attorney General of Ontario, for announcing today that the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario will be cutting red tape for patios. This was a necessary step the provincial government had to take to give life to our proposal to allow for the extension and expansion of patios, both to create a more pleasant summer environment, but also, of course, to help these struggling businesses as they start up again. This was the Provincial Attorney General's action in direct response to a request that I had made, and I believe this will help our restaurants and bars to recover. So thank you to the Government of Ontario for that. We will have more details in the coming days on the city's restart plans for Camp TO. a plan to help kids safely go to day camp this summer, and for swim, TO, our plans to reopen pools and other aquatic facilities. Some of these things have been altered and timing has been changed because of the pandemic and some of the consequences of that, but these programs are moving forward. The plans are complete. The preparatory work has been done to make sure, most of all, that kids and families stay safe, and the details will follow shortly. We will continue to work with the province and with businesses to monitor the spread of COVID-19 and to ensure that the dates and the timelines of reopening and restart are safe for city staff, for businesses, and for our residents, and to make sure that these timelines are communicated widely. We're working very closely as well with our regional partners in this regard. The bottom line is that the reopening and the restart are happening, that we are working well with the Government of Ontario to make sure it happens in this region on a basis consistent with public health and on the assumption that everyone is ready. Now, today, the Government of Ontario also announced that they will ban all commercial evictions during the pandemic emergency. This ban is absolutely the right thing to do. I strongly support it. I have called out for it repeatedly, and the City Council has requested that the province take this action. And so I want to thank Premier Ford and the provincial government for introducing this ban to help protect businesses in Toronto and indeed across Ontario. Over the past few months, I've advocated on behalf of commercial tenants by calling for a ban on commercial evictions as a way to provide relief for businesses during these challenging times, or at least to perhaps lever some action from landlords to make sure that they provide that relief to those businesses. This form of support will help businesses who are struggling to make arrangements to pay their rent or to continue to pay some part of their rent and to make sure that some other part may be made allowance for given the impacts of COVID-19.
You know, one of your fucking
Earlier
mics
in the
is
pandemic,
popping, eh?
the province announced a ban on residential rental evictions, which continues to help residents who have
slow
lost
as
their
fuck.
jobs due to the pandemic and have trouble paying their rent. In a number of my conversations with the Premier, I've made it clear that a ban on commercial evictions was the next step to take in protecting businesses in our city. And again, I thank him for doing that, because businesses of all sizes across the city have been at risk of shutting down or have already experienced huge financial losses due to COVID-19. Removing the worry of being evicted during the course of the pandemic in these difficult times will help allow businesses to stay open as we transition into this reopening phase of the pandemic. I continue to call on landlords to do everything possible to support their tenants and to apply to the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program. If landlords had chosen to cooperate in this
Canadian
regard much
emergency
sooner on
crap.
their own, then the measure
Justin's Canadian
undertaken by the
emergency
Government
crap.
of Ontario today to ban
22
commercial evictions
seconds.
might not
Fucking
have been
airtight,
necessary.
fucking the airlock,
As I
fucking
said before,
military
it's
issue
better to
long
have the tenants
johns to 22
who will pay their
seconds.
rent
And shit is
when they
fucking
can,
pants.
as opposed to having no
I
tenants
had to think
at
for
all.
a second, did
And
anybody
that
know?
was where we were headed.
And he kept
in far too
talking.
many cases. I'm confident that today's provincial announcement will help protect our main streets and make sure that we are in a very best position we can be in for a strong recovery.
In our very
Finally,
best position we
the
can
Greater Toronto and
in
Hamilton area
target.
mayors and
It's still
chairs
a
met
double.
again today and pledged to support the continued reopening of the Ontario economy. We are grateful for the sensitivity that the Government of Ontario has shown to regional concerns particularly prevalent in the GTHA. The GTHA mayors and chairs also stressed the need for emergency financial support for municipalities, cities, and towns, big and smaller, which are all suffering from the effects of COVID-19. Municipalities have been on the front lines of responding to COVID-19. Fighting the pandemic has led to billions of dollars in revenue losses and additional costs for cities and towns of all sizes. While the Government of Canada has pledged some support through its Safe Restart Agreement, and I've just come off a virtual meeting with the Finance Minister and the mayors of the biggest cities in the country. The funding that has been put forward as the first move by the Government of Canada relies on continued negotiation with the provinces that have yet to be successfully completed. In fact, they haven't really been properly conducted at all as yet. We urgently need the province of Ontario to act now to pledge money for Ontario municipalities, all of them, and to conclude an agreement with the federal government on sustainable funding for cities and towns. On June 1st of this year, Premier Doug Ford said, and I quote, I have committed to come to the table and help these municipalities, and we will. Close quote.
He's quoting you.
Now, in light of last week's first move, that's all it was by the federal government, cities and towns across Ontario need to know what contribution the province of Ontario is going to make to assisting with the financial crises being faced by those cities and towns, including the City of Toronto.
They're going to provide
municipalities across the GTHA need this support as soon as possible, especially as we move to open up more municipal services as part of the stage 2
John, I'm
of the
pandemic. I'm going to go down to the hospital, walk
this
right
is
up to
not
that
just
blood
the Toronto problem. The Toronto problem is
and
very big because we run a very big city with many complex services. But the financial impacts of COVID-19 will
call the
impact
racist
many
brotherhood security guard to
municipalities,
stop me?
including
Yeah,
but not
good. Let him
limited
put
to
his hands on
Brampton
me
and
again.
Mississauga and Markham and Vaughan and Hamilton and other cities and towns right across the province. The GTHA is the economic powerhouse of the entire country. And this region led Canada and led Canada's economy before COVID-19 and will be absolutely crucial in leading the economic recovery out of COVID-19. We are urging the provincial government under the leadership of Premier Ford and the federal government under the leadership of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to sit down and negotiate an agreement now, which will result in immediate action to help municipalities, all of them, big and small, cities and towns. The time for action is now. Just as all governments have moved with lightning speed to respond to the threat of COVID-19 and to assist other groups and individuals, those two governments, federal and provincial, across this country, and here in Ontario in particular, must move now to stabilize municipal finances so that we can all focus on leading the greatest economic restart in the history of Canada. And that is our objective, to focus on leading a restart that is sensitive, that is sensible, that is measured, but that is the greatest economic restart and recovery in the history of our country. On that note, I will ask Dr. Davila to provide a report for today.
Thank you, Mayor Tory, and good afternoon. Today, there are 169 new COVID-19 infections in Toronto, 57 of which are related to a delay in reporting to public health of previously identified infections. To date, 9,746 people have recovered, an increase of 123 since yesterday. For more detailed data on the status of COVID-19 cases in our city, I encourage you to visit our website. Earlier today, our Board of Health met virtually, and one of the items discussed was our current COVID-19 response and recovery. As part of the presentation I delivered to the board, which will soon be available online, I provided an update on the budget impacts of COVID-19, our data and our response, and the provincial and city recovery and rebuild processes. I also shared an update on indicators that we are using to monitor our progress to meet our 3 key COVID-19 response objectives: to prevent loss of life, to preserve the capacity of our healthcare system, and to minimize social, economic, and broader impacts of COVID-19
don't care because it don't ruin your life, does it? But you can pass it to niggers and ruin their lives.
COVID-19 has drastically altered
They're
all
wearing
of
South
our
African
lives,
t-shirts trying to
and
be racist to me. I don't see what you're doing.
many of us
Seriously,
have lost friends, family, and other loved ones to this virus. However, we have experienced fewer fatalities than originally forecasted, and thus far have averted what could have been much worse. Implementing our public health measures also had a positive impact on our healthcare system.
We've been warned by the
and its
FBI that the white
resources,
supremacists want to
which
spread
continue
this shit.
to have capacity to deliver care to those who need it most. As I have just mentioned, there is a third objective to our response, and that is to minimize social, economic, and broader health impacts of COVID-19. All orders of government have implemented temporary measures to address this area, whether it be through deferring tax payments, income supports, and other forms of tax relief, to name just a few.
special diet allowance
However,
for
we know
wasting
that
to be
achieving this
reinstated,
third objective
perhaps retroactively,
will
since I
involve
have to eat the
gradual
whole
reopening
time.
of our community and learning how best to coexist safely with COVID-19. Earlier today, the Premier announced that the province will be moving into Phase 2 of Ontario's recovery framework. While our situation here in Toronto is certainly improving, and we have made significant progress, other locations in Ontario with much smaller populations and very different circumstances are at a different point in their outbreak than we are. Given this, the province has indicated that Toronto, along with all the other communities in the Golden Horseshoe who are experiencing similar circumstances, will move to the second phase at a later date. In order to move forward to support our city to safely reopen, we will use this time to help our local businesses, such as restaurants and hair salons, and other community services and amenities, including our library and our pools, to best prepare to reopen when it is safe to do so.
Dutch braids, I got no hair here.
We are continuing to observe and use the best available evidence to develop public health guidance to share with these businesses and settings. For these sectors to safely reopen, operators will need to implement physical distancing measures and follow strict infection prevention and control precautions, including the use of face masks and coverings to prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Are you going to recommend washing the money?
As we continue our COVID-19 response, we are also looking to identify people at highest risk of acquiring COVID-19 to implement upstream prevention actions to reduce virus spread.
Hazard analysis and critical control point.
These steps are critical to ensure our continued progress and to help prevent a spike in COVID-19 activity as much as is possible. We need to continue to protect our healthcare system and our community. I know that we all want to get back to enjoying our province and our city. I look forward to this too. However, because COVID-19 does not impact all communities in the same way, we need to keep looking at our own unique local circumstances to inform our approach for safely reopening. The plan to reopen should be gradual and based on what is happening in our city. As we begin to ease our public health measures, we will all be living in a new normal. Our commitment is to minimize the impact of COVID-19, especially on our most vulnerable residents, while reducing negative social, economic, and broader health impacts on our community. In the coming months, what this means for residents is such things as continuing to work remotely wherever possible.
See, I was never taught to speak.
Maintaining physical distance from people outside our household, avoiding crowds and congregations in closed indoor settings. Wearing a cloth mask or face covering where physical distancing is difficult to maintain. And increased diligence on all of our parts on staying home whenever we are sick for any reason. It is also important to note that as businesses and activities reopen in our province and people move around and interact with each other more, we will likely see more COVID-19 activity, even if we all diligently follow public health advice. This has been the experience in jurisdictions all around the world. Until we have a treatment or a vaccine, we should expect that this will be the case, and physical distancing will continue to be a part of our lives for the foreseeable future.
As we continue to move forward, your individual contributions continue to be central to our success. Please remember that all of your efforts are worth it. Every action you take brings us one step closer to getting our city back. So please, continue to practice physical distancing, and please continue to take care of each other. I'll now turn it over to Chief Pegg to deliver his
getting
remarks.
our city back, and it is what?
Thank you, Dr. Davila, and good afternoon. Throughout the COVID-19 emergency, our teams have worked nonstop to ensure that Toronto responded in a timely, coordinated, and effective manner. Our strategic priorities have guided each of our decisions and have never changed throughout. The Emergency Operations Center has worked nonstop for the past 90 days to translate the advice and guidance of Dr. Davila and Toronto Public Health into action that achieves our strategic priorities. As Mayor Tory explained earlier, our priorities are preventing the loss of life, protecting the healthcare system, and protecting the economic and social fabric of Toronto. As we continue to transition from emergency response to city restart, I'm pleased to report that we have developed a responsive and robust city restart methodology. This is enabling city divisions, agencies, boards, and commissions to restart their respective services in an effective and efficient manner.
That was an elevator.
These processes, which we refer to as the City of Toronto Consolidated Restart Roadmap, assist each service area lead in ensuring that each of the required assessments and plans are completed, as well as being reviewed and approved by our strategic command team. Once approved for restart by the province, our teams are able to proceed with various service level restarts in a timely and coordinated manner. This is as a result of the bulk of the preparatory work having been completed proactively and in advance of the anticipated restart approval. Of course, our processes have been scaled to match the demands and timing associated with this global pandemic. Once the required assessment and plans have been completed, the appropriate division or agency head is scheduled to present their respective service restart plan to our strategic command team for review and approval. We are maintaining live time tracking and management of each service level restart across the entire City of Toronto. Of course, while the City of Toronto Consolidated Restart Roadmap processes are underway, our EOC continues to respond to issues as they arise and continues to operate key functions, including our Personal Protective Equipment Task Force. It is important to note that Environment and Climate Change Canada has issued a heat warning for both June 9 and June 10. Many facilities that were part of the city's 2019 heat relief network of cool spaces across Toronto are presently closed due to COVID-19. For this reason, the city's heat emergency plans have been modified. The plan includes 14 emergency cooling centers.
But the Sky Dome, you're not using it for nothing else. Close the roof, air condition it, fucking.
The 14 emergency cooling centers will offer an indoor air conditioned place to rest and to receive a cool drink.
Ventilated. And
staff who are trained to assist residents affected by the extreme heat will be available. And of course, infection prevention and control measures will be in place. The 14 emergency cooling centers are available to residents who do not have access to a cool space and who are unable to keep cool in their home or outdoors. All of the emergency cooling centers will operate during active heat warnings from 11 a.m. until 7 p.m., with the exception of Metro Hall, which will operate 24 hours a day during heat warnings. An interactive map is available to help those looking to cool off and locate an emergency cooling center location near them.
Hey, what about all those
tools are available online at toronto.ca/keepcool.
I would like to thank the many people who are working tirelessly to ensure that these processes take place as quickly, safely, and efficiently as possible. I remind everyone that toronto.ca/COVID-19 is the best source for up-to-date information on COVID-19 in Toronto. In closing, I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge and thank my colleague and friend, Police Chief Mark Saunders, who announced his upcoming retirement earlier today.
Have you been working as long as he has?
Mark is someone who is not only a colleague, but also a friend. There has been many a long day and many a late night where I've been connected with, if not standing beside Mark, as we've managed difficult and significant incidents across Toronto. He is a consummate professional who never stops caring for both his officers and staff, as well as for every resident of our city. It has been my sincere honor to serve alongside Chief Saunders, and I wish him all the very best in his more than well-deserved upcoming retirement. Thank you.
And you've been listening to the City of Toronto's daily briefing here on 680 News. Mayor John Tory kicking off the briefing today by talking about fast-tracking some rollouts for getting body cameras on police officers as soon as possible. And with that, the mayor also commenting on the announcement of Toronto Police Chief Mark Saunders today, announcing that he will be stepping aside as of July 31st, thanking him on behalf of the city, saying that he has brought about change, which continues today. The mayor says that regional reopening is a responsible way to go, and the city is saying that the city's health and the health of the city residents is the top priority as we go on here. And the mayor, by the way, also saying expect more details on when day camps and swimming pools, for example, can reopen. We're expecting those, and we'll have details coming up in just a few moments. 680 News Time. 4:30.
Number one for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News, Toronto.
Here are Sarah Barrett and Steve Robert. Good afternoon. It's Monday, June 8th.
Oh, good afternoon. Here's what's making news this hour.
Toronto's chief of police is calling it quits.
July 31st of this year, I will relinquish my seat as chief of police.
Mark Saunders retiring nearly a year before his contract is up.
Stage 2 of reopening is coming Friday for most of the province, but a list of other regions, including the GTA with the most COVID-19 cases, being left on hold.
Question: if my region of Ontario does not reopen Friday as part of Stage 2, what keeps me from simply traveling to a region that does? Answer: nothing at all.
MLB has proposed a 76-game season where players would not get 100% of their prorated salaries, and the Hockey Diversity Alliance has been created. Sports at 45.
Double-double on the Boston Cream in a parking lot. We're looking at how Tim Hortons is planning to dramatically expand patios.
It's 10,000 a game or 5,000 a game or 50,000 a game. It adds up to millions. At the end of your season, and the next season it goes back to normal. If you even get to play this year.
Brought to you by Eagles Nest Golf Club. Most of our issues are on the eastbound 401 at the moment.
Yes,
we have problems by Mavis that have cleared since last report, so it is still slow Winston Churchill to Mavis. And then south of Pearson Airport in the Express. Watch out for a pretty big pothole that's already damaged a couple of vehicles. South of Pearson in the Express, the third lane from the left is affected with this pothole. Traffic spotter updated us there just before the transfer into the collector, so watch out. And then we've got volume for a stretch approaching Dixon to the 400 Express and collectors. Allen Express east of Young Collectors to Leslie, from Warden to Kennedy in the collectors, and then east of Westney to east of Salem. Through that whole stretch, you're trouble-free. Another problem, though, eastbound 401 approaching Holt Road. The left lane is blocked here with a crash, so it's starting from Curtis. And then as you head into Port Hope and Wesleyville, two left lanes are blocked for paving, so only the right lane open, and slow approaching the Port Hope onward through into that construction zone. Westbound 401 is trouble-free. Delays begin approaching the 400 Express and Collectors to Dixon and 410 Express and Collectors to about Mavis. Westbound Gardner is slow from Jarvis to west of Strawn, and if you're on the lakeshore at Windermere, right lane blocked for construction, so slow from west of Parkside. The westbound QEW construction we had west of Winston Churchill has cleared, so no
Lanes blocked on this route, just some minor delays heading through Oakville and Burlington. And we've got northbound 427 problem right at the top end. It's the same way. The left turn lane is blocked with a stalled vehicle, so slowing the approach from approaching Highway 7.
I think your vacuum cleaner just got like a hairball or something.
Is only half the story. Embrace the challenge. It's the #1 public golf course in the GTA, Eagles Nest. Visit eaglesnest.com. eaglesnestgolf.com. Your next report at 4:41, and with the forecast, here's meteorologist Natasha Ranzai.
All right, we've got heat warnings now issued for Tuesday and Wednesday.
Wednesday,
though, because Tuesday we've got 30 degrees, Wednesday's 31, but it's going to feel close to 40, so really muggy midweek. Tonight is still comfortable, though. Clear skies down to 13 degrees, and with that 30-degree day tomorrow, another day filled with sun. Tonight, down to a low of 13 degrees. It is currently 22 degrees at Pearson.
680 News Time, 4:33.
Breaking news from Toronto Police. After more than 37 years with the force, Chief Mark Saunders is heading up
When is Michelle Mackey joining us live with more on today's unexpected retirement announcement? Michelle.
Steve, visibly coming back here, Chief Mark Saunders announced he'll be retiring July 31st. Vague in his reasoning for making this decision now, Saunders says he's never had an August off and is looking forward to spending time with his family.
But there are a whole host of reasons, and at the end of the day, it's a whole bunch of things, but it's going to be good to be dad.
The move comes 8 months before his contract is up, but Saunders ensures this decision was not based on any health issues. He had a kidney transplant in 2017.
Listen, I'm as healthy a beast I ever will be. My wife's got a kidney inside me right now that's probably working better than any of the kidneys that I've ever had.
In response to the announcement, Mayor John Tory is thanking Chief Saunders for his service.
He has led the men and women of the Toronto Police Service. This is a very difficult and challenging job anytime. But he has led those men and women for the last 5 years, working to modernize the police service and to establish community-focused policing.
Saunders spoke to Tory last week about the decision and says he will not be involved in picking his replacement. Reporting live, I'm Michelle Mackey.
Well, good news for most regions outside the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area. The province announcing today many more businesses will be able to reopen by the end of this week. With more here, 680's Caitlin Lee. As of Friday, June 12th, gatherings of 10 people will be allowed province-wide, up from the previous 5. However, physical distancing from those not living in your household is still strongly advised. You will also be able to get a haircut or drink on a patio, as long as your local public health unit is on the green light list. Health Minister Christine Elliott says the GTA is among the regions being left hanging for a while. That includes those that make up the Golden Horseshoe: Durham, York, Toronto, Peel,
what they call you? Mark the
and
dark.
Niagara,
Mark the
as
dark.
well as border regions, Windsor, Essex, and Lambton. Day spas, salons, and tattoo parlors are subject to strict PPE guidelines. The government says it is watching the COVID-19 case numbers. It will be providing updates on trends every Monday to see if the hotspots have cooled. You can see a full guide to stage 2 on our website at 680news.com. I'm Caitlin Lee.
Mark Saunders, Toronto Police. Oh shit, it comes up.
Is 680 News. So with the province taking a regional approach to reopening in stage number 2, it kind of begs the question: what's stopping people from in the GTHA from basically traveling now to some of those areas that are going to be reopening? 680's Mark Douglas, of course, following that for us and joins us live now with those details. Mark.
Steve, reopening Ontario by regions is going to have a big
jackass in Australia tried to treat from $10,000 to
$20,000 where you are, and potentially spreading around COVID-19 back in the regions that now have it well under control. Premier Doug Ford could not explain any way from keeping people from Toronto or anywhere in the Golden Horseshoe from simply hopping in their car and going to a restaurant patio or a hair salon down the highway in a region that does get to
Urban Street Gang Unit, Drug Squad,
yeah, that's fine. We opened up
Emergency Task Force, Special Operations Command, Community Safety Command, that's a gang squad, Intelligence Division, that's...
Pardon me, the provincial framework on stage 2
standards,
but does not actually order places like hair salons to record the names and numbers of customers, just in case it's needed later for contact tracing. All the social distancing and personal hygiene requirements to stop spreading COVID-19 around Those are going to remain in effect everywhere in Ontario, whether you're in stage 2 or stuck in stage 1. Reporting live, I'm Mark Douglas.
It's 32.
680 News Time, 4:38.
This is the official page.
Well, several city councilors are pushing forward a motion to defund the Toronto police budget.
I don't know which one's true.
Defund police budgets in cities across North America in the wake of the George Floyd death in Minneapolis. 680's Momin Qureshi joins us live with those details. Momin.
You're a photographer too, eh?
Sorry,
oh, you must have hated my dad.
He's bringing the motion to City Council later this month, where he wants to see the Toronto police budget defunded by 10%. I spoke to Matt Lowe over the phone, and he says,
no, I didn't think the guy had a personal thing for me, but I'm beginning to know my dad got significant harassment from these cops.
To demonstrate that we want to make fundamental changes so that the new normal that we're creating truly includes them in a more just and equitable society.
You address diversity issues
where they're not unfairly
on local, provincial, national, global levels. Really,
$120 million police chief Mark Saunders says he's open to having that conversation, but several things have to change before they can make those types of moves. Reporting live, I'm Momin Qureshi.
You're listening to 680 News. Well, in Houston, the first of 2 days of remembrance is now underway, and ABC's Jim Ryan says that friends and strangers are planning to file past the casket of George Floyd.
A large heart-shaped bouquet bearing the letters BLM stands near George Floyd's casket, but many who have come here say Black Lives Matter isn't just a mantra of African Americans.
A lot of people of other diversities that are standing up for us and saying, you know, I'm ready to speak out and say enough is enough.
Danielle Ray is from Missouri City, not far from here. Others have traveled across the country for George Floyd's visitation and tomorrow's funeral. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Houston.
Makes more sense than what you asked.
This is 680 News. It now appears coronavirus hit China months before that nation ever reported it to the World Health Organization.
A team at Harvard Medical School, led by ABC News contributor John Brownstein, analyzed commercial satellite imagery and noticed an increase in car traffic outside major hospitals in Wuhan in early fall.
Something was going on. You know, hospitals get busy because people are sick and something's happening in the population.
Queen Elizabeth Diamond Jubilee Medal for outstanding community
associated with COVID-19.
That was when all those
China first informed the World Health Organization about the virus December 31st.
And the $2.1 billion lawsuit against the Toronto Star. And they had just sold their building. They sold their building and released the background.
This is 680 News.
All that shit happened.
Your comfort, your refuge, your safe
place. Diamond Jubilee. You don't know what year that was?
Junk is to make junk disappear.
And we're good at it.
Your home will feel better and cleaner, and you'll feel happier.
We promise.
Give us a call
or go to our website,
and your junk will magically disappear as your drives past your home.
We don't bang with family. Recognizing current trends in technology, Chief Saunders created an investigative cybercrime unit called, quote-unquote, C3. Don't know what that is. This investigative unit, capital U on unit, but not on investigative for some reason, is housed within Specialized Operations Command, which is like some serious shit with the police. Detective Operations. I'll say that is Specialized Operations Command - Detective Operations, and was developed in order to maximize the use of technology in policing. Okay, what does that mean? Combating these current trends and issues has been recognized by Chief Saunders as a way to improve the type of policing vehicle used to not only solve and prevent cybercrimes, but to foster and improve communication with all communities that he serves. Okay, so we already have the ICE, not immigration, internet child exploitation, and we have like a fraud unit. We have a major crimes unit. Like what exactly? Why is this so bright? What the fuck did that happen? No, it wasn't on automatic. That would have made sense. It still wouldn't make sense. Fuck. My birds. So I just wanted to shine that I can read that with that laser vision. Do you think you could read that? 17, 22, sign. 23 plus 7, 30 lines on that. Oh, I put my money into my vision. I didn't put it into the jewelry.
Temperatures tonight pretty comfortable down to 13
piece of jewelry.
degrees.
Some cop's gonna
We are
steal
up to
himself
30
for crap.
degrees, but the humidity is just slowly starting to
Can't
creep
handle
up.
the
So it's
fact
going
that
to
his
feel like
wife is fucking
34,
some pack
mainly
to that.
sunny
Oh,
again,
wow.
and a lake breeze up to 30 kilometers per hour. By Wednesday, that humidex is topping out near 40. It's the muggiest day of the week. And we also are watching for thunderstorms. We'll likely get around in the morning, midday, some sunshine, but it's Wednesday night storms that really we are watching for potentially severe and damaging
But you don't want to lie
again,
all the
later
time.
Wednesday
You're
night.
not the one that
By Thursday, we're back to 24 degrees. Tonight, down to a low of 13 degrees. It is currently 22 degrees at Pearson.
680 news time, 4:43.
Now the Scotia iTrade Market Minute, live from the Business Center. Here's Richard.
Say order lies for me again. Say order lies for me again. Say order lies for me, please,
Closing up
please,
120
please.
points, getting 0.75% to 15,974. It's Wall Street, though, that steals the headlines. The S&P 500 back positive for the year. Unbelievable the amount of ground we've made up since late March. S&P today closing up 1.2%. The NASDAQ closed at a record high today. It added 1.1% to close above 9,900. And the Dow was up 461 points, 27,572. Canadian dollar higher, it's at 74.69 cents US. This is 680.
There's people going, oh, fuck, I got to start paying the rent again.
Scotia iTrade. Get started in 3 easy steps and begin your investing journey from home today.
When they sell the
Learn
nights,
more at
you don't get to necessarily pick the price and
During
sell
the
it.
pandemic, obtaining authentic personal protective equipment can be a serious challenge.
Oh, the price will just stay up. I'm not investing my money.
And customers with PPE from SteriPro.ca. SteriPro.ca is proudly Canadian-owned and operated and offers masks, gloves, face shields, and more for you and your business needs.
Oh, and the company locked on my account again for some fucking, I don't know, I can't put money in it. Which is better than getting my money locked in. So I'm going to call it. I didn't lose.
Ontario, you're making a difference to keep people safe from COVID-19, and we all need to continue our efforts to protect each other. Get tested if you're worried you may have COVID-19 or have been exposed to the virus. Practice physical distancing. Stay 2 meters apart. Wear a face covering when physical distancing is a challenge, and continue to wash hands frequently, inside or out. Stay safe. Save lives. Learn more at ontario.ca/coronavirus. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
A sunny sky in downtown Toronto. It's 22 degrees. Good afternoon from the 680 News Broadcast Center. I'm Sarah Parris.
And I'm Steve Roberts. Here are the top stories right now.
Toronto's police chief has announced he's stepping down from the force. His retirement is effective July 31st. Mark Saunders says he's resigning for a whole host of reasons, but health is not one of them. He says he's just really looking forward to being a full-time dad and a full-time husband.
Well, the Ford government has announced a regional approach for stage 2 of reopening this province, which starts this Friday.
He's been here for 37 months.
Can reopen if they are outside the GTHA and in the Windsor area. Both are designated as hotspots right now for new COVID-19 cases.
Well, meantime, now that Ontario has announced a timeline for reopening, Mayor John Tory says plans to get the city of Toronto's economy back up and running will come soon. Tory also says details on when day camps and swimming pools can reopen just around the corner.
And for these stories and more, you can always find them at 680news.com.
Right over my shoulder. I'm a sneezy little fucking.
Time now for 680 Sports from Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Here's Alex Sixero.
Well, Sarah, the players are holding firm on wanting their full prorated salaries, which is something they did not see in MLB's latest offer. It came this morning where in the 76-game season, players would earn 75% of their prorated cash. That's if a postseason is played. If not, they get 50%. Now, according to Joel Sherman, 16 teams would make an expanded playoffs, 8 in each league, and based on seeding, a best of 3 series would be played in the opening round. The league wants to hear back from the union by Wednesday. Meantime, small on-ice group sessions are now being allowed beginning today as the NHL opens Phase 2 of their return to play plan. The Edmonton Oilers have opened up their facility for some of their players, already got some work in this afternoon. As of now, it's unclear when the Leafs will be opening up for
Ford Performance Center. The San Antonio Spurs will not have LaMarcus Aldridge in the Orlando bubble next month. Aldridge had right shoulder surgery back in April, and he will miss the remainder of the 2019-2020 season. And 6 fall national championships, including the Canadian Cup, have been canceled by U Sports because of the ongoing virus, along with football, soccer, cross-country running, and women's field hockey and rugby.
We're police, we know. Yeah, sure.
Sports at 15 and 45 past the hour, or anytime at
Well,
sportsnet.ca/590.
keep on top of the world from your home or on
Guys, you know where the website is. A whole bunch of different groups working this shit.
and
There's
audio
different levels.
and has the looks to match with an elegant leather case and craftsman stitching that signifies style in its finest form. Whether you're listening to a local radio station or signals from a faraway land, make Eton's radios your go-to source. Listen to the world. The Elite Traveler Radio is available online at ca.etoncorp.com. Order yours today.
When the time is right for your business to reopen, protecting your workforce should be top of your priority list. Nortec Industries is a licensed producer of PPE.
Command officer.
100% made
Not in the army, bro.
Nortec's face shields are Class 1 medical grade
Oh,
and feature
shit. You must have
universal
me like
fit
that,
and
too.
anti-fog
I gotta find out what
design
year you
and
fucking
now
actually
available
started,
to bulk
please.
purchase in a range of styles to suit you or your company's
I
needs.
mean,
Place your
everything
order
about
today
this
at
guy.
nortecind.com. That's NORTECIND.com.
I tell you, every time they see pick me, if I look at the screen,
Well, the Prime Minister
holy
plans
fuck,
to
they didn't
push
need
the
to do that.
RCMP and provinces to equip police officers with body cameras
Okay, wow,
as the
look at
country
less
looks
on
to
the screen
address
this time.
systemic racism amid large protests across Canada and the U.S. With more, here's our Parliament Hill reporter, Cormac McSweeney.
The Prime Minister says he's heard the calls for action and recognizes more needs to be done. So Justin Trudeau spoke with the RCMP Commissioner this morning about body cameras for police officers and plans to do the same with premiers when they speak later this week.
The federal government has jurisdiction over the RCMP, but there are
I mean,
many
there's
other
gotta be a
provincial and
reason.
municipal police
If the
forces
cops
that
would call me
should
by
be
my
looking
brother's
at greater
name, insist on him,
transparency
even though we
measures
don't
as
look
well. I will
identical.
certainly be talking about the
These
provinces
idiots get confused and think my doppelganger
about
is
the
my
need to
brother.
move
It's
forward
not. My
on
brother don't look
measures
enough
like body cameras.
like that.
Trudeau also wants to make sure police review and oversight
both
bodies have the
have
resources
to
they
do
need
it,
and
yeah.
says there will be more action to address racism because centuries of injustice will not be fixed overnight. The Prime Minister says they're always looking at budgets and funding for community supports, but does not commit to defunding the police, something Conservative leader Andrew Scheer opposes.
I don't believe that defunding the RCMP would make Canadians safer.
The NDP is calling on the
Can you
feds to
stop
introduce
funding them from the
legislation to
Indian
ban
Capital
racial
Trust
profiling
accounts?
by the RCMP.
Yes, they
Cormac
do.
McSweeney,
Yes, they
Parliament
do.
Hill.
Yes, they do.
Flight investigations have
can't admit
determined
you
that
do it and
military
then say you
helicopter
didn't.
that crashed off the coast of Greece in April did not respond as the crew on board expected before going down into the sea.
The finding is in a preliminary investigation report published today by the Royal Canadian Air Force and says investigators will now focus on both the Cyclone helicopter's various systems and what
It's a garbage helicopter. We went through this when it came
6
out.
members of the Canadian Armed Forces were on board when the helicopter crashed on April 29th. The report says the Cyclone flew past the HMCS Fredericton before turning back to land, and that during a final complex turn close to the ship, the helicopter did not respond as expected, entered a high-energy descent, and hit the water. Terry Federal, the Canadian
Near the ship.
Ottawa.
680 News Time,
Most many.
4:51.
Time for traffic and
Oh, it's a training mission. More people die on helicopter training missions than on helicopter missions.
The drive is
Okay,
just a little
knowing
bit
that,
down with volume.
no more
And we have
training
a couple of
missions.
problems sprinkled in
Simulators,
as well.
video games.
Eastbound 401, it looks like the issue that we had east of
They
Mississauga
minimize their
Road is
use in
cleared,
fucking
but
risky
it's backed up
situations.
From Winston
Good.
Churchill over towards
You're on the
Mavis,
other side of the
once again.
goddamn
Watch
ocean.
out for a
You know how
pothole south of
unpredictable the
Pearson
North
Airport
Atlantic
in the
is.
Express. Third lane from the
You watch
left. It's a
World War
large
II
one,
movies?
and it's already damaged a few vehicles through here. We've let the MTO know about it.
The
But
fucking
that's,
crowds had
something
a
to keep an eye
chance
on
of
for.
fucking blowing
It's,
themselves up or
East
sinking their
401
own
south of
shit.
Pearson in the Express,
On
just
purpose or
before
by
the
like
transfer
God
to
accident, I
Columbus.
just fucking
Third
blowing
lane
up a
from the
merchant
left.
marine ship
Then
or an
we
Navy
just
ship
have
or
volume
anything.
across
And
the
it did
city.
everything
Overall,
was
it's not
fucking
bad.
sinking.
But we do have another problem
That is a
leaving the
violent
GTA,
fucking
approaching
ocean.
Holt Road.
That
The
is a
left lane is
violent
blocked for the
ocean.
crash.
That's what the
lane's
treaty, that's
improving
why
once
they
again
named
here
it the
down to
North
slow from
Atlantic
east to
Treaty
the 418
Organization.
to
What's the most
approaching Hull, so
violent
it's not
thing
too
we
bad,
could think of
but
to
it will get
remind
busy.
people?
And then it does get busy again
Well,
into
it's
Port
not
Hope. At
all
Wesleyville, we have the two
comment.
left lanes blocked for
Violent,
paving work. So it's slow for about 5
It means-
kilometers approaching the Port Hope on road
Black
over
people,
towards
no. Russians,
Wesleyville there. If you're on the westbound 401 slow approaching the 400 Express and Collectors to Dixon, in the 410 Express and Collectors to Mavis, just volume on this side. The westbound Gardner is slow approaching York to west of Strawn, and on the westbound Lakeshore and Windermere, right lane is still blocked for construction, so it does back up from just west of Parkside over towards Windermere. West QEW won't really slow until you're heading into Burlington from Burlow to west of Walkers, and even that's relatively minor. Northbound 427 at Zenway, the left turn lane is still blocked with a stolen vehicle. Now heavy from Finch, it continues to pile up behind this. And if you're heading northbound in the 410, it's from your Steels to north of Queen.
Right? So those
Expect
numbers of people
excellence in the
dying.
showroom or online with Don Valley North Lexus on demand. Lisa 2020 NX300 from 178 bi
We could have landed on the ground, eh?
DonValleyNorthLexus.com. Your next reported 5:01 and with the extended forecast, meteorologist Natasha Ranzai.
A little bit of summer heat to deal with midweek, so we do have a heat warning as we approach late Tuesday to
near where
Wednesday.
it
But
took
for
off
now, it's
from.
comfortable, clear
Might
down to
be
13
something
degrees
like
tonight.
truck,
Tomorrow, another sunny day and 30 degrees, but slight
some
humidity
people
of
with some
34.
blankets
It's
to
the
fucking
Wednesday that's
throw
going
us
to be the muggiest
something.
day of the week. 31 will feel like 40. Likely some
Look
morning
up the crap.
thunderstorms,
No matter
midday
how high.
sunshine,
If
but it's
you're
the
strapped
Wednesday night storms. These ones
proper,
could be severe
the
in
best way
nature
to
with the heavy
survive,
downpours,
yet the
but
first
especially the potential is there for some
They got
damaging
airbag
winds
systems
on
in
Wednesday
what they're
night.
supposed
On
to have.
Thursday, early morning showers are possible. Otherwise, it's going to be
Inflate
sunny,
and stay
back to
inflated,
24 degrees.
smash
Morning
you
temperatures
around,
this weekend
and
could be
deflate.
around 7 or 8 degrees. Tonight, we're down to 13 degrees for the low. It is now 22 degrees at
Oh,
Pearson.
you're any good on the water.
680 News Time, 4:53.
This extended forecast is brought to you by Roto-Rooter Emergency Services. With Roto-Rooter's new contact
trying to change her
service,
name
there's no
now.
need to
You
delay
called her
calling
Cobra
for
for like
help
3
with your
days.
basement drain or water
Yeah, you're
cleanup
Cobra.
problem. Call 1-800-GET-ROTO.
Oh, no, it was cows, but I don't know. Sorry.
Wear a
I purposely tried not to remember because they say, oh, no, it's not that, it's something else. Well,
Thank you for doing
Cobra
your
sounds
part
cooler.
to protect yourself and those around you by wearing a face mask or face shield. Now we offer a
I know it's not one of them, but we're going to
convenience
fast track the
pack of
service.
masks and hand sanitizer. And a commercial
Why?
convenience pack that includes
We're gonna
masks,
put
hand sanitizer, and face
empty
shields.
things.
Both value priced.
And then you
Visit our
found
website at
some remains of 2 more people, and you shut up and you talk about that. What happened to those remains?
directly. 680 News Time.
And then you found the
4:54.
helicopter that you haven't picked it
The
up.
city of Brampton is reopening all of its more than 500
3
parks
kilometers,
as of this Thursday.
3,000 meters
That includes
deep.
leash-free dog
That's
parks,
almost-
picnic shelters, and
basically
skate
10,000
parks.
feet exactly.
The parks will close at 10 o'clock each night. All playgrounds, sports fields, outdoor swimming pools, splash pads, and washrooms remain closed. Coming up in 60 seconds, Richard Southern has your business report.
680 News Time, 4:55.
344
Deal
times
dealer days are
3,000.
back this spring with battery blowers and trimmers starting at $159.95. Battery chainsaw.
J'aimerais pointer le fait que oui, on parlait plus tôt dans cette discussion du fait que les manifestations
You better have a
sont de
whole
plus en
shitload to
plus
say about what's happening today.
pacifiques, mais ce qu'on a vu la semaine dernière, c'est que ça s'envenimait
lie to me,
souvent,
just don't
pas
be
à
so
cause des
English
manifestants, mais à cause des interventions policières. Alors, on sent qu'il y a quelque chose qui, parfois, on a l'impression que c'est presque irréconciliable là, dans le futur, cette façon de rentrer en collision.
Ce sont d'énormes tensions. Il y a personne qui peut le nier. Je dirais que dans certaines autres villes américaines, ce qu'on a vu, c'est des images peut-être plus encourageantes en fait de policiers qui marchaient dans ce cas carrément avec les manifestants. Mais c'est vrai que dans d'autres cas, on a eu des face-à-face qui sont pas faciles à gérer. Et parler de tensions entre policiers et citoyens. Ce qui est également intéressant, c'est qu'on a eu une confrontation en fait assez marquée au cours du week-end entre les manifestants ou des manifestants et le maire de Minneapolis. Le maire de Minneapolis, lui, est sorti publiquement pour s'opposer justement au mouvement visant à couper le financement à la police de sa ville. Il est carrément chuté et hué par les manifestants qui réclamaient précisément ça. Donc, écoutez, des tensions, il y en a dans bien des directions et dans bien des juridictions présentement aux États-Unis.
Oui. Et on a un président qui n'a pas vraiment d'appétit politique pour des réformes policières.
Ben, je dirais qu'on a un président qui essaie de jouer presque exactement dans la même carte que dans sa première campagne il y a 4 ans, c'est-à-dire se présenter comme étant le défenseur indéfectible des forces de l'ordre. En même temps, ce que je vous dirais, ça mérite d'être soumis à gros traits, parce qu'il y en a plusieurs, je crois, qui sont un petit peu, je ne sais pas si le mot traumatisé bien choisi, mais qui sont vraiment marqués par l'élection de 2016 et se disent, écoutez, peu importe ce qu'on voit au niveau des sondages présentement, on a déjà vu ce film-là il y a 4 ans, Donald Trump tirait de l'arrière, il a fini par gagner. C'est vrai, mais c'est pas vrai. Dans la mesure où, cette année, là, ce qu'on voit, c'est plus les semaines d'avance, plus le portrait est clair. Donald Trump est vraiment en très sérieuse difficulté politique électorale. L'avance dont joue Joe Biden présentement, non seulement elle est nettement plus importante que celle dont joue Hillary Clinton à pareille date, il y a 4 ans, mais elle est aussi beaucoup plus stable. Il y a 4 ans, ça fluctuait. Là, dans la mesure où ça bouge,
Mark
se rapproche par M. Biden. C'est que M. Biden, en fait, semble creuser davantage son avance. Donc, il n'y a rien qui est joué présentement, mais la fameuse carte, notamment sur la question de la loi Elan, en 2016, ne semble pas présentement pour l'assurer un deuxième mandat. Donc, il y a rien mais tout au moins à reconnaître qu'il est, encore une fois, en très, très périlleuse position présentement.
Oui, puis on voit là des gros noms républicains s'allier à Joe Biden dans les derniers jours. Oui. Mais Raphaël, dites-nous, qu'est-ce qu'on surveille là, cette semaine?
Très rapidement, je vous laisse avec un point, justement, qui est en lien direct avec Donald Trump et qui n'a rien à voir avec les forces policières, mais ça a un lien avec les forces de l'ordre, c'est-à-dire les forces militaires. Donald Trump, on sait depuis son advent en politique, a promis un retrait assez important de l'empreinte ou des troupes militaires justement ailleurs dans le monde. Et là, il a annoncé qu'on retirerait dans les prochaines semaines environ le tiers des soldats américains qui sont en Allemagne. Il y a plusieurs gens qui, je crois, à ce jour, ignorent que depuis la fin de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, les États-Unis sont conservés sur une base permanente. Beaucoup de soldats, des dizaines de milliers de soldats, en fait, en Allemagne. Donald Trump, donc, qui coûte ça environ du tiers. Donc, peut-être garder un œil sur la réaction, notamment, évidemment, en Europe, de cette décision.
À suivre. Donc, merci beaucoup, Raphaël Jacob, de commencer comme ça la semaine avec nous. On vous retrouve lundi prochain.
Merci.
Et on s'en va au Radio Journal. On vous retrouve tout de suite après, à l'heure de pointe.
Parce que tout comme vous, elle aime être au cœur du monde. Parce qu'elle est intéressée par ce qui vous touche. Parce qu'elle est près de vous tous les soirs. Elle revient savourer votre histoire au téléjournal radio. Ici Radio-Canada Télé. Ici Jacques Beauchamp. Ce soir à l'émission, Stéphane Bureau nous parle de l'entrevue peut-être la plus marquante de sa carrière, celle qu'il réalise avec Jacques Parizeau à quelques heures du résultat du vote référendaire.
Aujourd'hui l'histoire, ce soir 20h, ici première.
Vous écoutez ici Radio-Canada Première.
The killing of Mark Saunders.
Au 860 AM, à Toronto. Du cœur aux idées.
Aujourd'hui au Radio Journal, les adieux à George Floyd se poursuivent, cette fois à Houston, la ville où il a grandi.
Il a secoué des millions et des millions de vies dans le monde entier parce que tout le monde s'est remis en question, les blancs, les noirs, tout le monde s'est remis en question, donc j'y croyais pas que je voyais son corps.
Justin Trudeau se dit prêt à passer à l'action contre le racisme.
Aujourd'hui, je m'engage à continuer à mener la charge.
Même si des centaines de recommandations attendent d'être mises en œuvre. Et Québec annonce son plan pour la réouverture des restaurants.
Look. This.
Bonjour, ici Joanne Prince.
There's degrees of black, okay? This is the guy that almost became police, but they needed someone a little darker looking to appease the masses. No, he's too light. He looks like he looks like he's probably he looks light. He looks like you all got something to say, whether you admit it or not.
Aux États-Unis et dans le monde entier. Ces funérailles seront célébrées demain. Je joins Raphaël Bouvier-Auclair, notre envoyé spécial à Houston. Raphaël, les autorités attendent près de 10 000 personnes à cette chapelle ardente.
Oui, il y avait déjà beaucoup de gens, Joanne, qui s'étaient présentés avant midi, donc avant que les portes de cette église en banlieue de Houston ouvrent. Des gens qui ont bravé la chaleur vraiment écrasante du Texas pour venir rendre hommage à George Floyd, pour venir montrer leur appui également à sa famille, la famille qui va prendre la parole d'ailleurs au cours des prochaines minutes, et beaucoup de personnes rencontrées sur place avaient aussi un message politique. Ils souhaitent des réformes
contre la brutalité policière et pour lutter contre les inégalités raciales et sociales aux États-Unis. Voici le reportage de ce secrétaire.
Are you black? Is that what Billy had a problem with it? I gotta figure this out. This motherfucker must have.
Des chants entonnés avant
I'm sure I'm not the only one that just do that piece. No, the cops get right there.
Pour
If it's in the hood, you're in any city, you know what I'm talking about. The cops will take a
Quelqu'un qui
hate
est
on
comme un
somebody.
martyr, qui est mort et il a
God bless
secoué
you,
des
it's not
millions
you,
et
but
des
you
millions
get
de
to
vies
see
dans le
them
monde entier.
doing it.
policiers
You
réclament
know.
maintenant des réformes pour lutter contre la brutalité policière et les inégalités
First time,
raciales.
like, oh, come on, man, you're tripping. The second time you see it.
Le gouverneur républicain du Texas est venu promettre des changements. Question, dit-il, que George Floyd ne soit pas mort en vain. Le probable candidat démocrate aux élections présidentielles, Joe Biden, s'est aussi déplacé à Houston pour rencontrer la famille. Tina, une afro-américaine, attend de voir des gestes concrets.
The first black Canadian from Toronto's police service, dude, I'm gonna find out the ancestry dots here. Hold on. You've heard him talk. Let's see if I can crop out the police thing just to let's make this fit. Let's make him look like fucking George Floyd, right? No police stuff. No police stuff. Oh, and hey, motherfucker, we got the same ears, motherfucker. Me and you too, right? That is crazy. That is crazy.
And it's so amazing.
I did not adjust the contrast brightness or anything. That's the police chief we got.
Incroyable, dit-elle, que George n'ait pas pu changer le monde de son vivant.
You think I'm tripping that they fucking... You're a little too...
Par ailleurs, l'ex-policier qui est accusé du meurtre de George Floyd a comparu pour la première fois aujourd'hui à Minneapolis. Derek Chauvin, 44 ans, a été congédié à la suite de ce drame. Une caution d'au moins $1 million américain a été fixée s'il veut obtenir une libération conditionnelle avant son procès. La prochaine audience a été fixée au 29 juin.
It's 2015. It's not that long ago.
Le racisme et la brutalité policière, il en est aussi question chez nous. Justin Trudeau s'est dit en faveur aujourd'hui du port de caméras corporelles évoquant plusieurs cas récents de brutalité policière à l'endroit des Autochtones. Pour certains, ce n'est pas la solution miracle. Christian Noël a préparé ce qui suit.
Le racisme, les préjugés inconscients.
Justin Trudeau veut rassurer les Autochtones et les autres minorités qui
c'est un élément de transparence, de redevabilité que je pense serait très important pour les corps policiers.
Justin Trudeau dit que la GRC devrait aller de l'avant et il tente aussi de convaincre ses homologues provinciaux. François Legault ne ferme pas la porte.
Il faut consulter, il faut peser les pour, les contre, mais il faut regarder ça attentivement.
Pour plusieurs, c'est une question de coût, mais aussi de protection de la vie privée. Les caméras corporelles ne sont pas la panacée, avertit Michel Audet, ex-commissaire de l'enquête nationale sur les femmes autochtones. Elle plaide notamment pour un organisme autochtone indépendant pour surveiller le travail des policiers.
On sent que c'est pas nécessairement la police qui va enquêter la police. Ça devrait être partout à travers le Canada.
Elle est également en faveur d'une enquête nationale sur la brutalité policière. Le chef du Bloc québécois, Yves-François Blanchet, émet une mise en garde.
Je ne suis pas contre une commission ou une enquête à la condition qu'elle ne soit pas le prétexte pour ne pas poser de gestes et ne pas appliquer des recommandations de rapports qui sont déjà déposés.
Pour certains, les caméras corporelles proposées par Justin Trudeau sont loin d'être la solution idéale. Les policiers de Minneapolis en portent et ça n'a pas empêché la mort de George Floyd. Ici Christian Noël, Radio-Canada, Ottawa.
Par ailleurs, François Legault refuse toujours de parler de racisme systémique au Québec, mais il assure vouloir s'attaquer à ce problème. En point de presse, le premier ministre a déclaré qu'après la Révolution tranquille, le Québec est prêt pour une évolution tranquille. Décision de Fanny Bussière-McNicol.
François Legault reconnaît qu'il y a du racisme au Québec, mais il persiste et signe et refuse de parler de racisme systémique.
Je veux éviter de tomber dans un débat de mots et de faire un procès aux Québécois. Il y a un système inconscient au Québec. Les experts s'entendent pas.
Le premier ministre préfère parler du besoin d'une évolution tranquille dans la matière.
Il faut que le Québec évolue. De la même façon qu'on a évolué pour que les francophones retrouvent leurs droits, pour que les femmes retrouvent leurs droits, il est temps qu'on lutte contre le racisme, qu'il y ait une évolution de ce côté-là.
Une expression et une approche mal choisie, selon Stéphanie Germain, une des organisatrices de la manifestation du 31 mai à Montréal, et Anastasia Marcelin de la Ligue des Noirs Nouvelle Génération.
On a parlé de révolution.
C'est Canada, United Kingdom.
Tranquille, le mouvement, il va vite, les gens ont besoin de changement. On ne peut pas reconnaître qu'il y a du racisme systémique.
Toronto, Ontario, Canada, residents.
C'est le système qui tue nos fils. C'est le système qui nous empêche d'avoir un bon emploi. Si M. Legault dit qu'il n'y a pas de système de racisme, qu'il vient, qu'il marche sur les communautés, qu'il s'assoit avec les gens, qu'il leur demande qu'est-ce qui ne va pas au Québec.
François Legault promet qu'il expliquera bientôt comment il compte s'attaquer au problème du racisme. Il affirme que le profilage racial par les policiers est l'un des enjeux qu'il compte aborder. Ici Fanny Bussière-McNicol, Radio-Canada, Montréal.
Au Québec, la baisse constante du nombre de cas liés à la COVID-19 semble confirmer la tendance espérée par les autorités sanitaires. 6 décès ont été rapportés au cours des dernières 24 heures. Voici le premier ministre François Legault.
C'est très encourageant. Évidemment, il faut bien prendre pour acquis. On espère que les chiffres vont continuer à être aussi bons dans les prochains jours.
Et d'ailleurs, le déconfinement se poursuit. Nous en parlons avec Mathieu Dion qui est à Québec. Mathieu, d'abord, c'est confirmé, de nombreux restaurants pourront rouvrir leurs portes lundi prochain.
La réouverture se fera en 2 étapes. En région, à compter du 15 juin, il faudra patienter une semaine de plus dans la communauté métropolitaine de Montréal, la MRC de Joliette et la ville de Lévis. Il n'y aura pas de limite pour le nombre de personnes. L'important, c'est qu'il y ait 2 mètres entre les clients. D'ailleurs, les règles pour ouvrir une terrasse seront soumises pour répondre à cette exigence. Ensuite, plusieurs mesures devront être adoptées. Port du masque et des protections oculaires pour les travailleurs, désinfection des menus, par exemple. Des centaines d'agents de prévention.
Saunders announced that his last day as chief of Toronto Police will be, he says, July 31st, 2020. I say
parce que la situation à Montréal n'est pas la même. Selon le docteur Richard Massé
Saunders
de la
has 4 children with his wife Stacey. They live. I don't need to know.
Reste encore fragile à Montréal. Il y a un message là-dedans qui est attention au niveau de la CML. On doit pas baisser la garde et rester vraiment plus vigilant encore que les autres. Les grands oubliés de cette annonce sont les bars, mais ceux qui ont un permis de préparation d'aliments pourront reprendre leurs activités. On pense au resto-bar notamment.
Et puis Mathieu, Québec a aussi annoncé des assouplissements en ce qui concerne les rassemblements intérieurs.
Même date que les restaurants, 15 juin en région, 22 juin dans le Grand Montréal, maximum de 10 personnes provenant d'au plus 3 adresses différentes. Et quand ce sera impossible de respecter l'exigence des 2 mètres, dans un petit appartement par exemple, ce sera aussi impossible de se rassembler à 10 personnes à cet endroit. C'est gros bon sens.
Merci Mathieu.
Merci, au revoir.
It is not with a heavy heart that effective July 31st of this year, I will relinquish my seat as chief of police for the Toronto
He stated that the family went public about the transplant in order to raise awareness of the organ donation program.
Il en a fait l'annonce cet après-midi sans toutefois préciser les raisons de son départ. L'homme de 58 ans, qui a été le premier chef de police noir de la ville reine, souhaite d'abord prendre quelques mois de congé avant de se consacrer à d'autres projets. Voilà, mesdames et messieurs, c'était le Radio-Journal de Radio-Canada. Très bonne soirée.
Police Exemplary Service. How did you get... No, I haven't seen the police now. Okay, I'm confused. Maybe so. It's probably might just be one swim. Royce and James.
Lundi 8 juin, il est 17h10. Bienvenue à l'heure de pointe.
Hey Royce, how black do you consider Mark Saunders?
Le chef de la police de Toronto, Mark Saunders, qui a annoncé sa démission. Il va quitter des raisons familiales. Il va quitter son poste à la fin juillet. On reviendra sur cette annonce un peu plus tard dans cette dernière heure de l'émission.
Non. Hey.
Bienvenue à l'heure de pointe. C'est Claudia Hébert qui est avec vous pour encore 50 minutes et je vous parle depuis le début de l'émission de mon excitation, non seulement à être avec vous à l'heure de pointe, mais aussi à être en studio à Radio-Canada, au centre-ville de Toronto. Ce n'était pas arrivé depuis longtemps. Et ça me permet de voir de façon sécuritaire, mais en chair et en os, des collègues que je n'avais pas vus depuis longtemps. Et là, c'est Lynn Françoise qui est avec moi. Bonjour, Lynn Françoise.
Being cleared of any wrongdoing by a corruption charge. Would you doubt me? You go, oh, yeah, it looks kind of like a Jamaican police lieutenant getting off some murder charge.
Je vis seule.
Je peux comprendre.
C'est très compréhensible.
À tous les jours, je parle à mes collègues, je parle au miracle de la radio, on est réunis, on parle aux auditeurs, alors on se sent pas nécessairement seul, mais voir des gens en personne, je vous assure que ça change vraiment quelque chose dans une journée. Alors, ça me fait très plaisir de vous avoir avec moi, Lynn Françoise.
Ça me fait un plaisir d'être ici.
Alors, tout d'abord, parlons ensemble de ce couple de Toronto qui gère une garderie à domicile depuis 30 ans et qui, là, font face à des accusations d'agression sexuelle.
Il s'agit de José Diaz, 63 ans. Il fait face à 7 chefs d'accusation, dont 2 pour agression sexuelle, alors que son épouse Maria Alice Cruz, 60 ans, fait face à 3 chefs d'accusation, dont 2 pour avoir promis de fournir les nécessités de la vie. La police de Toronto allègue que l'homme a agressé sexuellement 2 fillettes à maintes reprises et que sa femme a omis de le signaler à la police alors qu'elle en avait pris connaissance. Les incidents impliquent des filles qui ont maintenant 9 et 11 ans et se seraient déroulés entre 2016 et 2020. La police craint qu'il y ait plus de victimes et demande à quiconque ayant des informations de la contacter.
Parlons également d'un nouveau rapport externe qui blâme la police de Hamilton pour la violence survenue durant les activités de la fierté. C'était en 2019.
Voilà, la préparation inadéquate des policiers et leurs actions lors des événements ont contribué à une crise de confiance entre le corps policier et la communauté LGBTQ+. Selon le rapport, Colin Côté-Paulette résume ce qui contient.
Le 15 juin 2019, un petit groupe d'individus homophobes se présente aux activités de la fierté à Hamilton. Ils sont munis de pancartes sur lesquelles on peut lire des messages religieux et haineux. Il s'ensuit une altercation violente entre les agitateurs et les participants des activités. Des gens sont blessés et des arrestations ont lieu. Près d'1 an plus tard, un rapport réalisé par un avocat de Toronto conclut que la police a manqué à son devoir de protéger le public et les participants lors de l'événement. Le document révèle que le corps policier a préparé un plan opérationnel quant à la fierté seulement 2 jours avant l'événement. Les 4 agents assignés à la fierté n'ont pas eu de contact avec les organisateurs avant l'événement. Une préparation inadéquate selon Scott Bergman, l'auteur du rapport. Ce dernier avance que la police aurait pu anticiper que des homophobes, des suprémacistes blancs et des agitateurs organisés se présentent à la fierté. Rappelons que des individus de la sorte s'étaient aussi présentés à la fierté de Hamilton en 2018. L'auteur conclut son rapport en soulignant que malgré la crise de confiance, le corps policier a collaboré en toute transparence à l'enquête. Il semble déterminé à améliorer les relations entre les agents et la communauté LGBTQ+. Ici, Colin Côté-Paulette, Radio-Canada, Hamilton.
Finalement, il y a une collecte de fonds qui a été lancée pour rapatrier un jeune travailleur agricole mort de la COVID-19.
Oui, le travailleur agricole migrant de 24 ans, Rogelio Munoz Santos, est décédé vendredi à l'hôpital régional de Windsor après avoir contracté la COVID-19. Il s'était placé en isolement dans un hôtel après avoir été déclaré positif. Il s'est rendu à l'hôpital de Hamilton. Donc, cette collecte de
slowly supporters have feared that the mayor's presence was a power play designed to block Slowly's rise to the position. Slowly is known to be opposed to carding and authored many of the recommended changes that outgoing Chief Bill Blair refused to implement.
Une partie des frais de rapatriement, mais pas tout. Donc, on a besoin de sous et l'objectif de la collecte de fonds
Tory
est de
and the new board approved a new policy regarding carding last week, discarding the recommended changes over loud objections from many citizens, some of them in tears. When that happened, it cemented the view that Saunders would get the nod over Slowly.
On a 26 degrés du côté de Windsor, c'est ensoleillé, c'est dégagé, mais la chaleur s'en vient. On nous parle là d'une masse d'air chaud qui s'approche de la région, mais vraiment, là, cet avertissement touche pas mal tout le sud. On parle de Barrie, de London, Niagara, Sarnia, ville de Hamilton, Toronto, Windsor, Essex, Chatham-Kent. Alors, vraiment, là, cette masse d'air chaud s'en vient et va toucher pas mal tout le monde dans le sud de l'Ontario. On parle de température entre 30 et 33 degrés au cours des 2 prochains jours. On parle d'une augmentation du niveau d'humidité mercredi avec un index 35, 39, des températures minimales à 20, 22 degrés. Il doit faire chaud aussi dans la nuit de mardi à mercredi. Alors, considérez-vous comme étant averti. La chaleur s'en vient. ventilateurs à approcher. Si vous avez également des airs climatisés, vous risquez de les utiliser dans les 2 prochains jours. D'ailleurs, Sylviane Janson, êtes-vous bien équipée pour faire face à la chaleur?
Complètement, c'est tout ce qu'il faut, c'était déjà fourni. Mais moi, j'adore les tubes. J'ai toujours connu les tubes, je connais pas d'autre chose. Donc,
je pense que moi, je préfère le froid parce que là, on peut mettre une petite laine et régler ça. Mais quand on a chaud, on a chaud. Je sais pas, ça dépend des jours, ça dépend de la température et de comment on vit cette température-là. Et dites-moi, Sylviane, qu'est-ce que vous avez préparé pour cette dernière heure de l'émission?
Parlons un peu de l'été, justement, les excursions cet été. Vous savez, on voit très peu d'avions dans le ciel. Il y a des gens, jusqu'à maintenant, la frontière avec les États-Unis est encore fermée et plusieurs vont se sentir plus en sécurité en restant dans la province. Alors, je vous fais des suggestions de 15 idées de voyage en Ontario pour préparer notre escapade cet été.
Je vais prendre des notes. Merci beaucoup, Sylviane. Dans un instant, on parle politique fédérale avec Micheline Lafleur, mais tout d'abord, on va entendre Ken Lo avec la chanson de Amadi qui vient sur l'album.
They haven't updated your bio. Not even one digit. Once a year to update the year. They didn't even put in the script to put in this many years since this day or something.
Looking for a Hyundai? I'm your guy. No payments for 6 months on Canada's biggest inventory.
Hold on.
Drive at mrs.hyundai.com or restelhyundai.ca. Book your appointment today. Need something to watch? Binge away the boredom with City TV now. Where would you like to go? Full seasons of the shows you love. Streaming now and ready to go. Sure it's yours? You got a fire in there. From Chicago Wednesday to Family Guy, Modern Family to Mom. We've got what you're looking for.
Oh, you gave a good interview. I swear to God it says that.
The City TV app and at citytv.com. Get it like now.
You're listening to 680 News. It's now 5:18. Well, as more businesses get ready to reopen in Ontario, the province's medical leaders are feeling optimistic about the future. Associate Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Broderick Yaffe, says the number of active outbreaks and active cases in long-term care homes have been decreasing.
While we tragically continue to see deaths in our long-term care homes, the rate of increase has been slowing down. And we are working very hard now to finalize a visitor policy for long-term care homes, which I think will be a very welcome thing for both for the residents and for their families.
And Dr. Yaffe says we've also seen favorable trends in Ontario retirement homes as well. She also says that while the number of daily cases, tests completed, though, is increasing, we are not seeing a number of new cases rising at the same rate.
Coincidentally, there's the same number of police officers earning over $100,000 that are undercover officers.
Here's Prime Minister Trudeau.
This is an incredibly difficult time to be apart from a spouse, a child, or mom and dad. We hear that. That's why we're bringing in a limited exemption to allow immediate family members of citizens or permanent residents to come to Canada.
Now, anyone who qualifies for the exemption must quarantine, though, for 14 days. That goes into effect at 11:59 tonight. The change does not apply, though, to immediate family members of temporary residents, such as those on a student or even a work visa. Well, the Prime Minister says he will push the provinces and the RCMP to make sure that police officers are equipped with body cams.
We need to do much
more.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says, in his opinion, all officers should be wearing body cameras, something he stressed in a call with the RCMP commissioner. Later this week, he plans to raise the issue with premiers who have jurisdiction over municipal and provincial forces. But Trudeau notes there are a lot of details that need to be worked out before anything is official.
These are discussions we need to go forward on. Oh, what do you think you are?
Cost on the cost to provinces where there is contract policing in place.
The Prime Minister says fixing centuries of racial injustice won't happen overnight.
I've seen 280-pound white boys, they can't get 6.5 inches together.
Conservative leader Andrew Scheer criticizing Trudeau for attending anti-racism rallies, saying he broke health advice around physical distancing.
After all the hardship that people have gone through to see the Prime Minister
completely ignore those
oh my
fucking God, you're
recommendations. I can understand why people are confused.
Trudeau defends himself, saying he attempted to follow the rules, but it was important for him to stand with minority communities at this time.
Yeah, who don't want to be fucking videotaped all the fucking time by the cops. Oh, we have all the cops on the poor people all the time and the black people. We're going to fix it. We're going to put cameras on them. The cameras aren't pointed at the cops. We're not asking for the police to become video reporters, eh? We already record them. How do you think all these phones get smashed up? It's the cops. Ooh. Yeah, that doesn't do nothing to the fucking live stream.
To approaching Nielsen in the Express, where this left lane is blocked off. It's just as it goes down the 2 lanes in the Express for a construction project. So collectors moving along just fine. And there's a transfer just before it starts getting slow. East of Salem, and then East 401 is jammed, approaching the 401 to Wesleyville. On the westbound 401, a new issue of Wilson and the collectors. Central lane blocked to the garage, backed up from the 400 collectors, and slow from Islington Express to Dixon. From the 680 traffic center, Kyle Hawking. A minor problem on the northbound John Valley Parkway, north of the Baby Blue ramp. We have a still vehicle on the right shoulder. It's sort of poking into the right lane as it sits on the back of this flatbed tow. Should be pulling away anytime now. But just a minor delay there. Then it gets heavier with volume from Don Mills to York Mills. No problems on the northbound 404. Northbound 400, it looks pretty good, free of any major delays. Things have eased off on the 427 north after those problems by Zenway cleared, so that route looks good. Northbound 410 is still a bit slow from Steeles to north of Queen. And if you're traveling out of downtown, the westbound Gardner is fine, but the westbound Lakeshore at Windermere, the right lane is still blocked for construction. So it is a bit busy just on the approach to Windermere with that lane restriction. Working from home, on the couch, with kids, turn your basement into a home office suite from $4.90 a month. Visit agmrenovations.com. Your next report at 5:31, and with the extended forecast, here's meteorologist Natasha Ramzai.
A little bit of heat that we have to deal with Tuesday and Wednesday. Heat warnings are in place because it's going to feel close to 40 by Wednesday, but it is short-lived. So tonight is kind of a fresh night, down to 13 degrees, very comfortable. Clear tonight, sunny tomorrow, and 30, feeling 34. But Wednesday, 31 degrees again, feeling close to 40. More importantly, we have morning thunderstorms, but it's the ones coming Wednesday night that we are watching for potentially approaching severe limits with the wind gusts over 90 kilometers per hour, very heavy downpours, and the risk of hail. Then Thursday,
they were looking for them when they came back. Say,
we'll in the afternoon and 24 degrees back to seasonal. Tonight down to below 13 degrees. It is currently 22 degrees at Pearson.
Your home is your sanctuary. The hot weather means your air conditioner needs to work. If you need repairs or replacements, Reliance Home Comfort answers your call 24/7. We're taking every precaution to keep you safe, and we're ready to help with deferred payments and no interest for 18 months on featured air conditioners. And as always, you can count on our next day installation guarantee. When you need air conditioner help now. Financing OEC, interest accrues from a deferral period. Conditions apply. See website for details. Somewhere beyond the headlines.
I'm always refreshing my memory of things. I don't bother. I studied all this in college. Studied on a university. My bad. Most secondary.
Public Library now I don't feel that it's online appointments for curbside pickup at 67 of its locations across the city. Today's the first day, by the way, that the ability to make appointments has been made available, with the first pickup slots open for tomorrow.
You don't
sound began accepting returns last week at least 70 of their branches.
No, I'm allowed to.
Coming up in 60 seconds, we've got Richard Southern standing by with the latest in business.
City News Time, 5:25. Save the world. Wear a mask. All of us at CanadaMaskSupply.ca, thank you for doing your part to protect yourself and those around you.
Oh, I did explode in my face. I'm going to burn myself looking at how it got all fucked up and weird.
Pack of masks and hand sanitizer. And a commercial convenience pack that includes masks, hand sanitizer, and face shields. Both value priced. Visit our website at CanadaMaskSupply.ca for all the details.
I didn't use lighters, man. I got a bunch of reasons. It's not just the environmental bullshit.
Jewelry and General Workers Component 325. Please remember that
These are made in China, but typically matches are made
grocery
here.
and convenience store
I
clerks,
don't
gas station
understand.
attendants, food delivery people, truckers and transit workers have been risking their health and welfare.
I know I get 320 matches cheaper than 250 on the exact same shelf. I don't understand that.
Thank you from the Canadian Union of Brewery and
is there
General
any weed in
Workers
there?
representing
Nice
Molson
big
Coors
chunk.
Toronto Brewery.
Nice big chunk. It did not fall out.
26. Time now for the 680 News Business
Oh.
Report. And for that, let's check
Did
in
I,
the
am I
business
saying it
center
wrong?
with Richard
Wrong?
Southern.
They keep
Good
saying,
evening. Here's an interesting offshoot
is it
of the
Raptissa
pandemic. RV sales and rentals are absolutely booming as many look for a safe way to take a trip this summer amid COVID-19. In the States, 46 million Americans plan to take an RV trip in the next year, according to financial Ipsos.
Okay,
U.S.
Radvi.
President Trump
Shut up,
recently
fix the damn
suggested
computers.
he may ditch Air Force One for an RV trip to New York
How
City.
could Radvi
Here in Canada, those that rent RVs say they
protect
simply can't keep up with demand. According to the Recreational Vehicle Dealers Association of Canada, the RV industry of this country generates 66,000 jobs and $4.7 billion annually, numbers that could be about to grow. Right on to the restaurant sector now, where there could be some trouble brewing at Chuck E. Cheese. The restaurant chain in talks with lenders for a $200 million loan as some debt repayments become due. The company has stopped making its monthly rent payments and has laid off most of its staff.
Oh, they didn't furlough them?
Before the pandemic, though, was said to be experiencing
It's gotta be British work,
from growing competition, places like bounce houses and trampoline parks.
I thought you got laid off.
Balance Tire again today. We see a rally here now that just doesn't show any signs of stopping. The TSX up 120 points to 15,974. Bay Street cutting its year-to-date loss.
I never got taught English.
The Dow up 461 points, 27,572. S&P back positive for the year. It adds 1.2% to close about 3,200. And the Nasdaq,
my mother learned English from her parents are Dutch.
Up 110 points, above 9,900. The Nasdaq and all its red-hot tech stocks are up 10.6% this year. Price for gold of back about 1,700 US the ounce, on the looting up to 74.7.
My grandmother went to the little schoolhouse on the fucking
This is
prairie.
680 News.
Put us on and find out what's the best weather reports in the city every 10 minutes on 680 News.
Want to discover this year's most
This sinister
innovative new
thing runs
products? Visit
genetically. I know it does.
productoftheyear.ca.
She told me a
From the
story one
funniest
time. I
beauty
can't tell it the
products and
same
luxe
way she
culinary
did.
finds to cutting-edge appliances and oh so good sweets.
Considering how far back
Thousands of
this
Canadians
was.
have voted for the most
Where they
innovative
were.
new products for 2020.
I don't know exactly what they did. They managed to scare their teacher into thinking there was a bear like outside the school. Like, I don't know, they had a carpet or a bear skin or what the fuck they had. They scared the fuck out of their school teacher. They ain't a big school with fucking cops and a big city. They're fucking one little room school as far as I can
TD Insurance, there are so many ways to save. We can't fit them all in this ad. But this guy can try. Alumni and professional preferred rates, home and car bundle, burglar alarm discount, fire alarm discount, online
That
discount,
got
free
kicked
discount,
out for this is bullshit on a test.
discount, conviction free
That's
savings,
genetic. That's from stabbing a guy in the belly. This is all. Why didn't tell me all this shit till after? Well, we should tell you this now. Why you told me that before? I would have been prepared.
Conditions apply.
And I might feel like stabbing a guy.
680 News.
All right, let's take a look at Natasha Ramsey's forecast for tonight. She's looking at clear skies, a low down to 17 degrees. Tomorrow morning, starting off the day sunny and warm with a morning high of 18. By the time we get into the afternoon, though, it is going to be a scorcher, sunshine, and 29. And then looking into Wednesday, though, maybe some unsettled weather on the way. Mainly cloudy with some sunny breaks. The chance we could even see some thunderstorms and a high near 30. Right now in downtown Toronto, we got sunshine and a temperature this hour of 22 degrees. The News Watch, oh, it never stops. 680 News, we are live 24/7. 680 News time, 5:30.
Number one for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News, Toronto.
Here are Sarah Barrett and Steve Roberts.
You're not Jamaican Canadian, bro. That's what you try to pass yourself off as. You're not Jamaican Canadian.
Here's what's making news this hour.
You're not Afro. How do they say Afro-Caribbean, Afro-Canadian?
COVID-19 case numbers made a long list of regions in Ontario will be able to get haircuts and drink a beer on the patio Friday, but we all have to wait.
So
but
Toronto,
it doesn't specify what they mean by his parents were
Horseshoe
Jamaican.
regions do not get to move.
He told you they were Jamaican, that's it.
what about all those customers?
Remember, he was born in 62. Well, where the fucking birth records are?
No haircut for us just yet here in Toronto, but Mayor John Tory says the city is planning for the restart of services and the reopening of the economy.
Toronto's chief of police is stepping down. Mark Saunders says he'll be retiring July 31st. The announcement comes 8 months before his contract expires.
MLB has offered up a 76-game season, but the Players Association deems it as a step backwards. And U Sports cancels 6 of their fall championships.
Sports at 45. The COVID-related stock sell-off of a few months ago, just a distant memory. The S&P has fully recovered now. The NASDAQ closes at a record high.
Those credit accounts.
680 News Time.
We'll start selling your shit to cover minimum.
Together on the One is brought to you by TSC, Airborne Shopper 680. Here's Jordan Kerr.
Does all the accounts hit their limits and start triggering sales? Oh, it takes, there's a time lag for it to go through the system. It's Skynet playing a little game of dominoes.
Kennedy and the collectors. Good news. Problems approaching Nielsen and the Express are gone. It's still busy from east
You said that my house.
So that should start to clear up. And then
could be, because the helicopter was quiet.
This is noisy as fuck. Volume as you go out of the GTA, eastbound 401 at Wesleyville. That's as you come up to Port Hope. Only the right lane open. Because
so let's hear more about Mr. Saunders. That might be interesting to some of us. This is fucking ridiculously interesting. Oh shit. Sources familiar with the search told the Star's Betsy Powell that Saunders blew away the board members in his interview. Oh, wow. Because you got that British accent. He speaks English so well for a colored person. There's a gap there. They have to remember person. Slowly turned off board members, the source suggested. This part is bullshit. Because he seemed to be campaigning for the position. Suggested. Well, how does the source suggest it to you? But he thinks that he turned up. I don't know. That's the bullshit part. I'm not going to elaborate any further. I just know it's bullshit. A third candidate, former Prince Albert Saskatchewan, I guess, Chief Dale McPhee, was very good too, the source said. But McPhee didn't have the right experience and he ran a force much too small. Well, yeah, probably. Saunders, a 32-year Toronto police veteran, takes the reins later this month from Blair, who leaves a force struggling to contain costs and in the midst of an ongoing controversy over racial profiling and the divisive police tactic of carding, which John Tory wanted and Mark Saunders wanted. Saunders was, I just read that part. Saunders was appointed deputy chief in 2012. And that's when I moved here. I probably wasn't paying attention to this. Oh, first black chief, not black to me. And that's how a lot of us would have not paid attention to it. Right? And he's in charge of Specialized Operations Command, SUC, where he oversees 1,200 police officers, 164 civilian members, and a budget of $175 million. Oh, yeah, you do the math on that. What did I say? There are 1,200 or 1,100. Yeah, this is where it gets tricky. 1,100 at the time of this, 1,100 undercover police officers who earn more than $100,000 a year. Do the math. How much money I just read off? Plus 164 civilian members. They get paychecks and narc money. No, they get like another person to do something for them that may or may not even realize what's going on. And then they're doing it on behalf of the officer. And those two split the fucking 400. It's not 40, it's 400. They put 40, they got cut. $40. After you've written your own statement, they tell you to write the fucking thing, sign the fucking thing, and you $40. And your dumbass runs off trying to find. I've seen these cocksuckers running around trying to find dealers after they snitched on people. You snitched on them. Nobody's gonna. Anyway, you stupid $40. And then it's usually two cops. Why wouldn't it be a cop and a civilian member? We'll fucking split the $360 difference and put a zero. Now it says $400 line or .00 whatever, probably line. Oh, they put the line. How much space did they leave? They got caught doing it. They showed on television in like 2001 or 2 or something on a TV show here that a snitch gets $400. And I didn't realize it was like supposed to be real. Like I didn't know none of this shit till the news uncovered it. I don't know this from doing it. But again, $40 to fucking what? That don't even make sense, buddy. What? Oh, come here. I got help you make. I got money. I got work for you. I'm gonna help you make money. I'm gonna help you. Blah 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 blah. Get the fuck out of here. That don't even answer these motherfuckers. Oh yeah, they try and get us to do all sorts of things. It's another reason I dress kind of bummy. Because they're stupid, and I must be some wigger just doing favors for the niggers for crack, eh? No, I'm wasting because I got sickle cell because I'm South African and Jamaican and Afro-Dutch. Anyway, it's supposed to be 400. It was on a TV show. I didn't realize it was real in 2001 or 2. I didn't realize until it came out like 3, 4, 5 years ago. And they said that the officers were ripping them off. I'm like, good. And I went, wait a second, that show was real? Blue Murder. In Remington Park. Oh, there is no Remington Park. That's right. Because they could do a real Regent Park or a real Flemington Park. Because it would be a little too... They knew better than to make that TV show too real because it would fuck things up somehow. Oh, it's a black undercover police officer on that show. Because we know. Oh, both the undercover officers were white. Who are they going to buy drugs from? Who the fuck are you? In quantity. Budget of $175 million, 1,200 police officers, 164 civilians. It's 1,364. 175. It's like 150,000 or some shit. 1,100 undercover officers. He has previously served in wide-ranging areas in the force, including the Urban Street Gang Unit. Oh, there's Asian-based organized crime. There's Aboriginal-based organized crime. There's what they call traditional organized crime. That's what they call it. Like the Italians are the first people ever to do crime. Yeah, they still do this white supremacy thing. When the Italians got here, they didn't get treated like white people. All of a sudden, oh yeah, you've been playing ball with us. Not really. Oh, you're white. You're white. Just stop being criminals, and we'll call you white. I mean, fucking like. Intelligence Division, Drug Squad, Emergency Task Force Unit. That's who does the raids. And was unit commander of the Homicide Squad as the fucking rates have fallen, the conviction rates are dropping. Or not the conviction, yeah, the conviction rates too. He is credited with creating the Investigative Cybercrime Unit C3. So that fucking page from the Toronto Police website must have been made in 2015, eh? The married father of 4 holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in Justice Studies from the University of Guelph Humber. That's interesting, because you didn't have time to study there. No, you didn't. You can't have had your career at the same time. No, you didn't have time to study. No, you didn't. You didn't. You would have been 12, homeboy. No, you didn't. Oh, I didn't say when you were this. You know, you put your life out there and then argue with us. The Toronto Police Services Board, the 7-member, 7 people, civilian board that hires the chief, considered candidates outside the force, but the true race was always rumored to be between Saunders and fellow Deputy Chief Peter Slowly. Saunders was said to be the preferred choice of the Toronto Police Association, which represents the roughly, did you hear that, 5,500 uniformed and 2,500 civilian members. Oh, you got more than that now. Yes, you do. You got like 10,000 fucking cops on 9,000, 8,800 or something. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You tell us. You tell us. The last time you told us, you're lying. Civilian members. What do civilian members do? Everything it would be illegal for a cop to do, which isn't much. Because they're allowed to commit crimes, and they're allowed to join gangs, and there are no entrapment laws in Canada. Oh, shit. And there's no Miranda rights, so there's no technicality on that. And no, you aren't guaranteed to get one phone call, nor are you guaranteed to get a bail hearing the next day. No, no, no. This is Canada. This is a Commonwealth country. You're not listening. You think you're the king. You don't know your own country. This idiot does because he's from Britain. Yeah, he knows how to. They're trying to slowly trick us back into slowly 48 and also black, lowercase b. And you have to tell us he's black, eh? Because when you look at the picture, you're not sure because he looks tanned. He's got white guy features. He looks Caucasoid and he looks Occidental. Has risen quickly through the management ranks, apparently prompting concerns the rank and file may doubt his understanding of the average officer's job. Oh, but this idiot that somehow went to school for like 14 years as a teenager, I don't know how this is possible either. That's a good idea of the average officer's job, eh? By comparison, Saunders is seen to have extensive boots on the ground policing experience, including stints as an undercover drug cop. Oh, no, corruption there, ladies. In the 90s. Head of homicide, and the whole time you've been there, everything's got fucked up. And with the Force's Elite Emergency Task Force Unit, known for beating up grandfathers, raping grandmothers, and robbing friggin' catering businesses, where he became the first black sergeant. Yeah, they're not going to let a real black person do anything first. That's why the ones that look like me don't say nothing. Like I always say, no, that wasn't the first. That guy. I don't know how they knew that Elijah fucking Gray was fucking black to look at him. Must have been written. They checked birth records, I bet, church records, something. Quakers are nigger lovers, close enough, so they don't give a fuck. They hate him anyway. But okay, sorry. They were both command. One was unit commander of the homicide squad. Okay, sorry, I got confused. The other one's head of homicide. Sounds like the same thing, doesn't it? Okay. First black sergeant. Yeah, well, how many times have you been called white, bro? Well, you're 50% white. Yes, you are. You can see it in your skin tone, bro. You got 50% of the pigment gene from your dad and 50% of the pigment gene from your mom, and it always happens that way because that's always the percentage of mother and father DNA you get. Always. Your grandfather and grandmother are never 25%. Oh, no. While generally supportive of the candidacies of both Saunders and Slowly, I didn't read this, I was scrolling. Some within Toronto's black community still see Saunders as too sympathetic to the policing establishment and less likely to advocate for real reform. He was hired to reform, right? That's what John Tory said. And then you elected John Tory assaulting niggers at the fucking voting booth so we wouldn't vote. And Rob Ford mysteriously died of one of the rarest types of cancers you can get, and it's always deadly. Right. In an interview, in an interview last week, Margaret Parsons, here's the third level of white black people. I just gave you the first two. Of the African Canadian Legal Clinic. Did I just miss something? In an interview last week, Margaret Parsons of the African Canadian Legal Clinic said she had concerns Saunders would not be as open to ending or limiting carding as Slowly. Hey, you niggers, there's two black guys to vote for. I'm black. See, it's not racist. On your website, it calls yourself settlers. Get the fuck out of here. Traders didn't come to settle, they came to trade. What are you fucking talking about? Oh, settlers, the polite way of colonizing. No, you don't know. You don't want to admit. You were serfs, livestock, slaves like the rest of us. Where do you think the term redneck comes from? Indentured servitude. You were not a fucking master. No, you weren't. You were not an owner of anything. No, you weren't. Guys that look like me are the estate baby. We don't all look like me. A lot of the guys with dark skin have just as much. Yeah, I'm not the only one. But bad things happen when you have dark skin on these people. Because every time I fucking walk over or get closer, they're like, hey, what you mind your business? These are my brothers. You're white, you're my neighbor. I'm a taxi if you don't leave the fuck alone. Oh, you're talking to a cop, eh? Why you send cops to cameras telling me there's no cameras?
You're calling for information about COVID-19. Please visit the City of Toronto website at www.toronto.ca.
No one's calling you for that, you retard.
Hotline, Monday to Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. at 416-338-7600, or Telehealth Ontario, who are available 24/7 at 1-866-797-0000. Thank you for calling the Toronto Police Service. If this is a call for emergency, please hang up and dial 911. If you know the extension of the person you would like to reach, please dial it now.
666.
If you want to report a crime, file a report, or require any other police assistance, press 0 or stay on the line and an operator will be with you shortly. If you've been involved in a motor vehicle collision in the City of Toronto, press 2. If you're calling regarding city services including animal complaints, noise complaints, fallen trees, or bylaw issues, press 3. If your call is related to parking matters, press 4.
Yeah, hate crimes.
If you're calling regarding clearance letters, press 5. If you know the name of the division or the person you wish to speak to, press 6. For information regarding the Citizen Online Report Entry, or CORE, press 7.
Wait while I transfer your call.
Toronto Police Switchboard, how may I direct your call?
Well, I've been trying to report some hate crimes, and I'm just wondering, over the last year and a half, I've reported about 18 assaults by white people on my black ass, and you guys keep sending police officers with cameras and gang units that are all white, and you never respond to the underlying hate crime or assault, and you keep telling me you refuse to charge them. I'm just curious why. Considering what's happening today with Mark Saunders, I'm curious.
I'll transfer you through.
No, I'm asking you. You answered. Hey, bitch. What the fuck?
You have reached the Toronto Police Communications Center. All operators
I asked for.
and other callers.
She just dumped me on the next operator. She literally just dumped me on the next operator. We'll call back. There's no point staying on hold. She just dumped me on the next operator. What's the fucking point? What do you think I was gonna do? Oh, they might tap your phone. They call us already. What the fuck? That's not how you get arrested. There's nothing to do with going to jail. What do I care? Call me. Call me on the phone. Where am I? I'm at home. Or maybe I'm not. Maybe it's forwarded to my grandmother's house, and her dead ass is answering. I don't fucking know. I know it's recorded. Precisely. Oh, they're gonna voice print. No, they're not. I don't raspy my voice is. From day to day, it changes. Yeah, that's not on purpose. You can't do that on purpose. How high does my voice get sometimes, and how low is it sometimes?
A chance to honor George Floyd. It's an opportunity to decry the police action that these people say cost Floyd his life, and to demand a shift in attitudes.
There will be permanent change because every time an incident such as this
the
occurs,
number I just called is communication
so I believe the bar was raised and more awareness has been put on this issue.
Sir Nevis's truth is one of thousands expected to file past George Floyd's casket by the end of this day. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Houston.
New York City has begun its phased reopening from coronavirus closures.
Well, some celebrated the restarting of construction, manufacturing, and retail. New York City Health Commissioner Dr. Axiris Barbeau was measured.
You know, I have to be honest, I am nervous.
Nervous, she told ABC News, because she doesn't want the public to get the wrong
they
idea.
can just get the phone company. Do this, do that, do this, do that. Oh, they can't. Because we're not on the same phone company.
Signal that,
No, we're not.
you know, we're going back to the way it was before since the year 2020.
Masks remain a must, but Bobo said along with as much distancing and hand washing as possible. Aaron Katursky, ABC News.
I'm pretty sure.
City News Times 5:50. Well, 3 groups are suffering less during the pandemic, according to a new report from Stats Canada. The report on income inequality shows women, people with higher earnings, and those with more education are more likely to be able to work from home and are therefore less likely to suffer a loss of income because of COVID-19.
So,
the document says
Study, how do I get an Ontario
Canadians
cannabis store franchiser license? I got my own supply already and everything. You know, I just need some advertising
are able to work from home compared to only a third of single men. So in other words, the report finds the risk of experiencing a work interruption during the pandemic might fall disproportionately on financially vulnerable families. At the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker.
No, they're going to make me repeat it over and over. No, I'm going to hang up. You can listen to the message over and over. And they do, because they've been trying to catch my ass for years for calling the cops on the cops and hanging out and walking away.
Flyer on the 401 by Weston, and it looks like problems are clearing up westbound on the 401 at Weston and the collectors.
It's an emergency. One of your cops just attempted to rob me. Now he's very angry. He's not supposed to be in this neighborhood. I don't know. You better do something about that, eh? And he's a receiver hanging and walk away. You gotta know that they fucking put you on hold and shit. I tell you these things because I know, eh? How do you know that without doing that? Put two and two together, you get 16, eh?
You could jump on
yes, you do.
And then take take Finch over to Weston, then Weston down to the 401, as that's quite the lineup. On the eastbound 401, watch out south of the airport and the express, and the third lane.
Refrigerator door.
A large pothole. MTO is aware of it. It's slow from Dixon to Weston in the express lanes, a bunch up approaching the 400 and the collectors, then delays from Davie to Leslie Express and collectors through Salem, and eastbound 401 east of the GTA. We've got a nasty situation as you head towards Port Hope at Wesleyville.
Well, let's go back to legal action center. Why? What are they going to do? The settlers. The fuck are they going to do for me? As bad as the Aboriginal legal thing. Native Child and Family Services. Oh, y'all hate niggas? You hate them. You fucking hate them.
Yes, you do. Which is odd.
I believe crews are waiting for police to get on scene. It may have been an abandoned vehicle.
Peoples, not individuals.
Now it is heavy from Dundas to north of Bayview Bloor, and now that they're on scene, hopefully this will clear up relatively shortly. No delays north of that point. We do have volume on the northbound 410 from Steeles to north of Queen, just volume. No problems northbound 427 or northbound 400. Those routes moving well. Queensway Hyundai is offering 0% financing and don't pay for 6 months.
The same thing as this Jesus God priest
thing. Visit queenswayhyundai.ca. Your next report is 6:01, and with the extended forecast, meteorologist Natasha Reds a high.
A little bit of heat as we go towards the middle of the week. We've got a heat warning in place, especially for Wednesday. Tonight is still comfortable, fresh, down to 13 degrees and clear skies. It's sunny tomorrow. We're up to 30, but humidex just slight at 34.
I'm just hoping.
It's going to be muggy, though, by Tuesday night as we drop to just 19 degrees. And
Wednesday,
31 degrees, feeling like 40. Now, Wednesday is also going to be a potentially severe weather night in terms of storms rolling through Wednesday evening. Still a slight chance of some morning storms as well, but it's the Wednesday night storms we've got to pay close attention to for potential wind damage. Thursday, a few showers in the morning. We'll be back to the sun in the afternoon and back to
so much money because they don't know what to do with money.
Tonight down to a low of 13 degrees. It is now 22 degrees at Pearson.
This extended forecast is brought to you by 407 ETR. 407 ETR is helping communities and hospitals with a $5.2 million donation to United Way and GTHA hospitals. Learn more at 407etr.com.
Oh, that's the other thing. Your hospitals get donations. The ones we pay cash for don't. You wouldn't donate money to a native hospital. Oh, the government gave them that for free. You paid cash for it. Not credit, cash. We need permission to build on our land. You can't build a shed without getting permission, no matter how much money you get.
Both value priced.
You'll come tear it down.
At Canada Mask Supply.
Try stopping, we'll shoot you.
And to buy directly.
Oh, they don't do it to us.
Time 5:54. Lady Gaga has a record-breaking #1 hit. Her new album Chromatica has debuted in the top.
C'était, selon vous, un vrai élan de solidarité?
Je crois qu'à quelque part, il y a un élan de solidarité qui a été manifesté par plusieurs politiciens canadiens et d'autres chefs de police.
You're not. I'm this and that.
Une intention réelle
I'm more disabled than you. No, you're not.
Les relations avec toutes les
communautés. Telling them they get fucking mad. They're mad at me for being more disabled than them.
Corps de métier. Il y a des pommes pourries aussi qui
malheureusement
attirent l'attention beaucoup plus qu'ils ne devraient des fois à l'occasion. Il y a des abus qui sont faits parce qu'évidemment les policiers travaillent avec des outils comme des armes à feu qui ne pardonnent pas toujours. Alors dans cette perspective-là, c'est certain qu'on doit porter beaucoup plus attention. On doit toujours avoir un œil critique sur l'utilisation des fonds et le travail des policiers, sans nécessairement jeter le bébé et l'eau du bébé et l'eau du bain en même temps. Je pense qu'on peut reconnaître qu'il y a quand même des travaux
des substantielles. Hey! It's not a direct order to anybody.
Loin de là, il faut continuer
I don't know what that means.
Mais lorsqu'on regarde,
what does hey mean? I've never been told what that means.
Certaines problématiques.
Oh, you understand English? No, I fucking don't. You're telling me I understand. I'm telling you I don't understand. You're telling me I do. It's a genius. I'm telling you I'm South African and Jamaican with sickle cell. You're called, oh, you don't talk like a underground. Really? That's what you think of Jamaica? Hey, Mark, that's what your cops think of Jamaicans. Yeah, oh, it doesn't matter when they do it to me. Oh. Jesus, they belittle Jamaicans and you don't give a fuck because you're black British.
Et donc, un chef de la police qui a été en poste, qui a été au sein de la police de Toronto pendant 37 ans, qui était en poste comme chef depuis 2015, il avait aussi été contesté à certains moments. L'Association des policiers de Toronto, qui avait à un moment donné organisé un vote de défiance contre lui, qui avait demandé sa démission. C'était symbolique, on sentait ses mécontentements. Il avait dû aussi gérer les recommandations du rapport suivant la mort de Sammy Yatim. Et donc, on se demande quel bilan est-ce qu'on peut faire des années à la tête du service de police de Toronto pour Mark Sanders.
Il a eu un passage controversé, effectivement. Il a eu aussi des situations très difficiles à gérer. On a eu une augmentation des incidents avec les armes à feu. On a eu une augmentation substantielle de victimes d'armes à feu, etc. Il se sent peut-être pas en capacité ou la personne capable de représenter l'ère du changement qui est demandée. Je crois qu'il a fait son possible dans les circonstances. Est-ce suffisant? Évidemment, plusieurs pourront peut-être critiquer dans une direction ou dans une autre, ou célébrer dans une direction ou dans une autre. Cette victime ici aujourd'hui d'en faire
you gotta get that colony under control too. Oh shit, this nigga putting things together you're not listening to, huh? Bricks and the Commonwealth, two things y'all gotta pay attention to.
Ça a été une époque assez tourmentée. On se souviendra aussi de l'arrivée d'un nouveau gouvernement qui lui-même a été très contesté sur ses différentes orientations, sur la loi et l'ordre.
Asian and white telling me that I stole the word Indian from you 400 years before you started using it. The British told you to use it on yourselves. You did, because it was a joke. It was a racist joke.
On manque de temps et ce sera à voir qui pourra succéder à Mark Sanders, qui sera choisi pour continuer cette tâche-là. Merci beaucoup d'avoir été avec nous pour terminer cette émission de l'heure de pointe.
Toujours un plaisir.
Politicians get kidnapped up here and get killed.
Et oui, c'est comme ça que se termine l'émission. Je vous rappelle qu'il va faire chaud demain.
You don't have as much guns in Canada.
Je vous souhaite une excellente soirée ici, Claudia Hébert.
We'll kill you with a knife. We'll kill you with poison. We'll throw you off the fucking boat. We'll throw you off the goddamn balcony. We need to go. Americans push.
Merci d'être avec nous.
Come up here and do something.
Nous retrouvons la programmation régulière d'Ici Musique avec Stanley Béant et son émission Quand le jazz est là.
Want to have this game all night long? Oh, Rick Ross. Can't come up here, can he?
You knew just what I was doing.
Blah, Jake and Meister. We don't know who those fucking guys are.
Someone I really could care for.
Sunny, 25 degrees. Central has a few clouds. 21 there.
The worst mass murder in Detroit history.
22 degrees. Same conditions in St. Catharines right now.
That's
in
officially what it says.
Sunny and 25.
Unsolved.
Oakville, sunny and 22. Downtown Toronto, mostly sunny sky. We're at 23 degrees.
No, we don't fucking have a high murder rate.
The News Watch never stops. 680 News is CFTR AM Toronto. It's 6 o'clock.
For breaking news.
No, man. You people shit where you sleep, drink the water, wonder why you fucking get sick and die. Oh, it smells shit everywhere. No, I'm not going to clean it up. Why does it smell like shit? Why won't somebody clean up my shit? No, you have to let me over in your space because there's shit in my space. What happened to Britain?
Reopening is coming Friday for most
the North stopped coming, all of a sudden the British start coming.
Including the GTA with the
You
most
fuck up your whole fucking
cases
continent.
being left on hold.
Question: if my region of Ontario does not reopen Friday as part of stage 2, what keeps me from simply traveling to a region that does?
The reason you're missing DNA is because
nothing at all.
Phase 2 of the province's reopening may not include Toronto just yet, but the city continues to plan for the restart of services and the reopening of the economy. Toronto's chief of police
make that decision.
July 31st of this year, I will relinquish my seat.
Defective genes. It can't tell it doesn't know what the... Hey, that one looks different. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Because it's fucking mutated.
Major League Baseball
Well, your kids all have the one eye bigger than the other.
Thrilled with. And NHL facilities
they all have it. You get surgeries to correct it, and then you tell them the whole time they're growing up that the side effects of the surgery are in their imagination. And one day their doctor or whatever that you tried to talk them out of going to go see. Oh, you should listen to that girl. She's bad for you. Oh, we're talking about seeing a doctor. Yeah, when you find out. Oh, we didn't want people to think he was black or something.
There's a bunch up through the 400 in the collectors. There's a lot of traffic heading into this area right now, but the issue itself is gone. Now, westbound 401 after that is busy from Kipling to Dixon as all that extra volume filters through, but it should be clearing up shortly.
You know how I know Mike don't have sickle cell? He was born in Britain.
The airport of the express in the third lane from the left, we got a pothole, a large one. MTO has been notified about that. It's then busy from Dixon to the 400, mainly in the express lanes.
He knows all about sickle cell tests.
East of the GTA,
he's born in Britain.
Big problem at Wesleyville as you go into Port Hope. The two left lanes are closed for paving, and part of the right lane was.
Oh, he knows I have sickle cell. The motherfucker's in charge of intelligence.
Between the paving and the crash, and this jam from east to Newtonville, using Highway 2, a good idea. From the 680 Traffic Center, Kyle Hawking. One more problem, it's on the northbound DVP, north of AP Bloor. The right lane is still blocked by police as they deal with a stolen vehicle on the shoulder. It's been on the back of a flatbed tow for
at the time, there were no bugs because there had been on and off. I didn't want to put it shit down.
And then north of that is not bad. In fact, there is one more minor issue.
This one's about to fucking drop on me for this somehow, and I broke your fucking day. Bust your fucking light bulb, man.
Speeds all that much. Golf is back at Wooden Sticks. Book a tee time
online any weekday in
June with the promo code RADIO and receive a dozen Strixon soft field golf balls. For more details and to book a tee time, visit woodensticks.com. Your next report at 6:11, and with the forecast, here's meteorologist Natasha Ramzahai.
It was really comfortable out there today because of the low humidity. That continues tonight down to 13 degrees, nice and clear. And tomorrow, mainly sunny. Some of that high thin cloud may be out and about, but it's going to stay dry, a little bit cooler near the lake. 30 degrees on the way with a humidex of 34. Tonight, down to a low of 13 degrees. It is currently 22 degrees at Pearson.
680 News Time, 6:03.
After more than 37 years with the force, Chief Mark Saunders is hanging up his badge.
Good, he won't be a cop anymore.
680's Michelle Mackey joins us live with more on today's unexpected retirement announcement.
I don't say 6:30 p.m.
Visibly fighting back tears, Toronto's chief of police announced he'll be retiring July
180 members for real. Oh, you're always bragging about how many fucking gang members you got trying to kill us. There's 11,000 plus trying to kill me, apparently.
Most reasons, and at the end of the day, you know, it's a whole bunch of things, but it's
based on shit this idiot spread around.
In response to the announcement,
oh, he's gonna kill you because you snitched on him. You told him he snitched? No, I don't know how he knows.
So many frontline police officers, new police officers that have taken his lead. And
that's what they tried to do in the grocery store, to see if I would flip out and threaten the kid. Because then the kid would go back and say, yeah, he's crazy, we'll have to go shoot him.
The city's
police
services
a video recorded you.
Saunders for your contract to April
this
of next
is a snitch
year,
and this is a cop.
Will
go watch the
determine
videos.
Saunders' replacement. He will not be involved in
More
choosing
with the grocery store
Toronto chief of police. Reporting live, I'm Michelle Mackey.
Some good news for most regions outside Greater Toronto and Hamilton. The province announcing today that more businesses will be able to reopen by the end of the week.
We've had break-ins over here. Yeah, I was over here walking with my computer. You just told me you followed me.
Gatherings of 10 people will be allowed province-wide, up from the previous
with my
5.
computer out the whole time.
Physical
Playing
distancing
music,
from those not living in your household is still
all of a
strongly
sudden,
advised.
you didn't see
also
me
be
until
able to
you
get a
told me you
haircut or
followed
drink
me,
on a
and I saw
patio.
you.
As long as your
Now
local
you
public
tell
health
me.
unit is on the green
You have
light
to
list.
smash into the ground and
Christine
fracture my
Elliott says
skull.
the GTA is
Niggers
among
aren't
the
supposed to have
regions being
computers,
left
eh?
hanging for a
So you're
while.
cops,
That
Mark.
includes those that make up the Golden Horseshoe.
You
Durham,
supervise you
York,
too.
Toronto, Peel, Halton,
Oh,
Hamilton,
the
and
tavern,
Niagara.
when it happened next to
as
it, they
well
want to
as
help me with the
border
video.
regions, Windsor,
You're not in
Essex,
business no
and
more.
Lambton.
Day spas, salons, and tattoo parlors are subject to strict PPE guidelines. The government says it is watching the COVID-19 case numbers. It will be providing updates on trends every Monday to see if the hot spots have cooled. You can see a full guide to stage 2 on our website at 680news.com. I'm Caitlin Lee. So, with the province taking this regional approach to reopening in stage 2, it begs the question, what's stopping people in the GTHA from traveling to those newly reopened areas? 680's Mark Douglas is following this for us and joins us with details.
Reopening Ontario by regions is going to have a big impact on both keeping customers
It always stopped because it's got a business party
and potentially spreading COVID-19.
They didn't say, oh, I thought that ended, or didn't say, oh, really, you're allowed to do this, and we know it's stupid.
Doug Ford could not explain any way from keeping people from Toronto or the Golden Horseshoe from simply hopping in.
Yeah, I see the box with the flashing light. I don't know what it is. You see them 6 cameras in the ceiling, my 2 phones in my hand, the 6 phones on the counter, you didn't see that? You're being recorded too, stupid. Yeah, that's 14 fucking videos. Jesus Christ, you're telling me about your stupid little...
They can,
well, threaten them. Why aren't you charging your informant? You told me he's an informant. Oh, the video's not recording, is it? Oh, nobody's ever going to see the video because of this reason or that reason.
Names and numbers of customers, just in case it's needed later on.
Mark, it's corruption. John, we just proved you're part of this. You're a racist piece of shit, too.
But that's not stopping the city of Toronto from planning for the day that businesses here do.
Told everybody you're going to add carding, and instantly said, no, we're not going to. We're going to do it wrong. It's not called carding. Carding is when the guy at the corner store asks to see your ID to buy cigarettes and lottery.
Are happening, and the city has been at work planning for the eventual restart.
Did we do this? We do. No, they called the suspect male yellow.
We will continue to work
got their CPIC privileges. The only police service that isn't allowed to add things to CPIC. They ask all these questions. They're typing and typing. It's not going anywhere. They're not typing into your file. They're not allowed.
And to make sure that these
we'll just write the race data on these little white cards.
Last month, the Emergency
on cards, nobody
Operations
can ask
Center
to see the
created a
database
restart
and know for sure
roadmap
that
to help
they've got the whole
guide the restarting
database.
of city operations and to
Why
support
computer
businesses in their
databases
safe
were on
reopening.
cards,
Later this
not
week, the city
strips
will
of paper.
outline plans for day camps as well as the opening of splash pads, wading pools, outdoor swimming pools, and lifeguards at beaches. Phil Martino, 680 News. 680 News Time, 6:08.
You always call me some black people about carding.
Forward a motion to defund the Toronto police budget. There have been calls to defund police budgets in cities across North
Carding is only
America.
to stop and talk to the community members and just say that reaching out to us.
Here's
Or you
680's
fucking
Roman
shoot
Karashi.
them,
In the wake of the anti-black racism protests, Councillor Josh Matlow is bringing forward a motion to the next city council meeting calling on the defunding of the Toronto police budget by 10%, which would equal $122 million. He wants that money to be put into community supports instead, like affordable housing and childcare.
To take actions to demonstrate that
We got so fucking hot style crack for like multiple days. He kept blowing it up from his house under my door. My dog got fucked up and bit. You called the cops and said I hit the dog with a hammer. Somehow he saw through 2 doors and knew this. I don't want a hammer. It's a carpenter. We don't use nails.
We're talking about housing issues. We're talking about economics. We're talking about education. We're talking about school. A whole host of things that need to be put into place. And it's not just programs. It's the right
You want the president, the OSPCA decided their powers cut. Why? Overstepping. The MTO is being told to stop pretending to be cops. You don't have the authority to just oh, it's a tow truck. So what's that classified as province? Nothing. There's no classification of tow truck anything
Former Vice President and current presidential hopeful Joe Biden met with the Floyd family for over an hour.
And nowhere. There's no jurisdiction where the state or province does that.
Made his way past George Floyd's casket. Asked about his state's police transparency, Abbott said he was the governor who signed the police body cam legislation into law.
I wanted to ensure that there would be a recording of every interaction that police officers have with people that they encounter.
Like Biden encounter privately with the family of George Floyd.
Is
Jim Ryan, ABC
French.
News.
It comes down to counting.
Now the 680 News gas price
what they need to do to steal your land, your livestock, your women, your kids, your houses. You build. Yes, they do that in Canada. How many times Indians been told, move a mile back or we're going to kill you? We rebuild, move a mile back or we're going to kill you. We rebuild. Oh, it didn't happen. You didn't shoot up the Eskimo dogs?
Right now, you need your appliances to be dependable, and the professionals supplying them even more so.
Keep fucking with the signal. I don't care. As soon as this stops working, I'm going to go kill a cop. Keep fucking with the signal. See if I'm joking. Oh, it's not going to happen today. It's going to take a long time for that slow.
680 News Time, 611.
Point on which ones are actually white.
The ones brought to you by Sportsnet up in Chopper 680.
Here's Jordan Harris.
I just pulled over the
Point out the white ones that are actually black.
Southbound 400 Rancho Aurora Road remains closed off till the end of the week, all because of construction work as they redo this whole area.
How come police are required to get mandatory vaccination? The military don't force them around. The EMS don't force them around. The fire department don't force them around. Why aren't the cops required to get vaccinated for anything? Don't get no mandatory vaccination. No, there's nowhere in Canada is there a mandatory vaccination whatsoever. What law? Oh, the school board this and that. Meaning what? If you choose to pay that, we have 4 school boards here. If you choose to pay them to put your kids in school, you have to meet the requirements of overcrowding your kids in a fucking moldy room with some pedophile that's never completed a test. They don't complete tests.
North of Bayview Boulevard just cleared. It looked like the driver
I had to do a math test. They've never done it. I have to do an English test. They've never done it. What teacher can you imagine? You say, hey, can you do a math test? Refuse to go to court.
Where all lanes are open. Past that point, it's not too bad. On the North DVP and North 404 looks good. We had a minor problem on the southbound 404 ramp to Elgin Mills. Still vehicle towed away. There's just a touch of volume approaching Shepherd down to the 401 ramps a little further south. But overall, the rest of the highway's looking pretty good across the GTA right now. Sportsnet's Bennett and
why should an English teacher need to know math?
Down. Sports on pause. Listen and
subscribe. You need to know how many kids are in the class, stupid.
Your next report at 6:21, and with the forecast, here's meteorologist Natasha Ramsahai.
We've got a really warm day on the way tomorrow. Heat warnings are actually in place, and it's more so for the mugginess that's coming Tuesday night and into Wednesday. Tonight is fresh, down to 13 degrees. It's sunny tomorrow. 30 degrees will feel like 34, and then that humidity starts creeping up. So by Wednesday morning, we've got a warm front coming through.
Forget all the good work they do.
Round of storms in the morning, but it's the Wednesday night storms that are expected to potentially be severe, potentially damaging wind gusts and very heavy downpours. That's Wednesday night. 31 degrees will be the high that day with the humidex near 40. Tonight down to a low of 13 degrees. It is now 23 degrees at Pearson.
680 News Time, 6:13.
Now the Scotia iTrade Market Minute. For that, let's check in at the Business Center with Richard Southern. Rich.
Steve, good evening.
A big money Monday on the markets.
In fact, the NASDAQ closed at a record high in the S&P.
Representation, no, they don't have
for the year. These markets
no,
have
ends your strike. The boss handing the fucking.
We have the TSX today ending 120 points
whatever
to
the fuck they call them.
15,974.
Big bag of money.
Bay Street
And he says, "Oh, time to go back to work."
The Dow up 461 points to 27,572. S&P up 1.2%. Nasdaq up 110 points today, and Nasdaq's up more than 10.5% on the year. The Canadian dollar on the move higher, validity up to 74.7 This is 680 News.
Direct invest with Scotia iTrade. Get started in 3 easy steps and begin your investing journey from home today. Learn more at scotiaitrade.com.
Doctors are good people and only want what's good for their patients. So if they say you can't work, I believe them, and so should your long-term disability insurer. My name is Aaron Waxman, and if your long-term disability claim has been denied, call me 416-661-4878. And don't worry about it for legal fees, because there are none. At my law firm, we only get paid when you get paid.
house alarms,
you should always remember
motor vehicle collisions.
416-661-4878 or on your cell phone.
Supposedly now you have to file a complaint to get an assault charge, which is odd.
At Monte Carlo
For 25 years, the law was as soon as they know of an assault has occurred, they're
we're here for you.
So they're telling me. They're telling me I'm going to get charged with assault, but then they're telling me that the guy who assaulted me in front of him
your health and safety. By doing so, we will do our best to make Monte Carlo Inns your home away from home. Visit MonteCarloInns.com.
No one's trying to give me like advice on things. I didn't ask them about.
This is all News Radio.
Oh, my taxes pay for your check.
Beautiful sunshine and 23 degrees.
I have a $3 million trust fund, you ignorant pig.
News broadcast. I'm Steve Roberts. And I'm Sarah Harris.
You can't steal it. No matter what, it goes back to my family. You can't touch it. The Canadian government can't take the capital. Pretty sure, because they would have by now.
Will be able to reopen by the end of the week.
Where would they put it?
Not so fast.
They can't. The Supreme Court already ordered them to fucking hand over the trusteeship.
8 months before his contract is up. Mark Saunders says his health, though, is not an issue, that he's looking forward to spending more time as a
Canadian Index Fund, Canadian TD Premium, Canadian Money Market Fund.
It's time for 680 Sports.
Once a year, you rebalance it to 50-50.
Here's Alex Sixero. Alex, Steve, Major League Baseball has tabled a 76-game season to the players where they would earn 50% of their prorated salaries or 75% if the postseason is played and completed. The MLBPA reportedly considers the offer a step backwards. They maintain they don't want to take another pay cut. The offer also removes draft pay compensation, and the season would end no later than October 31st. About 2/3 of NHL teams heading to the 2014 tournament are expected to be at their team facilities at some point this week. Phase 2 of the return to play plan has kicked off, where the Oilers were already on the ice today. The Leafs should be on the ice over the next day or two. Meantime, in an effort to eradicate racism in hockey, Evander Kane, Akiva Lou, Wayne Simmons, Matt Dumba, Trevor Daley, Chris Stewart, and Joel Ward have all formed the Hockey Diversity Alliance. They are an independent body, but have hopes of working with the NHL one day. And Xavier Gutierrez has been named the new president and CEO of the Arizona Coyotes, becoming the league's first Latino to hold those two positions. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour, or anytime at sportsnet.ca/990.
When you get
FX, America,
you get
like,
more than just
how's it make them Latino?
You also get FX Now. With FX Now,
about as light as they come in Arizona.
FX original series.
I didn't make the rules, you did.
Everywhere. Binge award-winning series like Atlanta.
Anybody without papers cannot be got in Arizona, right?
Mrs. America and past favorites like
Sons of Anarchy. Born in Mexico, was he? I'm Mexicano, what is he? Latino could be fucking anything. And he's legal, so where the fuck is he from? He's not what you're telling us he is. He's the first Latino.
Especially our kids. That's why Kids Help
You didn't have the fucking Nazi laws you have, the fascist laws you have. The first one would have been illegal.
The need for Kids Help Phone is greater than ever. Please visit Kids.
Why would anybody come legal if even the illegals can't make it, bro? What's the fucking point spending legal money to do that? That don't make sense.
Secondary School Teachers Federation, proud supporters of Kids Help Phone.
680 News Time, 6:18. It now appears coronavirus hit China months before the nation ever reported it to the World Health Organization.
Yeah, we know that. They reported it in fucking February or some shit.
Analyzed commercial satellite imagery.
Canada was there in December.
Increase in car traffic outside major hospitals in Wuhan in early fall.
Something was going on. You know, hospitals get busy because people are sick and something's happening in the population.
It coincided with a jump in internet search traffic for symptoms now associated with COVID-19. This was October.
They're counting the cars coming and going
on the Organization about the virus, December 31st. Aaron Katersky, ABC News, New York.
How do they know if they're just sitting there all day?
Military helicopter that crashed off the coast of Greece back in April did not respond as the crew on board expected before going down into the Mediterranean.
The finding is in a preliminary investigation report published today by the Royal Canadian Air Force. It says investigators will now focus on both the Cyclone helicopter's various systems and what role human factors played in the crash. 6 members of the Canadian Armed Forces were on board when the helicopter crashed on April 29th. The report says the Cyclone flew past the HMCS Fredericton before turning back to land, and that during a final complex turn close to the ship, the helicopter did not respond as expected, entered a high-energy descent, and hit the water. Terry Federal, the Canadian Press.
That's
Well, today marks 2 consecutive weeks of protests as thousands are taking to the streets again in cities across the United States this afternoon. And while some Black Lives Matter demonstrations call for defunding police departments, President Trump says it won't happen under his administration.
There's one protest demand the president won't support.
The president is appalled by the defund the police movement.
Spokesperson Kayleigh McEnany suggesting Democrats want weaker police forces. In fact, House and Senate Democrats say they want reforms. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she wants to work with police to end the racial disparity. Andy Field, ABC News, Washington.
And close at home, the Prime Minister plans to push the RCMP and provinces to equip police officers with body cameras as soon as possible. The Prime Minister says he's heard the calls for action and recognizes more needs to be done. So Justin Trudeau spoke with the RCMP commissioner this morning about body cameras for police officers and plans to do the same with premiers when they speak later this week.
The federal government has jurisdiction over the RCMP, but there are many other provincial and municipal police forces that should be looking at greater transparency measures as well. And I will certainly be talking about with the provinces and premiers about the need to move forward on measures like body cameras.
Trudeau also wants to make sure police review and oversight bodies have the resources they need, and says there will be more action to address racism because centuries of injustice will not be fixed overnight. The Prime Minister says they're always looking at budgets and funding for community supports, but does not commit to defunding the police, something Conservative leader Andrew Scheer opposes.
I don't believe that defunding the RCMP would make Canadians safer.
The NDP is calling on the feds to introduce legislation to ban racial profiling by the RCMP. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill.
680 News Time, 621. Time now for traffic.
Give me the ability to create the money, and I don't care who creates the laws. The Queen owns the Bank of Canada. The military doesn't answer to Justin Trudeau. They answer to the Governor General.
Crash causing delays. On the eastbound 401 at Curtis Road, the 2 right lanes are being closed for construction.
Wasn't she a Haitian
we haven't seen any delays
woman, the one who
yet, but the Curtis Road ramps and Holt Road ramps to eastbound 401 are closed.
Oh, we're above, but she ain't the seal her. Get the fuck off the land.
At Wesleyville, 2 left lanes were blocked for paving, and the part of the right
we've
lane
been
was
here all
blocked
this time.
because of a
Well,
collision.
you know what?
That's causing
Me and you have been here a long fucking time, and you melted your ice, and you're moving over. I said so. If you don't like it, I go to the Mohawk. Oh, they won't talk to you because they're busy.
Right lanes blocked off, and the ramps from the 418 and
Mark, the Mohawk don't like you either,
are closed. Again, due to construction. Again, once you're in Toronto, westbound 401 is moving well. From the
They're the British subject, the British national. You're not a Canadian citizen.
Moving well out of downtown also. West QEW just fine. If you're heading on to the Fort Erie bound QEW, though, approaching North Shore just before the Burlington Skyway, looks like 2 left lanes blocked here with an issue. It's reported as a stalled vehicle. But I believe it may be a medical emergency. Now have emergency crews on scene, including an ambulance. So minor delay on the west, make that Fort Erie bound QEW as you approach North Shore just before the Skyway. Northbound DVP still getting back to normal after earlier problems. It's busy from Bloor to north of Bayview Bloor, where we had that stalled vehicle. Past that is not too bad. 404 is in good shape further north. 407 ETR is helping communities and hospitals with a $5.2 million donation to United Way and GTHA hospitals. Learn more at 407etr.com. Your next report at 6:31, and with the extended forecast, meteorologist Natasha ramps a high.
It is going to get exciting this week, I think, for meteorologists by Wednesday night with some thunderstorms. Tonight is pretty clear. It's pretty fresh. Low humidity down to 13 degrees. Tomorrow is sunny and 30 degrees, feeling like 34. And then by Tuesday night, we're only dropping to about 19 degrees. Humidity starts to creep up. So Wednesday, why we're under the heat warning, 31 degrees, feeling like 40. We'll likely see some morning storms on Wednesday, but it's the nighttime storms that could be quite intense and approach severe limits. By Thursday morning, a couple of scattered showers early in the morning. Otherwise, the sun returns in the afternoon at 24 degrees. A cooler weekend on tap with morning temperatures Saturday and Sunday around 8 or 9 degrees. Tonight, down to a low of 13 degrees. It is currently 23 degrees at Pearson. 680 News Time, 6:23.
Hey, Canada, we need a reason to smile. Help celebrate the longest day of smiles and deliver free surgeries to children in developing countries born with cleft conditions. Make a $10 donation right now by texting SMILE
See how white they are?
45678
Yes,
or visit operationsmile.ca today. You will help a waiting child get
No, that's
the
not a
smile
white
they
man's
so
hair.
deserve.
Fucking
Thank you.
albino.
Standard data and message rates may apply. Please don't text and drive.
When you need to know. Breaking news.
It's a massive weather system
How am I supposed to order my
spanning from
food?
Texas to the Maritimes. Traffic.
Just pull over Highway 400 and southbound 400.
Why are you texting? I was just swiping.
South of Rutherford, a bit of snow coming down through there. Weather.
This moisture-laden Texas low has triggered widespread rainfall warnings across the GTA.
When you need to know.
We're here.
This is 680 News.
Well, the city of Brampton is going to be reopening all of its more than 500 parks as of this Thursday, and that includes leash-free parks as well as picnic shelters and even skate parks as well. Now, the parks will close, though, keep in mind, at 10 o'clock every night. All playgrounds, sports fields, outdoor swimming pools, splash pads, and washrooms, though, will remain closed, at least for the time being. Well, coming up 60 seconds from now, our Richard Southern is standing by with the very latest on the day in business.
680 News Time, 6:25.
NLSD is a company that creates spectacles.
Was it said that I am sure there's nothing till you hear from me.
Encore bien longtemps dans les conditions actuelles et on n'a toujours pas de date là, sur le moment où ces régions, Toronto, Hamilton, Niagara, je les mentionnais tout à l'heure, à quel moment ces régions-là vont pouvoir passer à l'étape.
Forward right now.
We are the people of the dawn, the people that live far the seas. And we're U.S. military. No matter where in the world we're born, we're entitled to enter the United States. We cannot be denied entry. We cannot be deported. Military police captains, go fuck yourself. Ask the Canadian Forces, ask the British Army. Don't ask these crowns. Ask the fucking military people who the fuck we are. Psychos. You heard about the black units. They don't talk about us. They talk about the Creed. Don't talk about us. I don't want to hear the business report because it's going to be bullshit. These are the small bullshit. 6. I know what it is. The city calls the news. This change. All these people made it some excitement. Now they're all out in the street at this time. Oh, it's easy now. What they get on the recording drop the phone. You're ordering fucking. Chicken shawarma on rice. Italy style. With Putin. Avez-vous le Putin? It's not Putin. Putin. All that money rolling by. I don't need the city police protector. Let me see. You heard any of these trucks getting touched? I don't know. I think I treat people at worse more the longer it's been since they've seen me. I'm not sure what the fuck they are. All these trucks show up every hour of the night of the day. It doesn't mean the business is open at the same time. It's not like normal time.
I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so woke.
You think nobody's watching the truck, right?
I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so woke. So whoop, I'm just chilling with my boys and I get it. So whoop, so whoop, so whoop.
I don't know, half an hour. I just put in one pack. I want two heads. Big all. Sorry, baby, the real one. What is drugs?
I'm just chilling with my boys and I get it. So whoop, so whoop, so whoop. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get it. So whoop, so whoop, so whoop. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get it. So whoop, so whoop, so whoop. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get it. So whoop, so whoop, so whoop.
The fuck's the difference between natural gum and natural Arabic gum? Are these the ones I was bitching about? Which one's which? Are they the same? One's only got English in the front. One's got English and French on the front, which is probably for Canada. Yeah, it's gotta be, because these ones have 8 languages. 8 plus English.
I'm just chilling with my boys and I get it. So whoop, so whoop, so whoop. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get it. So whoop, so whoop, so whoop. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get it. So whoop, so whoop, so whoop. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get it. So whoop, so whoop, so whoop.
Mark the dark night. Yeah. No, he's from Britain. And when did he start working for the police? And that's started here. 37 years, you said. Okay, so he was here, so he had to be here. Go up there. Drug unit, gang unit, intelligence unit. You know exactly what type of cop this was. He must have hated him. I ain't dead. Oh, there's a lot less cops, and they worked a lot longer number of years. There's a lot less people. Less than half the number of people living. Less than half.
I'm just chilling with my boys and I get it. So whoop, so whoop,
I guarantee you.
I'm just chilling with my boys and I get it. So whoop, so whoop, so whoop. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get it. So whoop, so whoop.
So the question would only be. I don't know how my dad ended up at a cop. I don't know, man. This is where I tell you, anything could fucking happen, man. You don't understand what people could be related to. So I know there's kids out there whose parents are cops, and the kid's not the fucking snitch or nothing. And the parent don't really seem to care what the kid get up to. Why would they? That don't make sense. They have a career, what the kid gets up to, it doesn't make sense.
I'm just chilling with my boys and I get it. So whoop, so whoop, so whoop. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get it. So whoop, so whoop, so whoop. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get it. So whoop, so whoop, so whoop. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get it. So whoop, so whoop.
I'm gonna call him Sanders. Hey, Mark Sanders. Saunders. I know, Sanders. Let me ask you, is it Flanders or Flanders? Sanders. Ooh, what's a Saunder? What's Saund? Because a Sander kind of makes sense. Sander. I don't know what it is exactly, but Saunder. I don't know about it. There's a British accent thing with you.
City's Caitlin Lee joins us now with the details of the regional approach.
Quelques jours plus tard, les tests révèlent qu'elle est infectée. Un scénario qui s'est répété à plusieurs reprises, selon Jonathan Deschamps, du syndicat canadien de la fonction publique.
La plus grosse problématique, c'est ça, c'est que les masques n'ont pas été obligatoires dès le départ. Donc, puis on sait, avec les cas asymptomatiques, il y a probablement des gens qui ont été infectés à ce moment-là. Maintenant, on voit les masques sont obligatoires.
Trop peu trop tard pour les enfants d'Amoti qui sont tous atteints de la COVID, comme son mari qui est foudroyé par le virus, tellement qu'il est transporté au CHUM où on le maintient en vie grâce à un appareil d'oxygénation au dernier cri. Après plus de 3 semaines, sa femme se rend lui parler, même s'il est dans le coma. Pour tenter de le motiver à vivre, elle lui chuchote qu'elle attend un autre enfant.
Tu ne peux pas me faire ça, rester. Accroche-toi, parce que là, j'entends encore un autre bébé. Et ça n'a pas marché. Après 72 heures, il était parti.
Désiré Bouna Ivara meurt le 21 mai des suites de la COVID. Un deuil terrible pour sa femme, un deuil teinté par la culpabilité d'avoir été le vecteur de l'infection qui a tué son mari.
Je me sens vraiment coupable. J'ai une culpabilité qui me ronge le cœur. Je suis tellement brisée.
Amoti Fouraha Louzi se retrouve veuve avec 5 enfants, enceinte d'un 6e, avec pour seul revenu son salaire de préposé aux bénéficiaires. Jonathan Deschamps du SCFP espère que la famille puisse être aidée par l'État.
Les conseillers juridiques sont en train de regarder s'ils pourraient pas avoir une compensation pour madame et les descendants.
Parce que la vie sans le papa ne sera plus jamais la même, surtout pour les 2 plus jeunes de la famille. Elliot, 2 ans, n'arrive pas à comprendre comment son père a pu disparaître. Sa sœur aînée, Cécile, cherche toujours les mots pour expliquer son départ.
Il y a genre 5 minutes là, j'ai demandé son père. Et il m'a dit, je vais voir papa.
Safe for them to do so, and the city is doing everything it can to ensure the city government supports the reopening. In fact, it has been at it since April.
The Toronto Office of Recovery and Restart was created, led by Saad Rafi, to ensure that we can safely reopen as the provincial orders are lifted. Last month, the Emergency Operations Center, led by Chief Pay, created a restart program to help guide the restarting of city operations so that those operations could continue to serve people, but also support businesses in the safe reopening of their operations.
Source says they will have more details in the next few days about the city's restart plans for Camp TO, a plan to keep kids safely going to camp this summer, and for Swim TO, a plan to reopen pools and other aquatic facilities. Phil Martino, 680 News. 680 News Times, 6:37. The Toronto Police Service is now beginning a search for a new chief after Mark Saunders announced his resignation today. 680's Michelle Mackey joins us live with more on the reason why. Michelle.
Sarah, fighting back tears and emotional, Mark Saunders announced his retirement.
It is not with a heavy heart that effective July 31st of this year, I will relinquish my seat as Chief of Police for the Toronto Police Service.
The move comes in a month before the chief's contract is set to expire. And without giving an exact reason as to why he's resigning now, Saunders says he's looking forward to spending time with his family. As for what's next, he alludes to working as a free agent for the city.
Take him back to Britain.
I see a lot of young black boys getting killed by young black boys.
Yeah,
law enforcement deals with those symptoms, and I want to help the cure for the disease.
Toronto Fire Chief Matthew Pegg says Saunders is a colleague and friend who will be sadly missed.
He's
a consummate professional who never stops caring for both his officers and staff, as well as for every resident of our city.
Reporting live, I'm Michelle Mackey.
Oh, you already know. These other niggas out here ain't mixed with that for that
to take away a portion of the city's police
what you
budget.
make.
A 10% reduction to the Toronto police budget may not seem like a lot, but it works out to $122 million. Councillor Josh Matlow is the one leading the push to make it happen, telling me for years members of the black community have been saying there are systemic racism issues inside Toronto police. And so it's council's responsibility to do something about it.
The new normal that we're creating, I didn't say much once. Includes them in a more just and equitable society where they're not unfairly discriminated.
He'd like to see that money diverted to different community supports. Police Chief Mark Saunders says he's willing to have the defund conversation, but says several other things need to happen first.
So we look at all the various issues across this urban city, and we talk to the symptom and the causes again. We're talking about housing issues, we're talking about economics, we're talking about education, we're talking about schooling, a whole host of things that need to be put into place. And it's not just programs, it's the right programs.
Today, the Board of Health declared anti-black racism a public health crisis. I'm Alvin Qureshi.
This is 680 News.
Stab up the no man ain't got off the charges. You think he didn't know about that when it's the drug squad, homicide squad, intelligence, special operations.
December 31st, but by October, Dr. John Brownstein and a team at
He
Harvard
didn't
Medical
know
School
about the
said
story.
satellite images showed car traffic
He
had
started his
increased
career
around
in the midst
hospitals in
of this.
Wuhan, and there were more internet searches for cough and diarrhea.
You can go near my brother to the digit because
coronavirus also sent him the flu. But diarrhea
anything I turn with him is going to be a problem.
has a very specific feature.
Oh, when they call me by my
Given it's maybe
brother's name,
circumstantial, but Brownstein said it shows something was happening in October in China. Aaron
every
Kaczynski,
account is
ABC
horrible.
News.
No, some of them
And
are
that's
weird.
after the 680 News.
You never fucking know. It's like an alien abduction.
But tonight should hold at $1.09
These
a liter.
guys, same exact spot, same
Your news.
3 cars back from the line, both times. A year apart, the
After
exact same
COVID-19.
intersection.
This is 680 News.
Call out a name,
The big
tell my
summer
name.
sale has arrived at Dodge Garage Doors. Save hundreds of dollars on garage doors.
But I know the name, so I don't keep walking.
Buy Canada's top quality
I know we're
Dodge
calling
doors
a specific
now
name.
and get 0%
Oh, you played that? Oh, I
financing.
thought you were somebody else thing. No, I'm going to ignore you. That's not who I am. You can't prove I can hear. I don't speak English. That's not how we salute each other. Oh, you're not going to salute me?
Remember, no one does
Get off my land.
Dodge does.
I'm not Canadian Forces. I do whatever I want in this land. I can't shoot at a civilian for fucking treason and blasphemy and every other goddamn thing.
Brought to you
Yes, I
by
can.
Global Story
Well, some
Network
British,
and Border
French, and
Shopper
Scottish.
680. Here's Jordan Carter.
I keep saying British and Scottish.
Mostly in the East End.
Exactly.
In fact, there's no real delay in the 401 through Toronto right now. It's all in the East End. Eastbound 401 and the 418, 2 right lanes are closed for construction. And the ramps from Curtis Road and Holt Road to the East 401 are closed. And then
Your
you head
kids
to
end up
Port
in
Hope, 40
Somalia.
far east
You
at this
can't
point.
get them
A
back.
major delay. It's been here all day, and one thing is making it worse. So East
How many
401 and
kidnappings have there
Wesleyville,
been?
2 left lanes are closed for paving, but still going on. And then part of the right lane was blocked up with a crash. Eastbound 401
They didn't
from
get
east of
back
Newville to
any of
Wesleyville. Again, that's because you come up
They
towards
all had
Port
to pay
Hope.
the
It's
ransom.
well, the en route
All
through
of
there
them.
is in the middle of that backup, really, really heavy.
Oh,
On the
they were
westbound
all
401,
sexually
at the
assaulted.
35 115, left lane closed down. At the 418, the right lane closed down. And the 418 and Curtis Road ramps to the west 401 are closed, all due to construction. For the 680 traffic
The
center,
police come on saying, oh, they were forced to perform sex acts to the media. On each other? Holy fuck, bro. Where's your brain at?
It gets slow here for a stretch. Approaching
I
89,
didn't
we're into
fucking
it. They've been
cop
doing
stumbles.
work
Like, how the
this
fuck
area
did
for
you
the last
know?
little while. The South 400 ramp to
I didn't think
Aurora
of it.
Road is also closed for
Media guy
long-term
did.
construction. In fact, that
Yes,
should wrap up
Stacey,
this week. It's been
that's
closed for a little
because of
while.
your fucking
Fort
asshole
Erie bound
chief
QEW
fucking
approaching North Shore. This is our only other issue. The left lane still blocked by crews. There was a
Well,
medical
kids are all
emergency on the
grown up.
shoulder. And the
Better.
individual's been taken away by ambulance, but now they're just
Not
getting
a problem,
prepared to
are
tow
they?
the vehicle. No delay on the Fort Erie bound
If I need
QEW
them, it's a
approaching
problem.
North Shore. This
Tell
problem
them to stay
is
the fuck out of my
download
way.
hockey's favorite podcast, The Suspendables, and celebrate episode number 50 with Jim Jerome, Russ
Hey,
Cordell,
I'm
and
on the
special
street.
guest
I see
Wayne
somebody
Gretzky.
get off
Your next
fucking
report at
thing and go around me.
6:51, and with the
All I
forecasters,
remember
meteorologist Natasha Ramza. Hi.
Yeah.
Tonight is a pretty nice night. Low humidity, nice and fresh, 13 degrees, the low under clear
Yeah, it
skies.
happens.
It's sunny tomorrow
Oh,
and
yeah.
30 degrees, so hotter. A slight humidex of 34, but that humidity keeps going up on Tuesday night. So by
I remember
Wednesday,
who
and
I
while we're
fucking
under
said
the
that
heat
to how many
warning,
times.
31 degrees,
People
feeling
force me.
like 40. We've got some stormy weather Wednesday coming through in a couple of rounds.
Remember
Morning
the guy
storms,
hitting me
not
and was
so bad.
screaming, let
Midday
me go, let me
sunshine.
go, let me
It's
go.
the nighttime storms on Wednesday that could be severe, especially in terms of those wind
Oh,
gusts. So we'll be
I
keeping
thought he was going to be
definite
screaming,
eye on
man.
that.
He went to step
Tonight
up to
down
me and start hitting
13
me. What?
degrees. It is currently 23
No
degrees.
injury I got was going to push me to the fuck wall. Whatever you
Well,
say into
family
the
is
fucking
speaking out
camera.
tonight after they allege a landlord refused to rent them a unit in Brampton because of the color of their skin. Tina Yazdani from City News has this story.
I never thought it would happen to me, to be honest with you. I was so shocked.
Roxanne Lamonius says she believes she was refused housing because of the color of her skin. Last weekend, she and her husband, along with their 7-month-old baby, were supposed to move into a rental in Brampton. But after seeing them for the first time, the landlord wouldn't give them a key.
No, he didn't.
Come on. Break the window. It's your
Family had
apartment.
abided
Break the
by
window,
the
make him
terms
pay
of the
for it.
lease agreement, paying their first and last month's rent. But after meeting them, the landlord asked for 6 months' rent up front, an illegal request. Discrimination in the housing market is prevalent in Ontario, according to human rights lawyers.
The idea of renting while black is a very real struggle for many people in Ontario who face challenges securing housing for no other reason than the color of their skin.
Human rights lawyer Shane Martinez says it's something we don't realize happens as often as it does because it goes underreported. Ontario is behind in collecting data on racial discrimination in housing, with the latest survey conducted in 2009.
You do nuts. Thank you.
680 News Time, 644. Steel Dealer Days are back this spring with battery blowers and trimmers starting at $159.95. Battery chainsaws at $399.95. And battery lawnmowers
Hey, the other place signed up for $199.
Steel battery tools are easy to start, easy to run, and easy to maintain. And for a limited time, save 50% off your second battery when you purchase a new unit. See dealer for details. Steel battery products are sold at over 1,000 authorized steel dealers across Canada. Find yours today at steel.ca.
Your home is your sanctuary. The hot weather means your air conditioner needs to work. If you need repairs or replacements, Reliance Home Comfort answers your call 24/7. We're taking every precaution to keep you safe, and we're ready to help with deferred payments and no interest for 18 months on featured air conditioners. And, as always, you can count on our next-day installation guarantee. When you need air conditioner help now, call Reliance. Financing OAC. Interest accrues from end of deferral period. Conditions apply. See website for details.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
Sunny sky in downtown Toronto. It's 22 degrees. Good evening from the 680 News Broadcast Center. I'm Sarah Parrott.
And I'm Steve Roberts. Here are the top stories right now.
The Ford government announcing a regional approach for Stage 2 of reopening the province, which begins this Friday. Restaurants, hair salons, and malls can reopen if they are outside the GTHA and Windsor area, and both designated as hotspots for new COVID-19 cases. The new stage also means social gatherings will increase from 5 to 10 people. Toronto's police chief announcing today he's stepping down from the force. His retirement is effective July 31st. Mark Saunders says he's resigning for a whole host of reasons, but health is not one of them. He says he's just really looking forward to being a full-time dad and a full-time husband. Time now for 680 Sports from Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Here's Alex Sixero.
Well, Sarah, the players are holding firm on wanting their full prorated salaries, which is something they did not see in MLB's latest offer. It came this morning where in a 76-game season, players would earn 75% of their prorated cash. That's if a postseason is played. If not, they get 50%. Now, according to Joel Sherman, 16 teams would make an expanded playoffs, 8 in each league, and based on seeding, a best of 3 series would be played in the opening round.
That many games today, still good.
From the union by Wednesday. Meantime, small on-ice group sessions are now being allowed beginning today as the NHL opens phase 2 of their return to play plan. The Edmonton Oilers have opened up their facility where some of their players already got some work in this afternoon. As of now, it's unclear when the Leafs will be opening up Ford Performance Center. The San Antonio Spurs will not have LaMarcus Aldridge in the Orlando bubble next month. Aldridge had right shoulder surgery back in April, and he will miss the remainder of the 2019-2020 season. And 6 fall national championships, including the Vanier Cup, have been canceled by U Sports because of the ongoing virus, along with football, soccer, cross-country running, and women's field hockey and rugby have been affected. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour, or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
Find a car today, a much better way. Visit OntarioCars.ca.
Listen here, my friend, and I'll offer a little advice. Why scour the city looking for a used or new car when you can easily visit OntarioCars.ca and find a large selection to choose from? Couldn't be simpler. No clutter, just cars. There's all-in pricing from our trusted sellers too, and all purchases are protected by a compensation fund. Find your gem at OntarioCars.ca.
Look at my neighborhood called Little Jamaica.
When the time is right
for your business to reopen, protecting your workforce should be top of your priority list. Nortec Industries is a licensed producer of PPE, including face shields that are 100% made in Canada. Nortec's face shields are Class 1 medical grade and feature a universal fit and now available to bulk purchase in a range of styles to suit you or your company's needs. Place your order today at nortecins.com.
Regional distribution center.
680 News Time, 649.
So baked Alaska, these guys sell cooked Jamaica.
Filed past the open casket of George Floyd.
From around the country, mourners participated in the visitation for the Houston man who died in the custody of Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. Victor Pratt says he had no choice but to drive across the state to this church.
We're duty-bound to be here. It's our village that's on fire, so we have to be here.
A theme echoed by the Reverend Al Sharpton.
So the next village on fire,
Sharpton will give George Floyd's eulogy on Tuesday. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Houston.
Only time in Minneapolis, a judge has set bail at $1 million for former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. The man seen putting his knee on the neck of George Floyd during that arrest 2 weeks ago.
Former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin appeared via video link from a maximum security state prison 25 miles from Minneapolis. He was handcuffed and wearing a red and orange jumpsuit. He answered a few of the judge's questions, but remained mostly quiet during the 11-minute hearing. Bail was set at $1.25 million or $1 million with conditions. His attorney, Eric Nelson, did not contest the bail. Chauvin will be back in court June 29th. He's charged with second-degree murder in George Floyd's death. Brian Burrow, ABC News.
Prime Minister Trudeau says he will push provinces and the RCMP to make sure police officers are equipped with body cameras.
We need to do much more.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says in his opinion all officers should be wearing body cameras, something he stressed in a call with the RCMP commissioner. Later this week, he plans to raise the issue with premiers who have jurisdiction over municipal and provincial forces. But Trudeau notes there are a lot of details that need to be worked out before anything is official.
These are discussions we need to go forward on the logistics, on the cost, on the cost of provinces, where there is contract policing in place.
The Prime Minister says fixing centuries of racial injustice won't happen overnight, and there will be more measures to address inequality. Meanwhile, Conservative leader Andrew Scheer criticizing Trudeau for attending an anti-racism rally Friday, saying he broke health advice around physical distancing.
After all the hardship that people have gone through to see the Prime Minister completely ignore those types of health guidelines and recommendations, I can understand why people are confused.
Trudeau defends himself, saying he attempted to follow the rules, but it was important for him to stand with minority communities at this time. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill. 680 News Time, 6:51.
Time for traffic.
Just take 2 weeks off again.
One is brought to you by City TV, Airborne Shopper 680. Here's Jordan Kerr.
It's fire on the 401, a decent drive through most of the GTA. The east end, though, that's where we have a couple of issues in construction, closing ramps and causing delays. So eastbound 401 and the 418, 2 right lanes are closed, and the ramps from Curtis Road and Holt Road to eastbound 401 are shut down. That's all due to construction. Even further east, pretty far out there, but as you come up towards Port Hope at Wesleyville, the 2 left lanes are closed for paving, right lane blocked off all because of a collision.
No, that's the left and center.
Just squeezing by. It's jammed from east of Newtonville over to Wesleyville. That's right past the en route at that point. So really, really slow going. On the westbound 401 at the 418, right lane's closed. At the 418 and Curtis Road ramps west 401 are closed as well. Through the GTA, the rest of the GTA, I should say, westbound 401 is moving well. For the 680 Traffic Center, Kyle Hawking.
The issue we had in the Fort Erie bound QEW approaching North Shore has cleared. There was a stolen vehicle and a medical emergency, in fact, all wrapped up. No delay through this area.
So it wasn't stalled at all.
A ramp issue now affecting a 427. The westbound Rexdale ramp to northbound 427 is currently blocked with crash cleanup. A delay on the southbound 400 through Highway 89, where we have lanes blocked for construction. And now we have a few issues on city streets. It looks like southbound Black Creek and Lawrence, we have the left turn lane and left lane blocked because of a collision here. Traffic is squeezing around this. Emergency crews on scene along with tow trucks. I just got word from Toronto Transportation about a problem on King Street as well. It's eastbound King Street, east of Roncesvalles. Light standard has come down, so traffic here eastbound reduced to a single lane as you squeeze past that. It's the latest news affecting our community every night on City News at 6 and 11, only on City TV.
Your next reported 7:01, and with the extended forecast, meteorologist Natasha Ramsahai.
Okay, temperatures tonight, nice and comfortable, 13 degrees, overnight clear skies. Sunshine returns tomorrow and 30, so it's warmer than today. A slight humidex of 34. Humidity will continue to go up by Wednesday. The 31-degree high will feel more like 40, so that's going to be the muggiest day of the week. There will be some morning storms on Wednesday, but it's the nighttime storms that could be quite intense, approaching severe limits, especially in terms of those winds. Again, that's Wednesday night. By Thursday morning, into some scattered showers to start, but we'll be into the sun for the majority of the day, 24 degrees the high. Weekend, morning temperatures, cool again. If you don't have air conditioning, you'll appreciate those morning temps of 7 to 9 degrees. Overnight tonight, down to a low of 13 degrees. It is currently 23 degrees at Pearson.
680 News Time 654. Even if you love renovating, sometimes it helps to hire a professional. Just like I did for this radio ad. Dennis, could you read the next bit?
Certainly. Until July 1st,
so, somebody's a police officer their whole life. When they started being a police officer, what experiences they had at anything.
Roofing or kitchen installation project. Plus, our certified installers are
37 years here. What did it say? 50.
Wow. Thank you. That was amazing.
Anytime. Conditions apply. Details online.
When you need to know.
Breaking news.
Here's how the 2020
You
budget will
must have
affect your
fucking
family's
hated
bottom
my
line.
dad.
Traffic. Just go over the DVP and Lakeshore Gap area issues with the traffic lights.
North of that, freezing rain overnight. South of that, it's going to remain as just rain.
When you need to know.
We're here.
This is 680 News.
Coming up in 60 seconds, Richard Southern has your business report.
680 News Time 654.
It was explained to me at the time that
and now
it's
you're
not
relying
police
on
bringing
appliances
cocaine
more than ever. That's why, just like you, Appliance Canada is
the
soldiering
whole
on.
before, like
They've
everything
adjusted their
before that was
services,
just
so all
fine,
their
too.
expertise and products are still available online, by email, or by phone.
You were buying
Right now,
cocaine,
you need your
strong
appliances to be
it's coming
dependable,
through
and the
Pearson.
professionals supplying them
Is
even
it
more
your
so.
region?
That's
Yeah,
why
strong
Appliance
police,
Canada
if you're
is doing what they can
your region
to
will
keep
beat you up
home
and steal your
feeling
beer.
like home. With free
Yes, they
delivery
will.
to GTA,
Kids all
get
the time.
started at ApplianceCanada.com.
Big tough guys
Appliance
beating
Canada,
up
for your
kids.
home, for your life.
First, your disability insured denies your long-term disability claim. And then your
It was a
employer
drug
threatens to
cop,
fire
right?
you if you don't return to work. Sound familiar?
Hey,
My name is Aaron
Jamaican,
Waxman,
right?
and if your disability
British.
insured denies your disability claim for any reason, or if your
there's
employer
been
threatens to
Jamaicans.
fire you because you're too sick to work, call me at 416-661-4878. And
Moving
don't
a triangle
worry about
from
legal fees
Jamaica to
because there are
Canada to
none.
bridge
At
between
my law
back and
firm, we
forth
only
and
get
so forth
paid
for a
when
long
you get
time.
paid. And before you call, you should always remember that
His
there are no bad
accent was
questions.
not
416-661-4878 or on your cell phone at pound LTD.
Since his parents are Jamaican, don't say much else, do it.
656.
Now the 680 News Business Report. Here's
not a link
Richard
that says
Southern.
his
Good
parents.
evening.
Click
You
on
soon
this.
could be enjoying your Tim Hortons double in Boston cream sitting on a patio in the parking lot. Tim Hortons says today it plans to dramatically expand its patio offerings. The chain tells me it's going to open more than 350 existing patios here in Ontario, and it plans to very much add to that number. In fact, overall, Tim Hortons says it's planning to open upwards of 1,000 new patios across Canada. It's going to do it, it says, by transforming some existing outside space surrounding its restaurants. The company says it will utilize parking spaces or blocked off laneways. Robert Carter is food service expert at the Stratton Hunter Group.
Laneways next to their, like, whose laneway? I know there's one that has a laneway next to it. It's disgusting. They don't know.
In sales over the last little while, looking at different strategies to help increase our revenue.
Didn't really hurt that much that time.
Here's the Tim Hortons parent company, Restaurant Brands International. We're down just slightly on Bay Street at $79.80. An interesting story here. We're tipping more on Uber Eats.
Anybody can own it.
It's telling me that the average tip increased 55% since early March. Toronto has seen tip growth of 54%. Still, though, our city is nowhere near the most generous in Canada. When it comes to Uber Eats tips, it's Quebec City that tops the list as the most generous, followed by Victoria and Sherbrooke. Interestingly enough, Uber says customers tip the most when they order Japanese food. Investors might be in a generous mood after today's trading session. It was another winner. The TSX up 120 points to 15,974. The Dow up 461 points, 27,572. S&P back positive for the year as it adds 1.2%. And the NASDAQ at a record high, up 110 points today to 9,900. Canadian dollar up to 74.71 cents. U.S. The top stories are next on 680 News.
Thank you, all frontline and healthcare workers. You get invoice pricing and don't pay for 6 months on all new cars. Shifting to drive at nowpartiashyundai.com. Looking for a Hyundai? I'm your guy. Book your appointment today.
Being a new mom isn't easy, but hugging's easy. Loving's easy. And baby D drops are easy too. Simply apply just one drop where baby feeds. There's no taste, so it doesn't interfere with feeding. Pediatricians recommend vitamin D daily for breastfed infants.
With the kids, what?
Baby drops, the sunshine vitamin in just one drop.
Frontline and healthcare workers.
So you put on the kids' lips. Remember, some people's English, they might be getting translated. There might be like a 6-year-old translated for an adult.
Visit nowpartiashyundai.com
on the mouse.
Now, 680 News regional weather conditions
like
for capitaldirect.ca. Have you heard about direct lending? It's more
overdose
flexible than bank
vitamin
without
D?
the bank. Go direct. Call Capital Direct today at 1-800
Ministry of Education issue fucking iPad.
In Brampton, a few clouds, 23 degrees. Hamilton, sunny and 21. It's sunny, 25 degrees in Orangeville right now. In downtown Toronto, just a few clouds. We're at 22 degrees. The News Watch never stops. 680 News is CFTR AM Toronto. It's 7 o'clock.
Number 1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News Toronto.
Here are Steve Roberts and Sarah Paris.
Good evening. This is Monday, the 8th of June.
Good evening. Here's what's making news this hour. The GTA left out. COVID-19 case numbers made a long list of regions in Ontario will be able to get haircuts and drink a beer on Friday. We'll have to wait.
So Toronto, GTA, and Golden Horseshoe regions do not get to move into stage 2 this Friday. What about all those customers?
They can travel.
No haircuts for us just yet here in Toronto, but Mayor John Tory says the city is planning for the restart of services and the reopening of the economy.
Toronto's chief of police is stepping down. Mark Saunders says he'll be retiring July 31st. The announcement comes 8 months before his contract expires.
Major League Baseball throws another offer at the Players Association as they try to get a season started, while the NBA playoffs will begin in mid-August. Sports at 15.
Stocks back in business. More rallies on the markets today. We're looking at how RV sales
on a game that don't exist.
And Chuck E. Cheese maybe in some financial trouble. Business at 26.
680 News Time, 7:01.
Time now for traffic and weather together on the ones and checking that drive tonight. Here's Kyle Hawking. This report brought to you by TSC. We have 2 construction spots causing delays. They're both outside the city of Toronto. On the southbound 400, you'll find delays through Highway 89 because we have lane restrictions for construction there. MTO hasn't told us which lanes exactly are blocked, but it looks like it is down to a single lane. And then if you're traveling the eastbound 401 heading out towards Port Hope, we've still got this construction at Wesleyville, 2 left lanes blocked for some paving work. So it is slow from east of Newtonville over to Wesleyville, and that's about an 8-kilometer stretch.
Thank you for enunciating.
This construction zone.
And the fucking radio.
We also have a ramp closed to westbound Rexdale, ramp to the northbound 427, currently blocked because of crash cleanup. And then a few issues on city streets. Southbound Black Creek at Lawrence, the left turn lane and left lane blocked with a collision. You're squeezing by in just that single right lane, and we have emergency crews on scene here. It is heavy southbound Black Creek as you come off the 400 from just south of Jean down to Lawrence with this crash. Southbound Parliament, just south of King, the right lane blocked with a collision. Toronto police are on scene there, no delay though. Eastbound King Street at Wilson Park, which is east of Roncesvalles, you're reduced to a single lane here because a light standard has come down. TSC has the most perfect Father's Day gifts for all dads, from the foodie to the
I forgot the fucking street name he said already, but yeah, I noticed where it is, buddy. Jeez.
Fresh and clear tonight, down to 13 degrees. We are on tap for a warmer Tuesday, 30 degrees. A slight humidex of 34 under mainly sunny skies. The humidity continues to creep upwards on Tuesday night. Tonight we're down to below 13 degrees.
And right now in downtown Toronto, we've got a mainly sunny sky. It is 22 degrees. 680 News Time, 7:03.
Oh, Mark don't get no gangster intro music, does it?
Restaurants, malls, and even hair salons will be
rim shot,
in some capacity later this week, but not to give the GTHA.
680's Caitlin Lee has more on stage 2 of reopening, which also includes larger social gatherings. Down towards as many regions of Ontario will be able to roll out stage 2 as of Friday, June 12th, including the opening of beauty salons, day spas, and tattoo services.
Well, watch stores that sell proper watches that you don't have to replace every other day.
Restaurants and bars will also be able to serve on the patio only, but Toronto and the GTA are on the list of regions that will have to wait. Health Minister Christine Elliott explains case numbers are just too high in many areas of the province. It is safe to ease restrictions and reopen our businesses. Indeed, in some areas, there have been fewer or no civil cases in recent days. However, after Friday gatherings of 10 people will now be allowed to province wide. The Health Minister explaining there will be updates every Monday as to how the problem spots are doing. If trends improve, we could move into stage 2 by the following Friday. I'm Caitlin Lee.
Well, so does that mean that there is anything really stopping you from going out of town for that haircut or to get pampered? 680's Mark Douglas with the answer.
It's a near certainty that businesses in Toronto and Golden Horseshoe are going to lose out on some customers when those regions do not reopen with stage 2 on Friday. Doug Ford was
Toronto's going to lose customers from where?
Simply getting in
those people are going to come down here?
To the next nearest restaurant patio.
Oh, they're a bunch of sick fucks. They all believe the government's numbers. Fuck yeah, let's stay up here. Get some cornrows, bro. What's his hair look like long? Oh, them big white boys do the shaved head thing. I know. He probably has it like this long.
Now that will mean, however, people will
you got enough hair for cornrows, motherfucker?
higher rate of COVID-19 to one
better
with
find
a
something to
lower
go for free for him.
All the usual physical distancing and hygiene precautions remain in place, but while places like salons are encouraged to report
they won't do mine. They say they
numbers of their customers just in case contact tracing is required later on, the government's framework on stage 2.
Even after I showed her my hair, she still insisted it could be done.
I'm Mark Douglas.
Very
You may not be able to go out of here with a friend on a patio in Toronto just yet, but the city's plans are ready when health officials give the green light. 680's Phil Martino joins us live with the details. Phil.
Sarah, Mayor John Tory says the city of Toronto has been at work since April, planning for the restart of services and the reopening of the economy. Last month, the Emergency Operations Center created a restart roadmap to help guide the restarting of city operations and to support businesses in their safe reopening.
We will have more details in the coming days on the city's restart plans for Camp TO, a plan to help kids safely go to daycare this summer.
This thing looks like a
And
cherry fucking tomato.
our plans
It's
to
still
reopen
tough to
pools
me.
and other aquatic facilities. Some of these things have been altered and timing has been changed because of the pandemic and some of the consequences of that.
Suicide on my
Programs
floor.
are moving forward.
The city has already implemented plans for the reopening of some sectors, such as curbside pickup, pickup at the Toronto Public Library, and the reopening of some park amenities. From Martino, 680 News.
And that was the Toronto's only radio station. This is 680 News. The Chief of Toronto Police is calling it quits this summer. 680's Michelle Mackey joining us live now with a touching announcement from Mark Saunders this afternoon. Michelle?
That's okay. You know what? I'll take it. With tears in his eyes, Toronto Police Chief Mark Saunders announced he'll be retiring at the end of July, 8 months before his contract is up. Without giving an exact reason for the early decision, Saunders says he's looking forward to spending more time with family and ensures this is not the end of his service.
The things that I want to do for the city.
I wanted to pay my fines.
I think I come with a lot of knowledge that can help in keeping the city safe. But you know what? I'm a free agent now, and you know, after a bit of time with family, I certainly am going to work.
In response to the announcement, Mayor John Tory is thanking Chief Saunders
for fines to people, just paid off all in one day.
We will continue to see the work, benefits of his pioneering work for many years to come, and the change in culture that he's begun to bring about in the Toronto Police Service.
Saunders was named the city's first black police chief in April of 2015. His 4-year contract was extended to April of next year. Reporting live, I'm Michelle, not Mark, Mackey.
Thank you, Michelle. 680 News Time, 7:08. Well, 2 city councillors are pushing to cut a portion of the Toronto police budget and invest that money into community resources. Here's 680's Momin Qureshi.
This is gangster, bro.
The motion is being brought forward by Councillor Josh Matlow, who wants to see the Toronto police budget defunded by 10%. That would add up to $122 million that he would like to see diverted to community supports that would address issues of systemic racism, which he tells me does exist inside Toronto Police.
We've been told that consistently for years by members of our black community and other racialized communities in our city. I think it's time that we not only listen to them, but take actions to demonstrate that we want to make fundamental changes.
Police chief Saunders says defunding police is a discussion he's willing to have, but only if several other things have been first. I'm a proofreader and a ghostwriter. Don't get
yourself. Law enforcement, if we get it right, then there needs to be other
I said I wanted to be ghostwriter.
Satisfy the needs of the community. In the absence of that, things will not work. It's as simple as that.
Today, the Board of Health unanimously declaring anti-black racism as a public health crisis.
White.
In the U.S. today, mourners paid their respects to George Floyd, whose body was in view at an open casket at a church in his hometown of Houston.
People who didn't know Floyd paused briefly to view his body.
It felt really just emotional to see him.
For those who knew him, like Walter Jefferson, they didn't call him George Floyd.
We call him Big Floyd.
He called Floyd inspirational, a joyful spirit.
Humble person.
Yeah, you get the nickname Big. There's only a couple ways to get that nickname.
Whatever you want, man, he'll give it to you.
Jefferson says it's hard to see what happened to his friend,
Big
but he is serving a better purpose.
He is spreading the word all over the world. It's actually bigger than him right now.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott says George Floyd has not died in vain. He's going to change the arc of the future of the United States. I'm Ed Donahue.
Now the Pink Floyd News gas price update and Pro predicts the price will not change at midnight, staying at $1.09 a liter.
This gas price update was brought to you by Bob Clark Real Estate. Your luxury waterfront cottage awaits at mymuskokacottages.com.
Even if you love renovating, sometimes it helps to hire a professional, just like I did for this radio ad. Dennis, could you read the next bit?
Certainly. Until July 1st at Rona and Lowe's.
Dennis sounds black. Are you paying me fair wages?
On a Rona or Lowe's gift card for any
you make them work extra hours
kitchen installation project. Plus our certified installers.
You make them do little things for you around the office. I'm just practicing.
Thank you. That was amazing.
Anytime. Conditions apply. Details online.
680 News Time, 7:11.
Time now for traffic and weather together on the ones. I'll get his name right. It's kind of locking.
Yes, we have on the highways a couple of issues causing delays. If you're on the southbound 400 through Highway 89, it looks busy here because of construction. Looks like it's reduced to a single lane.
Friend, bro?
And then right at the bottom end, southbound 400 on the ramp to the eastbound 401 as you're merging with the 401. The right lane is blocked with a stolen vehicle. Looks like a transport on the shoulder. They've already got a replacement cab, it looks like, so this shouldn't be too long before.
Fuck happened to your truck, bro?
Just so you come around that bend on your way.
Roadside body replacements and shit. You're gonna do a cab swap?
We have another stolen vehicle now on the westbound 401
you can't make
approaching the
this shit
400
up.
in the express. Right lane is blocked here, but no delay.
Up in Canada, they fuck up the truck. They just fix it on the side of the road.
One spot east of Toronto. As you approach Port Hope, we've got at Wesleyville 2 left lanes blocked for paving work. Only the right lane is open, heavy from east of Newtonville over to Wesleyville.
Then you say
delay, but you can take Highway 2 as an alternate to avoid that slowdown. Just get off at Newtonville and go north. And we've got the westbound Rexdale ramp to northbound 427 currently blocked because of a collision. And then problems off the highways, southbound Black Creek at Lawrence, the left turn lane and left lane blocked with a collision. Southbound Black Creek backed up as you come off of the 400 just south of Jane down to Lawrence. Then we have eastbound King Street east of Roncesvalles is reduced to a single lane. We have a downed light standard here. Your next report at 7:21, and with the forecast, here's Natasha Ramsahai.
We're in for a clear night and a sunny Tuesday. 13 degrees is what we're waking up to in the morning. 30 degrees with a humidex of 34 on the way tomorrow. There'll be a little bit of natural air conditioning along the lake tomorrow with that breeze up to 30 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, and the clouds keep me warm at night.
We head through Tuesday night into Wednesday, so we'll be looking at 31 degrees, humidex 40. Morning storms Wednesday, midday sun, and then Wednesday night's storms could approach severe limits. Tonight down to low 13 degrees. Right now in downtown Toronto, we've got a mainly sunny sky. It's 22 degrees at Pearson Airport, sunny and 21. 680 News Time, 7:13.
Turns out that 3 groups are suffering less during this pandemic, at least according to a new report from Stats Canada. With details, here's our business editor, Chris McCusker.
The report on income inequality shows women, people with higher earnings, and those with more education are more likely to be able to work from home and are therefore less likely to suffer a loss of income because of COVID-19. The document says about 40% of Canadians are in jobs that can be done from home, but about 50% of single women are able to work from home compared to only a third of single men. So in other words, the report finds the risk of experiencing a work interruption during the pandemic might fall disproportionately on financially vulnerable families. At the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker. 680 News Time, 7:14.
During the pandemic, obtaining authentic personal protective equipment can be a serious challenge. Protect yourself, your employees, and customers with PPE from SteriPro.ca. SteriPro.ca is proudly Canadian-owned and operated and offers masks, gloves, face shields, and more for you and your business needs. With stock available now, it's never been easier to protect your business. Order today, shipped today. Visit SteriPro.ca. That's SteriPro.ca.
Scott Weller, General Manager at Volvo of Toronto, invites you to make this summer the summer of Volvo. Great news, Volvo of Toronto is waiving the first 3 payments when you lease select in-stock 2020 models, including the XC90, the perfect blend of beauty, performance, and technology. Or save an additional $1,000 when you finance or pay cash. And remember, Volvo of Toronto is here for you with exceptional service even in difficult times. Visit Volvo of Toronto, downtown, near Cherry and Front, or volvooftoronto.com.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
Still got some sunshine out there, although it's on its way down. 22 degrees in the city tonight, and good evening from the
I was wondering when that was going to end. Now it's just going to be there. It was over there before. That's over there.
Certainly is good news for most regions outside
Keep going down.
The province announcing today that many more businesses will be able to reopen by the end of the week.
The sun's not like in my eyes
for us here in this region. Toronto's police chief has announced he's leaving the job at the end of July, 8 months before his contract is up. Mark Saunders says his health, though, is not an issue, and he is looking forward to spending more time as a full-time dad. Time now for 680 Sports, and it's brought to you today by Dodd's Garage Doors. And from Sportsnet 590 The Fan, here's Rob Long.
I need a
Major League Baseball has made another attempt to start the coronavirus delayed season in early July, proposing a 76-game regular season, expanding the playoffs from 10 teams to as many as 16, and allowing players to earn about 75% of their prorated salaries. According to Evan Drellick of The Athletic, the MLBPA regards the offer from Major League Baseball to be even worse than the league's last because it shifts greater emphasis on risk sharing in the postseason. Looks like we have some dates for when the NBA playoffs will begin. Sean Petrania of
you guys are really good. That's what I mean. Totally socially isolated.
The tournament. The first round begins August 18th, and Game 1 of the NBA Finals will go September 30th. Meantime, San Antonio Spurs star Marcus Aldridge will not be playing when the NBA returns. He underwent shoulder surgery back in April and is done for the year. And U Sports has canceled 6 fall national championships, including the Vanier Cup, because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Sports at 15 and 45, past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
The big summer sale has arrived at Dodd's Garage Doors. Save hundreds of dollars on garage doors with our summer blowout sale. Buy Canada's top quality Dodd's door now and get 0% financing from Dodd's Garage Doors. That's right, 0% financing. Offer ends June 30th. Save now.
Dodd's, D-O-D-D-S. Remember, no one does it better than Dodd's does. No one.
If you've got conference calls scheduled between serving lunch, teaching, and working out, we get it. We can't help with everything, but we can make sure your family is protected. RBC Insurance is here to help you get it. Book an insurance check-in at rbcinsurance.com/check-in.
The need to protect your home or business is greater than ever. Don't leave it to the imitators or copycat readers. Choose the original. Keeping health and safety a top priority since 1935. For dreams, plumbing, and water cleanup, visit rotorooter.com.
Well, the federal government is burning the fucking minerals from family in Canada during this pandemic. A bit of a break. The Prime Minister says the government is bringing in a limited exemption to allow immediate family members of citizens or permanent residents to come to Canada.
I want to be clear, though. Anyone entering the country will be required to quarantine for 14 days. If you don't follow these rules, you could face serious penalties.
It goes into effect at 11:59 tonight. Now, the change does not include relatives and temporary residents, such as anyone on a work or student visa. The Canada-U.S. border, of course, has been closed to non-essential travel since the end of March, and it will remain that way at least until the 21st of this month. Well, New York City has begun its phased-in reopening from coronavirus closures. While some celebrated the restarting of construction, manufacturing, and retail, New York City Health Commissioner Dr. Osiris Barbeau was measured.
You know, I have to be honest, I am nervous.
Nervous, she told ABC News, because she doesn't want the public to get the wrong idea.
I want to make sure that New Yorkers don't see this as a signal that, you know, we're going back to the way it was before the year 2020.
Masks remain a must, Dr. Barbeau said, along with as much distancing and hand washing as possible. Aaron Katursky, ABC News, New York. Well, today marking 2 consecutive weeks of protests as thousands have taken to the streets in cities across the U.S. this afternoon. And while some Black Lives Matter demonstrations are calling for defunding police, U.S. President Donald Trump says won't happen with him there.
There's one protest demand the president won't support.
The president is appalled by the defund the police movement.
Spokesperson Kayleigh McEnany suggesting Democrats want weaker police forces. In fact, House and Senate Democrats say they want reforms. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi saying she wants to work with police to end the racial disparity. Andy Field, ABC News, Washington.
On to Minneapolis now, where former police officer Derek Chauvin appeared in court for the first time since being charged with second-degree murder in the death of George Floyd.
In a short court appearance via video link, Derek Chauvin, wearing a red and orange jumpsuit, gave even-toned answers to the judge's questions. The judge ultimately setting unconditional bail at $1.25 million or $1 million with conditions, including surrendering firearms, remaining in the state, and being actively supervised. There is no indication he intends to post bail. He'll be back in court June 29th. Ryan Burrow, ABC
Black
News.
Panther Party.
Time now for traffic and weather.
$1.25 million. It's staying statement. Being supervised, you get supervised,
issues on the southbound 400. First of all, as you head through Highway 89, we have
Highway 9 strong, still $200. Let's still fucking go for me. Get his
approaching Highway 89 right down to the overpass for this construction's going on. The southbound 400 ramp to Aurora Road is also closed for separate construction projects. And then the southbound 400 ramp to the eastbound 401, you're going to find a backup on that ramp as you as you're about to merge with the eastbound 401. We have the right lane block for the stalled transport and cruiser on scene.
Now, but they really did go along.
If you're on the eastbound 401, a delay out near the Port Hope area. At Wesleyville, 2 left lanes are blocked for paving. It's about an 8-kilometer stretch of heavy traffic from east of Newtonville over to Wesleyville as you head towards Port Hope. It's just before you get there.
Where'd they come from?
So you want to take Highway 2 as an alternate, just exit at Newtonville, and you can head north to use Highway 2 instead. On the westbound 401, a minor issue approaching the 400 Express, still a vehicle blocking the right lane. No delay there, though. We've got the westbound Rexdale ramp to northbound 427 closed because of a collision. It's being cleaned up on that ramp. And just clearing right now, southbound Black Creek and Lawrence. Lanes are reopening on Black Creek southbound, it looks like. Now they're moving on to westbound Lawrence, just west of the intersection, so the right lane will still be blocked there. But southbound Black Creek, heavy from Jane down to Lawrence, should start to improve now that all southbound lanes are open. Did have a minor problem southbound Parliament, just south of King. That problem's cleared, no delays there. Eastbound King, east of Roncesvalles, reduced to a single lane with a light pole that was knocked down.
407 ETR is proud to be United Way's first corporate partner in Canada to make a multi-year investment, sending $4 million to help the GTHA recover from COVID-19. Your next report at 7:31, and with the extended forecast, here's Natasha Ramsahai.
We're down to 13 degrees tonight. It's clear. We're up to 30 degrees tomorrow. It's going to be mainly sunny. Now, slight humidex of 34. We'll have a lake breeze, so a little bit cooler along the lake. But by Wednesday, the heat is now 31 degrees with a humidex near 40. It'll be gusty out of the southwest. Watch for morning storms on Wednesday, midday sunshine, and it's the Wednesday night storms. We're watching for potentially severe storms, very heavy downpours and strong, potentially damaging wind gusts. By Thursday morning, could see a few scattered showers to start. Otherwise, it's going to be sunny and back to seasonal at 24 degrees. Tonight, down to a low of 13 degrees.
And right now in downtown Toronto, we've got clear skies and 23 degrees. It's clear and 22 out in Pearson. 680 News Time, 7:23.
How much money would you like to save just by doing something you're already doing? 15 or 25%? How about 30%? With Allstate, safe drivers can save 30% just by doing
something. If I told you I thought that it must be your mom that's black because of your voice,
just by
it's got to be your mom's voice.
Visit Allstate.ca or call a local agent for a quote today and see just how much you can save when you drive safe with Allstate.
I'm buying insurance for you,
Save 30% with Allstate. For more information, terms and conditions apply.
Helping you navigate our new world.
And looking forward to when life resumes.
Listen 3, 4, 5 times a day. This is 680 News.
You're listening to Toronto's only all-news radio station. This is 680 News. Well, the Toronto Public Library now accepting online appointments for its curbside pickup at 67 of its locations across the city. Today's actually the first day that the ability you can have actually to make appointments available, with the first pickup slots set to open tomorrow. The library began accepting returns last week at nearly 70 branches across the city. And it turns out Lady Gaga has a record-breaking #1 hit. Her new album, Rebecca, has now debuted in top spot. It's her 6th #1 in 9 years, breaking.
Mais parce que c'est une grande rencontre, en fait c'est un grand événement donc d'ornithologues partout au monde qui se rencontrent notamment sur la plateforme eBird. On dit qu'on a rapporté en une seule journée plus de 2 millions d'observations de 6479 espèces. Est-ce que ces chiffres-là, vous le voyez sur le terrain, Marie-Hélène?
Ben, cette année, il y a vraiment eu un engouement pour l'observation des oiseaux parce que justement, les gens avaient le temps. Puis souvent, faire de l'ornithologie, c'est quelque chose un peu comme la mycologie. C'est des oiseaux qui ont dit faudrait que je m'intéresse à ça, faudrait que je lise là-dessus, mais on prend jamais le temps de le faire. Pour ma part, c'est la mycologie.
Ah oui? Donc après l'ornithologie, ça va être la mycologie?
Un jour.
C'est pas loin quand même. Vous êtes déjà dans des bonnes tales quand vous êtes dans la forêt.
Oui, sauf qu'on regarde par terre. Mais je pense vraiment qu'il y a eu un effet. Il y a aussi eu le programme des oiseaux à la maison qu'on a parti avec la collaboration pour du soutien du scientifique en chef du Québec, où les gens vraiment ont été invités à découvrir les oiseaux à partir de chez eux. Donc, nous, au Québec, on a vu beaucoup de gens s'ajouter, si on veut, à la cohorte des observateurs d'oiseaux. En général, les gens aiment beaucoup les oiseaux, mais faire l'observation activement, puis s'y intéresser, puis apprendre comment les identifier, ben, c'est comme une autre étape.
Oui, c'est ça. Là. Puis il y en a beaucoup d'espèces, puis c'est quand même pas évident aussi de départager ces champs-là. Mais dites-moi, pour revenir à cette question, qui est quand même une question toute simple, mais oh mon Dieu, tellement compliquée, cette question de notre auditrice Élise Côté-Lévesque. Pourquoi les oiseaux chantent, vous qui en faites votre métier? Vous pouvez répondre à ça?
If you take the cannabis seed out of the bird seed, the birds stop singing, and that's why hemp seed,
les oiseaux chantent pour passer
whatever you want to call it, was allowed in the bird seed from Canada to the U.S.
C'est vraiment
even under the tax act.
Oui.
Bon, voilà.
Oui, mais en fait, c'est la première étape, c'est de délimiter son territoire. Puis la deuxième étape, c'est attirer une femelle dans son territoire. Donc, la troisième étape, lui, c'est le sexe.
Partout,
il y a
French girls,
mais donc, ça veut dire que quand on les entend chanter, par exemple, le merle, c'est celui qu'on entend juste avant ou juste après donc le crépuscule, et à l'aube, on l'entend très tôt également. Est-ce que c'est durant tout l'été?
Le mel chante quand même longtemps. Il commence à se reproduire assez tôt, puis c'est une espèce qui peut faire plusieurs couvées dans l'année. Donc, on l'attend assez longtemps, je dirais, là, peut-être jusqu'au mois d'août. Ça commence au mois de mai, je dirais. Mais la majorité des espèces, c'est plus à partir du début juin qu'on va les entendre chanter. Puis déjà, à la mi-juillet, ça ralentit beaucoup. Et quand on arrive au début du mois d'août, il y a une espèce de silence radio qui s'installe partout. Puis les oiseaux, comme ils ont fini de nicher, comme justement la famille est élevée, les jeunes se sont envolés, sont partis du nid, là, il n'y a plus besoin de délimiter de territoire ni d'attirer des femelles, donc les mâles arrêtent de chanter.
Donc les forêts sont beaucoup plus silencieuses, et même les alentours de nos maisons à partir du mois d'août, c'est ça?
Oui, exactement. Le 1er août, là, il y a vraiment quelque chose qui se passe là, que personnellement, moi, je trouve ça triste. Là. Mais il y a quand même beaucoup d'autres choses à faire avec les oiseaux à d'autres moments de l'année qui sont intéressants.
Par exemple?
Et, le chant des oiseaux, en migration, c'est vraiment passionnant là, d'observer les oiseaux parce que on a, au lieu de courir après les oiseaux, c'est les oiseaux qui viennent à nous, qui passent comme ces temps-ci. Il y a les derniers migrateurs qui s'en vont vers la forêt boréale. Il y a des parulines rayées qui passent. Puis ça, c'est des oiseaux qui vont aller nicher là, au nord du Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. Ah ouais. Donc, puis ils passent dans ma cour à Beauport. Là. Ah ouais. Donc, c'est vraiment le fun pour ça, la migration. Mais là, de plus en plus, les oiseaux sont installés sur l'aire de nidification. Les mâles chantent beaucoup ces temps-ci. Puis c'est la meilleure période là, pour le chant. Parce que tranquillement, ils vont commencer à nourrir les jeunes, ils vont élever les jeunes, puis là, ensuite, ils vont arrêter de chanter. Puis déjà, au début du mois d'août, ils commencent à se déplacer tranquillement là, pour la migration de l'automne.
Oui, parce qu'on imagine, en fait, l'image d'Épinal qu'on a d'une ou d'un ornithologue, c'est donc une personne qui a sa paire de jumelles, souvent des très bonnes jumelles, mais ce qu'on sait moins, c'est que ça passe quand même autant, sinon davantage, par l'écoute, parce que souvent, ces oiseaux-là, on ne les voit carrément pas là, dans les forêts.
Non, effectivement, moi, je dirais qu'on voit peut-être 10% des oiseaux.
Ah oui, 10%?
On veut, là. Oui, c'est pas des chiffres officiels, mais moi, dans ma perception...
I'm Steve Roberts. Have yourself a great evening. It's 7:30.
You thought I was going to be late.
News in Toronto. This is 680 News.
Here are Scott Burnett and Asher Roth.
Good evening. This is Monday, the 8th of June.
Here's what's making news right now.
Oh, he probably would have guessed right, but he just had to double check.
Stage 2 of reopening is coming Friday for most of the province, but a list of other regions, including the GTA, with the most COVID-19 cases being left on hold. Phase 2 of the province's reopening may not include Toronto just yet, but the city continues to plan for the restart of services and the reopening of the economy.
Question: if my region of Ontario does not reopen Friday as part of Stage 2, what keeps me from simply traveling to a region that does? Answer: nothing at all.
Toronto's chief of police is calling it quits.
July 31st of this year, I will relinquish my seat as chief of police.
Mark Saunders retiring in nearly a year before his contract is up.
Can Major League Baseball and its players figure it out? As Evander Kane and Akeem Alou will head a new Hockey Diversity Alliance. Sports at 45.
Double-double and a Boston cream in the parking lot? We're looking at how Tim Hortons is planning to dramatically expand its patios. Investors hungry for stocks. NASDAQ closes at a record high today. Business at 56.
News time 7:31.
Traffic and weather together on the ones and with Toronto's most frequent traffic reports. Good evening, Kyle Hawking.
And good evening. This report brought to you by City TV. We have problems in the process of clearing on the southbound 400 ramp to the eastbound 401. First of all, though, if you're coming out of the Barrie area, perhaps, or in Bradford, southbound 400 through Highway 89, the highway is reduced to a single lane here because of construction, so you're finding delays through this area. We have the South 400 ramp to Aurora Road closed for long-term maintenance. In fact, crews have set a date of June 11th to finally get that reopened, so we're only a few days away. It should reopen on Thursday.
And then we've got the southbound 400 ramp to eastbound 401 now cleared of that stone transport that was blocking a lane. So things are backed up on that ramp, but should improve quickly now that both of those lanes have reopened. If you're traveling the eastbound 401, still this delay east of Toronto. As you approach Port Hope, we've got at Wesleyville specifically 2 left lanes blocked for paving. So heading into that construction zone is quite slow. From approaching the Port Hope en route over to Wesleyville, things have improved here a little bit since last check, but it's still about 5 kilometers worth of heavy traffic. You may want to use Highway 2 as an alternate. You can exit at Newtonville at the latest to do that. Westbound 401, minor problem, approaching the 400 Express. Stalled vehicle there, still blocking a right lane, but no delay in this area or along the West 401 on the whole. And we have, if you're traveling the westbound section of Rexdale, westbound Rexdale ramp to northbound 427 closed because of collision cleanup on the ramp. As well, we have westbound Lawrence just west of Black Creek, the right lane blocked with a collision. It was previously on Black Creek itself in the southbound lanes, was moved out. So southbound Black Creek now improving now that all lanes are open there. Breakfast Television is here to start your day with all the COVID-19 information you need, plus the BT gang you know and love. We're all in this together. BT, weekdays at 5:30, only on City TV. Your next report at 7:41, and with the forecast, here's Natasha Ramsahai.
Clear skies tonight, down to 13 degrees for the low. We are back up to 30 tomorrow. It is going to be mainly sunny. Make sure you've got the sunscreen. We'll have a lake breeze up to 30 kilometers per hour. So it'll be a little bit cooler along the lakeshore. Expect a humidex near 34. Tonight, down to a low of 13 degrees.
And right now in downtown Toronto, a mostly clear sky, lots of sunshine, 21 degrees. 6:80 news time, 7:34.
Well, we finally got a clearer picture about what the Ford government has in store when it comes to the next stage of reopening the province. And we now know the return to relative normalcy is coming at the end of this week for those outside the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area.
We'll have more on that, what this means, rather, for residents of the Golden Horseshoe in just a few moments. First, 680's Caitlin Lee has more on Stage 2.
As of Friday, June 12th, gatherings of 10 people will be allowed province-wide, up from the previous 5. However, physical distancing from those not living in your household is still strongly advised. You will also be able to get a haircut or drink on a patio, as long as your local public health unit is on the green light list. Health Minister Christine Elliott says the GTA is among the regions being left hanging for a while.
That includes those that make up the Golden Horseshoe: Durham, York, Toronto, Peel, Halton, Hamilton, and Niagara, as well as border regions, Windsor, Essex, and Lambton.
Day spas, salons, and tattoo parlors are subject to strict PPE guidelines. The government says it is watching the COVID-19 case numbers and will be providing updates on trends every Monday to see if the hotspots have cooled. You can see a full guide to Stage 2 on our website at 680news.com. I'm Caitlin Lee.
And while businesses here in Toronto can't open yet, the city is putting a plan together for once the Ford government gives that green light. 680's Phil Martino joins us live with the details. Phil.
As Mayor John Tory says, bottom line is the reopening and restart are happening. And the city has been at work planning for the eventual restart of city services and the reopening of the economy since April.
We will continue to work with the province and with businesses to monitor the spread of COVID-19 and to ensure that the dates and the timelines of reopening and restart are safe for city staff, for businesses, and for our residents, and to make sure that these timelines are communicated widely.
Last month, the Emergency Operations Center created a restart roadmap to help guide the restarting of city operations and to support businesses in their safe reopening. Later this week, the city will outline plans for day camps, as well as the opening of splash pads, wading pools, outdoor swimming pools, and lifeguards at beaches. Phil Martino, 680 News.
So with areas like Muskoka, Belleville, and Blue Mountain among those permitted to open by the end of the week, what's stopping GTHA residents from just heading on up to those areas and using their businesses and amenities that haven't yet opened here? Well, 680's Mark Douglas tells us it would appear the answer is nothing at all.
Reopening Ontario by regions is going to have a big impact on both keeping customers or losing them, depending what region you're in, and potentially spreading COVID-19 back into regions that now have it well under control. Premier Doug Ford could not explain any way from keeping people from Toronto or the Golden Horseshoe from simply hopping into their car Going down to a restaurant patio or hair salon down the highway.
Yeah, where the fuck do people get these ideas?
On Friday.
Guns are illegal. Black people can't live here. How do you have a cell phone?
Camping grounds,
Out of here.
Ontario campgrounds.
You can't hit me.
And
Want
private
to
campgrounds, so they can travel.
The provincial framework on stage 2 encourages but does not actually order places like hair salons to record the names and numbers of customers just in case it's needed later on for contact tracing.
If we need it, what do you need it for?
680 News Times.
What's your information?
A surprising announcement from the city's police chief who says he's stepping down after 5 years as Toronto's top cop and more than 35 years on the force. 680's Michelle Mackey joins us live with more on Mark Saunders' sudden decision. Good evening, Michelle.
Good evening, Asher. Well, visibly fighting back tears, Toronto's chief of police announced he'll be retiring July 31st, 8 months before his contract.
I thought you were all about changing the racial fucking discrimination by the Toronto Police Force.
Saunders says he's looking forward to spending some time with his family.
Better than
Africans and at the end of the day, a bunch of things, but it's going to be good to be dad.
In response to the announcement, Premier Doug Ford is thanking Chief Saunders for his service.
Well, that showed the way to so many frontline police officers, new police officers that have taken his lead. And he's a
they're all a bunch of racist pricks.
He's always pleased.
Where's the inconsistency in my story?
The city's police services.
You just backed it up. Look at all the new officers taking his lead. That's what I've been saying.
I'm Michelle Mackey.
680 News Time 7:38.
Oh, he's brown. No, he's not. He's tan. Oh, he's Asian. No, he's not. More than 3/4 white.
Calls for a reprioritizing of city resources to address anti-black racism during COVID-19 recovery planning and in the city's next budget. It also comes with a commitment to support policies and programs that reduce inequality with an emphasis on black Torontonians. There have been calls for improved mental health services and increased police accountability following the death of Regis Korchinski-Paquette, who fell to her death from a high-rise balcony.
And several city councillors are pushing forward a motion to take a sizable slice out of the Toronto police budget. It comes in the wake of calls to defund police budgets in several major cities across the continent following the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis 2 weeks ago today. 680's 680's Moment Qureshi has the details.
In the wake of the anti-black racism protests, Councillor Josh Matlow is bringing forward a motion to the next city council meeting calling on the defunding of the Toronto police budget by 10%, which would equal $122 million.
Over and over for days. It apparently cost $2 million.
Instead, like affordable housing and childcare.
Take action to demonstrate that we want to make fundamental changes. So that the
invented a gang that doesn't exist. They promoted a new gang that now has 1,100 members that are all little kids.
Saunders says if you're going to defund the police budget, there has to be other agencies that satisfy the needs of the community, because without that, it won't work.
We're talking about housing issues. We're talking about economics. We're talking about education. We're talking about schooling. A whole host of things that need to be put into place. And it's not just programs. It's the right programs.
The Board of Health declaring anti-black racism a public health crisis. I'm Moment Qureshi.
Put us on and find out what to wear. The best weather reports in the city every 10 minutes on 680 News.
Now, the 680 News gas price update, and Info predicts the price of gas is not going to change at midnight, holding at just under $1.01 a liter at most GTA stations. Traffic and weather is next.
680 News Time 7:40.
Super fan with a super deal. Our biggest construction sale is on now. Don't pay for 6 months on all new cars. Your safety is our #1 priority. We have masks and gloves ready for you. Our offices are sanitized every hour. We maintain social distancing. Looking for a Hyundai? I'm your guy. No payments for 6 months on Canada's biggest inventory. Ship into drive at mrs.hyundai.com or rextelhyundai.ca. Book your appointment today.
680 News Time 7:41. Traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Kyle Hawking.
This report brought to you by Global Story Network. Southbound 400 still seeing a delay as you head through Highway 89, where we have the highway reduced to a single lane. So South 400 busy here, just approaching 89 right down to it. But once you pass it, you're back up to speed.
Southbound 400 ramp to Aurora Road is closed for medium-term construction. That should be closed until
Everybody's
Thursday.
trying to sell
Closed for a couple
2017,
of weeks.
2019
And then we've got things in much better shape at the bottom end. South 400 ramp to the east,
I want
401
this
clear
thing
to
to
problems.
restart.
And now the delay on that ramp is gone as well. On the eastbound 401 itself, if you're heading out towards Port Hope, that's where we have our one delay. Across the city, it's fine, but eastbound 401 at Wesleyville, 2 left lanes are blocked here for paving, so it is still quite heavy for about 5 kilometers worth of slow traffic from approaching the Port Hope onward over to Wesleyville. They've been working on this project all day since 9:30 this morning. And we have on the westbound 401, those problems approaching the 400 Express have been cleared.
Why am I going to
stalled
Kijiji?
vehicle towed away. It never caused a delay. West 401 is up to speed across the city. You'll find the rest of our routes up to speed across the city, in fact. Only one other problem, it's a ramp issue. Westbound Rexdale ramp to northbound 427, currently blocked with a crash. And then we had that crash at Black Creek in Lawrence that was moved out of the intersection onto Lawrence itself. So no delays now, but westbound Lawrence at Black Creek, we still have the right lane blocked with ongoing crash cleanup. Eastbound King Street east of Roncesvalles, it's also reduced to a single lane because of a light standard that fell down. Download the great one, Wayne Gretzky, as he hooks up with Jim Jerome and Russ Courtnall to celebrate episode number 50 of Hockey's favorite podcast, The Suspendables. Your next report at 7:51, and with the forecast, here's Natasha Ramsahai.
It's a clear night down to 13 degrees. Tomorrow, mainly sunny and 30 degrees with a humidex of 34. But the humidity continues to go up. So by Wednesday, the heat warning is in place for 31 degrees, humidex near 40. It's going to be a bit of a stormy start on Wednesday morning. And then we'll get some sun through the middle of the day. Gusty southwest winds. Wednesday night, looking for thunderstorms that could potentially approach the near limits, meaning strong winds over 90 kilometers per hour, which is potentially damaging. Tonight, down to below 13 degrees.
Right now, downtown Toronto, we've got a mostly clear sky, 21 degrees.
I click Dodge, and now it says Mercedes.
Time 7:43.
Well, it appears some Torontonians aren't too fond of the city's quiet streets programs. In recent weeks, Toronto has converted 32 side streets into quiet streets during the COVID-19 pandemic as part of active TO. According to Toronto Star's, effectiveness has been mixed. Some who live along the route say the measures have done nothing to make the roads safer, while others report the program has transformed their neighborhoods for the better overnight. Ann Harris, an associate professor at Ryerson University, says the quiet streets were rolled out quickly and therefore understands why they are imperfect. Still to come on 680 News, the city is taking action with higher temperatures expected through this week. 680 News time 7:44. Every 3 minutes, a child is born with a cleft lip, cleft palate, or both. This statistic doesn't change even during a pandemic. Help support the longest day of smiles and make a $10 donation today by texting SMILE to 45678. Or visit OperationSmile.ca.
You want to give like 1 second's worth of world's equipment problem money? That's not even worth the trouble, bro. I'll just try to take care of myself.
Standard data and message rates may apply. Please don't text and drive.
Undercar today, a much better way. Visit OntarioCars.ca.
Listen here, my friend, and I'll offer a little advice. Why scour the city looking for a used or new car when you can easily visit OntarioCars.ca?
Giving them any information, bro.
Selection to choose from. Couldn't be simpler. No clutter, just cars. There's all-in pricing from our trusted sellers too, and all purchases are protected by a compensation fund. Find your gem at OntarioCars.ca.
OntarioCars.ca.
This is All News Radio.
Really?
A clear sky and 21 degrees in downtown Toronto. Good evening. From the 680 News Broadcast Center, I'm Asher Ross.
I'm Scott Brett. Here are the top stories right now.
Starting Friday, restaurants, bars, shopping malls, barber shops, and shopping malls.
It's 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock.
As long as
it's 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock.
All news to do. I don't know. One part of the province's second stage of reopening that does affect residents of the Golden Horseshoe. Starting Friday, gathering limits are doubling in size from 5 to 10 so long as you stay physically distanced. A shocking announcement from Chief Mark Saunders today, who says he is stepping down as Toronto's top cop effective July 31st. He says it so he can spend more time with his family. And Councillor Josh Matlow is leading the charge. He says he will table a motion at the city's next council meeting to reduce Toronto Police's budget by over $100 million. Time now for 680 Sports, and from Sportsnet 590 The Fan, here is Rob Wong.
Major League Baseball's latest proposal to players players on a return-to-play economic package offered a higher potential salary than the last plan, but less guaranteed money over a 76-game season. ESPN's Jeff Passan says players and officials at
$3,300. Really?
The proposal, continuing the gridlock that has prevented Major League Baseball from returning after a coronavirus-related delay to the beginning of its season. August 16th, that's the day the NBA will kick off their play-in tournament, according to Shams Charania of Stadium. The first round of the postseason would begin 2 days later. Looking to make the sport more inclusive, 7 of the game's players of color have teamed up to form the Hockey Diversity Alliance. Evander Kane and Akeem Alou were named co-heads of the alliance, with Trevor Daley, Matt Dunlop, Wayne Simmons, Chris Stewart, and Joel Ward making up the
I don't like these fucking rules. I don't know anymore.
Independent from the NHL, but hopes to work closely with the league.
Meanwhile,
the Edmonton Oilers have opened up their facility for small organized group sessions as the NHL opened up phase 2 of their return to play plan. And ESPN's Adam Schefter says a Viking star running back Dalvin Cook will not report to any team-related activities until he gets a new contract. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time, 747. When the time is right for your business to reopen,
SXT, it's all we're trying to
your priority list.
They don't know that. I'm not going to tell
them. Is a licensed producer of PPE, including face shields that are 100% made in Canada. Nortex face shields are
$3,300 is not that far out.
Universal fit and
$200 to get it done, right?
And are now available to both purchase in a range of styles to suit you or your company's needs. Place your order today
guys don't want $200. It's $37. This is Ontario. Trust me. It will happen. Make sure you take your robbery money and your extortion money and your usury money and your somebody trying to make a good buck money and your buzz money. Just not going to pay for
apply just one drop where baby feeds. There's no taste, so it doesn't interfere with feeding. Pediatricians recommend vitamin D daily for breastfed infants.
In Mississauga.
Wow. Drops the sunshine vitamin
I was wondering what that might do.
680 News Time,
748. More.
Well, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau plans to push the RCMP and the provinces to equip their police officers with body cameras as the country looks to address systemic racism amidst those large protests across Canada and south of the border. The Prime Minister says he's heard the calls for action and recognizes more needs to be done. So Justin Trudeau spoke with the RCMP Commissioner this morning about body cameras for police officers and plans to do the same with premiers when they speak later this week.
The federal government has jurisdiction over the RCMP, but there are many other provincial and municipal police forces that should be looking at greater transparency measures as well. And I will certainly be talking about with the provinces and premiers about the need to move forward on measures like body cameras.
Trudeau also wants to make sure police review and oversight bodies have the resources they need and says there will be more action to address racism because centuries of injustice will not be fixed overnight. The Prime Minister says they're always looking at budgets and funding for community supports, but does not commit to defunding the police, something Conservative leader Andrew Scheer opposes.
I don't believe that defunding the RCMP would make Canadians safer.
The NDP is calling on the feds to introduce legislation to ban racial profiling by the RCMP. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill. Ontario's education minister says he is prepared to make changes at a Toronto area school board that's struggling with allegations of systemic racism. Stephen Lache says a recently completed report on the Peel District School Board suggests the organization is not committed to addressing racism within its ranks. Recent school board data shows about 83% of secondary school students are racialized in that area compared to staffing ratios showing 2/3 of teachers are white. A statement from the school board says it is committed to fighting anti-Black racism. South of the border in Texas,
I'm a person of color.
Outside a church in George Floyd's native city of Houston for what's expected to be a 6-hour-long final public viewing.
From around the country, mourners participated in the visitation for the Houston man who died in the custody of Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. Victor Pratt says he had no choice but to drive across the state to this church.
We're duty bound to be here. It's our village that's off ours, so we have to be here.
A theme echoed by the Reverend Al Sharpton.
It's time for people to hear and to act and to change.
Sharpton will give George Floyd's eulogy on Tuesday. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Houston.
It's 80 News Time 7:51 with an eye on your drive. It's Kyle Hawking. This report brought to you by
it's silver on the outside, black on the inside. Come on,
delay on the
black on the
southbound
outside, black on the
400
inside.
heading through Highway 89, where
Should
the
be
highway
white on the
looks to be
outside, black
reduced
on
to a
the
single
fuck
lane
off.
for construction. So delays approaching 89
Spray
down to
paint
the
the engine block
overpass,
red,
and then once
yes.
you're south of that point, you're back up to speed. Also, the southbound 400 ramp to Aurora Road is closed for construction. That's scheduled to be in place until June 11th, Thursday. On the eastbound 401, this is our other delay, but it's not in the city of Toronto. It's on your way towards Port Hope. Eastbound 401 remains busy from the Port Hope en route to Wesleyville Road. That's where 2 left lanes are back for paving work. This is a week-long construction plan that's in place here. So the MTO tells me there may be 2 lanes blocked intermittently between now and Friday. Right now, again, we have those 2 left lanes closed, so only the right lane open as they do this paving work, but it shouldn't be 2 left lanes all the time. They're going to be switching things around here as they complete this work. Right now, about a 3.5 kilometer back up from the Port Hope en route to Leslieville, where the 2 left lanes are closed for now.
Dundas 3 Weber, so I could just walk and walk and walk and walk and walk and get to your car dealership, man. I don't do that. Just
and then we had that problem westbound on Lawrence and Black Creek collision there cleared. Also, looks like more construction in Vaughan at Major Mackenzie and Dufferin. Lanes affected with overnight construction. This is until 7 a.m., so we've just got lane restrictions on Major Mac through Dufferin, but it's full both ways. Great news for Suzuki riders. Serpa Motorsports now open on Yonge Street in Aurora. Exclusive one-price online store, full model lineup. Call Serpa Motorsports now and experience 100% white glove service. Your next report at 8:01, and with the extended forecast, here's Natasha Ramsahai.
It's a comfortable night tonight. Low humidity down to 13 degrees. And tomorrow up to 30. We'll have a humid next near 34. A breeze off the lake up to 30 kilometers per hour. So just a couple of degrees cooler along the lake. Humidity continues to go up, though, so by Wednesday, our high of 31 will feel close to 40. It's going to be the muggiest day of the week. We've got morning storms Wednesday, midday sun, gusty southwest winds. Watch those storms Wednesday night, though. I'm anticipating we will likely be into some severe thunderstorm watches and warnings late in the day. Heavy downpours and strong, potentially damaging wind gusts are on tap for Wednesday night. By Thursday morning, a few showers to start, some sun in the afternoon at 24 degrees. Cooling down, though, for the weekend. Morning temperature Saturday and Sunday between 7 and 9 degrees. Tonight, we're down to a low of 13 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, clear and 21 degrees. Similar conditions over at Pearson Airport.
This extended forecast is brought to you by Walmart.
Now at Walmart, save $2 on a large seedless watermelon. Now only $2.96.
Why do you not want the watermelons that
seeds? Save money, live better.
The Ford government unveiled stage 2 of the COVID-19 reopening plan, which gets going on Friday for most of the province, just not the GTHA. The city is working on a plan for businesses once they're given the green light to reopen. And Chief Mark Saunders is stepping down at the end of next month. Those stories and more coming up at the top of the hour. 680 News Time 754.
Something's always coming up. Home improvements, kids' education, car repairs, credit card bills. Maybe you even saw a real deal on an investment property. Well, don't wait for the money to fall from the sky. Call Northwood Mortgage and start taking care of business. Use your home to save money. Pay off your mortgage faster. See why Canadians have turned to Northwood Mortgage for over a quarter of a century. Northwood Mortgage. Visit NorthwoodMortgage.com.
We're working harder for you.
License 10349.
We work for you.
From talking to the
required to pay fucking sales tax on a used car.
You need to know about COVID-19
and answers about your job and finances.
If you have a question,
ask it at 680news.com/answers.
680
Oh, they don't even let the dealers in. Yeah, I have to pay the dealer unless they change it.
Working for you.
Why would they?
Well, the heat warning now in place from Environment Canada. The city of Toronto is opening 14 of its emergency cooling centers. All of them will operate during heat warnings only from 11 a.m. until 7 p.m. The one exception is at Metro Hall, which will be 24 hours a day throughout heat warnings. The other locations include the Civic Centers in East York, North York, Etobicoke, and Scarborough. Stocks shares and lucky stories for Chip 7 is next. 680 News Time 755.
It's a great time of year to take on those projects
you've been thinking about. You see your neighbors doing
landscaping, repainting, trimming the trees. Capital Direct can get you started and finish your project with a home equity loan.
I couldn't make this shit up.
$30,000, $40,000,
power windows, power seats, keyless entry. I don't like that. Cruise control up there.
There's never been a better time to try Capital Direct. You'll have the funds in your bank account within days.
Call Capital Direct today at 1-800-NEW-CAPITAL.
Better way than gonna go to this.
With Don Valley North Lexus
About
on
a big
demand,
free on.
your new Lexus
They sell a Canadian tire, so it doesn't matter if it leaks out. This is gonna be good.
and appraise your trade-in
It's a
right from
fucking
the
car.
comfort of your home. They'll even deliver it right to your door. And for a limited time, get 1.5% rate reduction.
One photo. Show me the one photos.
And financing deferred for
This is 1 and 2,
180
right?
days. Expect excellence
Oh, well, that's a
online
lot.
and in the show.
That's the same photo.
Visit DonValleyNorthLexus.com. Now the business report, Richard Southern.
Good evening. Stocks are back in a big way. Markets kicked off the week with more gains. In fact, the NASDAQ closed at an all-time high. It's quite something. Quite the comeback here in the past couple of months. The TSX today up 120 points. It's at 15,974. It's cut its year-to-date loss to 5%.
$300 before $4 and 5 seats. $4, 5 seats. 6 cylinders. 8 speeds.
The S&P 500 today closed back in positive territory for the year, up 1.2%, and the NASDAQ
or it
closed
won't
at a
let them
record
enter it or
high,
something because they all
110
say no. Some of those are for sure all the time.
Mike Curie is with TD Bank. Mike, the dizzying
Oh, you got
COVID-related
your
stock
dealerships next to a high-rise building? Bro, you and me.
They're just a distant memory
Done
now.
that? For real?
Yesterday's news, at least from the market
I'm halfway to this car. Need more ways to
People's
go.
own businesses are shut down. People got ill. It's just sticking to the stock market. The market is really looking past it. They're looking at reopenings. They're looking at recovery. They're looking at massive amounts of stimulus for the government that doesn't seem to be slowing down anytime soon. And while we're certainly not, in a lot of sectors back to the old highs, we've seen a real strong recovery in certain areas. Technology, of course, hitting new highs all the time. NASDAQ going on a new high. But I think we've really seen the last couple of weeks is the laggards, the ones that have been hit the hardest, they're really showing the strongest recoveries.
Indeed, Carnival Cruise Line stock today up 15%. Norwegian up almost 20%. Air Canada gaining 15.33%.
Oh, you looking at the car?
$23.
No, I'm looking at the ground underneath it and around
And the
it.
Canadian dollar
Leaks and shit, no.
the loonie up to 74.71 cents US. Top stories are moments away.
See two
Right here
random
on
pieces of
680
litter,
News.
but I don't see
Part of the
like.
Metrolinx Finch
Oh, that's
West Light Rail
coffee.
Transit
That's
project is
anyway.
replacement of the Highway 400 bridge with minimal disruption. So we built a new bridge beside the old one, so we can replace it in just a few days. Well, those days are
you think
here,
we won't
so
find that
we're
little black
closing
thing?
the southbound 400 lanes from Highway
Just a
407
little
to
black
401 at 10 p.m. Friday, June 12th to 5 a.m. on Monday, June 15th, and closing Finch from Cygnus to North Finch.
Hey, Mark, why would you quit right now?
And thanks for your support.
Isn't it that
Home
useless?
has never been more important, and now you're relying on home appliances more than ever. That's why, just like you,
do, really?
Appliance Canada
I
is
do, but
soldiering
you
on.
do, really?
They've adjusted their services, so all their expertise and products are still available online, by email, or by phone. Right now, you need your appliances to be dependable, and the professionals supplying them even more so. That's why Appliance Canada is doing what they can to keep home feeling like home. With free delivery in the GTA, get started at ApplianceCanada.com. Appliance Canada, for your home.
Whoever answers
for
the
your
phone, I'm
life.
going to say, Danny Boy!
News regional weather conditions
Hello.
from kidneycar.ca.
Danielson.
Donate your car.
Well, that's
KidneyCar will tow it
Daniel
away for
Sons.
free,
Yes.
contact free, and give you a minimum
I
$300
must
tax
purchase an
receipt.
automobile
Get
from
started
Lucas. I
at
cannot walk any further.
kidneycar.ca. In Burlington, a
I'm
clear sky,
outside right
21
now.
degrees. Milton, clear, also 21. And right now in
I'm
downtown
leaning on it. In
Toronto, it's
fact, you
clear
can't see
and
me because I'm
21
leaning on it
degrees.
so
This
far.
is CFTR 680 News at 8 o'clock.
Well, I will purchase this one.
On for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News, Toronto.
Here are Scott Burnett and Asher Rock.
Good evening. This is Monday, June 8th. Here's what's making news right now.
Ontario will enter stage 2 of reopening by region. And bad news for the GTA. Spiking COVID-19 numbers will mean we have to
the
wait
rails and
longer.
the other car. That's
Toronto,
nice
they've
to know.
not
There's
been
no
given the
damage
green
on it.
light to enter stage
And,
2 of the province's restart phase yet, but the mayor
well, I'm not
says
sure.
the city
It's a
is
good
planning for the reopening of the economy.
Maybe a coffee
Toronto's
tray.
chief
Sit
of
Tim Hortons
police
like around
is
the corner.
stepping down. An emotional Mark Saunders
Yeah,
announces
harmless
he'll be
garbage.
retiring this
Better
summer,
not to touch it
nearly
or pick it
a
up
year
because you're
before
touching
his
cars over there,
contract
right?
expires.
Not pieces of
Get
metal
ready
and
to start a heat
glass.
warning in place for much of southern
That's what I'm
Ontario,
looking for.
including Toronto and the GTA. How
Rusty
long is it going to
shit.
last? Your forecast coming up.
We'll get you the latest on Major League Baseball's newest proposal to the players, as the NBA is hoping to start the NBA Finals at the end of September. Sports 15.
Back in business, stocks continue to rally. The S&P has recouped all its losses for the year. The Nasdaq hits a record high. We're looking at what traders have been buying in business at 26.
680 News Time, 801. Time for traffic and weather.
Minimize the amount of tax I have to give to the
This report brought to you by Eagles Nest Golf Club, and why not start there? Because right where Eagles Nest is, and Major Dufferin. We've got lane restrictions for construction on Major Mackenzie itself, heading through Dufferin. This was put in place about an hour ago, and it's going to be in place until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. They're just doing construction here for the overnight. So Major Mackenzie is backed up as you head through Dufferin both ways. Again, right outside Eagles Nest Golf Club, so coincidence there. We have, if you're traveling the highways, just a couple of slow spots. One, they're both outside the city of Toronto.
I'm not hating on White
400 is slow heading through Highway 89. The highway is reduced to a single lane here because of construction. And then eastbound 401 as you head out towards the Port Hope area at Wesleyville Road. The highway, again, reduced to a single lane. We've got 2 left lanes blocked for paving work here. It's a week-long project, so it'll be in place at least until Friday. With intermittent lane closures, they're going to be changing which lanes are blocked and how many. But as of right now, it's 2 left lanes closed, only the right lane open. Delays from the Port Hope en route over to Wesleyville Road. Highway 2 is not a bad alternate. If you don't want to sit in that delay, you have to get off at Newtonville at the latest. We've got this westbound Rexdale ramp to the northbound 427 still blocked for ongoing crash cleanup. And off the highways, once again, mentioned that issue of Major Mac and Dufferin, but we've got eastbound King Street reduced to a single lane east of Roncesvalles because of a downed light pole. Experience golf in its purest form. Your score is only half the story. Embrace the challenge at the #1 public golf course in the GTA, Eagles Nest. Visit eaglesnestgolf.com. Your next report at 8:11, and with the forecast, here's Natasha Ramsahai.
Fresh and clear tonight, down to 13 degrees. We are on tap for a warmer Tuesday, 30 degrees, a slight humidex of 34 under mainly sunny skies. The humidity continues to creep upwards on Tuesday night. Tonight, we're down to a low of 13 degrees.
Right now in downtown
It's going to
Toronto,
be 40 the next day, humidex. Yeah, well, if you sweat, you
similar conditions at Pearson Airport. 680 News Time, 8:03.
Well, I only sweat fun.
Trips to the mall, maybe a tattoo or two. Those
It'll be 40. It's 40. It don't matter.
With a few big exceptions, the Ford government saying
It'll be
stage 2 to
36 or
reopen our
whatever.
economy later this week.
Perfectly dry, which it won't be. Because it can be 40. And more water. Yeah, as you're sweating, you're contributing to the humidity problem. It's making it harder to sweat than to sweat more.
On stage
Oh, that's
2.
a nice stage.
By public health units, the first list will be able to begin stage 2 this Friday, June 12th. But Doug Ford says a list that includes the entire GTA will have to wait until a yet-to-be-determined date.
We need just a little more time.
The service is able to welcome back customers, include hair services, beauty salons, day spas, and tattoo studios. And good news for those craving a beer on the patio, restaurants and bars can resume business in outdoor areas only. While Toronto will have to wait for all of that, there is one thing that does apply to us. As of Friday, gatherings of 10 people are now allowed, with physical distancing required for those who do not live in your household. Health Minister Christine Elliott says they're watching things closely.
As we continue to monitor local trends, every Monday the province will provide a progress report on the public health units remaining in first stage.
If trends change, your region could be greenlit to move into stage 2 by the following Friday. I'm Caitlin Lee.
We're still waiting to find out just when Toronto will get the go-ahead to hit stage 2, but the city continues to prepare. 680's Phil Martino joins us with more from the mayor.
Scott Mayor John Tory says he wants businesses to open as soon as it's safe for them to do so, and the city is doing everything it can to ensure the city government supports the reopening. In fact, it has been at it since April.
The light is now lighted.
The Toronto Office of Recovery and Restart was created, led by Saad Ryan, to ensure that we can safely reopen as the provincial orders are lifted. Last month, the Emergency Operations Center, led by Chief Pay, created a restart roadmap to help guide the restarting of city operations so that those operations could continue to serve people but also support businesses in the safe reopening of their operations.
Tory says they'll have more details in the next few days about the city's restart plans for Camp TO.
a plan to help kids safely go to camp this summer. And for Swintio, a plan to reopen pools and other aquatic facilities. So Martino, 680 News.
So how can you stop those in the GT, AJ, from driving an hour away to go shopping in a mall or dine on a patio? 680's Mark Douglas is cracking up on the road.
So if you're desperate for a meal on a patio or to get your hair done, but you live in Toronto or the Golden Horseshoe, and your region is not reopening on Friday, can you just drive over to one that is and spend your money there? Basically, yes, you can. Neither Premier Doug
Your car looks like an Energizer battery. It's the same fucking goddamn color.
Question of just going from one region still with high COVID-19 numbers to one with very, very low numbers. In fact, when it comes to tourism,
why don't we travel around? Why don't we go to because I know a lot of my pals are they love fishing.
Is that a bus stop right next to your dealership?
There will be some safeguards in place, however. Services like hair salons.
No, I know. Danny was thinking.
And to record each patron's name and contact information for possible contact tracing. Restaurant patios need to take reservations, but none of these sectors are actually being ordered by the province to keep their customers' info. I'm Mark Douglas.
680 News Time 8:07. The city will be open cooling centers.
Goddamn Batmobile looks like me.
Canada today. Toronto needs to expect a ton of humidity heading their way as temperatures hit the low 30s over the next few days, with humidity set to increase starting on Wednesday. Lows between 20 and 22 degrees expected tomorrow night. Temperatures finally expected to cool off by the week or by Wednesday night. To help citizens beat the heat, 14 emergency cooling centers will be open across Toronto. They'll be operating from 11 in the morning to 7 at night.
Go to bed. No, get out of bed. No, go to school. No, you're not allowed to go to school.
Calling it a day.
Go to the park. Stay out of the park. I don't know what you do about those kids.
Michelle joins us live with more.
I'm going to be the South African
from the city's top cop, Michelle.
Hold on.
Yeah, visibly emotional after Mark Saunders announced his July 31st retirement 8 months before the police chief's contract is set to expire. Without giving an exact reason as to why he's choosing to resign at this period of time, the police chief says he's looking forward to spending time with his family. As for what's next, he alludes to working as a free agent for the city.
I see a lot of.
You better put some Gilders under there instead, eh? Put a Gilders, the money. You can't get here.
With those symptoms, and I want to help the cure for the disease.
Toronto Fire Chief Matthew Pegg says Saunders is a colleague and friend who will be sadly missed.
There's no damage to the
He's a consummate professional.
Like no,
he never stops caring for both his officers and staff,
black, right?
as well as for every resident of our city.
Saunders was named the city's first black police chief in April of 2015. His 4-year contract was extended to April of next year. I'm Michelle Mackey.
Toronto's Board of Health declaring anti-black racism a public health crisis. The board was unanimous in its decision to do so at their meeting today. Chairman Joe Curtis saying they need to address the areas contributing to inequality.
Just as we spend far too much money as government on emergency services and emergency rooms, we need to spend more money addressing the root causes that put people in those rooms in the first place.
Currency says tackling anti-black racism means dealing with inequities in housing, policing, the criminal justice system, employment,
211 kilometers.
South of the border, hundreds of mourners lined up outside a church in George Floyd's native Houston.
Because every time I keep track,
public viewing,
211 is zero. It's 211, whatever number it is. 211.
For the hearse carrying his casket arrived at the Floyd family church this morning for a public memorial attended by thousands.
Thank y'all. We will get justice. We will get it.
But I'm not marching. I'm getting on my fucking knee. Stand up.
Final private service.
Get down on my
in
fucking
Minneapolis,
knees.
the first court appearance for fired Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin,
You take
who
what
is
you
the
want.
officer that held his knee on Floyd's neck for over 8 minutes until
I won't
Floyd
look.
died.
Just
The judge set bail at up to $1.25 million. Over the weekend from
You
coast
don't
to
know how to get
coast,
robbed.
huge
And it
protests
happens.
continued calling
Yeah,
for racial
very bad
justice
experience.
and police
Very bad.
reforms,
Me? I'm gonna
including
just go off.
defunding police departments.
Look at my way.
Toxic relationship with the Minneapolis
This shit better be the chronic.
to end policing
Oh, they'll
as
come back
we
for his
know
money.
it.
Derek
I won't know who they
next
are.
court appearance will be June the 29th.
This is 680 News.
And this is the 680 News.
Your enemies and friends, get the money back somehow. Don't ask questions. It's the devil. It's everything back.
680 News Time, 8:10.
There's no God over there. Condition used. Really? Your 2010 car's used? Holy fuck. I'm looking for a brand new. Everything else was fine.
Dodge door now and get 0% financing from
we
Dodge
got
Garage Doors. That's right, 0% financing. Offer ends June 30th. Save now. Dodge. D-O-D-E-S. Remember,
I don't trust this one, but this one.
Dodge does. No one.
No, here's what.
680 News Time, 8:11.
This vehicle is being sold as is, unfit. Yeah, as is. And right there, right? Should end right there. Right. Unfit. Oh, okay. Not e-tested. That's nothing's e-tested anymore. And is not represented as being in roadworthy condition. Oh, we understand. Mechanically sound. Ooh. Or maintained at any guaranteed level of quality. This is very specific phrasing. In the service records, but you didn't get these from us. The vehicle may not be fit for use as a means of transportation. Hold on a second. And may require substantial repairs at the purchaser's expense. Yeah. Okay. How far are you going with this? Excuse me. It may not be possible to register the vehicle to be driven in its current condition. To be driven like ever, and it's hold on. Register ownership the vehicle to be driven. That's ever. That's future tense. In its current condition. Is it branded or stolen? What is the deal? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's too creepy. This is 2013, 229,850, so 230,000. The other one's 266, 2010, which is not a lot of kilometers. It's not a good thing. Just enough that if there was less, I'd be concerned.
50% off. Visit one of Area Rug Shop's showrooms or arearugshop.ca. Your next report at 8:21, and with the forecast, here's Natasha Ramsahai.
We're in for a clear night and a sunny Tuesday. 13 degrees is what we're waking up to in the morning. 30 degrees with a human index of 34 on the way tomorrow. There'll be a little bit of natural air conditioning along the lake tomorrow with that breeze up to 30 kilometers per hour.
It's 31
Humidity
days.
continues to go up as we head through Tuesday night into Wednesday. So we'll be looking at 31 degrees, humid index 40. Morning storms Wednesday, midday sun, and then Wednesday night's storms could approach severe limits. Tonight down to a low of 13 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, we remain under a heat warning. It's clear and 21 degrees. Similar conditions at Pearson.
With parts of the province moving into stage 2 of reopening this week, Ontarians are looking forward to getting back into places like malls, hair salons, restaurant patios, even though life for some will be that much closer to getting back to normal. Concerts and live sporting events
are coming back anytime soon. The rules are reiterated. Large outdoor events such as concerts, launch events, I don't want to hook it up to an iPhone, which means it'll always be waiting for an iPhone. If your dumbass comes along, somehow gets smart and plugs your iPhone in. I don't know what'll happen, but I won't be happy.
July 31st.
Your headlines reprogram my seat through my window or some shit.
Ontario, you're making a difference to keep people safe from COVID-19. And we all need to continue our efforts to protect each other.
If you're going to change that on me from one to the other, and I'll never figure out how to switch it back.
Been exposed to the virus. Practice
oh, you own this car. You got get used to the window. No, I did. And it's some jackass
distancing is a challenge.
Oh, they all got shit. I guarantee you can fuck that up. I guarantee there's a way to fuck that up. Because I've seen how to reprogram the fucking...
at ontario.ca/coronavirus. Paid for by the government of Ontario.
The Lincoln town cars and shit with the keyless
and high fives that will
button.
And here's to the heroes who will take us there.
I know you can reprogram this.
As we move forward, right now you can lease the 2020
Honda CR-V. Looking at his key and the fob separate on a Lincoln. They make a comment about it. I'm not sure why they did that. Why not one key? So you can separate the two goddamn things and replace the fucking thing with a... Yeah. What did he do? He was in the process of using some key he got from somewhere he never specified to replace the wires.
Right now, downtown Toronto, we've got a clear sky and
you can't do that if you want to do that with a newer car. It's one piece.
Sam Asher Rod.
Yeah, you gotta rob the dealership. Oh, then they get the actor. You gotta rob somebody's house.
On Friday, not so fast. That does not apply to Toronto, the GTHA, or the Windsor area.
No, I know. You rob dealership. Look at all the cars that same night. Look at all the cars that same night. You and your whole team. Bro, that is so fucked up.
That are reopening and say, get a haircut, a tattoo, or grab a pint on a patio. Toronto Police Chief
I don't get the chance to really to express how I feel about these things at the time, man.
5 years as Toronto's top cop and more than 35 years on the force, Saunders says it's family.
They're not even sure. They just said more than 35. They said 37 before. Now they just said more than 35. There's a discrepancy.
Saunders' last day will be July 31st.
You must have hated my day. I know you were undercover, so that's why the numbers don't add up. I'm not accusing you of not being a cop. Quite the opposite, my friend. I think you were a cop. I think maybe around, I don't know when you got here.
And near 40 on Wednesday.
Whenever you got here to be a cop, before the paperwork says you started being a police officer in uniform. Here I am, here I am. I think you were undercover first because they don't make you go through being a street cop for 5 years and then undercover because all the fucking street criminals know you. But still, no, they don't. The undercovers come straight out of the police academy. He's coming from a different country, it don't matter. Whatever his fucking background is in police in there, if it's equivalent, they don't need to do that shit yet. Even the other fucking cops here won't know who he is. Oh, yeah.
Shams Trania of Stadium says August 16th is when the NBA will start its play-in round, followed by the first round on August the 18th. Game 1 of the NBA Finals will tip off September 30th.
This one don't say 6,000 different ways. It's what, as is.
Underwent shoulder surgery back in April and is done for the season. Looking to rid the game of racism and intolerance and be a positive force, not only in sport but in society as a whole. Evander Kane, Akeem Alou, Trevor Daley, Matt Dumba, Wayne Simmons, Chris Stewart, and Joe Ward have all teamed up to create the Hockey Diversity Alliance. Kane and Alou were named co-heads of the alliance, which is independent of the NHL, but will work closely with the league. Meanwhile, the Edmonton Oilers were one of the first franchises to open up their practice facility today for small on-ice group workouts as the NHL opened up phase 2 of its return-to-play plan. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590. 680 News Time, 8:18.
Hanging out after work was great. I'm exhausted. Just want to go home and crawl into bed. I think I'm good to drive. I've driven this route 1,000,000 times.
Okay, Wikipedia, I know I booked my this somewhere.
They judge their level of impairment after drinking, and they may
Oh,
not
really?
be
You
safe
get
to
drunk,
drive.
you can't tell how drunk you are.
I know you
Really?
said you feel okay, but
How's that? I didn't know that.
Ride with me and we'll get your car tomorrow. Drunk driving is a woman's issue too. Learn how to reduce the risk at changetheconversation.ca.
Wouldn't let me drive it with you, nope.
Your home is your sanctuary. The hot
Oh,
weather
it's
means
my
your air
car.
conditioner needs
Yeah,
to
there's
work.
people out there,
If you need repairs or a replacement, Reliance Home Comfort answers your call 24/7. We're taking every precaution to keep you safe, and we're ready to help with deferred payments and no interest for 18 months on featured air conditioners. And, as always, you can count on our next day installation guarantee. When you need air conditioner help now.
Charger. Something you start to
Financing
do. Oh, it's on my
deferral period.
police
Conditions
package
apply.
thing.
See website for details.
680
So
News
this
Time,
thing-
8:19. The
Is it
Prime Minister
linked or
says
not?
he will push provinces and the RCMP to make sure police officers are equipped with
It's still
body
there.
cameras. It comes amid
Posted 19
anti-racism
days
rallies
ago.
across the U.S. and Canada.
We need to do much more.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau
Why is
says
it
in his
6
opinion
months?
all officers should be wearing body cameras, something he stressed in a call with the RCMP
Buy
Commissioner.
the car
Later this
fast
week he
and
plans to
report.
raise the
No.
issue with premiers who have
I got
jurisdiction
the
over
photos.
municipal and provincial forces. But Trudeau notes there are a lot of details that need to be worked out before anything is official.
These are discussions we need to go forward
I like the
on.
2000
the
letter.
logistics
I'd
of
like to look at the
costs,
2010 a
on
bit better
the costs
myself.
of provinces
Pretty sure it's-
where there is a contract policing in
change
place.
it over.
The Prime Minister says fixing centuries of
Yeah, they
racial
just came
injustice
out with a
won't
new one
happen
too, right?
overnight,
They
and
just
there will be
changed
more
the second
measures to
one.
address inequality. Meanwhile, Conservative
This has
leader
got that
Andrew Scheer
weird curve.
criticizing Trudeau for
That's
attending
the
an
police package.
anti-racism rally Friday, saying he broke health
8800,
advice around physical
2013.
distancing.
After all the hardship that people have gone through, to see the Prime Minister completely ignore those types of health guidelines and recommendations, I can understand why people are confused.
Trudeau defends himself, saying he attempted to follow the rules, but it was important for him to stand with minority communities at this time. Cormac McSweeney, Parliament Hill.
There is a push by a pair of city councillors to take away a portion of the Toronto police.
Hey, Trudeau distances himself for 2 weeks rather than admit his woman might have fucked somebody.
A 10%
And alone
reduction
with somebody
to the
she
Toronto
tried
police
to
budget may
she won't
not
admit
seem
to.
like a lot, but it works out to
So I don't think he would come on there if you had any symptom or cancer here. They tell you that, aren't they testing him by now?
Telling me for years,
Are they not
members of
testing
the
his
black
ass?
community have been saying
You really think he came out there and he's going to test positive?
Police. And so it's council's responsibility.
Like he's going to test positive like 3 days before that. He's
Really improve them in a more just and equitable society where they're not unfairly discriminated against.
He'd like to see that money diverted to different community supports. Police Chief Mark Saunders says he's willing to have the defund conversation, but says several other things need to happen.
My mom would have wanted me to be French immersion if she thought it would have
across this city, and we talk to the system and the causes again. We're talking about housing issues, we're talking about economics, we're talking about education, we're talking about schooling, a whole host of things that need to be put into place. And it's not just programs.
Today,
the Board of Health declared anti-black racism a public health crisis. I'm Alvin Qureshi. 680 News Time, 8:21.
Time for traffic and weather together on the ones to the traffic center we go. Kyle Hawking.
And a new problem, just a minor one though, on the eastbound QEW east to Burloak.
The Dodge Charger is a model of automobile marketed by Dodge.
So as we travel
the first Charger was a show car in 1964.
QEW east to Burloak, but no delay there. We have on the eastbound 401 a delay. This is east of the city of Toronto on your way towards Port Hope. At Wesleyville, 2 left lanes are still blocked for this ongoing paving work.
I think this is the
you will find a bit of a delay for about 3 kilometers worth of slow traffic just getting into this construction zone. Not nearly as bad as it was a short time ago, but it will slow there.
Is the Charger
on the westbound 401, again a minor delay from the 418 over towards Curtis Road. That's where we have the right lane closed for construction work, as well as the southbound 418 and north and southbound Curtis Road ramps to westbound 401.
Why it's ugly color?
The westbound Rexdale ramp to northbound 427 remains closed for ongoing collision cleanup.
Don't look the same.
We have this
Why? 20 years ago, it's not that far off an Intrepid or Sears, one of those cloud cars.
Just slow entry.
It's got the right trail. It's not the same.
Eastbound on King Street east of Roncesvalles.
Remember that car went back to the 60s.
After the light standard was knocked down. And in Vaughan, Major Mackenzie is reduced to a single lane both ways at Dufferin, it sounds like, for construction. But we've got delays east and westbound. Your next report
the designers attempted to blend the rear doors into the design so they would not be noticed very easily. The decision to add 4 doors was made due to the declining sport coupe market in North America. Compressed natural gas was reported as being in the lineup for a possible fuel source.
It is now 31 degrees with a humidex near 40. It'll be gusty out of the southwest. Watch for morning storms on Wednesday, midday sunshine, and it's the Wednesday night storms. We're watching for potentially severe storms, very heavy downpours and strong, potentially damaging wind gusts. By Thursday morning, could see a few scattered showers to start. Otherwise, it's going to be sunny and back to seasonal at 24 degrees. Tonight, down to a low 13 degrees.
Hold on.
Which season? Toronto, we have a clear sky. It is 20 degrees, and at Pearson Airport, similar conditions.
Chrysler Hemi engine redirect from Dodge Hemi small block. No, it's a Dodge Hemi small block, not a Chrysler Hemi engine.
For Toronto, the GTHA and their Windsor area will have the details on the province's
regional
approach.
Dodge Charger 3.
680 News Time, 8:23.
Steel dealer days are back.
Police vehicles from the United States and Canada.
Battery-powered lawnmowers.
Dodge Charger 2006 to present.
Power and great features, including a rear bagger, 7 height adjustments, and a mulching blade for
I don't see the whole.
or choose a self-propelled model.
What's what? Okay, fuck.
Steel battery products are sold at over 1,000 authorized steel dealers across Canada. Find your local dealer today.
I thought the 1999 page might lead to the 2006 page.
You're listening to 680 News.
A report commissioned by the province's education minister has found that the Peel District School Board continues to struggle with systemic racism. Stephen Lecce asking for an expedited review of the PDS&B to address concerns about anti-black racism and systemic inequities in November. In April, Lecce commissioned an investigation to see if the school board had followed through on the
new two-door
report determining systemic racism in the board
is still an issue. U.S. prosecutors and attorneys for Britain's Prince Andrews are sniping at one another across the Atlantic.
After federal prosecutors here sought to compel testimony from Prince Andrew through a legal treaty between the U.S. and Britain, attorneys for the royal said he has offered to cooperate 3 times. But U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Berman has a different understanding. He said in a statement Prince Andrew yet again sought to falsely portray himself to the public as eager and willing to cooperate. Prosecutors want to talk to one associates of Jeffrey Epstein. If Prince Andrew is in fact serious about cooperating, Berman's statement said our doors remain open. Aaron Petrovsky, ABC News, New York. Video games, that's for kids.
Amakamori likes to play games.
LX, thank you.
Board game times. This 90-year-old from Japan who has her own YouTube channel has earned the nickname Gamer Grandma and has spent decades playing Call of Duty, Super Mario Brothers, Dragon Quest, and other popular gaming videos. How much time? An average of 3 hours a day since 1981. Enough hours logged to earn a new title. Guinness certifying her as the world's oldest gamer on YouTube. Her habit? This may be the secret to fun and longevity. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
I'm playing it in the long term. Just considering how sick I am, it's strange that I play long term at all. If one's playing long term, I need food, I'm going to die. Now I don't need to eat for 2 more days. LX, full-size platform. Is this his old page or what's up here?
Ladies with special guests walk off the earth this Saturday night. Tune in to City
LXLD, which one's LD?
When it comes to creating moments you'll never forget.
Oh, motherfucker. That was too low. Full-size 4-door sedan. LXLD. Redirected from LX. I thought... Jesus. The current Chrysler LXLD platform charger. For other cars with that name, still charger LXLD. Dodge Charger LXLD. Chrysler LXLD platform charger. Oh, no, I don't need to charge my Chrysler LXLD platform. Google, you've misunderstood. So, if your car's a charger and it's electric, what do you plug it into? Buddy, I'm gonna fucking choke you with an extension cord. And let you go again. And make you push the goddamn car.
Dramatically expand its patio offerings. The chain tells me it's going to open more than 350 existing patios
all-wheel drive
in Ontario. And it plans to very much add to that number. In fact, overall, Tim Hortons
replace the Dodge Intrepid. Okay, so
1,000 new patios
well, the Intrepid and this
Canada.
not.
It's going to do it, it says, by transforming some existing outside space surrounding its restaurants. The company says it will utilize parking spaces or blocked off laneways. Robert Carter is food service expert at the Stratton Hunter Group.
Yeah, that is a big investment, but given the current climate and the decline in sales over the last little while, looking at different strategies to help increase our revenue as quickly as possible makes sense.
Here's the Tim Hortons parent company, Restaurant Brands International. We're down just slightly on Bay Street at $79.80. Interesting story here. We're tipping more on Uber Eats. Uber Eats telling me that the average tip increased 55% since early March.
They're making about $3 an hour and they're bringing us our food, eh?
Nowhere near
the you just don't want your food spitting or you don't want the fucking staring at it from
City. The top of the list is the most generous, followed by Victoria and Sherbrooke. Interestingly enough, Uber says customers tip the most when they order Japanese food. Investors might be in a generous mood after today's trading session. It was another winner. The TSX up 120 points to 15,974. The Dow up 461 points, 27,572. S&P back positive for the year. As it has 1.2%. And the NASDAQ at a record high of 110 points today to 9,900. Canadian dollar up to 74.71 cents. U.S. The top stories are next on 680 News.
Home has never been more important, and now you're relying on home appliances more than ever. That's why, just like you, Appliance Canada is soldiering on. They've adjusted their
every conceivable little piece of plastic on. Why won't it go small?
Online, by email, or by phone. Right now, you need your appliances to be dependable, and the professionals supplying them even more so. That's why Appliance Canada is doing what they can to keep home feeling like home. With free delivery in the GTA, get started at ApplianceCanada.com. Appliance Canada.
For your home, for your life.
Hey friends, it's Tina Williams from Breakfast Television. Watch BT and start your day the right way. We're here with all the latest news, weather, and entertainment, plus all the BT antics you love. Maybe
it says this is an 05 charger, but I don't know about that. But that would make it a concept car.
Our reporters are out on the street where news happens. Get up to date on everything you need to stay safe and informed. City News Nightly at 6 and 11.
It's got a goddamn blank license plate.
680 News Time, 8:30.
Number one for news in Toronto. This is 680 News.
Here are Scott Burnett and Asher Rock.
Good evening. This is Monday, the 8th of June. Here's what's making news right now.
What is that for license plate? The fuck?
COVID-19 case numbers made a long list of regions in Ontario will be able to get
There's not even one character.
and
What is
beer
that?
on the patio Friday, but we'll have to wait.
No haircuts for us just yet here in Toronto, but Mayor John Tory says the city is planning for the restart of services and the reopening of the economy. Toronto's chief of police is stepping down. Mark Saunders says he'll be retiring July 31st. The announcement comes 8 months before his contract expires.
A family of foxes at Woodbine Beach will have to fend for themselves starting tomorrow. The Toronto Wildlife Centre is removing its volunteers after some of them were violently threatened.
Another day, another proposal from Major League Baseball to its PA, while the NBA will tip off their playoffs in the middle of August. Sports at 45.
The COVID-related stock sell-offs of a few months ago, just
but
a
what did they
distant
do?
memory. The S&P has fully recovered now. The NASDAQ closes at a record high. Business at 56.
News Time, 8:31. Traffic and weather together on the ones with Toronto's most frequent traffic reports. Here's Kyle Hawking.
This report brought to you by AGMRenovations.com. We've got delays now starting to develop on the eastbound 401 heading through the 412. It's where we have the two right lanes just being closed off for construction, so it's starting to back things up. That southbound 412 ramp to east 401 is going to be reduced to a single lane as well. They're taking out the right lane on that ramp. Further along, if you're heading as far as Port Hope, at Wesleyville, 2 left lanes are still blocked for paving work, and there's a delay from just east of the Port Hope en route over to Wesleyville Road. It's about 3.5 kilometers worth of a delay. Westbound 401, minor delays heading through the 418 over towards Curtis Road. Right lane here closed for construction, and then the rest of the way across the city's not bad. If you're traveling the southbound 400, we've still got this delay heading through Highway 89. Highway reduced to a single lane here for construction, so it's busy just as you approach this construction zone.
Resemblance
And we
isn't
have
great,
the southbound
but
400
the
ramp to
headlight
Aurora Road closed
arrangement
for a
is
longer
very
term project.
similar.
That ramp should reopen on Thursday. That's the plan anyway. Westbound Rexdale ramp to northbound 427 currently blocked for ongoing collision cleanup. And we do have a minor problem on the eastbound QEW east of Burlow. The HOV lane still blocked by cruisers. A stalled vehicle on the left shoulder being worked on. Off the highways eastbound King Street east of Roncesvalles is reduced to a single lane because of a downed light standard. AGM can turn your bathroom into a beautiful space for just $290 a month. For a free video consultation, visit AGMRenovations.com.
Yeah, look at it on a map yourself.
8:41, and with the forecast, here's Natasha
Dodge
Renza.
Charger
Clear
Shelby.
skies tonight down to 13 degrees for the low. We are back up to 30 tomorrow. It is going to be mainly sunny. Make sure you've got the sunscreen. We'll have a lake breeze up to 30 kilometers per hour. It'll be a little bit cooler along the lakeshore. Expect a humidex near 34. Tonight down to a low of 13 degrees.
Downtown Toronto right now, a mostly clear sky sitting at 20 degrees. 680 News Time, 8:33.
The Ford government revealing its next step to reopen the economy in the wake of COVID-19. It's great news for struggling bars, restaurants, hairdressers, and people pining to take their toddler to the splash pad as long as they're outside the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, that is.
But it's not all bad news for GTHA residents. 680's Kate Lee explains.
Down Ford says many regions of Ontario will be able to roll out Stage 2 as of Friday, June 12th, including the opening of beauty salons, day spas, and tattoo services with strict PPE guidelines in place.
Stage 2 will allow people to resume many parts of their daily life.
Restaurants and bars will also be able to serve on the patio only, but Toronto and the GTA are on a list of regions that will have to wait. Health Minister Christine Elliott explains case numbers are just too high.
In many areas of the province, it is safe to ease restrictions and reopen more businesses. Indeed, in some areas, there have been fewer or no new cases of this virus in recent days and weeks.
However, as of Friday, gatherings of 10 people will now be allowed province-wide. The health minister explaining there will be updates every Monday as to how the problem spots are doing. If trends improve, we could move into stage 2 by the following Friday. I'm Caitlin Lee.
Toronto City staff aren't sitting on their hands as they wait for that stage 2 green light. 680's Phil Martino joins us live with what local businesses can expect in the coming days. Phil.
Asher, Mayor John Tory says the City of Toronto has been at work since April planning for the restart of services and the reopening of the economy. Last month, the Emergency Operations Centre created a restart roadmap to help guide the restarting of city operations and to support businesses in their safe reopening.
We will have more details in the coming days on the city's restart plans for Camp TO, a plan to help kids safely go to day camp this summer, and for Swim TO, our plans to reopen pools and other aquatic facilities. Some of these things have been altered and timing has been changed because of the pandemic and some of the consequences of that, but these programs are moving forward.
The city has already implemented and communicated plans for the reopening of some sectors, such as curbside retail pickup, curbside pickup at the Toronto Public Library, and the reopening of some park amenities. Phil Martino, 680 News.
680 News time, 8:36. This regional approach to reopening has many asking just what's stopping me from getting that haircut or tattoo somewhere outside this region. Well, 680's Mark Douglas tells us provincial officials struggle to provide a straight answer. It's a near certainty that businesses in Toronto and the Golden Horseshoe are going to lose out on some customers when those regions do not reopen with stage 2 on Friday. Premier Doug Ford was asked a couple of times about people simply getting in their car and going to the next nearest restaurant patio or hair salon.
Yeah, you do that, Standard. He doesn't know why you're asking that.
But when it comes to haircuts, I'm hanging in here right to the last minute.
In fact, when it comes to tourism, the Premier says
yes,
people will have to
small town
travel from regions still stuck in stage 1 to fill up all the campgrounds and the fishing cabins opening up in the stage 2 regions. But while places like salons are encouraged to record names and phone numbers of their customers, just in case contact tracing is required later on, the government's framework on stage 2 does not actually make that mandatory. I'm Mark Douglas.
680 News time, 8:37. Chief Mark Saunders says he's ready to be a full-time dad for the first time in years and is retiring after 37 years on the force. 680's Michelle Mackey joins us live with more on today's shocking announcement. Michelle.
Usher, with tears in his eyes, Toronto Police Chief Mark Saunders announced he'll be retiring at the end of July, 8 months before his contract is up. Without giving an exact reason for the early leave, Saunders says he's looking forward to spending more time with family and ensures this is not the end of his service.
Why don't you...
There are things I want to do for the city of Toronto for free. I think I come with a lot of knowledge that can help in keeping the city safe. But you know what? I'm a free agent now, and after a bit of time with family, I certainly am going to work.
In response to the announcement, Mayor John Tory is thanking Chief Saunders for 37 years with the force.
I believe we will continue to see the work, benefits of his pioneering work for many years to come, and the change in culture that he's begun to bring about in the Toronto Police Service.
Saunders was named the city's first black police chief in April of 2015. His 4-year contract was extended to April of next year. Reporting live, I'm Michelle Mackey.
Meantime, the Police Services Board says it will ensure that Torontonians see no gap in leadership, especially during this challenging time. So, who could replace Saunders? The Toronto Sun reports there are a number of potential candidates. Among them is former Toronto Police Deputy Chief Peter Slowly, sworn in just last fall as Chief of the Ottawa Police Service. Slowly left the Toronto Police Service after losing out to Saunders for the Chief's job in 2015. Internal candidates who could be considered front-runners for the job include Deputy Chief Shauna Coxon and Deputy Chief Peter Yoon. 680 News time, 8:38. 2 local city councillors are pushing to cut a portion of the local police budget and invest that money into community resources.
The motion is being brought forward by Councillor Josh Matlow, who wants to see the Toronto police budget defunded by 10%. That would add up to $122 million.
So you might be calling drug driver in a Charger.
But he tells me does exist inside Toronto Police.
It's a challenge.
By members of our black community and other racialized communities in our city. I think it's time that we not only listen to them, take action to demonstrate that we want to make fundamental changes.
Police Chief Mark Saunders says defunding police is a discussion he's willing to have, but only if several other things happen first.
When we talk about taking funds away from law enforcement, if we get it right, then there needs to be other agencies that satisfy the needs of the community. In the absence of that, things will not work. It's as simple as that.
Today, the Board of Health unanimously declaring anti-black racism as a public health crisis. I'm Momin Qureshi.
The Toronto Wildlife Centre says it is removing its volunteer stationed at Woodbine Beach to protect a family of foxes after they were threatened. In a statement, the Wildlife Centre says, quote, over the past month, 58 volunteers have contributed close to 1,500 hours doing their best to protect that fox family. They described 2 serious threats, though, against their volunteers, where a man told the volunteer if he had a knife, he would stab her. And more recently, a man went after a teenage volunteer.
Thanks for fixing that, Mark.
In early May, the city set a barricade to protect a mother fox and her kids after they attracted crowds of people that were disturbing them. In an update, the Wildlife Centre says the kids are now hunting on their own and will be moving on to live on their own sometime soon.
Alexa, what station has the best breaking news?
Can I do? I'll go down there and scare the little fucking things away.
Obviously.
Don't never go near a person ever again.
The price of gas is staying the same at midnight, holding at just under $1.
I was gonna walk the whole boardwalk screaming and yelling. You motherfuckers won't come near me or those fucks. I'm gonna do that.
You have built up equity value in your home. With Capital
You got a
Direct,
knife,
equity equals flexibility for homeowners. Flexibility to finance your
Oh, I'm
business.
Nazis. I know exactly who you are, cocksucker.
Or flexibility to pay off other bills
you
like
won't
credit
step to
cards
me. I know
or
who
property
you are.
taxes. If
I'll
you've
go
got
burn down
something you would
your
like to take
personal
care
house.
of,
The fire will
call
start when
Capital
you
Direct
sleep
today
at night.
at 1-800-NEW
Oh, you
Capital
fuckers
and see
are.
what's
All
available
of
for
you.
you. CapitalDirect.ca.
Traffic and weather together with
LD Charger,
This report
300
to,
and
Mr.
LA
Lou.
Challenger
We've got a
cars
delay on the eastbound 401, a heavy
or
one
whatever
on your
are
way
built
through
at
the
Brampton
412.
Assembly
2 right lanes are
in
closed for
Brampton,
construction
Ontario,
here, so
Canada.
it gets slow from Lake Ridge to east of the 412.
European
Just heading through this construction zone. And then the eastbound
RHD
401 slows heading into Port Hope.
built in Graz,
Going that far.
Austria.
At Wesleyville, 2 left lanes
we're
are
not
still
there
blocked
now.
for this paving work, so only the right lane is open. And it does slow from east to the Port Hope en route over towards Leslieville. Actually, the delay is really not too bad any longer. It's just a minor slowdown, really not anything to worry about now. We have, if you're traveling the westbound 401, minor delay heading through the Allen in the Express.
these are the
As
one I
roads
like.
have closed off 2 left lanes. But the rest of the way is not too bad. Keeping an eye on a spot near the 427 because we're going to have lanes closed here soon. But so far, it's not causing any volume spots. They may not have set down the cones just yet. Westbound, make that southbound 400 heading through Highway 89. Highway reduced to a single lane here. So there is a delay just getting into that construction zone. And we had 2 problems, one of which is still in effect. Westbound Rexdale ramp to northbound 427 remains closed for crash cleanup. But the eastbound QEW problem east of Burloak has now cleared. That one never caused a delay. You'll find eastbound King Street down to a single lane east of Roncesvalles because of a light standard that's been knocked down in a collision. Drive into Mr. Lube, sit back and relax with their stay-in-your-car services. From oil changes to tires, no appointment needed. Mr. Lube, proudly Canadian since 1976. Your next report at 8:51, and with the forecast, here's Natasha Ramsahai.
It's a clear night down to 13 degrees. Tomorrow, mainly sunny and 30 degrees with a humidex of 34. But the humidity continues to go up. So by Wednesday, the heat warning is in place for 31 degrees, humidex near 40. It's going to be a bit of a stormy start on Wednesday morning.
Earlier.
And then we'll get some sun through the middle of the day.
Oh,
Gusty
taking it back.
southwest winds
No,
Wednesday
no,
night.
no,
Looking for thunderstorms that could potentially approach severe limits, meaning strong winds over 90 kilometers per hour, which is potentially damaging. Tonight down to a low of 13 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, it is clear and 20 degrees. And at Pearson Airport, we have similar conditions, also 20 degrees. 6:80 news time, 8:43. The Premier has been telling commercial landlords for weeks to give their tenants a break on rent or his government would get involved. And now Doug Ford has announced a ban on commercial evictions.
The ban would take effect for evictions on or after June the 3rd and last until August 31st. Our small business owners are the backbone of our communities. And now, more than ever, we all need to support them.
Will this page tell me what I'm trying to find?
The opposition, New Democrats, say unfortunately it's already too late for many businesses, citing 20 closures
in Toronto alone. 680 News Time, 8:44.
Scott Weller, General Manager at Volvo of Toronto, invites you to make this summer the summer of Volvo. Great news. Volvo of Toronto is waiving the first 3 payments when you lease select in-stock 2020 models, including the XC90, the perfect blend of beauty, performance, and technology. Or save an additional $1,000 when you finance or pay cash. And remember, Volvo of Toronto is here for you with exceptional service, even in difficult times. Visit Volvo of
E-segment is the second largest of the European segments for passenger cars, synonymous with the term executive car. E-segment is a niche in Europe, 3% penetration in 2017. Most E-segment cars are sedans, saloons. However, several models are also produced in a wagon estate body style. I don't think has excluded them from pandemic pay.
It's not about the money, it's about respect. Visit Liuna3000.ca and tell the government all hospital workers deserve pandemic pay. A message from Liuna Local 3000.
No, they don't. They're not supposed to be anywhere fucking near me.
Radio. 680 News. A clear sky and 20 degrees in downtown Toronto. Good evening. From the 680 News Broadcast Center, I'm Asher Roth. Here are the top stories this hour. Restaurants, bars, hair salons, and tattoo parlors can open back up starting Friday, just so long as they're outside the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area. As part of the second stage of the province's reopening plan, public gathering limits will be doubled from 5 to 10, no matter where you live, and in-person worshiping services will be allowed to resume at 30% capacity. The city is now searching for a new police chief after Mark Saunders announced he is stepping down effective July the 31st after 5 years as the city's top cop and 37 years on the force. He says it's so he can spend more time with his children. And the Toronto Wildlife Centre says it's removing its volunteers from that cage of foxes at Woodbine Beach after a couple of them were physically threatened. Time now for 680 Sports, and from Sportsnet 590 The Fan, here is Rob Wong.
Major League Baseball has made another attempt to start the coronavirus delayed season in early July, proposing a 76-game regular season, expanding the playoffs from 10 teams to as many as 16, and allowing players to earn about 75% of their prorated salaries. According to Ed Druck of The Athletic, the MLBPA regards the offer from Major League Baseball to be even worse than the league's last because it shows greater emphasis on risk sharing in the postseason. Looks like we have some dates for when the NBA playoffs will begin. Shams Charania of Stadium says August 16th and 17th will be the start of the play-in tournament. The first round begins August 18th, and Game 1 of the NBA Finals will go September 30th. Meantime, San Antonio Spurs star LaMarcus Aldridge will not be playing when the NBA returns. He underwent shoulder surgery back in April and is done for the year. And U Sports has canceled 6 fall national championships, including the Bay Cup, because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/Bud
680 News Time, 8:47. When the time is right for your business to reopen, protecting your workforce should be top of your priority list. Nortech Industries is a licensed producer of PPE, including face shields that are 100% made in Canada. Nortech face shields are Class 1 medical grade and feature a universal fit and anti-fog design, and are now available to bulk purchase in a range of styles to suit you or your company's needs. Place your order today at nortechind.com. That's NORTECIND.com.
Home has never been more important, and now you're relying on home appliances more than ever.
Assembly, St. Louis, Missouri, Kenosha, Wisconsin.
They've adjusted their services, so all their expertise and products are still available online, by email, or by phone. Right now, you need your appliances to be dependable, and the
St. Louis, Missouri, United States, Kenosha, Wisconsin, United States, Newark, Delaware, United States, Windsor, Ontario, Canada, Bogota, Colombia.
With free delivery in the GTA, get started at ApplianceCanada.com. Appliance Canada, for your home, for your life.
680 News Time, 8:48. As more businesses get ready to reopen in this province, Ontario's medical leaders are feeling optimistic about the future. Associate Medical Officer of Health Dr. Barbara Yaffe says the number of active outbreaks and active cases in long-term care settings have been decreasing.
While we tragically continue to see deaths in our long-term care homes, the rate of increase has been slowing down. And we are working very hard now to finalize a visitor policy for long-term care homes, which I think will be a very welcome thing for both for the residents and for their families.
Dr. Yaffe says we're also seeing favorable trends in Ontario retirement homes. She says that while the number of daily tests completed is on the rise, we are not seeing the number of new cases going up at the same rate. Several local businesses boarded up their windows in anticipation of last weekend's protests, but as Janella Massa of City News reports, they've now been given the clear to remove them.
Here at home, it appears many small businesses spent the day taking down sheets of plywood outside their shops. Several retailers throughout the downtown core had taken steps to protect their stores, boarding up glass windows with wood ahead of multiple anti-racism protests organized over the weekend. Those protests were peaceful. No damage was reported to any local businesses.
The Eden Center reopened earlier today after closing its doors throughout the weekend. 680 News Time, 8:50. Consumer confidence in this country continues to show signs of improvement.
They were only just recently allowed to open, period.
Six straight weeks,
Make it sound like they were close
Canadian
to us.
Confidence Index showed a slight uptick to 41 last week from 39.5 a week earlier. And even with the improvement, the index still remains
Oh, you know what they did when there was a shooting in the food court? They started running at everybody, screaming at them. Oh, they were hurting them, right? That's screaming you hear?
From COVID-19 restrictions, and it could also suggest we are buying into the idea the impact of the pandemic has peaked. Now, this latest survey of 250 Canadians comes on the heels of the latest jobs report, which showed the creation of 290,000 jobs in May. At the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker.
Let's go run up the same escalator the guy from gun just walked
in connection with the death of George Floyd has been granted some
There's three of those, you gotta go up to the other building, and you don't know where the fuck he is.
Said almost nothing during an 11-minute
No, he's not.
He appeared before a Hennepin County judge on closed-circuit television for Minnesota's maximum security prison in Oak Park Heights. A judge had raised his bond from $500,000 to $1 million when the second-degree murder charge was
added
on
all run
Wednesday.
the
Chauvin's
security
attorney,
guard said
Nelson,
the police
didn't
said,
contest the increased bail and didn't address the substance of the charges. George Floyd handcuffed last man died May 25th after Chauvin, a white police officer, pressed his knee into Floyd's neck for several minutes, even after Floyd stopped moving and pleading for air. Chauvin's next appearance was scheduled for June 29th. I'm Jennifer King.
News Time, 8:51. Checking your drive, Kyle Hawking. This report brought to you by 680 News Gets Answers. We've got collision affecting the 427 northbound. So it's this westbound Rexdale ramp to the northbound 427 that's closed. And the reason it's closed, as a traffic spotter just updated me, northbound 427 north of Rexdale, the right lane is blocked, that ramp lane, and because a dump truck has gone into the ditch here, so we have a heavy tow working on the scene, and it's right at the end of that westbound Rexdale ramp to north 427, so that's why that is closed. With this dump truck in the ditch, it takes some time for crews to be able to pull it out of there. Not much of a delay here, but you will pass by that scene of that collision. That's northbound 427 just north of Rexdale. As a result, the westbound Rexdale ramp to north 427 closed. We have construction affecting the highways in a couple of spots. Some delays. Southbound 400 through Highway 89. You're down to a single lane through a construction zone, so delays just entering that spot. We've also got eastbound 401 delays heading through the 412. In fact, from Lake Ridge to east of the 412 gets quite slow here because two right lanes are closed for construction, so it's slow just getting into that construction zone. You'll find if you're on the westbound 401 jamming up on your way toward the Allen in the Express, two left lanes are closed here for construction, so the west 401 slow from west of Avenue Road over to the Allen in the Express. And then we've got a couple of issues off the highways. In Vaughan, Major Mackenzie is seeing lane restrictions east and westbound heading through Dufferin for construction, so there are delays at that intersection. And we have eastbound King Street reduced to a single lane east of Roncesvalles with a down light standard. Do you have questions about COVID-19? 680 News is working to get you the answers you need. Ask us anytime at 416-872-6800 and we'll work to get you the answer. Your next report at 9:01, and with the extended forecast, here's Natasha.
It's a comfortable night tonight. Low humidity down to 13 degrees, and tomorrow up to 30. We'll have a humidex near 34. A breeze off the lake up to 30 kilometers per hour. So just a couple of degrees cooler along the lake. Humidity continues to go up, though, so by Wednesday, our high of 31 will feel close to 40. It's going to be the muggiest day of the week. We've got morning storms Wednesday, midday sun, gusty southwest winds. Watch those storms Wednesday night, though. I'm anticipating we will likely be into some severe thunderstorm watches and warnings late in the day. Heavy downpours and strong, potentially damaging wind gusts are on tap for Wednesday night. By Thursday morning, a few showers to start, some sun in the afternoon and 24 degrees. A cooling down low for the weekend. Morning temperatures Saturday and Sunday between 7 and 9 degrees. Tonight we're down to a low of 13 degrees.
Downtown Toronto right now, we're under a clear sky, 20 degrees, similar conditions at Pearson Airport.
Hi, Tom Rokiki here of Inline Fiberglass Windows and Doors. Now, more than ever, it's important we buy Canadian. You'd be surprised as to how many big-name window companies import their windows from cross-border manufacturing plants. Inline Fiberglass proudly engineers and manufactures all the windows right here in the GTA. Canadian-made for a Canadian climate. Visit our showroom, book a virtual consultation, or visit us online at inlinefiberglass.com.
Coming up at 9 o'clock, we'll have everything you need to know about the Ford government's next stage to reopen through COVID-19.
News is always changing.
Now more than ever.
Listen 3, 4, 5 times a day.
This is 680 News.
Ask to play us on your smart speaker.
Well, the Toronto Public Library is now accepting online appointments for curbside pickup at 67 of its locations. Today was the first day that you could make appointments, with the first pickup slots open for tomorrow. The library began accepting returns last week at 70 of its branches. Coming up in 60 seconds, we will give you the business.
680 News Time 8:55.
Doctors are good people and only want what's good for their patients. So if they say you can't work, I believe them, and so should your long-term disability insurer. My name is Aaron Waxman, and if your long-term disability claim has been denied, call me at 416-661-4878. And don't worry about upfront legal fees, because there are none. At my law firm, we only get paid when you get paid. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 416-661-4878 or on your cell phone at pound LTD.
5-star Google reviews are the best reviews any company can get. This drumbeat represents one. Many companies have some. And this is how many Search Kings has.
You know what? No point me going down there, no, because
Search Kings has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. No wonder Google has selected Search Kings as a Google Premier partner. And they're Canadian. You want to stand out where your customers are online? Switch to Search Kings.
680 News Time 8:56. Now the business report. Richard Southern.
Good evening. Here's an interesting offshoot of the pandemic. RV sales and rentals are absolutely booming as many look for a safe way to take a trip this summer amid COVID-19. In the States, 46 million Americans plan to take an RV trip in the next year, according to findings from Ipsos. Even U.S. President Trump recently suggested he may ditch Air Force One for an RV
the
trip to New
1998
York
to
City.
2010 3.5 liter
Rent RVs say they
is
simply
an
can't
interference
keep up with
design.
demand.
No, we're not doing that because the timing belt also runs the water pump.
Association of Canada, the RV industry of this country generates 66,000 jobs
Either one or
and
the other, but not
4.7
both.
billion annually. Numbers that could be about to grow. Right
As
on
the
the
timing
restaurant
belt
sector
fails,
now,
the
where there could
valves
be
are
some
smashed
trouble
into
brewing at
business.
Chuck E. Cheese. The restaurant chain in talks with lenders for a $200 million loan as some debt repayments become due. The company has stopped making its monthly rent payments and has laid off most of its staff.
Considering the 2011
Chuck E. Cheese,
onward,
even before the
does not have
pandemic, though,
that.
was said to be experiencing pressure from growing competition, places like bounce houses and trampoline parks. Markets bounced higher again today. We see a rally here now that just doesn't show any signs of stopping. The TSX up 120 points to 15,974.
How does that other
today lost 5.1%. The Dow up 461 points, 27,572. S&P back positive for the year and adds 1.2% to close about 3,200. And the NASDAQ closing at a record high of 110 points, above 9,900 the NASDAQ. And all its red-hot tech stocks.
If there's anything worth reading out loud, I'd be reading it out loud.
Price for gold of back above $1,700 US the ounce, and the looting up to 74.7 cents US. This is 680 News.
The Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation knows that all Canadians have been affected by COVID-19, especially our kids. That's why Kids Help Phone is there, offering young people free, non-judgmental 24/7 support by phone, chat, and text. The need for Kids Help Phone is greater than ever. Please visit kidshelpphone.ca and make a donation so they can be there for our kids. A message from the Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation, proud supporters of Kids Help Phone.
Every Toyota is built to keep you and your family safe. And every Toyota is sold in a way that keeps you and our staff safe. Our showrooms and service departments are open.
This engine, it's water pump seizes up.
We're following physical distancing guidelines and offer remote or contactless service.
I wasn't aware that was that particular engine.
You can lease a 2020 Corolla L for $61 weekly for 60 months at 2.69% APR. So if you're in the market for a Toyota, contact your local dealer or visit shoptoyota.ca. We're ready when you are. Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for kidneycar.ca. Help
You staying away from my kidney region.
KidneyCar will tow it away for free, contact free, and give you a minimum $300 tax receipt. Get started at kidneycar.ca. Stouffville this hour, clear. Breeze, Oakville, clear, also 19. Markham, clear and 20. And right now in downtown Toronto, a clear sky and 20 degrees. Lucas Castelletto is the evening show editor. Karen Seola is at the digital desk.
They made a point of walking past her. They would have got anywhere near them. Just made a point of walking past her. You would have seen the same motherfuckers with the same dogs over and over.
Traffic, bad weather. This is
Because these cocksuckers watch the park to see who's in and out. They're watching the outside road. The park's so big. Yeah, it's not that hard to watch. We've been in that neighborhood that long. They've been throwing out Jews in that neighborhood for a long time.
Most of the province, but a list of other regions, including the GTA, with the most COVID-19 cases
August
being left
9th to 11th,
Phase 2 of the
2019.
province's
Oh, he's
reopening
going to
may
show
not
stupid
include
gun again.
Toronto just yet,
North
but the
York
city
Jewish
continues
group
to plan for the
upgrades
restart of
security.
services and the reopening of the economy.
Toronto's chief of police is calling it quits.
Hate crimes from North York Jewish group to upgrade security. Concerns stem from incident where windows broken, swastikas painted on building. That was in August.
Near Woodbine Beach will have to fend for themselves after volunteers sent to keep an eye on them were threatened in one case by someone with a knife. Major League
If you haven't
Baseball
had sex,
throws
you
another
haven't had
offer
saying
to
you haven't had
Players
sex with
Association
someone
as they try
that's
to get
not.
a season started.
It's
The
illegal,
NBA
yeah,
playoffs
but
will
it's
begin
technical.
in mid-August. Sports at 15.
No, but they're
Stocks
pussies.
back in business, more
Fucking
rallies on the
idiot on my
markets
floor with
today.
the
We're
hammer.
looking at how RV sales
win
and
like that.
rentals are booming.
They win like that.
Chuck E. Cheese,
What,
maybe
you
in
get
some
one chance at
financial
this?
trouble, business at
Oh,
20
he's a
cents.
Jamaican.
680 News Time 9:01. Traffic and weather begin on the ones. Kyle Hogan. This report brought to you by Sportsnet. Getting busy in a couple of spots with construction that's been going in for the overnight over the last little while. On the eastbound 401, you will find it quite slow in the Durham region from looks like east about Lake Ridge to east of the 412. This is where we have two right lanes closed for construction, so only the left lane is getting through here. That southbound 412 ramp to east 401 still open, but it's reduced to a single lane. As you travel further east, that construction approaching Port Hope is still in effect. There's two left lanes blocked at Wesleyville for paving, but delays have finally eased off in that spot. Traveling the westbound 401, getting busy on your way through the 418. In fact, from the 418 over to Curtis Road, two right lanes closed for construction here. And it's getting slow with only that left lane open. The southbound 418 and north and southbound Curtis Road ramps to West 401 have been shut down. Then the West 401 gets busy through the Allen in the Express. Two left lanes are closed here for more construction. But beyond that point, you're in pretty good shape without facing any other serious delays along your travel. There is still a delay on the southbound 400 through Highway 89. Again, the highway reduced to a single lane here, so everybody's filing into just that one line. And it's slow as you travel into that construction zone, but not too bad. And then we have this collision on the 427 northbound. North of Rexdale, the ramp lane is blocked by crews. A dump truck has gone into the ditch here, so we have a heavy tow on the scene working on that. They've also closed the westbound Rexdale ramp to North 427, but no delay in this area.
Well, they hire you to build ditches and shit. Like, what the fuck?
Only
Yes, they do. When they're digging a ditch, they put it in a dump truck. It's right next to it the whole fucking
Sportsnet's
time.
Bennett and Deitch examine a sports world turned upside down. Sports on pause. Listen and subscribe at sportsnet.ca/podcasts. Your next report at 9:11, and with the forecast, here's Natasha Ramsahai.
Fresh and clear tonight, down to 13 degrees. We are on tap for a warmer Tuesday, 30 degrees, a slight humidex of 34 under mainly sunny skies. The humidity continues to creep upwards on Tuesday night. Tonight, we're down to a low of 13 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, a clear sky, 20 degrees, and at Pearson Airport, similar conditions. 680 News Time, 9:03.
We finally got a clearer picture about what the Ford government has in store when it comes to the next stage of reopening our province. We now know the return to relative normalcy is coming at the end of this week for those outside the GTHA.
We'll have more on what this means for residents of that Golden Horseshoe in just a few moments, but first, 680's Caitlin Lee has more on stage 2.
As of Friday, June 12th, gatherings of 10 people will be allowed province-wide, up from the previous 5. However, physical distancing from those not living in your household is still strongly advised. You will also be able to get a haircut or drink on a patio, as long as your local public health unit is on the green light list. Health Minister Christine Elliott says the GTA is among the regions being left hanging for a while.
That includes those that make up the Golden Horseshoe: Durham, York, Toronto, Peel, Halton, Hamilton, and Niagara, as well as border regions, Windsor, Essex, and Lambton.
Day spas, salons, and tattoo parlors are subject to strict PPE guidelines. The government says it is watching the COVID-19 case numbers. It will be providing updates on trends every Monday to see if the hotspots have cooled. You can see a full guide to stage 2 on our website at 680news.com. I'm Caitlin Lee.
And while businesses here in Toronto can't open just yet, the city is putting a plan together for once the Ford government gives the green light. 680's Phil Martino with the details. Phil.
Scott, Mayor John Tory says bottom line is the reopening and restart are happening. And the city has been at work planning for the eventual restart of city services and the reopening of the economy since April.
We will continue to work with the province and with businesses to monitor the spread of COVID-19 and to ensure that the dates and the timelines of reopening and restart are safe for city staff, for businesses, and for our residents, and to make sure that these timelines are communicated widely.
Last month, the Emergency Operations Center created a restart roadmap to help guide the restarting of city operations and to support businesses in their safe reopening. This week, the city will outline plans for day camps, as well as the opening of splash pads, wading pools, outdoor swimming pools, and lifeguards at beaches. Phil Martino, 680 News.
Why are we opening up all this shit that don't make money?
6.
Like, what the fuck happened to last week when we need $2.7 million? We're not getting it from the
permitted
feds.
to open by the end of the week.
Gonna bankrupt
Stopping
it.
GTHA
Spend
residents
it
from
all
driving to those
when
areas
they
and
think it's
using
right.
their
Well,
businesses
white
and
people need
amenities
swimming
that haven't
pools.
yet opened here. As 680's Mark Douglas tells us, it would appear the answer is nothing at all.
Reopening Ontario by regions is going to have a big impact on both
moron.
keeping customers or losing them, depending what region you're in, and potentially spreading COVID-19 back into regions that now have it well under control. Premier Doug Ford could not explain any way from keeping people from Toronto or the Golden Horseshoe from simply hopping into their car and going down to a restaurant patio or a hair salon down the highway in a region that does get to begin stage 2 on Friday. In fact, for things like tourism.
Yeah, that's fine. We opened up the camping grounds, both Ontario campgrounds and private campgrounds, so they can travel.
The provincial framework on stage 2 encourages but does not actually order places like hair salons to record the names and numbers of customers just in case it's needed later on for contact tracing. I'm Mark Douglas.
680 News Time at 9:07. A surprising announcement from the city's police chief, who says he is stepping down after 5 years as Toronto's top cop. 680's Michelle Mackey joining us live with more on Mark Sellers.
Barbering is one of the few skills you can get in
Visibly
jail.
emotional, Toronto's chief of police announced he'll be retiring July 31st, 8 months before his contract is set to expire. Vague in his reasoning for the timing of his decision, Saunders says he's looking forward to being a good father.
I look forward to being a full-time dad and a full-time husband that's not an exhausted byproduct that walks through the door at the end of the day.
In response to the announcement, Premier Doug Ford is thanking Chief Saunders for his service.
He showed the way to so many frontline police officers, new police officers that have taken his lead, and he's a true leader. Talking about community engagement, he's always policed based on community engagement.
Saunders will not be involved in picking his replacement. That will be left to the city's police services board. Reporting live, I'm Michelle Mackey.
680 News Time, 9:08. So now that Police Chief Saunders has announced he is resigning, the Police Services Board will have to find a replacement. It says it's developing a comprehensive selection process to appoint the next chief for the police service, a process that will incorporate public consultation and input in a meaningful and proactive way. The Star is reporting there are a number of potential candidates to replace Saunders, including Hamilton Police Chief Frank Bergen and Ottawa Police Chief Peter Slowly, both of whom previously worked with Toronto Police. Internal candidates who would be considered front runners for the job include Deputy Chief Shauna Coxon and Acting Superintendent Gregory Watts.
A family is speaking out tonight after claiming a landlord refused to rent them a unit in Brampton because of the color of their skin. Tini Danny from City News with their story.
I never thought it happened to me, to be honest with you. I was so shocked. Roxanne Lamonius says she believes she was refused housing because of the color of her skin. Last weekend, she and her husband, along with their 7-month-old baby, were supposed to move into a rental in Brampton. But after seeing them for the first time, the landlord wouldn't give them a key. No kidding, no weird luck. Roxanne and her family had abided by the terms of the lease agreement, paying their first and last month's rent. But after meeting them, the landlord asked for 6 months' rent up front, an illegal request. Discrimination in the housing market is prevalent in Ontario, according to human rights lawyers.
Oh, God, you tried to do this and that, but I'll break your face and burn down the house.
Face challenges securing housing for no other reason than the color of their skin.
That's commercial.
Director Shane Martinez says it's something we don't realize happens as often as it does because it goes underreported. Ontario is behind in collecting data on racial discrimination in housing, with a survey conducted in 2009.
Because everything I mentioned.
This is
not just to
680
prove
News.
it
Well,
that his idea is stupid. John keeps having to come to the same conclusion.
Be protected themselves. The Toronto Wildlife Center says volunteers patrolling the boardwalk at Woodbine Beach have endured hostility over the past few weeks.
I look you up. It's going to see your burning what? Sock 6 UK or some shit?
Volunteers were even threatened with a knife. In one of those instances, a teen volunteer was chased. As a result, the center says today was the final day you'll see those volunteers safeguarding the foxes, but they add the young foxes are also growing up and venturing farther away from the den they set up beneath the boardwalk. In a statement, they say as the foxes get older, it's time for the volunteers to move on too.
Helping you navigate our new world.
And looking forward to a life
South Africa. The Boer War or whatever. It's their word for us, so I don't care.
680 News. Now the 680 News gas price update and process
the
pricing
British
is not going
talk all
to
day
budget
about how they got all those
9 cents a liter.
Being stuck in your home during this pandemic.
After slavery's over, what are you still fucking doing? Oh, it wasn't all right there,
money for groceries. The isolation, being broke and totally scared about what's next. I was feeling that before this crisis.
You got nothing left, you got nothing to lose.
Together, but me, I've got no one.
Youth who have aged out of the child welfare system are in danger of falling further through the cracks because of today's crisis. They need your support. Please give today at helpyouthnow.ca. 680 News Time, 9:11. Traffic and weather together on Kyle Hawking.
This report brought to you by 407 ETR. We've got delays along the 401s where most of the construction's happening. But first of all, let's touch on this issue on the 427 northbound, north of Rexdale, ramp lane blocked by crews. A dump truck went into the ditch here. And as a result, the westbound Rexdale ramp to North 427 is also closed. So no delay in this area, but note that restricted access. And as you travel north of Rexdale, you'll see the crews working there. We have on the eastbound 401 delays from approaching Lake Ridge to east of the 412. You're heading into a construction zone where 2 right lanes are closed, so it is quite slow here. And then a little further along, we've got construction work going on through the 418 as well. 2 right lanes closed. That one not causing nearly as heavy as a delay. It is heavy though on the westbound 401 through that same area. Westbound 401 approaching the 418 to west of Curtis. But we've got 2 right lanes also blocked on this side for construction, but it is much heavier westbound than eastbound. The westbound 401 then slows again from west of Avenue Road to the Allen in the Express. 2 left lanes closed here. And crews are just getting set to shut down the collector ramp to the 410 and 403 off the West 401. So if you need to get to the 403, you can still do so from the West 401 express lanes. So there's a ramp to the 403, but there is only a collector ramp that leads to the 410. So there's no access tonight from the West 401 to the 410 as a result of that. A minor delay left on the southbound 400 through Highway 89. We've still got the highway reduced to a single lane here, but it's not as bad as it was in terms of that delay. 407 ETR is helping communities and hospitals with a $5.2 million donation to United Way and GTHA hospitals. Learn more at 407etr.com. Your next report at 9:21, and with the forecast, here's Natasha Ramsahai.
We're in for a clear night and a sunny Tuesday. 13 degrees is what we're waking up to in the morning. 30 degrees with a humidex of 34 on the way tomorrow. There'll be a little bit of natural air conditioning along the lake tomorrow with that breeze up to 30 kilometers per hour. Humidity continues to go up as we head through Tuesday night into Wednesday. So we'll be looking at 31 degrees, humidex 40. Morning storms Wednesday, midday sun, and then Wednesday night storms could approach severe limits. Tonight down to a low 13 degrees.
Right now, downtown Toronto, it's clear, 20 degrees, similar conditions at Pearson Airport.
Oh, I thought it might go down. It's not going to go down.
Some Torontonians aren't too fond of the city's Quiet Streets program. In recent weeks, the city has converted 32 roadways into quiet streets during the pandemic. According to the Toronto Star, its effectiveness has been mixed. Some who live along the route say the measures have done nothing to make the roads safer, while others report the program has transformed their neighborhoods for the better overnight. Ann Harris, an associate professor at Ryerson, says the quiet streets were rolled out quickly and therefore understands why it's imperfect.
You know, we can walk in the middle of the road anyway.
Active TO, in which the city is also shutting major streets down to motor vehicles on weekends and rapidly expanding its bike network to give people space to spread out.
Scott Weller, general manager at Volvo of Toronto, invites you to make this summer the summer of Volvo. Great news, Volvo of Toronto is waiving the first three payments when you lease select in-stock 2020 models, including the XC90, the perfect blend of beauty, performance, and technology. Or save an additional $1,000 when you finance or pay cash. And remember, Volvo of Toronto is here for you with exceptional service even in difficult times. Visit Volvo of Toronto, downtown, near Cherry and Front, or volvooftoronto.com.
The big summer sale has arrived at Dodds Garage Doors. Save hundreds of dollars on garage doors with our summer blowout sale. Buy Canada's top quality Dodds door now and get 0% financing from Dodds Garage Doors. That's right, 0% financing. Offer ends June 30th. Save now. Dodds. D-O-D-D-S. Remember, no one does it better than Dodds does. No one. This is All News Radio, 680 News.
Mostly clear sky downtown, 20 degrees. Good evening from the 680 News Broadcast Center. I'm Scott Burnett.
And I'm Asher Roth here with the top stories right now.
Much of the province entering stage 2 of the reopening of our economy this Friday, with barbershops, salons, restaurant patios being given the go-ahead. This is not the case for Toronto and the GTHA as part of the province's regional approach to reopening, though there's nothing stated in the rules that says Torontonians are not able to travel to those areas. And
it never was.
After 5 years at the helm and more than 35 years on the force,
you heard of World War II? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Retirement today.
You're playing these games and we're all go, oh yeah, of course, it's always real version. No, there's never. Well, you can't jaywalk. Why not? What's jaywalking?
His last day will be July 31st, 8 months before his contract set to expire. And volunteers brought in to protect the area around the family of foxes on the boardwalk being pulled back after receiving violent threats from people in that community.
People tell me that. I tell them my court cases. They tell me, oh, I'm confiscated you a $5 fine. No,
calls here in Toronto.
That's not how it works.
The police.
These people are experts in new drug dealers and shit. No, I got it.
Major League Baseball's latest proposal to players on the return-to-play economic package offered a higher potential salary than the last plan, but less guaranteed money over a 76-game season. ESPN's Jim Pattison says players and officials at the PA quickly scoffed at the proposal, continuing the gridlock that has prevented Major League Baseball from returning after a coronavirus-related delays at the beginning of its season. August 16th, that's the day the
cops went into a bar, said a guy smelled like alcohol, therefore he gave the probable cause.
The first round of the postseason would begin 2 days later. Looking to make the sport more inclusive, 7 of the game's players of color have teamed up to form the Hockey Diversity Alliance. Evander Kane and Akeem Alou were named co-heads of the alliance, with Trevor Daley, Matt Dumba, Wayne Simmons, Chris Stewart, and Joel Ward making up the executive committee. The group is independent from the NHL, but hopes to work closely with the league. Meanwhile, the Edmonton Oilers have opened up their facility for small on-ice group sessions as the NHL opened up phase 2 of their return-to-play plan. And ESPN's Adam Schefter says a Vikings star running back Dalvin Cook will not report to any team-related activities until he gets a new contract. Sports at 15 and 45, past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time, 9:18.
Want to discover this year's most innovative new products? Visit productoftheyear.ca. From the buzziest beauty products and luxe culinary finds to cutting-edge appliances and oh-so-good sweets, thousands of Canadians have voted for the most innovative new products for 2020. The world's largest consumer-voted award for product innovation that recognizes product design, functionality, and packaging. And the products that impressed are yours to behold at productoftheyear.ca.
Steel Dealer Days are back this spring with battery blowers and trimmers starting at $159.95, battery chainsaws at $399.95, and battery lawnmowers starting at only $599.95. Steel battery tools are easy to start, easy to run, and easy to maintain. And for a limited time, save 50% off your second battery when you purchase a new unit. See dealer for details. Steel battery products are sold at over 1,000 authorized Steel dealers across Canada. Find yours today at steel.ca.
Here with All News Radio 680 News at 9:19. Several city councillors pushing forward a motion to take a sizable slice out of the Toronto police budget. It comes in the wake of calls to defund police budgets in several major American cities following the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis.
In the wake of the anti-black racism protests, Councillor Josh Matlow is bringing forward a motion to the next city council meeting calling on the defunding of the Toronto police budget by 10%, which would equal $122 million. He wants that money to be put into community supports instead, like affordable housing and childcare.
Take actions to demonstrate that we want to make fundamental changes so that the new normal that we're creating truly includes them in a more just and equitable society where they're not unfairly discriminated against.
Police Chief Mark Saunders says if you're going to defund the police budget, there has to be other agencies that satisfy the needs of the community, because without that, it won't work.
We're talking about housing issues. We're talking about economics. We're talking about education.
More, everyone has asked for an extra $300-400 million since you started.
Programs. It's the right program.
The Board of Health declaring anti-black racism a public health crisis. I'm Momin Qureshi.
Well, small groups of protesters have taken to the streets of New York as the city moves on without a curfew. CNN's Bill Weir reports from Brooklyn.
No black British ain't worse. African Caribbean and African Canadians. They're all former British slaves. There's all fucking billions of dollars they don't have anymore. He's the good little nigga going to teach us a lesson.
Protesters on bike running the advance work to stop traffic. But the news of the day is that the New York State Assembly passed the Eric Garner anti-chokehold bill. Eric Garner, you might recall, the Staten Island man who was stopped for selling loose cigarettes and was choked out by an officer.
You can't stop him for selling loose cigarettes.
That officer fired but not indicted.
You can't.
The city paid
No, you can't. It's not. You're perfect. You can't. You're right, bro. Treasury Department is stupid. Go talk to the Secret Service, you fucking goof. Indigenous gang from out of the fucking continent, stupid. Stop fucking around.
9:21 type of traffic and weather together on the ones.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? You talking about all the ones that you might go to a vacation.
427 north of Rexdale, the ramp lane is blocked with crews dealing with a crash here. It's a dump truck that went into the ditch, so heavy tow truck working on that. And no delay through this area, but the most important thing is that we also have a ramp closed. Westbound Rexdale ramp to northbound 427 shut down because the crews are working right at the end of that ramp, so they've closed it for safety's sake. There are delays in a couple of spots because of construction on the eastbound 401, and you'll first find it slow in Durham region. This is the first delay from Lake Ridge to east of the 412, and that's because construction work has taken out 2 right lanes, so it is heavy in this area. And then we've got minor delays heading towards Port Hope. 2 left lanes are closed at Wesleyville Road for paving, so just a minor slowdown there
just
now.
put a death threat on your
the
homes.
eastbound 407, the ramp to the
Come up here and do something, bro.
is closed.
Oh, you're
and
New
that's
York.
the same
Okay, so
eastbound and westbound 407,
New York police give
ramps to southbound 427 closed for the overnight.
Stay true.
So westbound 401 goes, a couple of delays here as well. First, approaching Highway 418 to west of Curtis Road. This is where we have 2 right lanes closed for construction. And then you'll find it busy from, well, just through the Allen in the Express. In fact, from west of Avenue to the Allen in the Express. 2 left lanes here closed for construction. There's also a minor delay through the Allen in the collectors. 2 right lanes are also closed in the collectors here. Dollar
Kings,
collector
motherfucker.
ramp to the 410 and 403 closed for construction. You can still get to the 403 from the express, but there is no express ramp to the 410, only a collector ramp.
Oh, they
So
came
no
from
access
this.
to
Oh,
West
it's from a different
401
place. Oh,
to the 410 with that ramp closure. Your next report at 9:31,
Oh,
and with the extended forecast, here's Natasha Ramsahai.
We're down to 13 degrees tonight. It's
I
clear.
might look
We're up
right
to
down
30
here.
degrees
I go near the
tomorrow. It's
race.
going to be
I'm
mainly
OPP
sunny
and
now.
everybody. They
Slight
know
humid
what
X
the
of
fuck I am.
34. We'll have a
I know
lake
it,
breeze, so a
what
little
the
bit
fuck
cooler
I am.
along the lake. But
Look
by
like the
Wednesday, the
nigga on
heat
the
is now
zigzag
31
pack. Yeah,
degrees
because
with a
it's a
humid X
Canadian
near
made
40.
too.
It'll be
400
gusty out of the
years ago.
southwest. Watch for
What's the
morning
tax?
storms
What all
on
these French
Wednesday,
companies say? We've been
midday
making long
sunshine,
papers
and
100,
it's the
200, 300,
Wednesday
400,
night
500
storms.
years, right?
We're watching for potentially
So the Canadians,
severe
tobacco.
storms, very heavy downpours and strong, potentially damaging
Companies,
wind
the
gusts. But
Societe,
Thursday
the
morning, could
guys
see
that
a few
were
scattered showers to
canoeing
start.
in
Otherwise, it's going to be
Portage,
sunny
it's
and
Carrie.
back to seasonal at 24 degrees.
Portage,
Tonight,
boy.
down below 13 degrees.
Downtown Toronto right now, clear and 20 degrees, 19 degrees, and clear over at Pearson Airport. Reminder, we are under a heat warning. Coming up at 9:30, haircuts, tattoos, and patio pints back on the menu for much of southern Ontario, starting on Friday, except for Toronto and the GTHA and the Windsor area. More on the province's regional approach straight ahead.
680 News Time, 9:24.
The impact of COVID-19 is being felt in many ways, especially by kids who no longer have school, sports, or after-school programs for support.
Go to the fucking park.
Kids Help Phone is there, offering free, non-judgmental 24/7 support by phone, chat, and text. During the pandemic, the need is greater than ever. Please donate at kidshelpphone.ca to make sure they're always there. A message from Quality Allied Elevator, experts in vertical passenger and freight transportation, proud supporters of Kids Help Phone.
Oh, that's some big fucking hydraulic thing for one floor lift. Hey, I like those.
CHFI.
Lon, I've been waiting to speak with you.
You have a
You guys
family
do the
phone
ramp
bill.
door, the
Consider that paid.
dock level door ramps and shit, dock level ramps.
Enter to have Darren and Mo pay your bills
Truck level,
by uploading a
dock
photo
level.
of your bill to chfi.com.
Then listen for us to call your name weekdays at 8 and 4 for your chance to win Darren and Mo Pay Your Bills contest
On 98.1 CHFI.
This new segment brought to you by BDO Debt Solutions. With warmer temps expected this week and, of course, through the summer, the City of Toronto will be opening 14 emergency cooling centers, all of them operating during heat warnings from 11 in the morning to 7 in the evening, with one exception, Metro Hall, which will run 24 hours during mornings. The other locations include the Civic Centers in East York, North York, Etobicoke, and Scarborough. Richard Southern's got your business news next.
680 News Time, 9:25. BDO Debt Solutions understands that uncertain times can put a strain on your finances. If you're finding it difficult to cover your monthly expenses, keep up with minimum payments, and manage your debt load, a BDO licensed insolvency trustee will provide a free over-the-phone consultation, review your situation, explain your debt relief options, and help find a debt solution that works for you.
Turn away from you.
BDO is committed to
They
ensuring
might not
you
say
get the debt
nothing to
help
you.
you
They
need
say, no, you're
when
not.
you need it. Call
You're gonna get one round of
1-855-BDO
fucking,
to book
go
a free
for it.
phone consultation.
During the pandemic, obtaining authentic personal protective equipment can be a serious challenge. Protect yourself, your employees, and customers with PPE from SteriPro.ca. SteriPro.ca is proudly Canadian-owned and operated and offers masks, gloves, face shields, and more for you and your business needs. With stock available now, it's never been easier to protect your business. Order today, ship today. Visit SteriPro.ca. That's STERI Pro.ca.
Televisionist report Richard Southern.
Good evening. Back in business in a big way on Bay and Wall Street. Stocks continue to move higher. In fact, the S&P 500
No connection between whether factories actually starting or stopping, eh?
While the Nasdaq today
Stock market went up because they fired a shitload of people last week. Remember?
Very optimistic
Let's
still
pay payroll for
about
those
the
people now.
progression of
More money to go
economic
up for dividends
reopening.
and shit.
Investors on Bay Street today also very much encouraged by the news we heard out of Queen's Park regarding the slowly opening restaurants and
Doug, can you make research and motion drop the price on a blackberry?
At the top of the hour, but the TSX today was up 120 points at 15,974. Bay Street kind of gets year-to-date loss of 5.1%. Canada stocks leading the way today. Exo up 44%, Chronos up 20.33%. The Dow was up 461 points, 27,572. The Dow only 7% away from its all-time high. S&P 500 up 1.2%, settling above 3,200. and that NASDAQ at a record of 110 above 9,900. What could derail this rally? Mike Curie, TD Bank.
You can't say that in this country,
a lot of people on Wall Street base are talking about, is there going to be a second wave? Now, I've got a medical professional there, they're going to tell us when that's going to happen.
CP derails, and everything derails, and gigantic derail, man.
Unlikely we're going to go back to the same levels we were, just because we haven't seen some decent recoveries in other areas. Some companies really adapting well to this, but I mean, it is the second wave. It's in the back of a lot of people's minds.
We're in the midst of it now. It's spreading right now.
October 2021. Now we're seeing big reopenings just in May and June.
Tesla stock getting a record today, closing just above $949. On Tuesday, vehicle sales in China surged 205% from a slump in the month of April. Tesla competitor
everything, and then wonder how everything got contaminated.
74.71 cents US. This is 680 News.
Look, I'll drive you guys home, but you need to chill. Everyone buckle up and stop messing around. I didn't sign up as DD just to end up in a ditch.
Even sober, young drivers are 9 times more likely to crash. Speak your mind. Change the conversation.ca. Congratulations on winning the Chicago pitch. I have taxi kids here to get everyone home safely. Let's not have this win end in a loss. Convicted drunk drivers will be stopped at the U.S. border. Change the conversation.
The health hazard. The junkies are throwing the needles into the fucking beer store. Doesn't look
renovating. Sometimes
crush them all. You know there's no needles in them because they're crushed.
Just like I did for this radio ad.
I can't do much with the bottles, but I don't put needles in.
Certainly. Until July 1st at Rona and Lowe's, it's the Installation Services Blitz. Get 10% back on a Rona or Lowe's gift card for any air conditioning, roofing, or kitchen installation project. Plus, our certified installers are duly trained to apply strict health and safety measures.
Why? Wow. Because that's not sorted by beer store employees.
Conditions apply. Details online.
Right now in downtown Toronto, mostly clear sky.
Rather 19 degrees.
No, I got $9.45 an hour for half an hour.
One for news in Toronto. This is
45 less. 45.
Here are Scott Burnett and Asher.
How hard are you about recycling?
This is Monday, the 8th of June.
What's creating jobs? I just do this.
Ontario will enter stage 2 of reopening by region. And bad news for the GTA. Spiking COVID-19 numbers will mean we have to wait longer.
Here's John.
Toronto may not have been given the green light to enter stage 2 of the province's restart phase yet, but the mayor says the city is planning for the reopening of the economy.
Make sure you turn on that air conditioner and get your fans ready. A heat warning has been issued all across the GTA.
Toronto's chief of police is stepping down. An emotional Mark Saunders announces he'll be retiring this summer, nearly a year before his contract expires.
Can Major League Baseball and its players figure it out? As a hurricane and Akita Lou will head a new Hockey Diversity Alliance Sports at 45.
Double on the Boston Cream in the parking lot?
No, but if they run on the same damn field, how the fuck?
Dramatically expand its patios. Investors hungry for stocks. NASDAQ closes at a record high today. Business at 56.
Time 9:31. Traffic and weather together on the one now with Toronto's most frequent traffic reports. Here's Kyle Hawking.
Lots of construction on the highways and also
what I'm thinking about all the old Greyhound buses is stop.
427 north of Rexdale, the ramp lane blocked by crews.
I want the one the guy said got cut off here.
So a heavy tow is working.
$100
and also the westbound Rexdale ramp to northbound 427 closed as these crews are right at the end of that ramp. There's no delay on this route, but watch out for that work going on north 427 north of Rexdale. We have 3 delays on the westbound 401. First, it's busy approaching the 418 to west of Curtis Road. 2 right lanes are closed there. The 418 and Curtis ramps to west 401 are closed.
Oh, no,
the Brindley ramps to westbound 401 also shut down in Scarborough. Then we've got our second delay from west of Avenue Road to the Allen in the Express. 2 right lanes are closed for, make that 2 left lanes closed for construction here. In the collectors, it's 2 right lanes. There's only a minor delay in the collector lanes through the Allen, though. And then it's busy again on the west 401 from west of Dixon to the 427. 2 right lanes closed here for more construction work. Major ramp closure, the collector ramp to the 410 and 403 shut down off the west 401. So you can still access the 403 from the Express, but there's only a collector ramp to the 410. So that's effectively blocked off that access, west 401 to 410, no access tonight. East and westbound 407 ramps to southbound 427 are closed. And then the one delay on the eastbound 401 is from Lake Ridge to east to the 412. 2 right lanes closed here for maintenance. Your next report at 9:41, and with the forecast, here's Natasha Ramsahai.
Clear skies tonight, down to 13 degrees for the low. We are back up to 30 tomorrow. It is going to be mainly sunny. Make sure you've got the sunscreen. We'll have a lake breeze up to 30 kilometers per hour. So it'll be a little bit cooler along the lakeshore. Expect a humidex near 34. Tonight, down to a low of 13 degrees.
Downtown Toronto right now, partly cloudy and 19. 680 news time, 9:33.
Haircuts, trips to the mall, maybe a tattoo or 2 or 3. Those will soon be possible for many Ontarians, with a few big exceptions. The Ford government says stage 2 of the reopening of our economy later this week will not include the GTHA or the Windsor area.
It's real bad thing
What that
amongst
means
white
for us
people.
around the Golden Horseshoe. Just a
Random
moment. First,
tattoos.
680's Caitlin Lee joins us with more on stage 2.
Grouped by public health units, the first list will be able to begin stage 2 this
Well, you know what I'm
Friday,
saying?
June
It's this
12th,
and
but
that,
that
and
forces
somebody-
a
this
list
guy
that includes the
is a
entire
fucking diseased
GTA.
pedophile
We'll have to
sells
wait
drugs
until a
in the
yet
shop.
to be
He
determined
doesn't know.
date.
We need just a little more time.
The
He's a
service is
sick
able to
fucking
welcome back
guy.
customers, include
Well,
hair
that's the
services,
same artwork on
beauty
the
salons,
walls
day
of
spas,
the shop,
and tattoo studios. And good news for those craving a beer on the
Oh,
patio,
I should go get
restaurants
tattoos,
and bars
Okay,
can
come on.
resume business in outdoor
I'm
areas
weird, I
only.
want to sign
Well, Toronto
me.
will have to wait for all of that. There is one thing that does apply to us. As of Friday, gatherings of 10 people are now allowed, with physical
How come everybody with
distancing required for
hepatitis wants
those
to
who
get
do not live
tattoos?
in your household. Health Minister
These are
Christine
fucking
Elliott says
dirty.
they're watching things closely.
As we continue to monitor local trends, every Monday the province will provide a progress report on the public health units remaining in the first stage.
If trends change, your region could be greenlit to move into stage 2 by the following Friday. I'm Caitlin Lee.
And we're still waiting to find out just when Toronto will get the go-ahead to hit stage 2, but the city continues to prepare. 680's Phil Martino has the latest from Mayor Tory, and she joins us live with more. Phil.
Sure, Mayor John Tory says he wants businesses to open as soon as it's safe for them to do
They're
so.
not
The
in
city's
time,
doing
Mark.
everything it can to ensure the city government supports the reopening. In fact, it's been at it since April.
The Toronto Office of Recovery and Restart was created, led by Saad Rafi, to ensure that we can safely reopen as the provincial orders are lifted. Last month, the Emergency Operations Center, led by Chief Pay, created a restart roadmap to help guide the restarting of city operations so that those operations could continue to serve people but also support businesses in the safe reopening of their operations.
Tory says we'll have more details in the next few days about the city's restart plans for Camp TO, a plan to help kids safely go to camp this summer, and for Swim TO, a plan to reopen pools and other aquatic facilities. Phil Martino,
Why?
680 News.
Nothing but
So how can you
disease
stop
problems.
those here
Why?
in the GTA from driving up an hour away to go out shopping to a mall or maybe dine on a patio? 680's Mark Douglas is cracking open the rule book.
So, if you're desperate for a meal on a patio or to get your hair done, but you live in Toronto or the Golden Horseshoe, and your region is not reopening on Friday, can you just drive over to one that is and spend your money there? Basically, yes, you can. Neither Premier Doug Ford nor any cabinet minister could give an answer to the question of just going
That's
from
all 6
one
fucking
region
times that
still
it's
with
not
high
in the fucking law
COVID-19
ever
numbers
for
to
anybody
one
to
with
tell you you
very,
have to have
very low
paperwork to
numbers.
go
In
around.
fact, when it comes to tourism,
Anywhere
Why
in
don't we
Canada.
travel around? Why don't we go to the, because I know a lot of my pals are, they love fishing. So why don't we go up north and rent one of these cabins?
There will be
He
some
was unable to
safeguards
answer.
in place,
He gave
however.
several
Services
answers.
like
He
hair
gave an
salons are
anecdote. He said,
encouraged to
yes. He
operate by
said,
appointment
I'm
and
waiting to get my hair
record
cut.
each
He did
patron's
every
name and
possible way to
contact
tell it, you know.
information for
He was
possible
unable to
contact
answer. He
tracing.
just played his
Restaurant
answer.
patios need to take reservations, but none of these sectors are actually being ordered by the province
Buddies want
to
to
keep
take him
their
fishing,
customers'
and
info.
he's not going
I'm
yet.
Mark Douglas.
680 News
Your
Time,
answer.
9:36.
You can go.
The city
You-
will open cooling centers after a heat warning was issued by Environment Canada earlier today. Torontonians can expect a ton of humidity heading their way as temperatures hit the low 30s over the next few days, and humidity set to increase starting on Wednesday. Lows between 20 and 22 degrees are expected tomorrow night, and temperatures are finally expected to cool off by Wednesday night. Now, to help you beat the heat, 14 emergency cooling centers will be opening up across Toronto, and you can access them from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Doggy, it's $2,400
Calling it a
for
day. Mark
homeless
Saunders
bed,
announcing
or
he
more.
will be leaving the force at the end of July. 680's Michelle Mackey joining us live with more on today's teary goodbye from the city's top cop. Michelle.
$37.50 a
Without giving an
month.
exact reason as to why he's making the decision now, the police chief says he's looking forward to spending some time with his family. And his July 31st retirement date marks 8 months before his contract is set to expire.
And the rent's $1,500.
As for what's next, Saunders alludes to volunteering his expertise to the city.
I see a lot of young black boys getting killed by young black boys.
No, you don't.
Law enforcement deals with those symptoms.
No, you don't.
And
No, you don't.
I want to help the cure for the disease.
With
the Asians getting killed by guys that look white.
He's planning to take concrete action
guys
to
that you think are
address
Asian, whatever the fuck you think it is.
racism.
You fucking
This is a fantastic opportunity for all of us. We have to move past words. We're tired of the words. Now it's time to move to action. This organization is ready to go.
Saunders was named the city's first black police chief in April of 2015.
He's named that,
and over
he's
the
not
weekend
black,
took a
he's
knee
black,
with
British,
Black Lives
bitch.
Matter protesters. Reporting live, I'm Michelle Mackey.
680 News Time, 9:38. Toronto's Board of Health has declared anti-black racism a public health crisis. The board was unanimous in its decision to do so. Chairman Joe Cressy says they need to address the areas contributing to inequality.
Just as we spend far too much money as government on emergency services and emergency rooms, we need to spend more money addressing the root causes that put people in those rooms in the first place.
Cressy says tackling anti-black racism means dealing with inequities in housing, policing, the criminal justice system, employment, and education. 680 News Time, 9:39.
And then the hospital tries to send me a bill, and they don't own ambulances.
Serious injuries after being struck by a vehicle in Etobicoke tonight. Officers responding to the reports of the pedestrian hit in the East Mall and Burnhamthorpe area. A woman was taken to hospital. The driver remained at the scene. Burnhamthorpe now closed east and westbound for this investigation.
This is 680 News. The Toronto Wildlife Centre says volunteers will no longer be out protecting a family of young foxes in the Beaches area after being threatened by people in the community. In early May, city officials set up barricades around a portion of the boardwalk because residents were seen feeding the arrayed fox kids. The organization also reporting one of the kids' dogs suggesting he was killed by a larger predator. In a statement, the center says volunteers were called in to help the foxes as well as to educate members of the public about the animals. One man allegedly told a volunteer at one point, quote, if he had a knife, he would stab her. And more recently, another man allegedly chased after a teenage volunteer brandishing a knife. The center says the kids are growing up and are ready to venture out and hunt on their own, thanking their volunteers for their hard work.
Local news.
I don't know if I'm going to the grocery store, fucking...
680 News. Now the 680 News gas price update. And Enbridge predicts the price of gas will not change at midnight, holding at just under $1.01 a liter at most GTA stations. And just a heads up, if you're riding the TTC tonight, subway service will end early on the young portion of Line 1 between Finch and Eglinton stations. Shuttle buses will take over that stretch at 11 p.m. 680 News Time.
On Line 1, there's 3 extra words that you're not supposed to have to say.
Here's to the things we
Young University Spadina, I don't say. Yeah, we don't say
that. And if it's time for a new car, here's to you from Honda. Right now, lease the 2020
They spend $100 million or some shit coming up with 1, 2, or 3.
And 0 down.
Well, it's not obvious which one is 1 or 2, right?
Shop safely with enhanced safety procedures
I'm
and all
coming.
dealerships.
Neither one is more prominent.
Determination. And here's to the road ahead. Includes rate and fees for 60 months.
No, I don't
Taxes extra
drive,
by
it's just-
HondaOntario.com. 680 News
line's
Time,
nowhere.
941. Time for traffic.
the Shepherd line got subway.
With
Why?
Carl Hawking. This report brought to you by Canadian Blood Services. Delays on the highways and then a couple of problems as well. We've got the northbound 427 north of Rexdale. Right lane, make that ramp lane blocked with collision cleanup. It's a dump truck that went into the ditch here. And as a result, the westbound Rexdale ramp to North 427 is also closed as crews are working at the end of that ramp, so they've shut it down to give the crews a little extra space. No delays on this route, though. We do have delays on the eastbound 401 heading through the 412 from Lake Ridge to east to the 412. 2 right lanes are blocked for construction, so it's heavy here because of this construction work. Then a little further east, the Curtis Road and Holt Road ramps to East 401 are closed. You'll find both the eastbound 407 and westbound 407 ramps to southbound 427.
Those have been shut down for overnight construction. And we've got 3 spots of heavy traffic on the westbound 401. Approaching the 418 to west of Curtis Road, it's heavy here. 2 right lanes are closed for construction. The 418 and Curtis ramps to west 401 have been shut down. The Brimley ramps to west 401 also off limits while we're on the subject of ramp closures. Then we've got delays west of Avenue to the Allen in the Express, 2 left lanes closed, and west of Dixon to the 427, 2 right lanes are closed at this spot. You'll find if you're traveling the city streets, we have this collision being reported now by police at Burnhamthorpe in the East Mall. Collision involving a cyclist there, so east and westbound lanes of Burnhamthorpe.
Trudeau promises to push police body cameras to premiers. That's
a
great.
Message from Canadian Blood Services. Right now, the need for blood is rising.
They don't pay for it. They don't organize it. They order it.
Blood.ca. Your next report at 9:51, and with the forecast, here's Natasha Ramsahai.
It's a clear night, down to 13 degrees. Tomorrow, mainly sunny and 30 degrees.
Median price of dried cannabis dropped 45% in Ontario last year.
The heat warning is in place for 31 degrees. Humidex near 40. It's going to be a bit of a stormy start on Wednesday morning. And then we'll get some sun through the middle of the day. Gusty southwest winds. Wednesday night, looking for thunderstorms that could potentially approach severe limits, meaning strong winds over 90 kilometers per hour, which is potentially damaging. Tonight, down to a low of 13 degrees.
Right now, downtown Toronto, a few clouds. It is 19 degrees, and at Pearson Airport, we have similar conditions. And a reminder, we are still under a heat warning. This is 680 News. A 19-year-old Mississauga trumpet player has been awarded the prestigious Juilliard School Scholarship. William Leather started at the Music Drama Dance School in New York back in 2018. He had to rely on a GoFundMe fundraiser to cover the first 2 years of his bachelor's degree in the school's trumpet program. Leathers has been selected for the school's Kovner Scholarship, which will cover his tuition and living expenses for the remainder of his studies over the next 2 years. His mother tells the Toronto Star the Kovner is not something you can apply for. It's only
they're going by the book, but it's just like
they're
not understanding what people report the price to pay. They're not getting a grant for $8.
$364,000 for a 4-year undergraduate program. Congratulations, William. Your top stories and sports coming up next.
My dispensary is a company that creates spectacles and garbage. I know, 17%. I know, it's on the labels.
To come together to create and deliver
it's on the
up to
labels.
10,000 meals a day to
17.9%.
in local shelters within the GTA. We all have a role to play. Until we play again,
people brag, I went to the dispensary, it's 24%, it's 36. According to the police, labs, whoever does that.
Being a new mom isn't easy. But hugging's easy. Loving's easy. And baby D drops are easy too. Simply apply just 1 drop where baby feeds. There's no taste, so it doesn't interfere with feeding. Pediatricians recommend vitamin D daily for breastfed infants. Baby D drops.
This guy can't even form sense. The numbers from our first full year of commercial operations show steady growth despite constrained supply. That limited the ability of the Ontario marketplace to rapidly expand the number of access points as quickly as desired. That's not what happened at all.
Malls, I already said that.
Guys are retarded.
Can open back up as long as they're outside the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area. But one part of the province's second stage of reopening that does affect residents of the Golden Horseshoe. Gathering limits are doubling in size from 5 to 10, just as long as you physically distance. A shocking announcement from Chief Mark Saunders today, who says he's stepping down effective July the 31st so he can spend more time with his family. And we are following breaking news from Etobicoke, where a female cyclist has been seriously injured after being struck by a vehicle. There are road closures in place on Burnham.
You should be out cycling at this hour.
9:51.
Some psychopath in a fucking black car with no headlights. One of them blue license plates.
Major League Baseball and its players continue to be rocky. Today, the league sent another proposal to the PA, wanting a 76-game season where players would earn 75% of their prorated cash if a postseason is played. If not, they get 50%. According to Joel Sherman of the New York Post, 16 teams would make the playoffs. Numerous reports say the PA was not impressed with the latest offer. Sean Trey of Stadium says August 16th is when the NBA will start its play-in round, followed by the first round on August the 18th. Game 1 of the NBA Finals will tip off September 30th. 30th. Meantime, LaMarcus Aldridge will not be going to Orlando. The Spurs forward underwent shoulder surgery back in April and is done for the season. Looking to rid the game of racism and intolerance and be a positive force, not only in sport but in society as a whole. Evander Kane, Akeem Alou, Trevor Daley, Matt Dumbo, Wade Simmons, Chris Stewart, and Joe Ward have all teamed up to create the Hockey Diversity Alliance. Kane and Alou were named co-heads of the alliance, which is independent of the NHL, but will work closely with the league. Meanwhile, the Edmonton Oilers were one of the first franchises to open up their practice facility today for small on-ice group workouts as the NHL opened up Phase 2 of its return-to-play plan. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/podcast.
This is 680 News. Every Toyota is built to keep you and your family safe.
You're not even in the right
And every
uniform.
Toyota is sold in a way that keeps
You just told
and
me
staff safe.
you're not
Our
Indigenous.
showrooms and service departments are open and sanitized regularly. We're following physical distancing guidelines and offer remote or contactless service. And right now, you don't pay for 6 months when you finance most new Toyota models. So if you're in the market for a Toyota, contact your local dealer or visit shoptoyota.ca. We're ready when you are.
BDO Debt Solutions understands that uncertain times can put a strain on your finances. If you're finding it difficult to cover your monthly expenses, keep up with minimum payments, and manage your debt load, a BDO licensed insolvency trustee will provide a free over-the-phone consultation, review your situation, explain your debt relief options, and help find a debt solution that works for you. BDO is committed to ensuring you get the debt help you need when you need it. Call 1-855-BDO-DEBT to book a free phone consultation.
680 News Time 949. As people continue to protest the police custody-related death of George Floyd, many are now calling for
what did you just say, bro?
U.S. President Donald Trump addressed that earlier today.
Still on the defensive over his response to protests against police brutality across the U.S., President Trump met with law enforcement officials to hammer home a simple message.
Way less crime, and there's a reason for less crime. That's because we have great law enforcement. I'm very proud of them.
Good, nothing but an increase in crime every time you increase police budget. Yes, it is in that order. It's not the other way.
Minutes before the president's photo op outside St. John's Episcopal Church, White House officials are still offering no apologies.
LAPD crash unit. On the part of this White House, and we stand by those actions.
Aides of the president are already sounding cool to new legislation from House Democrats.